The legend speaks of the Etome, born amidst the reverence of 100 beasts, under the harmonious glow of the sun and moon, with mysterious runes ascending to the heavens. The cataclysm upon the wild continent has commenced. Shadows have arrived, and chaos looms. The nine-nether illusionary sea is rife with anomalies, as the order of heaven and earth teeters on the brink of collapse. The powers of the four sacred beasts lie dormant, while the four fiend beasts wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. This once lonely youth must reclaim the lost divine power. At the crossroads of destruction and coexistence, he endeavors to carve a new path for all living beings. Chapter 1. The Qingyan Hunter and the Fate of the Thunder Sparrow. The setting sun melts into gold, casting a warm glow over the sprawling silhouettes of the vast mountains. Wisps of smoke rise gently, beckoning the hunters of Qingyan Town scattered throughout the forests to return. Xiao Long wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his bronze skin glistening with health in the waning light. With deftness, he secured the last knot of the rope and patted the head of the giant wolf beside him. "Let's go, Cang Lang. Mother must be worried." Cang Lang, a colossal wolf nearly waist-high with a slate-gray coat, exhaled a puff of white vapor and affectionately nudged Xiao Long's palm with its massive head, its amber eyes sparkling with intelligence. Dust clung to its fur, yet it only accentuated its robust and formidable presence. Together, man and wolf trudged along a familiar forest path, pulling a makeshift sled laden with the formidable tusks of a wild boar towards the town. Xiao Long's steps were light and steady, his years spent traversing the mountains bestowing him with a composure far beyond his peers. As they reached the town's entrance, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, wearing an apron, spotted them from afar and called out, "Long Zai, you've returned so late again. Don't you realize how quickly darkness falls in the mountains? It's quite dangerous." Though her tone held a note of reproach, her eyes brimmed with concern and a barely perceptible hint of worry. This was Xiao Long's mother, Lu Shi. Xiao Long beamed, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Mother, look. Today's haul was abundant. I lingered for a while. We shall have meat to feast on tonight." Lu Shi approached, instinctively scanning her son from head to toe. Seeing him covered in dirt yet unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief, only for her gaze to fall upon the weighty wild boar, feeling both pride and a pang of concern. "I know you're skilled, but you shouldn't always venture deep into the mountains." She gently brushed off the dust from Xiao Long's clothes, her touch tender. "Look at all this dirt, and your hands." Suddenly, she clutched Xiao Long's wrist, noticing remnants of dried blood and new scratches beneath his fingernails. Her brow furrowed instantly. "It's nothing, mother, just a scrape from skinning." Xiao Long quickly retracted his hand, chuckling sheepishly to mask his discomfort. The deep gash inflicted by the illusionary spider silk was carefully bandaged with a strip of cloth, a sight he dared not let his mother see. "It's always nothing." Lu Shi reproached him with a glare, though her tone softened. "Come home quickly. I have heated water ready, and the food has been kept warm on the stove. Your father has been home for a while now and has mentioned you several times." "Yes," Xiao Long replied, warmth flooding his heart. Nearby, Uncle Zhang, pipe in mouth, leaned out from his yard, catching sight of the wild boar and exclaimed, "What a fine catch. Xiao Long, did you manage this again?" Truly, the son of a tiger does not produce a dog. The Lao Xiao family has birthed a remarkable hunter. Xiao Long smiled bashfully, greeting the enthusiastic neighbors. Cang Lang remained quietly at his side, acknowledging the friendly gazes while responding with indifference to the occasional wary or curious glances cast in their direction. As they neared their home, a tall figure leaned against the gate. It was Xiao Long's father, Xiao Dashan. His face was darkened, etched with the marks of time and hardship, his gaze calm as an ancient well, a pipe clenched between his lips, silently observing his son's return. He uttered not a word but scanned Xiao Long with a sweeping glance, pausing for a moment on the wild boar upon his shoulder, nodding slightly. In his eyes lay concern, scrutiny, subtle approval, and a profound, mountain-like steadiness. Xiao Long understood his father's gaze, which conveyed the message, "As long as you are safe." "Father," Xiao Long called out. Xiao Dashan grunted in acknowledgement, shifting aside to allow passage. His gaze softened momentarily upon Cang Lang. Years ago, it was he who had rescued this cub from the jaws of a wolf and entrusted it to his son. As the family prepared to enter the yard, Xiao Long suddenly halted. Cang Lang mirrored his action, ears perked, turning towards the dense forest in the southeast, emitting a low, vigilant growl. "What is it, Long Zai?" Lu Shi asked, puzzled. Xiao Long furrowed his brow, concentrating for a moment. A faint yet piercing sense of dread pricked at his perception, like a fine needle. "It's nothing, mother. You go inside first. I believe I may have dropped something on the way and will return shortly." Desiring to spare his parents any worry, he quickly dragged the wild boar into the yard and exchanged a knowing glance with Cang Lang. "Come back quickly. The food will get cold," Lucia called after him. "Understood." Xiao Long and Cang Lang swiftly turned and dashed back into the dense woods beyond the town. As they ventured deeper, the sensation of dread grew increasingly pronounced, intermingled with a faint, sweet, yet decaying odor, illusionary spider silk. Parting the final vine, the sight before him tightened his chest. Upon an ancient tree struck by lightning, a massive web shimmered with an eerie blue glow, resembling a ghostly apparition. At the center of the web, a fledgling bird, adorned with blue lightning patterns on its feathers, struggled desperately. Thundersparrow. Xiao Long recognized this rare creature. The adult illusionary spider was far from benevolent. Time was of the essence. He signaled Cang Lang to remain vigilant and cautiously approached, focusing his thoughts to convey soothing intentions to the fledgling. Sensing his goodwill, the young bird gradually calmed. The task of severing the web proved excruciatingly difficult, as the silk was remarkably resilient. A careless move caused a sharp strand to snap back, slicing deep into his left index finger, blood immediately oozing forth. He gritted his teeth against the pain and hastened his actions. Finally, the last few strands were cut, and the weakened fledgling fell into his bloodied hands, gently pecking at his wound with its tender beak, emitting a soft whimper. Uneasy rustling sounds emanated from afar. The illusionary spider was returning. "Go?" Xiao Long carefully tucked the fledgling into his pocket and called out to Cang Lang, swiftly retreating. Upon his return to the town's entrance, twilight had deepened. Yet, he found the area unusually noisy. Several outsiders clad in gray uniforms, their expressions stern, were engaged in conversation with the old town chief, gesturing arrogantly, their demeanor disdainful. Beside them lay a peculiar, rune-engraved metallic compass-like device. The old town chief appeared troubled. Xiao Dashan had also arrived at the town entrance, standing at the periphery of the crowd, his brow furrowed, scrutinizing the strangers with an expression filled with scrutiny and concern. Upon noticing the returning Xiao Long and Cang Lang, his gaze immediately shifted, laced with inquiry. Xiao Long shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. However, Cang Lang emitted a threatening growl towards the gray-clad individuals, its fur bristling. Xiao Long too felt an inexplicable discomfort. The aura emanating from these individuals was cold and rigid, starkly contrasting with the surrounding nature. The young thunder sparrow nestled in his arms trembled anxiously. Among the gray-clad individuals, the leader, a pale-faced middle-aged man, took note of the commotion. His gaze swept over Xiao Long without lingering, but when he glimpsed Cang Lang, a flicker of surprise and scrutiny crossed his eyes. He then casually cast a glance at the metallic compass beside him, the pinnacle of the compass. A once dim crystal flickered weakly for a brief moment. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and as he glanced at Xiao Long again, his gaze bore an air of scrutiny and coldness. Xiao Dashan keenly observed this scene, stepping forward to discreetly shield his son behind him, and spoke to Xiao Long in a deep, unwavering tone. "If all is well, return home quickly. Your mother is waiting." Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. Feeling the protective stance of his father, Xiao Long's heart warmed, yet he remained vigilant. He nodded and, under the cold and silent scrutiny of the gray-clad figures, hurriedly made his way home with Cang Lang by his side. He could sense the icy gaze persistently trailing his retreating figure. The fledgling lei in his arms trembled lightly. Cang Lang stayed close beside him, occasionally glancing back with bared teeth. As dusk deepened, Qingyan Town was enveloped in a stifling shadow. In the distance, the majestic Shirwanda Mountains loomed silently, resembling a slumbering giant, foreboding the tempest that was to come. Xiao Long cast a backward glance towards the town's entrance, where he saw his father, Xiao Dashan, still standing resolutely beside the old town chief, their heavy gazes fixed upon the gray-clad figures, his broad shoulders appearing particularly formidable in the dimming light. A storm was brewing. Chapter 2. The ominous signs of an approaching storm. A piercing scream shattered the night, akin to plunging ice water into boiling oil, instantly obliterating the remnants of order in Qingyan Town. "Beast tide. It's a beast tide. Oh heavens, so many." Desperate cries reverberated through the night sky, intertwining with the increasingly near, thunderous sounds of stampeding, tolling the bell of destruction. The old village chief stumbled, nearly collapsing, and was steadied by Uncle Zhang beside him. The elder's murky eyes gazed towards the source of the sound, filled with incredulous horror. Having lived over 70 years, he had endured mountain floods, ferocious beasts, and even minor migrations of animal herds, yet he had never before witnessed such terrifying commotion on such a scale. Quick! The old village chief suddenly regained his wits, his frail finger pointing towards the town as he shouted with all his might, his voice quavering with fear, "Home! Everyone back home! Hide in the cellar! Hurry!" The townspeople, already in a state of panic, plunged into utter chaos. Cries, screams, and the sounds of frantic running erupted all at once. People scurried like headless flies. Mothers sought their children, husbands grasped their wives. Some rushed home, while others collapsed in fear, paralyzed on the ground. "Longzai, go back. Take your mother to the cellar. Quickly!" The voice of Xiao Dashan thundered in Xiao Long's ears. His strong, broad hand forcefully pushed Xiao Long and Liu Shi back, while he drew forth a gleaming hunting knife, standing resolutely at the entrance of their home. His silhouette, illuminated by the flickering flames and amidst the chaotic figures, appeared extraordinarily grand and resolute, like a stubborn rock attempting to withstand a deluge. "Father!" Liu Shi cried out in anguish, trying to rush forward, but Xiao Long firmly restrained her. "Mother, listen to father." Xiao Long's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. The distant rumble felt like a heavy hammer striking against him. He could distinctly feel that the sound was not merely auditory. It was a catastrophic wave of raw, violent, and bloodthirsty emotions, invading relentlessly. "Cang Lang!" Xiao Long growled, his eyes reddening. Cang Lang immediately emitted a long, penetrating howl that cut through the chaos, no longer a warning but a declaration of battle. Its massive form tensed, baring its gleaming teeth, and its amber eyes narrowed into slits, standing guard before Xiao Long and Liu Shi, issuing a defiant roar towards the approaching tide of beasts. Several gray-clad figures from Tianji Pavilion lost their earlier composure. The leading middle-aged man's expression darkened severely as he rapidly cast several incantations at the metallic device, the red light on it pulsating more urgently, the humming noise becoming deafening. "Form the array. Quickly! Block them!" he commanded his subordinates, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible panic. They clearly had not anticipated the scale and ferocity of the beast tide to be so horrifying. The gray-clad individuals swiftly surrounded the device, fingers weaving incantations, faint auras of primordial energy rising around them, attempting to activate some defensive function of the metallic apparatus. A faint barrier flickered to life, yet appeared utterly fragile against the terrifying cacophony. "It's useless. It cannot hold," Xiao Long shouted towards them, but the middle-aged man merely shot him a fierce glare, continuing to incant. "Go?" Xiao Long hesitated no longer, half-dragging, half-carrying his nearly incapacitated mother towards the small cellar dug behind their home, which had once stored winter vegetables. Cang Lang followed closely, growling to disperse the panicked livestock in their path. The cellar entrance was low, requiring one to bend down to enter. Xiao Long yanked the wooden board aside and carefully helped his mother down. "Longzai, your father is still outside." Liu Shi grasped her son's hand in the cellar, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. "I know. Mother, stay safe and do not come out." Xiao Long's heart twisted painfully, yet he could only force himself to remain calm. He secured the wooden board over the cellar, then exerted all his strength to drag several heavy baskets over it for added weight. Once finished, he turned abruptly. At that very moment, the first wave of pioneers surged into the town like a black tide. These were no ordinary beasts. Their eyes glowed a furious red, saliva dripping from their jaws, completely consumed by madness. There were massive, tusked wolves, wild boars charging with bristling fur, shadowy leopards moving with such speed they seemed to leave only an afterimage, and even rare ferocious beasts that typically stayed far from human territories. They disregarded houses, fences, and even one another, driven solely by a singular thought: destruction, to flee from the presence behind them that instilled even greater terror. Thunderous crashes echoed. A thatched cottage near the town entrance was the first to fall, collapsing under the onslaught of several frenzied wild boars, shrieks of terror erupting from within, soon drowned out by the stampede of beasts. The fragile barrier upheld by the gray-clad figures of Tianji Pavilion flickered like paper, shattering under the assault of the forward surge of the beast tide. Several gray-clad individuals screamed as they were thrown back, blood spraying from their mouths. The middle-aged envoy turned pale, fear finally evident in his eyes, and he stumbled backward, abandoning any attempts to maintain the Tianji formation. The beast horde surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing much of the square. Xiao Long felt his vision darken with rage. He witnessed Aunt Li scream as a mad wolf pounced upon her, Uncle Zhang swinging a hammer to topple a wild boar only to be knocked away by a shadow charging from the side. He saw the old village chief being dragged into a stone cottage by several young hunters, only for the next moment to hear the doors and windows of the cottage rattling under the furious assault of the beasts. And his father, Xiao Dashan, still clutched that hunting knife, steadfastly guarding the entrance of their home. A few bloodshot-eyed wolves discovered this obstructing human and lunged forward with low growls. Xiao Dashan roared in defiance, his hunting knife slicing through the air with a dazzling arc. Agile and experienced, he swiftly severed the neck of one wolf with a single strike. Yet more beasts swarmed around him. Wild boars, frenzied dogs, he was instantly surrounded, the blade flashing, blood spraying. But his figure was soon engulfed by the frantic tide of creatures. Father, Xiao Long emitted a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes suddenly transforming into a vivid crimson. He disregarded everything else, as an unprecedented surge of searing power erupted from within him. He was scarcely aware of the commands he had issued. The nearby gray wolf, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, morphed into a streak of bluish-gray lightning, charging into the horde of beasts. It forcefully collided with a frenzied wolf that had lunged at Xiao Dashan's back, its razor-sharp teeth swiftly tearing into another beast's throat. Simultaneously, Xiao Long surged forth. His speed was unparalleled, his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, rendering the movements of the beast sluggish in his perception. Seizing a broken wooden post from the ground, he struck fiercely at a hyena that was poised to attack his father. The post connected with a dull thud against the hyena's flank. The creature yelped in pain, turning to lunge at Xiao Long. "Get away," Xiao Long shouted, his voice infused with fury and a peculiar power. The hyena's movement abruptly faltered, a flicker of instinctive fear flashing in its crimson eyes, causing it to whimper and retreat a step. At that moment, the thunderbird chick nestled in his arms seemed to be stirred by the surrounding terror and Xiao Long's boiling emotions. It suddenly thrust its head out and emitted a shrill cry, imbued with a faint current of electricity. Crack! A barely perceptible spark flickered at the tip of its beak. The hyena lunging at Xiao Long recoiled as if pricked by a needle, leaping back in confusion. This brief hesitation was more than sufficient. The gray wolf savagely bit and temporarily repelled several beasts encircling Xiao Dashan. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Long rushed to his father's side. Xiao Dashan bore several deep wounds, blood staining his clothing, yet he stood resolutely. Upon seeing his son approach, a mix of urgency and anger flashed across his face. "What are you doing here, you fool? Let's go together." Xiao Long grasped one of his father's arms, his voice hoarse with fear and adrenaline, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The main force of the beast tide, resembling a black tsunami, was now alarmingly close. The earth trembled with a deafening roar, buildings collapsed in droves, and the entire world seemed on the brink of annihilation. Despair enveloped everything. Xiao Long supported his father, staggering backward under the protection of the gray wolf, aiming to retreat towards the cellar. Yet it was already too late. The frenzied horde of beasts, an endless wave, surged from all directions, swiftly engulfing their diminutive forms. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Chaos and the Cruel Dawn Darkness. Suffocation. A deafening roar. The world seemed utterly upended, leaving only an endless barrage of pressure, collisions, and frenzied howls. Xiao Long felt like a leaf tossed in a tempest, mercilessly torn and flung by a violent force. Heavy impacts echoed around him, his ribs groaning under the unbearable strain, sharp pain radiating through his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth, one hand clinging desperately to his father's nearly unconscious arm, while the other flailed with a broken stick, attempting to carve a sliver of space amidst the chaotic tide of beasts. Warm, foul liquid splattered across his face, indistinguishable whether it was the blood of the beasts or his own. "Father, hold on." His shout was barely audible amidst the cacophony of roars. The howl of a gray wolf erupted nearby, filled with rage and agony. It surged through the black tide of beasts like a slate-gray rock, desperately striving to reach Xiao Long, each swipe of its claws summoning a rain of blood, only to be met by more frenzied creatures filling the void. It bore countless wounds, its fur soaked in blood, yet it fought on relentlessly. Xiao Dashan's breath grew fainter, his weight nearly collapsing onto Xiao Long. The seasoned hunter, after an initial burst of vigor, succumbed to his grievous injuries and exhaustion, drifting into a semi-conscious state. Despair washed over Xiao Long like a frigid tide, slowly submerging his heart. His vision was consumed by a tumult of madness, with beastly forms glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, leaving no path of escape visible. The direction of home had long since been swallowed by the tide of beasts, and the thought of his mother alone in the cellar, enduring the terror of the world collapsing, gripped his heart with an overwhelming fury and despair. No, I cannot die here. A faint yet intensely fiery current surged from his lower abdomen, racing along an enigmatic path. Where this current flowed, the searing pain seemed to ease slightly, and a primal, savage, life-infused power erupted from the depths of his being. Get away! Xiao Long was unaware of the nature of the roar that escaped his lips. It was not particularly loud, yet resonated deeply, as if carrying a rhythm from the ancient wilderness, piercing through the cacophony of beastly cries and penetrating the consciousness of the surrounding frenzied creatures. Remarkably, with this roar, the ancient talisman, left by his father and always worn close to him, began to emit a slight warmth, the incomprehensible runes upon it shimmering with a faint, imperceptible glow. In an instant, just a fleeting moment, the several crazed wolves and hyenas lunging towards Xiao Long suddenly halted. In their crimson eyes, the madness faded slightly, revealing a flicker of doubt and fear, as if encountering an entity that sent tremors deep within their very essence, instinctively diverting from their attack. Even the bloodthirsty gray wolf paused momentarily, glancing back at Xiao Long in astonishment. This brief pause created a minuscule yet crucial opportunity for respite. Xiao Long, driven by an instinct for survival, did not ponder the reason behind this phenomenon. He unleashed all his strength, dragging his father toward the side of a dilapidated hunting cabin, constructed of stone, that had yet to collapse entirely, the only potential refuge within sight. The gray wolf immediately understood his intent, emitting an encouraging low growl, fiercely attacking and briefly clearing a path through several smaller frenzied beasts. The distance of just a few steps felt like crossing a chasm between life and death, with the beasts' claws grazing perilously close to their backs. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Long slammed his shoulder against the decayed wooden door, tumbling inside with his father. The gray wolf followed swiftly, darting in and immediately turning to brace the door with its bloodied body. In the next moment, a torrent of beasts crashed against the exterior walls of the stone cabin, producing a cacophony of bone-jarring impacts and roars. The wooden door groaned under the pressure of the gray wolf's defense and the external onslaught, as debris and dust rained down from the ceiling. Were they safe? If only temporarily? Xiao Long collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath, his chest ablaze with pain. The stone cabin was small, nearly devoid of furnishings, save for a corner piled with rotting hay. In the darkness, the only sounds were the deafening roar of the beast tied outside, the gray wolf's strained breaths, and the thunderous beating of his own heart. He hurriedly examined his father's injuries. His touch was met with a warm, sticky wetness. With the faint light filtering through the cracks in the door and walls, he saw that his father's chest and arms were riddled with grievous lacerations, exposing bone. And his pallor was ghostly from blood loss, his breathing scarcely perceptible. Father! Father! Xiao Long's voice trembled as he clumsily attempted to tear a piece of fabric from his own clothing to bandage his father, only to find his hands shaking uncontrollably. A cold grip of fear seized him, more piercing than facing the tide of beasts. Just then, the fledgling latent nestled in his arms stirred gently, emitting a faint whimper. It seemed drawn to the residual warmth of the mysterious current within Xiao Long, nudging its small head against his blood-stained chest. A faint, tingling sensation, like the tiniest current of electricity, surged from the point of contact, merging with the weak current in his dantian for a brief moment. Xiao Long froze, an intuitive realization sparking within him, and he instinctively attempted to channel that feeble current toward his trembling hands. He was unaware of how to proceed, relying solely on instinct. Miraculously, the faint current began to flow, like a warm stream gathering in his palms. A dim white light flickered, exceedingly thin yet undeniably present. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands, now radiating a soft glow, against the deepest wound on his father's body. There was no earth-shattering transformation. However, the blood that had been gushing seemed to slow its flow slightly, and his father's once pained expression appeared to ease just the slightest bit. Is this the power of the Na Yuan realm? The notes from my grandfather mentioned drawing the essence of heaven and earth into oneself, refining one's being, and also healing wounds. Hope flickered like a faint light in the darkness, just ignited. Boom. A violent tremor shook the stone cabin. It was as if some colossal entity had smashed against the wall. Debris flew. A massive breach appeared in one of the stone walls. A gigantic bear, far larger than ordinary, comparable to a calf, with blood-red eyes and its fur smeared with a bizarre dark green slime, was frantically thrusting its head and claws through the opening. The stench assailed the senses. It was evident that it had been driven mad by a stronger presence. The gray wolf charged in a furious assault, only to be swatted aside by the bear's paw, crashing heavily against the opposite wall, letting out a pained howl. Unable to rise, the bear's cavernous mouth dripped with saliva as it unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive form forcing its way through the breach, causing stones to tumble down. The opening widening. Its target was unmistakably the critically wounded Xiao Dashan, positioned closest to the breach. The shadow of death once again loomed, now alarmingly close. No. As he witnessed that gaping maw lunging toward his unconscious father, the last shred of Xiao Long's rationality shattered. The feeble current within his dantian surged with unprecedented speed, igniting with fervor, a violent, chaotic force, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder, flooded his entire being. His vision was instantly veiled in a faint crimson hue. He did not pause to think. His body instinctively surged into action. With a speed beyond imagination, he sprang from the ground, not to evade, but to confront the massive bear head-on. As he leapt, his right hand instinctively curled into a claw, the turbulent power within him converging toward his right arm. Faintly, it seemed as if an incredibly obscure, primordial roar reverberated deep within his soul. With a swift motion, his right claw, entwined with a subtle yet destructive chaotic energy, lunged fiercely towards the giant bear's intruding eye. There was no finesse, no technique, only the most primal and savage instinct of combat. The bear's agonizing roar erupted instantaneously, nearly deafening Xiao Long. Scalding bear blood and ocular tissues splattered across him. The giant bear, in a frenzy, violently shook its head and retreated, further widening the gash. Sending debris flying, Xiao Long landed on the ground, staggering a few steps before steadying himself, breathing heavily, his right arm trembling uncontrollably, droplets of viscous blood falling from his fingertips. He positioned himself in front of his father, his bloodied face devoid of expression, save for his bloodshot eyes, fixed intently on the increasingly frenzied giant bear outside, as well as the seemingly endless tide of beasts beyond the gash. The energy in his dantian had been entirely depleted, followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness and excruciating pain coursing through his body. Yet, he did not falter. A realization surged within him. He had awakened a power, chaotic yet potent, rooted deep in his bloodline, connected to all beasts. But at what cost? The gray wolf struggled to rise again, once more shielding him, though its steps were unsteady, still baring its teeth and growling. Outside the stone house, the stampede of beasts seemed unending. The night stretched long, and dawn appeared distant. Chapter 4. Cold gazes and faint dawnlight. The stone house shook violently under the giant bear's frenzied struggles and collisions, seemingly on the verge of complete collapse. Dust and debris continuously fell from the roof, striking Xiao Long. He fixed his gaze on the giant bear outside, ensnared in excruciating agony, and the despondent, seemingly inexhaustible torrent of beasts further away, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. His right arm throbbed with a tearing pain. The earlier eruption had nearly drained all his strength, leaving his dantian hollow. The searing energy vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of frailty and coldness. Yet, he could not fall. His father lay behind him, barely breathing. Although the gray wolf had risen again, it was evidently gravely injured, its movements unsteady. In this suffocating moment of despair, a sudden series of sharp sounds sliced through the air. Almost immediately, the frenzied giant bear outside let out a series of more harrowing cries, its massive form exploding with sprays of blood before crashing to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. Several finely crafted crossbow bolts, inscribed with runes, had found their mark in its head and heart. The arrow's fletchings still quivered. The onslaught of beasts seemed to waver as well. Xiao Long was momentarily stunned, gazing towards the source of the crossbow bolts. There, on the central square of the town, atop the partially collapsed watchtower and several elevated roofs, emerged a dozen gray figures. They were the people from Tianjigo. They had evidently regained their composure from the initial panic, organizing an effective defense and counterattack. In pairs, one wielded a peculiar crossbow glowing with elemental energy, while the other loaded and kept watch. The bolts were immensely powerful, precise, and lethal. Each shot could pin a charging beast to the ground. The leader, a pallid middle-aged man, stood beside a metallic device at the square's center. The crystal atop the device no longer radiated red light, but projected a pale blue, undulating light curtain, barely encompassing a radius of several dozen feet around the device, temporarily keeping the frenzied beast horde at bay. Outside the barrier, the beasts continued their chaotic assaults, but it was as though they were colliding with an invisible wall, futilely roaring and clawing. The gray-clad figures relied on this makeshift defense, continuously picking off powerful beasts attempting to breach the barrier or assault other weak points. Their movements were calm, efficient, imbued with a chilling mechanical quality, starkly contrasting the panicked flight of the townsfolk. Had they been saved? As this thought flickered in Xiao Long's mind, it was swiftly extinguished, for he saw the Tianji Gu envoy, the middle-aged man. Gazing through the chaotic throng of beasts and the swirling smoke, his sharp eyes locked onto the crumbling stone house where Xiao Long stood. The arrogance and disdain that had once filled his elongated eyes were replaced by an icy coldness, a scrutinizing gaze, and a hint of undeniable astonishment and greed. His gaze was like that of a frigid serpent, precisely targeting Xiao Long. It was as if the brief, chaotic explosion, the roar imbued with peculiar power, and his current frail, yet resolute figure had all been meticulously observed. A chill surged up Xiao Long's spine, more piercing than facing the beast horde. It was the sensation of being marked by a natural enemy. The middle-aged man slightly tilted his head, whispering something to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate nodded immediately, casting a glance in the direction of the stone house, then raised his crossbow, not aimed at the beast horde, but with a swift motion. A bolt whizzed past the edge of the stone house's gash, embedding itself deep into the eye socket of a crazed wolf preparing to pounce. Accurate and lethal, this seemingly rescuing arrow was imbued with a chilling warning and an unambiguous assertion of control, as if to say, "Your life is now in our hands." Xiao Long's heart sank to the depths of despair. The members of Tianji Gu were far more dangerous than the frenzied beasts outside. However, the imminent crisis remained unresolved. The barrier erected by Tianji Gu could only protect a small area, utterly incapable of covering all of Qinyan town. More beasts continued to rampage, destroy, and kill within the town. The sounds of screams and collapsing houses had never ceased. They had to leave. They must find his mother with his father. The cellar could not hold for much longer. This thought burned like wildfire within Xiao Long's heart. He forced himself to divert his gaze from the middle-aged man. Inhaling deeply, striving to suppress his physical weakness and fear, he looked down at his hands. The faint glow, that surge of power. He closed his eyes, desperately recalling the sensations of that moment, the swirling energy in his dantian, the warmth in his hands, and the state when that faint light appeared. He attempted to sense it again, to guide it. Once, twice, his dantian remained empty, just as despair threatened to consume him. Perhaps spurred by overwhelming emotion or the latent potential in life and death moments, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible warmth began to emerge once more from deep within his dantian. Finer than a hair, yet undeniably real. He immediately and cautiously guided this faint energy, gathering it in his palms before pressing it once more against his father's most grievous wound. This time, no white light appeared. Yet that faint energy seeped into his father's wound like the gentlest stream. Effective, although the results were negligible, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Xiao Long's acute perception detected a slight moderation of the rampant destructive energy at his father's wound, with bleeding almost entirely ceasing. His father's previously tenuous breaths appeared to stabilize, if only slightly. This minuscule advancement ignited a flicker of immense hope within Xiao Long. His spirit surged, disregarding his own weakness and mental fatigue, continuously drawing upon that nascent, faint energy, nourishing his father's wound again and again. Fine beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His complexion grew even paler. Yet his eyes shone with an unwavering brightness. The gray wolf seemed to sense its master's effort and the subtle changes in his father's breath. Turning away from the beast horde outside to cautiously lick the shallower wound on Xiao Dashi's arm, for wolf saliva also possessed a faint cleansing and hemostatic effect. Time dragged on in torturous slowness. The cacophony of the beast horde outside showed no signs of diminishing, yet the intensity of their assaults seemed to have reached a peak, beginning to exhibit signs of waning strength. The most frenzied and formidable wave of beasts seemed to have surged past, though the subsequent throng remained numerous. Their madness had diminished, more akin to mindlessly following in a frenzied dash. At the edge of the sky, the inky night began to reveal a faint, almost imperceptible hue of grayish-white. The long and bloody night seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Xiao Long was nearly exhausted, sustained only by sheer willpower. The vital energy within him had long been depleted. Yet he mechanically maintained a pressing posture, as if this could somehow transfer his life force to his father. At that moment, a clear, sharp, yet anxious bird call suddenly pierced through the cacophony of the beast tide from above. It was the young Lei Ke. It had somehow wriggled free from Xiao Long's embrace. Now perched upon his shoulder, desperately calling towards a specific direction, its tiny wings flapping in a flurry of urgency. Xiao Long abruptly lifted his head, following its indicated path. Through the crevice of the stone house and the swirling dust, he discerned a column of thick smoke rising from the outskirts of the town, mingling with a more intense scent of blood, ascending towards the heavens. That direction was roughly aligned with the location of his family's cellar. Mother. Xiao Long's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Chapter 5. The Search for Ashen Soil and the Cold Decree. The morning light was like a miserly donation, struggling to penetrate the haze of smoke and blood mist, barely illuminating the grim state of Qingyan Town. Ruins. Only this word could encapsulate the scene. Broken walls and charred beams emitted wisps of smoke, while shattered rubble and household items were scattered everywhere. More distressing were the dark red bloodstains on the ground, mingled with tufts of hair and scattered remnants of beast corpses, silently narrating the brutality of the nightmare that had unfolded the previous night. The air was thick with the stench of blood, smoke, and an indescribable burnt odor, inducing nausea. The tumult of the beast tide had long since receded, leaving behind a deathly silence punctuated only by faint groans and cries emanating from the depths of the ruins, akin to the wails of lost souls, adding to the desolation. Xiao Long, carrying his unconscious father, stumbled through this once familiar land, now utterly transformed. Each step felt akin to treading upon shards of glass. His body's weakness and pain crashed upon his nerves like relentless waves, yet a sharper fear compelled him forward. The gray wolf trailed closely beside him, its steps equally unsteady, its body marred with wounds, leaving small bloody paw prints upon the ground with each move. Yet, it remained vigilant, occasionally emitting low whimpers. Whether from pain or the pervading silence, he could not tell. Xiao Long's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an icy hand, nearly suffocating him. His anxious gaze swept across the ruins, desperately seeking the direction of home. Where could home possibly be? The spot where his home once stood was now merely a heap of charred wood and collapsed earth, still emitting faint wisps of black smoke. The neighboring courtyards and houses lay in a state of utter disarray. Mother. Xiao Long's voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with an uncontrollable quaver. He cautiously placed his father in a relatively level area, somewhat shielded from the wind, and hoarsely instructed the gray wolf, "Stay with him." Then, like a madman, he lunged toward the heap of still-warm ruins. He was digging with his bare hands, shifting aside the charred beams, scraping away the scalding rubble. His fingers quickly tearing and bleeding, turning black with ash. "Mother, are you in there? Answer me. Mother," he cried out, his voice shifting from hoarse to breaking, and finally to a mere whisper, yet he received no response. Despair enveloped his heart like cold sludge, submerging him slowly. The entrance to the cellar had been completely buried by heavy debris, leaving no trace behind. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, consumed by the encroaching darkness, the young Lei on his shoulders suddenly began to call out again in urgency, pecking at his ear, its tiny wings flapping frantically towards a corner of the ruins. Xiao Long turned sharply to look. Beneath the pile of charred wood, it appeared that a familiar blood-stained piece of coarse cloth was partially buried. It was the color of the clothing his mother, Lu Shi, often wore. Beside the fabric, several collapsed stones showed signs of having shifted slightly from within. A faint knocking sound, almost lost to the wind, resonated from the depths of the ruins. Thud, 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 slow and feeble. Yet it cleaved through the darkness in Xiao Long's mind like a thunderclap. Mother. Xiao Long unleashed an unprecedented surge of strength, frantically excavating that corner. The gray wolf sensed something and, despite its injuries, rushed over to help clear away the larger fragments. Hope ignited like a wild flame, instantly reviving his nearly exhausted body. Half an hour later, as Xiao Long painstakingly cleared most of the obstacles and glimpsed the cellar entrance, which, though deformed, miraculously had not completely collapsed. He nearly collapsed to the ground. "Mother, it's me, Long Zai. How are you?" He pounded on the wooden cover, his voice thick with tears. Below came an extremely faint yet discernible response, tinged with the sobs of survival and an indescribable frailty. "Long Zai, my son, you're all right, your father. He's all right too. Mother, hold on, I'll get you out." A wave of joy and sorrow surged within Xiao Long. His mother was alive, yet her voice was so weak, clearly having endured unimaginable terror and torment in the cellar. Just as he exerted all his strength to pry open the warped entrance, an icy and orderly sound of footsteps approached from behind him. Xiao Long's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. He beheld 3 figures clad in gray from the Tianji pavilion, appearing amidst the ruins. Their expressions were devoid of warmth. Their robes, though dusted with dirt, remained orderly, starkly contrasting with the hellish landscape and the disheveled survivors. The leader was one of the attendants accompanying a pale-faced middle-aged man. His gaze swept over the unconscious Xiao Deshan, the bloodied and dirt-covered Xiao Long, and the wounded yet still menacing gray wolf, finally landing on Xiao Long's face. Unyielding and emotionless. The envoy has issued an order, he spoke, his voice akin to metal scraping, cold and unyielding. All survivors must immediately proceed to the town square. No exceptions. Xiao Long's heart clenched suddenly. He glanced at the cellar entrance, which was within reach and on the verge of being opened, then at his unconscious father. Suppressing his fury and anxiety, attempting to plead, "Sir, my mother is still down there. She is injured, and my father needs treatment. I implore you to grant me a moment." The envoy has issued an order. The gray-clad man interrupted him without a hint of courtesy. His tone offering no room for negotiation, even carrying a hint of menace. Immediately proceed. Those who disobey will be accused of colluding with the beast tide. The phrase colluding with the beast tide pierced through Xiao Long's heart like an ice pick. He instantly understood that this was not merely a command, it was an ultimatum. The Tianji Pavilion had ulterior motives from the very beginning. The cold gaze from last night, that single arrow's warning, was no coincidence. If they were to strike now, in his current state, along with his injured parents, he would stand no chance of resistance. A surge of immense rage and helplessness nearly engulfed him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers, dripping onto the charred earth. On one side lay his parents, in desperate need of rescue, clinging to life. On the other stood the cold, ruthless power wielding life and death, delivering an unyielding decree. Each breath carried the taste of blood and dust. Each heartbeat resonated with a harrowing choice and a chilling dread. Ultimately, he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. His voice low and hoarse, laden with boundless humiliation and struggle, "As you command." Chapter 6. The Name of the Calamity Star and the Glimmer of Despair. The town square. Once, this place was the most bustling area in Qingyan town. Whenever the market was held, it resonated with lively voices and vibrant energy. Yet now, it has transformed into a scene awash with despair and lifelessness, resembling a battlefield. The remnants of shattered bodies, both human and beast, remain uncleared, haphazardly piled in corners, exuding a pungent stench of blood and decay. The surviving townsfolk number merely a fraction of their former selves, most of them wounded, tattered, and gathered in the center of the square, their faces ashen. Their eyes are hollow, some weep softly, while others gaze around in confusion, still reeling from the horrors of the previous night. At the heart of the square stands a metallic apparatus etched with runes, its surface cleaned of blood, reflecting a cold, hard glimmer under the grayish daylight. The gray-clad figures of Tianji Pavilion are dispersed around, wielding crossbows and maintaining order with stoic expressions, resembling guards overseeing prisoners. An invisible, frigid pressure hangs in the air, more suffocating than the madness of the beast horde from last night. Xiao Long carries his unconscious father and supports his frail, weeping mother as they struggle step by step into the square. The wolf, though battered, walks proudly beside them, its amber eyes scanning the gray-clad figures with vigilance and hostility. A low growl rumbling from its throat. Their arrival immediately captures the attention of all present. The survivors regard this family with complex emotions. Some express sympathy, others apathy, but predominantly, there is a silent blame and a widening chasm of distance. Last night, it was Xiao Long who first raised the alarm, only to be reprimanded by the emissaries of Tianji Pavilion. Now, amidst the calamity, a subtle sentiment of scapegoating begins to spread through the despairing crowd. Xiao Long disregards the stairs and carefully settles his parents beside a slightly cleaner stone step. His mother, Lu Shi, clings tightly to his hand, her bony fingers icy and filled with terror and confusion. His father, Xiao Dashan, remains in a deep stupor, his breaths faint. At that moment, the pale-faced middle-aged envoy, Di Hao, accompanied by a retinue, slowly ascends the platform next to the metallic device. His icy gaze sweeps across the crowd, akin to a hawk surveying its prey, ultimately landing on Xiao Long's family, lingering particularly between Xiao Long and the wolf, his scrutiny chilling to the bone. The square falls into an instant silence. Even the sound of weeping ceases. All survivors hold their breath, anxiously awaiting the judgment of this figure who wields their fate. Di Hao's voice, though low, slices through the silence with the sharpness of a blade, carrying an undeniable authority. The catastrophe of last night was not a natural disaster, but a calamity wrought by man. His words strike like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of fear among the crowd. They whisper in panic, exchanging glances. After a night of investigation, the truth has been uncovered. Di Hao's voice rises, imbued with a chilling finality. as he suddenly points decisively at Xiao Long by the stone steps. The harbinger of disaster is none other than Xiao Long. The square erupts in a thunderous silence, all eyes fixated on Xiao Long, filled with disbelief, horror, and swiftly escalating rage. No, not my dragon cub. No. Lu Shi screams like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, attempting to shield her son behind her. But Xiao Long firmly holds her back. He lifts his gaze to meet Di Hao's cold, malevolent stare, his heart gripped by an unseen hand, his blood nearly frozen. He finally comprehends the implications of that chilling gaze, the greedy astonishment. It is directed at him. They intend to label him as the culprit. Di Hao offers no chance for rebuttal, his voice resounding like a decree in the deathly quiet square. This child possesses a strange bloodline, capable of communicating with beasts, signifying a disruption of the natural order. It was the chaotic beast aura emanating from him that summoned the primordial fiends deep within the mountains, inciting this overwhelming beast tide and causing the calamity of Qingyan Town. His words, laced with esoteric terms like heavenly order, chaotic beast aura, and primordial fiends, resonate with an air of undeniable mystery and authority. You speak nonsense. Xiao Long's eyes widen in fury, trembling with rage as he retorts. It was I who raised the alarm first last night. You raised the alarm? Di Hao interrupts with a cold laugh, his tone dripping with scorn. That was merely your clumsy act to absolve yourself of suspicion. If not for your strange bloodline, why do the beasts alone gravitate toward you? Why does the wolf heed your commands? And why was it only where you were that the wild beasts hesitated during the tide? This is all ironclad evidence of your manipulation of the beast horde. The twisted accusations pierce Xiao Long like poisoned arrows. He opens his mouth to speak, but finds his protests rendered feeble and hollow in the face of this meticulously woven lie and overwhelming power. The emotions of the surrounding survivors, however, ignite into a blaze. They seek an explanation, a means to vent their anguish and fear. The answer provided by the emissary of Tianji Pavilion perfectly elucidates all their misfortunes. Of course, it's him. No wonder I thought he was always mingling with beasts. It's unnatural. A harbinger of disaster. I have long felt his ominous presence. My home. My children. All because of you. Kill him. Avenge the dead. The fury of their roars. The venom of their curses. The agony of their wails surge toward Xiao Long like a tide. Once familiar neighbors now only harbor hatred and madness in their eyes. Some even pick up stones from the ground, poised for violence. Lu Shi cries out, desperate to explain, but her voice is drowned by the cacophony. The wolf senses the overwhelming malice and stands on its hind legs, unleashing a furious roar, positioning itself protectively in front of Xiao Long and his family. Disregarding its own wounds, blood spilling anew. Di Hao watches this scene with indifference, a faint, chilling smile gracing his lips. This is precisely the effect he desires. He raises his hand, pressing down slightly. The clamorous noise gradually subsides, and all eyes await his verdict. Considering his youth, it may not be intentional. However, the heavenly order cannot be defied, and the sin of catastrophe must be accounted for. Di Hao's voice resonates like a final judgment, declaring, from this moment forth, the sinner Xiao Long and his demon wolf shall be detained and taken back to Tianji Pavilion for further disposition. The rest must be thoroughly investigated for contamination. Several gray-clad figures immediately advance, chains in hand, their expressions blank as they approach Xiao Long. Despair. Utter despair. His parents are gravely injured, neighbors have turned against him. Oppressive power looms overhead, and he is left without recourse. Xiao Long gazes at the advancing gray figures, at the angry and twisted faces surrounding him, at his frail, weeping mother and unconscious father. A surge of unprecedented humiliation, fury, and defiance erupts within him like a volcano. Why? Why? Just as he is about to unleash that faint stream of energy in a desperate struggle, a sharp, furious, yet no longer feeble cry of a bird erupts from his embrace. Suddenly, a blinding blue lightning bolt explodes, crackling like miniature lightning spheres. The electric current strikes precisely at the wrist of the first gray-clad figure reaching for Xiao Long. Ah! The gray-clad man, caught off guard, screams, his arm instantly numbed, the chains clattering to the ground. He stares in horror at his charred wrist, then looks back at Xiao Long. There, perched on Xiao Long's shoulder, is the thunderbird chick. Its once tender feathers now slightly fluffed, surrounded by crackling blue electric snakes. Its eyes, filled with a fierce spirit, fixate on the gray-clad man ahead, emanating an aura of inviolable authority from its small form. This sudden turn of events leaves everyone, including Di Hao, utterly astonished. His elongated eyes suddenly erupted with an incredulous brilliance, fixating intensely on the enraged Lei Ke. The muscles on his face twitching slightly due to extreme shock and a more fervent greed. The bloodline of Lei. Could it truly protect its master without awakening? He whispered in disbelief, his voice brimming with ecstasy. Indeed, it was indeed supreme. His words were left unfinished, yet the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. This scene, however, took on a different meaning in the eyes of the already suspicious townsfolk, solidifying the accusations against Xiao Long of manipulating the demonic creature. Sorcery. He could indeed wield sorcery. That bird was a monster. Fear overwhelmed anger once more, and the people recoiled in terror. Dihao suddenly regained his composure, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his eyes. Restoring his cold authority as he sternly commanded, the demon reveals itself. Dare you resist? Seize him. Kill without mercy. More gray-clad figures closed in, crossbows loaded. Their cold gleam of yuan chi aimed at Xiao Long, the Cang Lang, and the still furious Lei Ke chick. With formidable foes ahead and no retreat behind, neighbors turned strangers. And parents in peril, Xiao Long stood amidst the ruins, opposing everyone. On his shoulder perched the angry chick, and by his side stood the unwavering Cang Lang. He slowly clenched his fists. A faint stream of chi deep within him began to surge with fervor, carrying a sense of resolve. What lies at the end of despair? Is it destruction, or the dawn of another path? He lifted his head, a cold, blood-stained countenance meeting Dihao's greedy and icy gaze without a hint of trepidation. In the air, sparks and murderous intent were ready to ignite. Chapter 7. The first echo of the blood contract and a glimmer of hope, the unabashed greed in Dihao's eyes and his cold command to kill rang like the final death knell, shattering any remaining illusions in Xiao Long's heart. With no retreat left, there was only the option to fight. Cang Lang. Xiao Long let out a hoarse roar. Not of fear, but of determined battle cry. The faint stream of chi within him surged with unprecedented speed, burning fiercely, extracting every ounce of potential. Excruciating pain radiated from his dantian, as if his meridians were on the verge of being torn apart, yet his gaze remained icy and blood-red. Cang Lang resonated with his spirit, erupting almost simultaneously. Ignoring its numerous wounds, the massive beast rose on its hind legs, no longer a mere beast pouncing, but a forceful and swift assault akin to martial prowess. Propelled by the scent of blood and a will to survive, it lunged at the two closest gray-clad figures. Its target was their most threatening crossbow. At the same time, the Lei Ke chick perched on Xiao Long's shoulder seemed to be thoroughly ignited by the desperate battle intent and the chaotic, burning power within Xiao Long. Its shimmering blue electric serpents suddenly became dazzlingly bright. Caw! Another piercing cry erupted, imbued with a soul-piercing power. This time, it was not a mere flicker of electricity, but several clear, finger-thick arcs of blue electricity surged forth, like dancing electric serpents, accurately striking the few gray-clad figures about to raise their crossbows. Crackle! The arcs detonated. Though they did not inflict fatal injuries, they successfully made those gray-clad figures tremble uncontrollably. Their movements stiffening, their yuan chi disrupted, and their crossbows nearly slipping from their grasp. This sudden, fierce counterattack from two directions far exceeded the expectations of the Tianji Pavilion members. They were accustomed to overwhelming dominance. Never had they witnessed such a desperate struggle, let alone a counterattack from a supposed sinner. The scene plunged into a brief moment of chaos. However, the gap in strength could not be entirely bridged by courage and explosive power. Dihao snorted coldly, not even bothering to intervene personally. Two of his subordinates, who had remained motionless, suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a powerful wave of yuan chi far exceeding that of the previous lackeys. One of them, with outstretched fingers like a sword, unleashed a condensed stream of true essence that struck precisely at Cang Lang's attacking foreleg. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. Cang Lang let out a pained howl, its massive body crashing to the ground as if struck by a heavy blow, kicking up a cloud of dust, struggling to rise. The other waved a large sleeve. A dense wave of yuan chi descended like a wall, directly dispersing and obliterating the rampaging blue electric arcs. The backlash of dissipated energy caused the Lei Ke chick on Xiao Long's shoulder to emit a painful cry, its electric glow dimming instantly, its small body swaying unsteadily. In just one exchange, their all-out counterattack was effortlessly dismantled by the opposing force. A profound despair washed over Xiao Long, as if icy water had been poured over his head. Stubborn and foolish, seeking death. Dihao's voice was cold and merciless, tinged with impatience. Disable him. Take him away. Collect both the demon wolf and the Lei Ke. The spirit sea realm subordinate complied, a a sinister grin on his face as he approached the nearly defenseless Xiao Long. The overwhelming pressure of Yuan Qi enveloped him like a mountain, making it hard for Xiao Long to breathe. Even lifting a finger became an arduous task. Behind him, his mother cried out in despair, attempting to crawl over to protect her son, only to be easily pushed aside by a gray-clad figure. His father remained unconscious, oblivious to the tragic scene unfolding before him. It was over this time, truly over. Xiao Long gazed at the terrifyingly powerful hand approaching, his eyes reflecting a profound bleakness for the first time. He could even foresee the agonizing moment when his dantian would be crippled, reducing him to a mere invalid. Just at this critical juncture, an anomaly occurred. No one noticed that Cang Lang, lying in a pool of blood with its foreleg twisted grotesquely, was slowly bleeding onto the soil beneath it, tainted with beast blood and the ashes of ruins. Beneath this land lay the remnants of an ancient altar from Qingyan Town, a site long forgotten by the mountain folk, yet imbued with the primal pulse of the earth and the power of ancient contracts. The blood of Cang Lang, Xiao Long's previously shed blood, and the profound bond they shared, transcending life and death, resonated with the remnants of that ancient contract power at this moment. A low, resonant hum emerged, echoing from the depths of the earth, faint yet clear, reaching the hearts of Xiao Long and Cang Lang. It was not heard through the ears, but resonated directly within their souls. The Spirit Sea Realm subordinate rushing towards Xiao Long suddenly halted, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he looked down at the ground. Dihao also seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head towards the source of the hum. A look of uncertainty flashing in his eyes for the first time. This is the resonance of the earth's veins? How is that possible? In the next moment, Cang Lang, lying in a pool of blood, let out a long howl that was entirely different from before. This howl was no longer merely a cry of pain or anger, but carried an ancient, desolate essence, as if echoing from the primordial wilderness. From the shattered bones of its foreleg, faint, earthy yellow light began to coalesce. At the same time, Xiao Long felt the nearly exhausted energy within his dantian, once chaotic and scorching, being drawn forth by the earth's hum, suddenly giving rise to an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally solidified stream of earthy yellow energy. This energy was entirely different from his original power, infused with the pulse and resilience of the earth. A sudden insight struck him. At the brink of life and death, Xiao Long instinctively poured all his will into this nascent, solidified power, not to attack, but to issue a call and plea from the depths of his soul towards the fallen Cang Lang. Stand up, Cang Lang. As if a certain shackle had been broken, a certain ancient contract had been momentarily awakened. How? Cang Lang released a deafening roar. Its shattered foreleg enveloped in earthy yellow light, and it astonishingly pushed itself off the ground, rising again in an unbelievable manner. Though still staggering, a far more potent force, imbued with the weight of the earth, surged from within it. In its amber eyes, a flicker of human-like resolve and protective intent shone brightly. It suddenly opened its massive jaws, no longer biting, but instead unleashed a roar infused with extraordinary power towards the Ling Haijing attendant who approached Xiao Long. With a thunderous boom, a visible shockwave, laden with dust and debris, erupted from the Cang Lang's mouth, striking the attendant with the force of a minor earthquake. The attendant's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly summoned his yuanqi to defend himself. A dull thud echoed through the air as he was thrust back 3 or 4 steps by the sudden impact of the earth's power, struggling to regain his balance, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Although it did not cause him severe injury, it effectively hindered his actions. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone stunned by the continuous turn of events. The heavily wounded demon wolf's sudden burst of earth power was far beyond their comprehension. Dihao's initial surprise was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming joy. The primal beast's essence could indeed invoke the earth's veins and respond to the initial awakening of the battle beast with such formidable power. It was truly legendary and a treasure to be seized. Unable to contain himself any longer, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Even without any visible movement, an indescribable and terrifying pressure descended upon the square like a tangible sky. All surviving individuals in the square, including those in gray robes, succumbed to this overwhelming force, collapsing to their knees, faces pale and trembling in fear. Xiao Long, at the forefront, felt as if an immense mountain had been placed upon him, causing his bones to groan under the unbearable weight. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the very essence he had just gathered dissipated instantly, rendering him immobile. That Cang Lang, which had just risen, let out a mournful cry, pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure, blood frothing from its mouth. The thunderbird chick on his shoulder fainted and fell to the ground. Before such absolute power, any attempt to struggle appeared utterly futile. Di Hao approached the immobilized Xiao Long, his eyes glinting with a cold yet fervent light as he slowly raised his hand, with a disturbing glow of yuanqi gathering at his fingertips. To compel me to act personally, you must take pride in yourself. This bloodline is far too precious to waste on you. Just as his finger was about to touch Xiao Long's dantian, a piercing cry erupted, resonating with boundless authority and rage, akin to a thunderous decree from the heavens. This cry was so formidable that it instantly diluted some of the pressure Di Hao exerted. The fury embedded within the sound caused the very essence of the world to churn and boil. Everyone, including Di Hao, looked up in shock. Above the clouds, a colossal figure, surrounded by endless lightning, was descending towards Qingyan Town at a speed surpassing that of lightning, its target unmistakably the center of the square. The overwhelming sense of impending doom transformed Di Hao's expression dramatically. A mature latent Long? How could it possibly appear here? His voice betrayed genuine shock and a hint of panic for the first time. Meanwhile, Xiao Long, unable to move, felt the ancient talisman left by his father, one that had remained dormant, suddenly become scalding hot. A glimmer of hope arrived in an utterly unforeseen manner, accompanied by an even greater terror. Chapter 8. The arrival of celestial might and the blade of choice. The thunderous cry pierced the heavens, crashing down into the despairing mire of Qingyan Town. A terrifying pressure, akin to a tangible tsunami, bore down relentlessly. The townsfolk, already prostrated by Di Hao's oppressive presence, could not even lift their heads, curling up like ants on the ground, trembling with primal fear. Even the gray-robed individuals of the Tianji pavilion turned pale, with the weaker ones collapsing in shock, their eyes filled with horror. The yuanqi they relied upon flickered like a candle in the wind, threatened to extinguish under such celestial might. Di Hao's finger, poised to strike Xiao Long's dantian, abruptly froze in midair. The cold, greedy determination on his face instantaneously morphed into sheer shock and disbelief. He looked up, his narrow pupils dilating in horror as he exclaimed, "A mature latent Long? The purity of its bloodline. This pressure nearing the peak of the Tianxiang realm? How could such an ancient being manifest in this remote village?" His voice quivered with astonishment, losing its previous composure and arrogance. He could distinctly sense an icy, violent, and destructive intent locking onto him like a shackle. Should he dare to take any hostile action against the chick or the young man below, a cataclysmic thunder would annihilate him and the square in an instant. High above, the clouds roiled as if torn by an invisible giant hand, revealing a gargantuan figure cloaked in lightning. Its wings spread like clouds descending from the heavens, each flap summoning the sound of thunder, surrounded not by mere electric serpents, but by terrifying bolts of lightning. On its noble head, a translucent horn sparkled with endless lightning, an insignia of the latent Long's power and status. Its gaze, akin to two blazing orbs of thunder, pierced space, fixated intensely on Di Hao, more precisely on the unconscious thunderbird chick beneath him. The fury and urgency in its eyes could scorch mountains and boil seas. All of this unfolded with a swiftness that surpassed thought. Di Hao's expression darkened drastically. A cooked duck was about to take flight. The chaos bloodline and thunderbird chick he had nearly seized had summoned such a terrifying parent. He had no doubt that this mature latent Long possessed the ability to kill him on the spot. In the blink of an eye, myriad calculations and struggles flickered through Di Hao's mind. To confront it directly, there was no chance of victory, and it could lead to total annihilation. To abandon it, he could not bring himself to do so. The value of this chaos bloodline and thunderbird chick could elevate his status within the pavilion. His gaze darted to the immobile Xiao Long, then back to the fearsome presence above that could unleash devastating thunder at any moment. A malicious and risky thought rapidly took shape. He could not take the prize himself, but he could not allow this young man to fall into the hands of the latent Long. He could not let him remain alive, becoming a future threat. The abominable creature is audacious. The harbinger of disaster must be eradicated. Di Hao let out a righteous roar, as if declaring to all, yet, in reality, it was a provocation to the thunderbird. Simultaneously, his finger, which had been suspended in midair, concentrated the yuanqi light, not dissipating but rather intensifying into a lethal and subtle force. He could not kill with his own hands, but he could cripple Xiao Long's dantian foundation. He could even use covert techniques to shatter his heart pulse, leaving him with hidden injuries, ensuring his eventual demise. In this manner, he would temporarily evade direct conflict with the latent Long while eliminating future threats. As for the thunderbird chick, once the young man was dead or incapacitated, there would always be a way. With a venomous strength, his fingertip shot downward with unparalleled speed. No! Mother Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Long's eyes widened in terror. He could sense the destructive energy contained within that finger, yet he was crushed beneath the oppressive force. Unable to muster even the slightest resistance, he could only watch helplessly as that deadly finger descended. At this critical moment, the colossal Cang Lang in the sky clearly perceived Di Hao's malicious intent. Another, even fiercer cry erupted. This time, it was no longer a warning, but the clarion call of an impending attack. A water bucket, exquisitely refined, emanated a terrifying aura of destruction as it transformed into a bolt of lightning, akin to a sword of divine retribution, rending the heavens with a speed that transcended thought, ruthlessly cleaving towards Di Hao. The path of the lightning seemed to warp the very fabric of space itself. Di Hao's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated such ferocity from the Cang Lang Quebec. Should this strike land, even if he managed to withstand it, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, possibly endangering all the members of Tianji-gu nearby. Survival took precedence. He could no longer afford to concern himself with incapacitating Xiao Long. He forcibly retracted his finger, unleashing the yuan qi of his law form with a thunderous explosion. His hands swiftly formed a sealing gesture, and an ancient jade shield, adorned with profound runes and radiating a verdant light, rapidly expanded to block his front. Boom! The deafening sound of a cataclysmic explosion erupted as the lightning bolt struck the jade shield with ferocity. Dazzling bolts of lightning and emerald light interwove chaotically, annihilating and exploding. The terrifying shockwave of energy surged outward like a tsunami. Crack! The jade shield, which was evidently extraordinary, could barely endure for a heartbeat before emitting a mournful cry under the immense strain. Countless fissures appeared on its surface, and it was soon blasted into countless fragments. Di Hao, struck as if by an overwhelming force, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily into the ruins dozens of feet away, his attire in tatters, a pitiful sight, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. The nearby members of Tianji-gu clad in gray were directly flung away by the shockwave of the explosion, crying out as they fell to the ground, either dead or grievously wounded. The energy shockwave also swept towards Xiao Long and his parents, just as this cataclysmic force threatened to engulf them. The ancient protective talisman in Xiao Long's embrace erupted with a warm yet resilient earthy glow, forming a thin protective barrier that enveloped Xiao Long, his parents, the nearby Cang Lang, and the unconscious young bird. Boom! The shockwave violently collided with the barrier, causing it to sway violently, flickering as though it might shatter at any moment, yet miraculously, it held firm. Nevertheless, the tremendous force still propelled the barrier, along with its occupants, away, crashing down beneath a distant broken wall. The light from the protective talisman dimmed significantly, revealing a minute crack on its surface. The entire square resembled a scene devastated by a natural disaster, now more chaotic than ever. The few surviving townsfolk were utterly terrified, half of them having fainted in fear. High above, the Cang Lang, having successfully struck, refrained from launching further attacks. Its eyes, burning like orbs of thunder, were fixed intently on the struggling figure of Di Hao among the ruins, filled with a warning significance. It then emitted a hurried, summoning low cry, its gaze shifting to the unconscious young Cang below. Simultaneously, a gentle yet irresistible force lifted the unconscious young bird, slowly ascending into the sky. Di Hao struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his expression dark and foreboding, eyes brimming with terror, rage, and resentment. He fixed his gaze upon the terrifying silhouette above, glancing once more at the boy Xiao Long, who appeared to still be breathing beneath the broken wall, yet ultimately dared not make any further moves. The power of the Cang Lang surpassed his expectations and was evidently highly protective and intelligent. Continuing to engage could very well lead to his demise today. Retreat. Di Hao forced the word through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with hatred. The surviving gray-clad individuals hastily helped one another, and the fallen, retreating in disarray behind Di Hao, akin to a pack of stray dogs, hastily fleeing towards the outskirts of the town, neglecting even the damaged metal apparatus. Seeing Di Hao retreat, the Cang Lang did not pursue. Its primary goal was to rescue its offspring. It gently guided the young bird to its side, carefully inspecting it, discovering that the young creature was merely exhausted and unconscious, unscathed by irreversible harm, which alleviated some of the fury in its eyes. Its massive head turned, its eyes still ablaze with lightning. Casting one last sweeping glance over the desolate square, over the unconscious townsfolk, and finally settling upon the boy who had just managed to sit up amidst the ruins. Its gaze lingered on the boy for a moment, as if sensing the faint yet peculiar chaotic aura within him and the protective talisman that had just exhausted its energy and begun to crack. A flicker of complex, almost human-like emotion crossed its eyes, curiosity, astonishment, but predominantly a detached indifference characteristic of a higher being. It let out a long, ambiguous cry, and with a powerful flap of its enormous wings, stirred a tempest of wind and lightning, carrying the still unconscious young bird, transforming into a flash of blue lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Xiao Long understood that the Lei Kei's parents had come to retrieve their child. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, as if it were merely a fleeting and terrifying nightmare. Yet, what remained was a home utterly reduced to ruins, neighbors suffering severe casualties, his parents gravely injured and unconscious, and a youth branded as a harbinger of disaster, targeted by formidable forces with an uncertain future. Xiao Long struggled to sit up, every part of him aflame with pain, his body feeling entirely hollow. He gazed at the instantly desolate square, at the direction where Di Hao and the others had vanished, at the protective talisman in his embrace that bore cracks, and finally towards the sky where the Lei Ting Long Kei had disappeared. Surviving the calamity brought no joy, only an overwhelming sense of confusion, a burdensome weight, and a chilling sense of crisis. Tianji Gu would not spare him. The townsfolk viewed him as a disaster. This world was far broader and more perilous than he had ever imagined. He lowered his head, looking at his unconscious parents beside him, at the Cang Lang that struggled to nuzzle against his arm. The youthful gaze within the dog's eyes gradually shed its confusion, coalescing into an unprecedented resilience and coldness, akin to tempered steel. He had to survive, to endure alongside his parents and Cang Lang, and then grow strong. Chapter 9. The Choice in the Ashen Night, and the Lone Wolf's Journey. The terrifying pressure and destructive lightning brought by the Lei Ting Long Kei receded like a tide, leaving behind a deathly silence and hearts even more shattered than the ruins. The last rays of the setting sun struggled to pierce through the pervasive smoke, casting a mournful orange hue over the devastation of Qing Yanzhen, resembling congealed blood. The mingled scents of charred remains, blood, and dust weighed heavily upon everyone's chests. After a brief silence, a more turbulent undercurrent surged forth. Those fortunate enough to have survived, slowly rising from the ground, no longer bore mere expressions of fear or numbness. Instead, their gazes transformed into something sharper and more complex. They glanced at each other's broken families, at the ruins of their homes, and ultimately, those gazes, like poison needles, all pointed toward the boy struggling to sit up beneath the broken wall. Disaster star. The cold words of the Tianji-gu envoy had become a deeply inscribed curse upon their souls. They sought someone to hold accountable for this calamity, and Di Hao had accurately directed that blame towards Xiao Long. Whispers began to rise, akin to snakes slithering through the grass. It was he who attracted those things. The adults of Tianji-gu said so. My son, only 5 years old, died before my eyes. Why was it not him? Get out. Get out of Qing Yanzhen. The voices grew louder, more venomous. Some began to pick up stones from the ground, their gazes fierce. The recent experiences of life and death and the destruction of their homes had transformed into a torrent of resentment, all directed toward the boy they had once known, who had even received praise as a good hunter on occasion. Lu Shi, having only just regained her composure from the shock, felt her heart wrench at this sight. She wanted to argue, to protect her son, but her weakened body and the chilling scene before her rendered her voice a mere helpless whimper. Tears mingling with the ash on her face, trailing down her cheeks. Xiao Long slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of any emotion, only an icy surface of stillness. He gazed at those uncles with whom he once shared drinks and hunts, those aunts who had watched him grow, and those companions with whom he had frolicked. Now, their faces were marred only by hatred and exclusion. His heart felt colder than when he was intimidated by the oppressive might of Di Hao. He offered no defense, nor did he harbor anger. Instead, he silently and laboriously moved his body, assessing his parents' injuries. His father remained in a coma, his breath faint but seemingly steady. His mother, apart from her weakness and fright, bore no visible wounds. The wolf, Cang Lang, struggled to lean against him, its front legs twisted, continually licking the back of his hand, emitting low, comforting whimpers from its throat. Just then, the old village chief, supported by a young hunter, approached with unsteady steps. The elder seemed to have aged a decade overnight, his back hunched, his face smeared with ash and streaked with tears. He looked at Xiao Long with an expression of profound complexity, sorrow, pity, but more so, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and resolve. He raised his hand, signaling the agitated crowd to quieten. Then, he stepped before Xiao Long, his voice dry and heavy, each word seemingly extracted with great effort. Dragon cub, depart. Take your parents and leave Qingyan town under the cover of night. This utterance felt like a final verdict, causing a stir among the crowd behind him. Yet no one voiced dissent. The old chief's murky eyes brimmed with tears. He turned his head away, unable to bear looking into Xiao Long's eyes. It is not that grandfather is heartless, but this town cannot endure any longer. Everyone is afraid, as you have seen. He paused, his voice dropping further, carrying a note of warning. Though the people of Tianji Pavilion have retreated, they will not rest easily. If they cannot find you, perhaps they will not trouble the town again. Remaining here will only disturb the peace for everyone and bring calamity upon yourself. Xiao Long understood the reasoning well. To stay meant facing the escalating hatred of his neighbors and potential clandestine reprisals, as well as the ever-looming threat of the Tianji Pavilion, which might return with greater ferocity. To leave meant entering the perilous and savage expanse of the Shirwanda Mountains, burdened with his wounded parents and accompanied by the equally injured Cang Lang. With an uncertain future ahead, one fraught with danger. This was not merely a choice. It was the only path forced upon him by dire circumstances. Xiao Long remained silent, uttering no words. He merely stood up slowly, with great difficulty. Pain coursed through his body like a tearing agony, yet he clenched his teeth, suppressing any groan. He cast a deep glance at the land that had nurtured him, at those familiar yet distant faces, finally resting his gaze on the old chief's pained and resolute countenance. He bent down and, in a manner that nearly drained the last of his strength, hoisted his unconscious father onto his back. Then he assisted his mother, who could barely stand. His movements were slow yet remarkably steadfast. The dragon cub, Lu Shi, wept inconsolably, clutching her son's arm tightly, filled with reluctance yet fully aware that there was no other option. Mother, we must go. Xiao Long's voice was hoarse, yet terrifyingly calm. He did not look back at anyone else. With his father on his back and his mother by his side, he took one step after another toward the outskirts of the town, toward the increasingly ominous depths of the Shirwanda Mountains cloaked in twilight. Cang Lang let out a low growl, enduring the pain, and stumbled after them, faithfully fulfilling the role of protector. As they passed, the crowd silently parted to create a path. The gazes directed at them remained complex, filled with indifference, hatred, fear, and even a hint of barely perceptible shame. Yet no one hindered their progress or bid them farewell. Only silence and stillness remained. When the silhouettes of their family finally vanished into the broken archway at the town's entrance and the thickening dusk, the stifled sounds of weeping and sighs of relief began to echo faintly in the desolate square. The night completely enveloped the earth. At the edge of the Shirwanda Mountains, the shadowy trees loomed like a colossal beast, poised to devour any intruders. Xiao Long found a sheltered rock crevice, carefully laying his parents down. The single bag of clean water and a small amount of dried food he had salvaged from the ruins now seemed woefully inadequate. His mother, Lu Shi, cradled her unconscious husband, softly weeping, despair and terror almost overwhelming her. Xiao Long sat at the mouth of the rock, staring longingly toward the direction of the home he could never return to, where only a haunting darkness lay. Before him stretched the deeper, unknown wilderness. The cold was piercing, not merely of the body. Cang Lang lay at his feet, enduring pain, vigilantly watching the surrounding darkness. Occasionally, the hoot of an owl or the low growl of an unknown beast echoed from the depths of the forest, sending chills down his spine. The absolute solitude and despair threatened to engulf him like an icy tide. He looked down at his hands, marred with wounds and blood. His spirit felt hollow, his body weak. Yet, the memories of Di Hao's greedy, chilling gaze, the resentful stares of his neighbors, his father's unwavering silhouette before losing consciousness, his mother's helpless cries, and Cang Lang's desperate roars of defense, along with the ancient talisman now cracked, images surged through his mind. A flicker of a fragile yet remarkably resilient flame reignited from the depths of his nearly frozen heart. He could not falter. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the wounds of his palms. The sharp pain sharpened his focus. He had people to protect. He had mysteries to unravel, his heritage, the talisman, the intentions of Tianji Pavilion. He had debts to repay. He inhaled the cold, herb-scented air deeply, the last vestiges of confusion and weakness obliterated, replaced by a steadfastness akin to bedrock and a chill belonging to the wild. He withdrew the cracked talisman from his bosom, gripping it tightly in his palm, as if seeking strength from it. Then, He turned to his weeping mother and spoke in an unusually calm, yet resolute tone. Mother, do not fear. I will survive. We will endure. One day, we shall return. His voice was low, yet it bore the weight of an unwavering vow made to this unforgiving world. The night was thick, and the road ahead was uncertain. The young man, burdened with his loved ones and an injured wolf, stepped into the wilderness. His story was just beginning. Chapter 10. The Ancient Path, the Wolf Spirit, and the Flickering Flame. The bone-chilling night dew soaked through his thin garments, penetrating Xiao Long's nearly numb heart. His mother, Lu Shi, could no longer withstand the extreme fatigue and terror. Cradling her unconscious husband, she succumbed to sleep amidst her low sobs, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Cang Lang lay at Xiao Long's feet, its injured front leg twitching slightly, its breath heavy. Yet its amber eyes remained vigilant, scanning the darkness for any hint of danger. Xiao Long found no solace in sleep. Every wound on his body screamed with pain, and the weakness from his empty core felt like a relentless burden. Yet, more agonizing than physical suffering was the profound sense of isolation and the heavy weight of responsibility pressing upon his heart. Home was lost. Neighbors had turned against him. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Pursuers lurked nearby. He looked down at the ancient talisman in his palm, now riddled with cracks. It was no longer warm. It had turned cold, as if it had exhausted its final reserves of power. The blurred image of his father, his mother's desperate cries, How's greedy, icy gaze, and the townsfolk's hateful stares, all these scenes swirled in his mind, solidifying into a near-desperate heaviness. At that moment, an exceedingly faint yet rhythmically peculiar rustling sound reached his ears. It was neither the wind nor the chirping of insects, but rather akin to claws gently tapping against rock. Imbued with a sense of cautious probing, Cang Lang abruptly raised its head, emitting a deeply suppressed warning growl, its muscles taut, fixating on the dark depths of the forest ahead. The demeanor it displayed was not one of confronting a mere beast, but rather a profound vigilance, akin to facing a formidable enemy, tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Xiao Long's heart raced, and instinctively, he tightened his grip on a sharp piece of broken wood nearby. Could it be that the people from Tianjiga have pursued them so swiftly? Or has some terrifying entity within these deep mountains been drawn here by the scent of blood? He followed the gaze of Cang Lang and looked ahead. Under the hazy moonlight, he noticed, not far away in a clearing among the trees, pairs of eerie green glimmers appearing from nowhere. 1, 2, 3, more and more. It was a pack of wolves. Not just ordinary wild wolves, but those of a more formidable stature, their fur a deep, almost inky black. They emerged silently from the shadows, moving with an almost militaristic precision, gradually encircling the rocky hollow where they stood. Their gazes were cold and sharp, filled with a primal scrutiny, yet they did not attack immediately, standing still as if awaiting something. Xiao Long felt a chill run down his spine. In a state of full vigor, along with Cang Lang, he might have been able to hold his own against them. However, now he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, attempting to perceive the emotions of the wolves. Strangely, he sensed no trace of the frenzied savagery from the beast tide of the previous night, nor the simple hunger and predatory instinct typical of wild animals. Their emotions resembled a chilling scrutiny, imbued with an ancient authority. The low growl of Cang Lang shifted from a pure warning to one tinged with confusion, unease, and perhaps even a faint stirring from the depths of its bloodline. At that moment, the wolves parted like a tide, revealing a giant wolf far larger than the others, slowly stepping forward from the back of the pack. Its fur was not black, but a silvery gray, as if draped in moonlight. Its body was marked with a myriad of scars, telling tales of countless battles and the passage of time. Most striking were its eyes, not the eerie green of its kin, but a nearly transparent amber that reflected the weight of endless wisdom and experience. With each step, it exuded a regal calmness and authority. As it passed, all the wolves lowered their heads slightly in deference. This ancient wolf king's gaze traversed the tensed Cang Lang and fell directly upon Xiao Long, devoid of hostility. Xiao Long sensed this clearly. There was not just the absence of aggression. The wolf king's gaze also conveyed a complex curiosity and a hint of inexplicable compassion. The wolf king's eyes lingered on Xiao Long for a moment before sweeping over his unconscious parents, finally resting on Cang Lang, who, despite baring its teeth and growling, seemed to shrink slightly under the pressure of the wolf king's bloodline. A deep, resonant growl escaped the ancient wolf king, rich with the essence of some primal language. The sound seemed to possess an unusual magic, visibly easing the hostility and tension among Cang Lang, replaced by a deeper confusion. It glanced at the old Wolf King, then back at Xiao Long, emitting a low whimper as if questioning something. Xiao Long, suddenly inspired, cautiously released his almost imperceptible ability to sense beasts, conveying the idea that they meant no harm, merely fleeing in search of refuge, mixed with a plea for understanding. A flicker of human-like astonishment crossed the ancient Wolf King's transparent eyes, as if it comprehended Xiao Long's intent entirely. It slowly approached, disregarding Cang Lang's still wary posture, lowering its massive head slightly to sniff the remnants of blood, dust, and a faint, ancient essence lingering on Xiao Long's body. After a moment, it raised its head and let out a long, mournful howl. At once, the surrounding wolves seemed to receive a command. The scrutiny and coldness in their emerald eyes dissipated, and they retreated silently, melding back into the surrounding darkness of the forest as if they had never been there. Only the ancient Wolf King remained. It glanced at Xiao Long, then turned and walked deeper into the thicket. After a few steps, it paused, looking back at Xiao Long, seemingly beckoning them to follow. Xiao Long stood in shock. What did this mean? An invitation? Or perhaps a trap? He gazed into the calm and wise eyes of the ancient Wolf King, then at his unconscious parents and the injured Cang Lang by his side. An instinct told him this might be the only glimmer of hope offered by this harsh wilderness. With little time for hesitation, he gritted his teeth, hoisted his father once more, and helped his startled, fearful mother to her feet. "Mother, do not be afraid. Follow it," he whispered, his voice imbued with a determination he had not even realized he possessed. Cang Lang seemed to understand something, struggling to rise, though still unsteady. It was the first to follow the steps of the old Wolf King, as if guided by an invisible bond of bloodline. A group of them walked silently through the dark forest under the lead of the ancient Wolf King. The Wolf King displayed an astonishing familiarity with the paths, consistently avoiding treacherous and dangerous areas. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a concealed mountain wall. The Wolf King used its paw to sweep aside thick, hanging vines, revealing a narrow, deep entrance that could only accommodate one person at a time. A breath of air, carrying the earthy scent of soil and dry grass, wafted from within the cave. The Wolf King entered first. Xiao Long hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed with his parents. Inside, the tunnel began narrow but quickly expanded into a modest natural cavern. It was dry and clean, with corners even covered in dry moss and fallen leaves, indicating that creatures often rested there, devoid of the foul odors typical of wild animal dens. The Wolf King stood at the center of the cavern, glanced at them, and let out a low growl, as if to say here is safe. Then it turned, becoming a silent guardian, lying at the entrance, blocking off most external dangers. At that moment, Xiao Long finally dared to relax his taut nerves ever so slightly. An overwhelming fatigue and pain washed over him like a tide, threatening to collapse him to the ground. Yet, he forced himself to remain alert. He carefully laid his parents on the dry moss and checked their conditions. His father remained unconscious, but his breathing seemed to have steadied. His mother, though shaken and weary, appeared physically unharmed. He took out the last of their clean water, carefully feeding it to his parents, then examined Cang Lang's broken foreleg. With no medicine at hand, he attempted once more to guide the faint, nascent energy within his dantian. Once, twice, failure. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, perhaps due to the relative safety of their surroundings. Or perhaps the presence of the old Wolf King imparted some strange influence. A thin, warm current finally began to emerge from the depths of his dantian. He cautiously directed this thread of energy to his palm and pressed it against his father's most grievous wound. There was no dazzling light, but the destructive energy ravaging the wound seemed to be slightly mitigated. His father's tightly furrowed brow appeared to ease ever so slightly. Effective, though feeble. This was a tangible hope. He pressed his palm against Cang Lang's fractured foreleg, allowing the thin stream of energy to seep in. Cang Lang let out a low murmur of comfort, and the swelling pain seemed to diminish somewhat as it extended its massive tongue to gratefully lick Xiao Long's hand. Having accomplished all this, Xiao Long felt almost spent, leaning against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath. Outside the cave, the night wind whispered through the forest, accompanied by the distant howls of unknown beasts. Inside, his mother finally succumbed to a deep slumber, his father's breathing steady, while Cang Lang lay at his feet, producing even breaths of its own. The ancient Wolf King at the cave's entrance stood motionless like a statue, its ears occasionally twitching, betraying its vigilance. Xiao Long observed it all, his gaze resting on the cracked protective talisman in his palm. In the frigid, desolate lake of despair, a small pebble named Hope was finally cast, creating subtle yet resolute ripples. The Tianji Gu, the name of calamity, the injuries of his parents, and the hardships of the future remained unchanged. Yet, at least on this cold, desolate night, he discovered a temporary sanctuary and genuinely grasped the first flicker of his own strength. Though the spark was faint, it had the potential to ignite a great fire. He closed his eyes and began to sense diligently, guiding the nascent flow of energy within his dantian tirelessly. The night remained long, but the heart of the youth was no longer lost. Chapter 11. The Ancient Runes and the Glimmer of the Wolf's Den within the cave. Time seemed to lose its significance, with only the heavy or faint sounds of breathing and the occasional footfalls of unknown beasts, driven away by the low growl of the Wolf King, echoing from outside. Xiao Long leaned against the cold stone wall, his eyes tightly shut, his entire focus sinking into the confined space within him. Guidance led to failure. Further attempts to guide met with more failures. His dantian resembled a parched riverbed, and each attempt to condense the energy brought only excruciating pain and deeper weakness. Despair, like an icy vine, silently entwined his heart once more. Had his previous sensations merely been illusions? Fleeting glimpses and moments of desperation? Just as his spirit wavered, on the verge of being entirely consumed by fatigue and disappointment. The cracked protective talisman he grasped in his palm radiated a faint warmth, almost imperceptible. This warmth contrasted starkly with the searing pain he felt while attempting to gather energy. It was softer, more subdued, imbued with an ancient tranquility. As if inspired, Xiao Long abruptly shifted his approach. No longer did he forcefully squeeze his drained self. Instead, he endeavored to direct all his thoughts, like delicate threads, cautiously reaching toward the protective talisman, toward that peculiar warmth. A barely audible hum, as if from a distant realm, resonated at the moment his thoughts touched the talisman. In an instant, the warmth became distinct. It did not grow scorching but awakened like a slumbering seed, beginning to emit a peculiar aura steadily. This aura was not Yuan Qi, but far more ancient and obscure. It flowed forth, not dissipating but rather, as if guided. It seeped into Xiao Long's tightly clasped palm, coursing through the meridians of his arm, flowing upward, and ultimately, gradually merging into his parched and cracked dantian. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The instant the ancient aura entered his dantian, Xiao Long trembled. It was not pain, but an indescribable sense of nourishment and comfort. The searing pain in his dantian swiftly dissipated, replaced by a cool, substantial feeling of ease. Even more astonishing was that as this ancient aura flowed in, fragmented, bizarre images, like wreckage from a sunken ship, violently collided in his mind. An endless, chaotic void. The silhouette of a colossal beast floated within, its roar shattering the stars. A towering stone tablet that reached to the heavens, inscribed with runes similar, yet infinitely more complex than those on his protective talisman, exuding an aura that suppressed the ages. A vague, towering figure stood atop a mountain, bow in hand, gazing into the distance, with countless beastly shadows prostrating beneath. That figure vaguely resembled his father in his memory, yet was even more majestic, imbued with an ancient, desolate air. A cold, merciless gaze descended from the heavens, as if scrutinizing ants, instantly shattering all his visions. Was that the eye of destiny pursued by the Tianji Ge? Xiao Long stifled a groan, abruptly breaking free from that state, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. The images were too fragmented, too shocking for him to comprehend. Yet he could distinctly feel that within his dantian, the newly born, pale yellow energy, imbued with the weighty essence of the earth, had not only fully recovered, but had grown more than twice its previous strength. It flowed like a gentle stream, autonomously circulating within his dantian, no longer requiring his desperate guidance, continually nourishing his almost exhausted body. Although still feeble, it had truly taken root. The aging Wolf King, lying at the cave's entrance, seemed to sense something. It turned its head, its transparent amber eyes deeply scrutinizing Xiao Long for a moment. Lingering on the protective talisman in his hand, its gaze flickering with understanding and a deeper, more complex emotion, before reverting to its tranquil state. Longzi. A faint call pulled Xiao Long back to reality. It was his father, Xiao Dashan. He had awakened, though still too weak to move, his face as pale as paper. His eyes struggled to open a narrow slit, landing on the protective talisman in Xiao Long's hand, his lips quivering as if attempting to speak. "Father!" Xiao Long exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy flooding through him as he hurriedly leaned closer. "Don't speak. Save your strength." Xiao Dashan weakly shook his head, his gaze fixated on the talisman, summoning all his strength to utter a few fragmented words. "The talisman guards the depths of the mountain. Sacrifice." Before he could finish, he succumbed to weakness once more, his breathing noticeably steadier than before. Talisman, guard, depths of the mountain, sacrifice? Although his father's words were incomplete, they struck Xiao Long's heart like bolts of lightning. This talisman indeed harbored immense secrets. It not only assisted in cultivation, but seemed linked to some ritual deep within the 10,000 great mountains. Did his father know something? Was he merely an ordinary hunter? Countless questions bubbled like boiling water in Xiao Long's mind. He clutched the now warm talisman tightly, feeling the ancient aura flowing from it, while glancing at the enigmatic ancient wolf king at the cave's entrance. A vague thought began to take shape. This calamity, the pursuit by the Tianjigu, might not be mere coincidence. Everything could be connected to his lineage, to this talisman left by his father, and to some forgotten secret deep within the 10,000 great mountains. He was no longer the young man from Greenrock Town who merely wished for a tranquil life of hunting. The wheel of fate had brutally thrust him onto a path entirely different from before. Revenge? It was more than that. Survival? It was also more than that. He needed answers about his origins, his bloodline, the Tianjigu, this talisman, and his father's unfinished words. And all of this hinged upon power. He closed his eyes once more, this time with unwavering focus. He no longer felt anxious nor sought forcefully. Instead, he approached like a novice, patiently sensing the pale yellow energy circulating autonomously within his dantian, feeling each subtle growth it brought, sensing the tenuous, almost imperceptible connection it shared with the talisman in his hand. He even attempted to attach a thread of thought to this energy, slowly guiding it toward the wound on his right arm. As the energy flowed, the pain in the wound noticeably lessened, even bringing a slight itching sensation, a sign that the wound was beginning to heal under the gentle nurturing of the energy. Though slow, it was undeniably real. Hope, like the first flickering flame that finally stabilized in the dark cave, though faint, resolutely dispelled the chill, illuminating the confined space. He no longer gazed into the endless darkness outside, nor wallowed in past sorrows. His gaze fell upon his unconscious father, his slumbering mother, and the loyal wolf beside him. Ultimately returning to his own palm, the path lay beneath his feet. Power was beginning to take root. The youth took a deep breath, carefully hiding the talisman imbued with secrets close to him, fully immersing himself in his first purposeful, active cultivation of life. Outside the cave, the Wolf King stood guard. Inside, the glimmer of light began to ignite. Chapter 12. The initial flow of the earth veins and the trial of the Wolf King within the cave. There were neither day nor night. When Xiao Long once again opened his eyes, he was oblivious to how much time had elapsed in the outside world. He felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. Although his body remained frail and his wounds throbbed with a persistent ache, the faint yellow stream within his dantian had burgeoned to the thickness of a pinky finger, akin to a docile yet resilient little serpent, flowing along a mysterious path without the need for deliberate guidance, continuously nourishing his desiccated meridians and injured body. He could even distinctly perceive that as the energy flowed over the wound on his right arm, the gruesome gash was gradually contracting at a barely perceptible speed, new flesh sprouting and bringing a subtle tingling sensation. This was the power of the Na Yuan realm, the genuine feeling of stepping into the gate of cultivation. An indescribable exhilaration surged within him. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, sensing the faint yet undeniable strength within him. This power was no longer a fleeting flicker in a moment of despair, but a true foundation that belonged to him, one that he could control and nurture. His mother, Lu Shi, had also awakened, carefully using clean water to wipe the face of her unconscious husband. Upon seeing her son open his eyes, the despair and numbness that had clouded her gaze for days were finally replaced by a glimmer of fragile hope. She noticed that her son seemed somewhat different. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if flames were burning deep within. Long's eye, she began, opening her mouth, but unsure of what to ask. "Mother, I am fine. I feel much better," Xiao Long reassured her with a calming smile. His voice, though still hoarse, carried a newfound strength. He glanced at his father and noticed a hint of color returning to his face, his breathing steadier, which brought him joy. It seemed that the ancient aura emanating from the talisman and the nourishment from his own energy were benefiting his father's injuries as well. At that moment, the elderly Wolf King, who had remained like a statue at the cave entrance, slowly rose to its feet. Its massive form stretched, the silver gray fur shimmering with a soft luster in the faint light filtering through the vines. It turned, its wise, translucent amber eyes once again resting upon Xiao Long. This time, its gaze held less curiosity and more scrutiny, even tinged with a barely perceptible anticipation. It emitted a low, rumbling sound and gently nudged Xiao Long's arm with its massive head before turning its gaze toward the depths of the forest. Xiao Long's heart stirred. Was it indicating for him to follow? He glanced at his parents and then at the nearby gray wolf, which seemed to understand the Wolf King's intention as it struggled to stand. Though its forelegs could not touch the ground, it nudged Xiao Long with its head and gave a low whine, as if encouraging him and assuring him that it would protect this place. "Mother, I will step outside for a moment. I will return shortly," Xiao Long said to Lu Shi. She looked anxiously at the cave entrance and the imposing Wolf King, but eventually nodded. "Be careful," taking a deep breath and suppressing the pain in his body. Xiao Long followed the Wolf King out of the cave. Outside, morning had arrived, the forest enveloped in moist mist, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy, casting dappled beams. The air was fresh and crisp, infused with the fragrance of grass and earth, as if the bloodshed and carnage of the previous night were but a distant nightmare. The Wolf King did not stray far, stopping in a relatively open space near the cave, covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves. It turned to face Xiao Long suddenly, without warning. It raised its forepaw and seemingly casually pressed it against the ground. A peculiar wave of force emanated from the center of its paw, silently spreading like ripples on water, instantly permeating the earth beneath. In the next moment, Xiao Long distinctly felt a slumbering, vast, and heavy force deep within the ground being gently stirred. It was as if a tranquil lake had been disturbed by a stone, creating subtle yet tangible ripples. Was this the power of the ley lines? Though faint and almost imperceptible, the dense, majestic aura that supported all things caused the faint yellow stream within Xiao Long's dantian to spring to life, as if encountering a kindred essence, joyfully accelerating its flow. The Wolf King withdrew its paw, looking calmly at Xiao Long, then slightly raised its chin, indicating for him to feel and attempt. Xiao Long, inspired, immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his entire being into his dantian. He cautiously guided the lively yellow stream, attempting to divert it from its original path, stretching it like a tentacle toward his feet to connect with the earth beneath, to sense the faint ripples of the ley lines just stirred by the Wolf King. It was an arduous process. His perception was like a blind man touching an elephant. The energy flowed like a mischievous child unresponsive to commands. Time and again, he attempted and failed. The rapid depletion of his mental energy caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet he did not relent. He recalled his father's murmurs before falling unconscious. The fragmented images within the talisman, the suffocating pressure of the Tianji pavilion, and the family he needed to protect within the cave behind him. He must grow stronger. This powerful resolve hammered relentlessly against his spirit and the energy stream. Countless failures led him to the brink of exhaustion, his vision blurring when suddenly, buzz. The faint yellow stream finally extended from the sole of his foot and made contact with the earth. In that moment, an unprecedented sensation of weight, solidity, and grandeur surged through his awareness along the stream. He saw. No longer was it a vague sensation, but he perceived the ley lines beneath his feet, sprawling like a gigantic network, glowing with a faint yellow light. They pulsed slowly yet powerfully, harboring unimaginable energy. What he touched was merely the fringe, the most delicate ripple of this vast network. This was the ley lines, the source of power for the beast Yuan Dao's ley line realm. Although he had barely skimmed its surface and could not summon even a fraction of it, this clear perception signified that he had one foot firmly planted at the threshold of the ley line realm. Just as his spirit was shaken in that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. It suddenly raised its paw and lightly grazed the ground not far from Xiao Long, creating a deep crack that was an inch wide and a foot long, as if severed by an invisible blade. Immediately, a wave of ley line energy, several times clearer than before, radiated from the fissure. Xiao Long, sensing the opportunity, eagerly directed the energy stream to greedily absorb the pure, yet faint ley line essence emanating from the crack. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, the faint yellow stream visibly thickened and strengthened, becoming heavier and more powerful. At the same time, a cool, substantial energy nourished his depleted essence and healed his hidden injuries, clearing away his mental fatigue. When he opened his eyes again, a fleeting brilliance sparkled within them, and his overall aura had noticeably solidified. Though he still had a long way to go before truly entering the ley line realm, he had discovered his direction and established a solid foundation. The Wolf King regarded him, and a hint of human-like approval flickered in its eyes. It let out a low growl, its tone no longer desolate, but imbued with recognition. Then, it turned and gently swept its tail against Xiao Long, signaling him to follow as it slowly made its way back to the cave. The trial was complete. Xiao Long rose to his feet, and facing the majestic silhouette of the Wolf King, bowed deeply and solemnly. "Thank you, esteemed elder." He was uncertain if this wise Wolf King could fully comprehend his gratitude, but his heart overflowed with it. Upon returning to the cave, Lucia was pleasantly surprised to see her son's complexion had improved significantly, nearly indistinguishable from that of a normal person. The gray wolf affectionately approached, licking his palm. Xiao Long observed all of this, feeling the now denser yellow stream within him, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of groundedness. Hope was no longer a distant dream. He clenched his fists. The trial of the Wolf King has opened a brand new door for him. In the realm of the earth's veins, he has begun to glimpse the path ahead. On the long journey of vengeance and survival, he has finally acquired his first true cornerstone. Yet he is aware that this is merely the beginning. Chapter 13. The secret map of bone fragments and the call of distant mountains. Time within the cave flows quietly amidst the cycles of cultivation, caring for his parents, and the occasional offerings of prey from the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, thanks to the faint, ancient aura continuously emanating from the mysterious talisman, as well as the persistent circulation of his own earthly energy. Xiao Long's injuries have healed remarkably quickly. The deep wound on his right arm, visible to the bone, has scabbed and closed, leaving only a tender, new scar. His internal vitality has not only fully recovered, but the thread of pale yellow energy has also expanded several folds, joyfully circulating within his dantian, constantly purifying and refining his muscles and bones, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of strength. He has even begun to attempt a more refined control over this stream of energy, no longer merely nourishing his wounds, but trying to extend it to his auditory and visual senses. In an instant, the rustling of leaves outside the cave became distinctly audible, allowing him to discern the direction of different birds' calls. Every minute detail on the stone walls and the old scars beneath the gray wolf's fur became extraordinarily clear. This enhancement of perception is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for survival in the mountains and forests. At last, a hint of color has returned to his mother Lucier's face, dispelling the pallor of despair. She diligently cares for her husband, tearing the fresh meat brought by the wolves into tiny morsels, mixing it with clean water, and feeding it to the still unconscious Xiao Dashan, perhaps due to Xiao Long's sporadic use of the energy to clear his father's meridians. Xiao Dashan's complexion has gradually become more vibrant, his breathing deep and steady, as if he has fallen into a profound slumber rather than a state of severe injury. One day, while wiping her husband's body, Lucier's fingers inadvertently brushed against a particularly solid patch of stitching on his inner garment. She paused for a moment, instinctively probing it. It seemed as if something was concealed within. Hesitating briefly, she glanced at her son, who was meditating in a corner of the cave, and ultimately, with utmost caution, she used a shard of stone to cut open that unusually resilient seam. A bone fragment, approximately the size of a palm, smooth and polished, in an ancient ivory hue, slipped out from the folds of his clothing. The bone felt warm to the touch, evidently having been rubbed countless times. It bore no inscriptions, yet it was inscribed with extremely ancient and simple lines, depicting a rudimentary yet profound map. At the heart of the map is a towering, uniquely shaped mountain peak, its summit seemingly designed to resemble an altar. A winding path begins from a location marked with a peculiar wolf head totem, traversing dense forests and crossing rivers, ultimately leading to that altar-like mountain. Key points along the path are etched with intricate symbols, reminiscent of the runes on Xiao Long's talisman. Lucia stood in shock. Having married Xiao Dashan for so many years, she had never seen anything like this on him, nor had he ever mentioned it. "Longzi," she hesitantly called. Xiao Long awakened from his meditation, his gaze falling upon the bone fragment held by his mother, momentarily stunned. He took the bone into his hands. Its weight drew his full attention, the ancient lines and symbols captivating him entirely. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards the cave entrance, where the ancient Wolf King lay like a guardian. The style of the totem echoed the ancient and dignified aura that enveloped the Wolf King. The altar-like mountain echoed in his ears with the fragmented murmurs of his father before his unconscious state. In the depths of the mountain, there is a rite. Could it be that his father has been safeguarding some secret about the depths of the 10,000 great mountains? Is this bone map the path leading to that altar? What significance does the altar hold, and how is it connected to his lineage and that talisman? Countless questions flooded his mind. He clutched the suddenly revealed bone fragment tightly, feeling its weighty significance. At that moment, the Wolf King at the cave entrance seemed to sense something. It rose slowly and stepped inside. Its gaze fell upon the bone fragment in Xiao Long's hand, and a flicker of understanding passed through its transparent eyes, as if it had known of its existence all along. The Wolf King lowered its head, its massive nose gently sniffing the bone fragment, particularly at the location of the wolf head totem. Then, it raised its head, its deep gaze directed towards the depths of the mountains beyond the cave, shrouded in mist. It released a long, low howl. This time, the howl carried no warning or authority, but rather an ancient rhythm, almost akin to a call. The sound reverberated through the mountains and forests. Moments later, faint footsteps were heard outside the cave. The previously enormous, scarred alpha wolf approached, carrying a large piece of fresh meat in its mouth, respectfully placing it at the cave entrance. It glanced at the Wolf King and then at the bone fragment in Xiao Long's hand, a trace of reverence flickering in its emerald eyes before it quietly retreated and vanished into the woods. The Wolf King nudged the piece of meat toward Xiao Long. Then its gaze returned to the bone fragment, raising a forepaw and gently, yet resolutely tapping on the location of the wolf head totem on the map. Its intention was unmistakable. It was confirming the starting point of this path, suggesting that this journey could be undertaken. Xiao Long gazed into the wise and determined eyes of the Wolf King, then looked down at the cold bone fragment in his hand, and finally at the piece of fresh meat symbolizing sustenance and support on the ground. A path preserved in secrecy by his father, validated by the ancient Wolf King, leading to the unknown altar deep within the mountains. This was no longer a blind escape, but a clear, yet perilous direction. The threat of the Tianji Pavilion loomed like a sword suspended overhead. Returning to Qingyan Town was no longer an option. Remaining at the periphery would eventually lead to discovery. Only by venturing into the wilder and more dangerous depths of the mountains might they temporarily evade pursuit and possibly uncover the answers or opportunities hinted by his father. The risks are immense. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, fierce beasts and venomous creatures abound, and the environment is treacherous, fraught with countless unknown dangers. In their current state, embarking on this path would be akin to courting death. Yet Xiao Long's gaze sharpened. He carefully tucked away the bone fragment, placing it close to his body beside the talisman. Then he approached the piece of fresh meat, drawing his hunting knife and skillfully beginning to divide it. "Mother," he said, handing her the best cuts of meat, his tone calm, yet resolute. "We must prepare and leave here as soon as possible." Lucia looked into her son's eyes, which had shed their childish innocence, and now reflected determination and resolve. She glanced back at the silent yet powerful Wolf King at the cave entrance, and ultimately, all her unease and fear transformed into a soft sigh of acceptance and a willingness to trust. "All right, my son, I will listen to you." Xiao Long offered a piece of nutrient-rich liver to the approaching gray wolf, which affectionately nudged his hand before devouring it. Its leg injury had healed significantly under the influence of the energy and a special herb provided by the wolf pack. Outside the cave, sunlight streamed through the forest canopy, illuminating the path ahead, and the flames of resolve burning in the young man's eyes. The distant mountains called. Secrets awaited revelation. The journey is about to commence. Chapter 14. Traces in the forest and the shadow of destiny. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and a cool dampness lingered in the forest. The magnificent silver-gray Wolf King stood atop a high cliff, like a silent sentinel, watching as a few small yet resolute figures made their way down the ravine, merging into the vast and boundless sea of trees. Xiao Long led the way. He bore a makeshift frame crafted from resilient vines and animal hides, with his father Xiao Dashan carefully secured within, still unconscious yet breathing steadily. His gait had grown steadier, the 3 days of cultivation and the nourishment from the earth's energy having stripped away much of his youthful naivety, replacing it with the sharpness of a hunter and the composure of a practitioner. He tightly gripped a sharpened hardwood spear, his gaze sharp and vigilant, scanning the front and flanks as he relied on his heightened senses to evade potential dangers. His mother, Lu Shi, followed closely behind, burying her sorrow and fear deep within while striving to match her son's pace. In her grasp was a sharpened stick, serving both as a walking aid and a means of defense. Her anxious eyes frequently darted towards her husband, who lay on the makeshift stretcher, and her son ahead. Yet beneath her worry lay a steely resolve. The wolf, Cang Lang, limped but remained acutely alert, prowling the periphery of the group. Its senses of smell and hearing were far more acute than those of Xiao Long, often pausing to rotate its ears and flare its nostrils, catching any anomalous sense carried by the wind, emitting low growls as warnings. At these moments, Xiao Long would halt, holding his breath and focusing intently to discern any threats. Guided by the bone map, they advanced silently and swiftly towards the altar peak. Although the Wolf King did not accompany them, it was evident that he had given instructions to the pack. Along the way, They discovered gifts discreetly placed at the entrances of small paths or hanging from low branches. Plump, sweet wild fruits, and a freshly killed mountain chicken with its throat bitten through. These offerings silently alleviated their supply burden. However, the dangers of the 10,000 Great Mountains extended far beyond mere hunger and thirst. At noon, while they briefly rested by a rushing stream, Xiao Long was filling his water skin when Cang Lang suddenly emitted an anxious low growl from downstream, its fur bristling as it fixated on the dense forest across the stream. A chill ran through Xiao Long, who immediately signaled his mother to be silent and quickly positioned his father behind a thicket. Lowering his body, he took cover behind the rocks by the bank and peered across. There, amidst the trees on the opposite bank, several indistinct figures were moving rapidly. Clad in dark, agile attire suited for the mountains, their movements were synchronized and powerful, far from ordinary hunters or villagers. One of them held a compass-like device, continually adjusting its direction, evidently tracking something. It was the search party from Tianjigu. They had traced this area so quickly. Xiao Long's heart tightened, cold sweat beating in his palms. He instinctively tightened his grip on the spear, feeling a surge of power from the faint yellow energy coursing within him. Yet it could not dispel the impending sense of crisis. The group comprised at least 5 individuals, and judging by their coordination and the subtle aura they exuded, their strength was no less than that of mid to late stage Kaiyuan practitioners, vastly superior to the peripheral lackeys from Qingyan Town. Engaging them head-on was not an option. As Xiao Long's mind raced, contemplating how to retreat quietly using the terrain, the tracker with the compass suddenly seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly raising his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the stream, about to land on the rocks where Xiao Long was concealed. In a moment of urgency, a piercing and desperate deer call erupted from the dense forest to the side. Following that, the trees shook violently, and the chaotic sounds of beasts pursuing and tearing echoed. This unexpected turn of events instantly captured the attention of all the search party members. "Over there," one shouted, and several shifted direction, silently encircling towards the source of the deer call like cheetahs. The one holding the compass furrowed his brow, sensing something was off, but with his companions already moving, he had no choice but to follow swiftly. The crisis was temporarily averted. Xiao Long exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. He cast a grateful glance at Cang Lang, realizing that the realistic deer call had been an imitation by the wolf. This technique of mimicking animal sounds to divert attention had been jokingly taught to them by their old hunter grandfather long ago, and it had saved their lives at this moment. Wasting no time, Xiao Long swiftly hoisted his father onto his back, supported his mother, and, with Cang Lang, retreated rapidly upstream, striving to distance themselves from the stream and erase all traces of their passage as they plunged into the denser, more elusive primeval forest. Only when they were certain they had completely evaded the search party did the 3 dare to pause and catch their breath. "How could they find us here?" Lu Shi's face was pale, her heart still racing. Xiao Long's expression was grave as he shook his head. He recalled Di Hao's greedy, cold gaze and the metallic compass that could detect the breath of chaotic beasts. Tianjigu must possess some peculiar tracking methods. The journey ahead required utmost caution. However, it seemed that the threads of fate were intricately woven in the shadows. 2 days later, as they struggled to traverse a treacherous ridge, Xiao Long's keen hearing picked up unusual sounds from the valley below, not emanating from beasts. It was the sound of metal clashing, accompanied by human shouts of anger and muffled cries of pain. A battle? Xiao Long immediately signaled for concealment. He carefully set his father down, instructed Cang Lang to guard, and stealthily approached the ridge's edge like a phantom, taking cover behind a massive rock to peer down. Below, on a rocky expanse in the valley, an unequal battle was unfolding. One side consisted of 3 individuals clad in attire similar to that of the search party they had encountered by the stream. 2 wielding blades while one continuously cast binding spells, their offensive coordinated and fierce. Their target, however, was unexpectedly a young girl, approximately 15 or 16, whose pale blue satin dress was torn by thorns and stained with muck. The girl's face was partially obscured by disheveled hair and grime, rendering her features indistinct. Yet she stood tall, exuding an air of nobility and defiance that seemed out of place in the wild mountains, even amidst the encirclement. In her hand was a short sword emanating a faint blue glow, her swordplay agile and graceful, but clearly weakened, her steps unsteady, hinting at significant internal injuries or some form of binding. Most striking was the dark, serpentine symbol faintly visible around her neck, pulsating as if it were devouring her strength. "Miss Situ, why must you stubbornly resist?" A small leader from Tianjigu sneered, while his subordinates intensified their assault. "Come back with us quietly." and perhaps you'll suffer less in the way of pain. The girl, now identified as Miss Situ, gritted her teeth, remaining silent as she parried with her sword. Yet it was evident to all that she was at the end of her strength. Capture was merely a matter of time. Situ? Xiao Long's heart stirred. This surname was not common in Qingyan Town or even the surrounding regions. Observing the girl's attire, demeanor, and the Tianji Gu personnel's treatment of her, it was clear she was no ordinary individual. Moreover, it seemed she was also being pursued by Tianji Gu. Were they kindred spirits in suffering? Or was this merely another trap? Xiao Long's brow furrowed, his heart in turmoil. To intervene? Their opponents were three formidable adversaries, while his own group comprised the elderly, the weak, and the ill. Success seemed unlikely, and exposure would yield dire consequences. To do nothing? To watch helplessly as another victim of Tianji Gu fell into their clutches? In the midst of his hesitation, a sudden shift occurred below. The girl, seemingly cornered, flashed a look of determination. She bit her tongue, spraying her blood onto the short sword. The blue light on the sword surged dramatically, emitting a clear ringing sound. "Ice shard break," she shouted, swinging the sword as several icy blue blades erupted, momentarily forcing back the three assailants. But after executing this technique, her face drained of color, and she coughed up blood, her body swaying precariously. The dark symbol around her neck flickered more urgently. The small leader, having been cut by the sword's energy, was both shocked and furious. "You seek death. Capture her." The three lunged at her once more. No more hesitation. Perhaps it was the shared identity as enemies of Tianji Gu, or perhaps the familiar despair and defiance reflected in the girl's eyes that struck a chord within Xiao Long. He took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. He did not charge down directly. Instead, he swiftly signaled to the Cang Lang behind him with a series of very discreet gestures, familiar cooperative commands used during their hunts. Then, he retrieved a self-made wooden bow from his backpack, knocking a sharpened wooden arrow crafted from highly elastic wood found along the way and the hard fur shed by the Cang Lang. Its power was limited, yet sufficient to disrupt the enemy. His aim was not directed at the three members of the Tianji Pavilion, but rather at a branch of an ancient tree above them, which bore a massive beehive. Whoosh! The wooden arrow flew forth, accurately severing the fragile branch. The enormous beehive came crashing down, directly striking the three Tianji Pavilion members. "Watch out!" the small leader exclaimed, and the trio instinctively dodged and blocked. The beehive shattered, unleashing a swarm of enraged mountain bees that surged forth like a dark cloud, enveloping the three in an instant. "Ah, damn it! My eyes! Drive them away!" Cries of agony and curses erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. In that moment of disarray, the Cang Lang burst forth from the thicket like a specter, not to attack, but to dash towards the stunned girl, seizing her tattered dress in its jaws, growling as it forcefully dragged her towards the ridge where Xiao Long was situated. Initially startled, the girl soon recognized that Cang Lang meant no harm, and upon seeing the figure on the ridge beckoning her urgently, she quickly understood. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she stumbled alongside the Cang Lang, running toward the slope. "Don't let her escape!" The small leader bellowed in fury, yet was ensnared by the frenzied bees, unable to break free. Xiao Long swiftly descended the slope to assist the girl and the Cang Lang. Upon contact, he felt the girl's arm was icy, her breath faint and erratic. "Let us go," he urged in a low voice, half supporting her as they, alongside the Cang Lang, swiftly vanished into the dense forest, leaving behind the furious shouts of the Tianji Pavilion members and the agitated buzzing of the bees echoing through the valley. Was this new encounter a mere twist of fate, or a preordained entanglement? The perilous journey seemed to have introduced new variables. Chapter 15. Respite in the Valley and the Secret of Liuli. They fled until the cacophony of the valley faded into silence, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the trees and their own labored breaths. Xiao Long finally dared to slow his pace. He sought a concealed depression formed naturally by the massive roots of a tree and carefully laid his unconscious father down. His mother, Lu Shi, immediately approached to tend to him, her face etched with fatigue and worry, her gaze falling upon the unfamiliar girl her son had brought back, which added to her uncertainty. The girl, Situ Yuyan, was nearly collapsed on the ground, leaning against an ancient tree, her chest heaved violently, each breath appearing laborious and painful. The dark rune on her neck writhed as if alive, flickering ominously and slowly consuming her already feeble vitality. Cold sweat drenched her disheveled hair, clinging to her pallid cheeks. Xiao Long silently retrieved a water skin and offered it to her. Situ Yuyan raised her eyelids to glance at him. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Even in such a disheveled and weakened state, they remained clear as autumn water, yet deep within lay an impenetrable frost of vigilance, along with a hint of the humiliation and stubbornness of one once of higher status who had fallen into disgrace. She did not immediately accept the waterskin, but instead quickly surveyed her surroundings, her gaze briefly resting on the Cang Lang and Lu Shi before returning to Xiao Long. "Thank you for saving me," she spoke, her voice dry and hoarse, yet still carrying an innate, almost instinctual cold cadence that contrasted sharply with her tattered dress and disheveled appearance. She accepted the waterskin and took small, hurried sips. But as the water flowed over the strange rune on her slender neck, her brow furrowed in pain. Xiao Long said nothing, merely sitting beside her, also replenishing his own strength. The Cang Lang lay quietly beside him, its amber eyes fixed on the newcomer with the instinctual wariness of a beast. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Finally, it was Lu Shi, her maternal instincts overpowering her doubts, who softly inquired, "Miss, are you all right? Why were those people pursuing you?" Situ Yuyan pressed her pale lips together, falling silent for a moment as if weighing her words. Her gaze swept over Xiao Long, the boy who had saved her, noting his apparent skill despite his low cultivation, and the injured family member and the extraordinary wolf he accompanied, both also being pursued. Were they fellow travelers? She began slowly, her voice still frail, yet striving to maintain composure, are lackeys of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing the name Tianji Pavilion, Xiao Long's grip on the waterskin tightened, his expression sharpening like a blade. Lu Shi's complexion turned pale, instinctively moving closer to her unconscious husband. Situ Yuyan keenly sensed their reactions, understanding their apprehension, and her guard lowered slightly as she continued. "My surname is Situ Yuyan. I come from a distant place. Due to a family crisis, I was harmed by treacherous individuals and became afflicted by a soul-sealing curse, finding myself here. The Tianji Pavilion is employed by my enemies. Or perhaps they have ulterior motives and have been relentlessly pursuing me." Her explanation was concise yet vague, deliberately omitting sensational details such as Jiushuan Tian and Liuli Xiangong. However, the fleeting pain and hatred reflected in her clear eyes were undeniably genuine. Soul-sealing curse? Xiao Long furrowed his brows, his gaze falling upon the peculiar rune on her neck that was steadily devouring her vitality. The sinister and malevolent aura it emitted caused even the qi in his dantian to feel somewhat sluggish and repelled. "It is an exceedingly malicious seal that not only suppresses my cultivation, but also continually erodes my spirit and life force." Situ Yuyan's tone was calm, as if recounting something unrelated to herself, yet her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her precarious situation. "Unless a specific method of unsealing is found, or one possesses cultivation far surpassing that of the spellcaster, otherwise, eventually, I will be extinguished." She did not finish her thought, but those present understood. Lu Shi's eyes filled with sympathy, her previous doubts evaporating as she sighed. Poor child. Yet Xiao Long pondered further. The Tianji Pavilion possessed immense power and operated with secrecy. How could they mobilize such forces to pursue a girl lost in a foreign land? The enemies she spoke of and their ulterior motives were surely formidable. To save her could mean attracting trouble more complex than the Tianji Pavilion itself. However, they were already enemies of the Tianji Pavilion. An additional complication seemed inconsequential. Moreover, they were both wanderers of misfortune. "And you?" Situ Yuyan suddenly directed her gaze at Xiao Long, her eyes scrutinizing. "Why are you also being pursued by the Tianji Pavilion? You seem somewhat extraordinary." Her gaze flickered over the composure he displayed when drawing the bow and the remarkable Cang Lang beside him. Xiao Long remained silent for a moment, offering a succinct reply. "I am Xiao Long, a hunter from Qingyan Town. The Tianji Pavilion has slandered me as the harbinger of a beast tide and seeks to capture me, perhaps for what they call the chaotic beast essence I possess." He refrained from mentioning the protective talisman or the secrets his father might be concealing. Chaotic beast essence? A faint surprise flickered in Situ Yuyan's clear eyes. She scrutinized Xiao Long closely, but due to her own curse and weakness, she could not discern clearly, only sensing an inexplicable affinity between him and the natural world. No wonder the frenzied dogs of the Tianji Pavilion were so keen on studying various exceptional bloodlines and sources of power. She seemed quite familiar with the pavilion's ways, her tone laced with undisguised disdain. The conversation fell into a stalemate. Both harbored secrets and remained cautious of one another, unable to trust entirely. Situ Yuyan attempted to shift her body slightly, trying to channel a nearly imperceptible amount of yuanqi to impact the curse, but it only resulted in greater pain and dizziness, causing her to lean weakly to the side. Xiao Long instinctively reached out to steady her shoulder. Her skin was cold and fragile, as if she might shatter at a touch. Situ Yuyan's body suddenly stiffened, as if she were exceedingly unaccustomed to human contact, particularly with the opposite sex. Instinctively, she attempted to break free, yet her frailty rendered her powerless to do so. She could only turn her head away, a faint blush blooming at her ears, leaving one to ponder whether it was due to embarrassment or sheer exhaustion. "Do not move." Xiao Long's voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable steadiness. He sensed the turmoil within her and the waning of her vitality. After a moment's hesitation, he endeavored to summon a gentle stream of pale yellow energy from his dantian, channeling a portion of it through his palm into C2 Yuyen's body. Initially startled, C2 Yuyen soon felt a refreshing, substantial force imbued with the essence of the earth infiltrate her meridians. This gentle power momentarily staved off the ravenous grip of the curse that clung to her like a festering wound. Although the effect was minuscule, akin to a drop in a bucket, that fleeting relief was akin to a long-awaited rain for her. She abruptly lifted her gaze. Incredulity etched on her features as she looked at Xiao Long. What manner of strength did this youth possess that could momentarily restrain the sealing curse? Though faint, it illuminated a glimmer of hope in her encroaching darkness. Xiao Long quickly withdrew his hand, a trace of pallor washing over his face. The Earth's energy was invaluable to him. It was essential for healing, cultivation, and sustaining himself, and to share even a fragment was a considerable sacrifice. "Thank you," C2 Yuyen murmured, her voice barely audible, as the frost in her eyes seemed to thaw for an instant, revealing a flicker of complex curiosity. This seemingly ordinary boy from a mountain village appeared to harbor numerous secrets. Their brief contact and silent exchange seemed to dissolve some of the barriers between them. "Do you require any herbs or methods to alleviate this curse?" Xiao Long inquired. "We are somewhat familiar with these woods." C2 Yuyen shook her head. Her eyes dimmed. "The sealing curse cannot be dispelled by ordinary means from this realm, unless we can find Liu Li Jinghua or something unique to Jiu Xuantian. It is futile to discuss," she said, seemingly aware of her indiscretion, and quickly silenced herself. "Liu Li Jinghua? Jiu Xuantian?" Xiao Long silently noted these unfamiliar terms. He glanced at her pale, yet strikingly beautiful visage, the despair and unwillingness hidden deep within her clear eyes mirroring his own from days past. He refrained from further inquiries, merely offering her a portion of the water pouch and the remaining jerky from the wolf pack. "Let us rest here for the time being. The people from Tianjiga should not be able to locate us for now," he stated, his tone calm yet imbued with a reassuring strength. C2 Yuyen regarded the steady profile of the young boy, then glanced at the watchful Cang Lang beside them and the kindly, yet sorrowful woman. A torrent of emotions surged within her, from the lofty heights of Liu Li Xiangong princess to being a displaced soul in a foreign realm, cursed and pursued by hounds, and now saved by an unfamiliar mountain youth. Her fate had taken a most peculiar turn. The road ahead was long, fraught with peril, yet this fleeting refuge shared with a stranger had quietly seeped a trace of warmth into her frozen heart. She accepted the food, chewing slowly, her gaze drifting toward the sky beyond the gaps in the leaves, lost in thought. In the tranquil valley, each harbored their own musings. The threads of destiny, however, had begun to intertwine silently. Chapter 16. Undercurrents of the Pavilion and the Soul-Chasing Net. Meanwhile, far from the wild expanse of Shi-Wandashan, at the headquarters of Tianjiga, a magnificent palace floated above the sea of clouds. Yet, the atmosphere was not one of celestial serenity. Instead, it was suffused with a chilling air, akin to the operation of intricate machinery, steeped in an atmosphere of lethal intent. The main hall was vast and profound, its floor smooth as a mirror, reflecting the slowly rotating celestial map upon the dome above. The surrounding walls were not solid but composed of constantly flowing, shifting runes and streams of data, silently processing the immense influx of information gathered from across the continent. The house figure materialized at the center of the hall, clad in a fresh, dark robe befitting the pavilion's master. His countenance still bore a subtle pallor, a remnant of his injuries from the thunder dragon sparrow. His gaze was colder and more menacing than it had been in Xingyinjin, reminiscent of an eternal icy pool. With a hum, a beam of light rose from the polished floor before him, coalescing into a vague, shadowy figure. Only the spinning black bagua emblem on its chest signified its elevated status within Tianjiga. Failed. The shadowy figure's voice resonated, deep and devoid of emotion, reverberating through the hall. The house eyelid twitched slightly, yet he maintained his composure. An unexpected variable has arisen. An adult thunder dragon sparrow traversed realms, rescuing the fledgling and destroying one of the observing instruments. The target possesses the essence of a chaos beast, which has been confirmed. but its bloodline awakening is minimal, and it is under the protection of an exceptionally powerful ancient wolf spirit. Thunder Dragon Sparrow? Ancient wolf spirit? The voice of the shadowy figure seemed to ripple with intrigue, indicating that the disturbance caused by the descendant of Tao Tia had muddied the waters more than anticipated. Is the essence of the chaos beast confirmed to be the original seed? The energy response is exceedingly weak, yet its essence level is remarkably high, aligning with the characteristics of the original seed documented in the secret texts. Dihao paused, his tone infused with a suppressed excitement and reluctance. It seems to evoke the faintest tremors of the Earth's pulse and has established a preliminary bloodline resonance with the wolf spirit, surpassing the records in the secret texts. The shadowy figure fell silent for a moment, the flowing runic walls accelerating in their data processing. Dual talents? Or a mutation? The voice of the shadow carried an unprecedented weight of interest. It is imperative to capture it alive. Its bloodline's value may far exceed our estimates. If we can capture the wolf spirit, it may reveal the secret of their resonance. Understood. Dihao inclined his head slightly before continuing. There is another matter. The pursuit team in the Jiachi area has discovered a trace of the elusive fish from Liu Xiangong. She bears the specially crafted sealing curse from Yoming Dian and should be incapable of escaping, yet it appears she has been rescued. The site showed faint earth element fluctuations and traces of beasts. The remnants of the C2 family? The shadowy figure seemed to frown. Those unseemly insects from Yoming Dian are notoriously inefficient. How could they be present there and intersect with our target? It remains unclear whether this is mere coincidence or if there are deeper implications. Dihao replied coldly. Should we prioritize this matter? No need. The shadowy figure decisively rejected the notion. The essence of the chaos beast takes precedence. The C2 family affairs will be managed by those above. However, since we have encountered it, we shall deal with it concurrently. Remember, it must be alive. The secrets it harbors and its potential influence on Jiushuan Tian are equally valuable. Understood. Dihao's eyes glinted coldly. Reinforce the ground support team, equipped with the soul-binding net and earth-sealing lock, to proceed. The shadowy figure commanded. Activate the celestial mirror for high-frequency scanning of the area, focusing on the chaotic aura and the sealing curse's fluctuations. Since the ordinary observing instruments are being interfered with, we will employ more direct measures. The celestial mirror consumes vast resources and may attract the attention of other factions. Dihao hesitated slightly. At extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The shadowy figure's tone brooked no dissent. Resolve this swiftly. The council within the pavilion is very interested in the emergence of the original seed. Do not allow any slip-ups. As the voice faded, the shadowy figure gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Dihao remained still, his expression impassive. He raised his hand, his fingertips swiftly tapping the air. In an instant, the runic walls surrounding the hall radiated brilliance, as torrents of information surged toward him like rivers converging into the sea. Soon, detailed maps, weather patterns, elemental distributions, known beast distributions, and the real-time locations and statuses of several elite ground support teams in the Jiachi area, the periphery of Shiruan, were vividly displayed before him. He selected 3 of the closest teams, each with strengths above the mid-stage of the Spirit Sea realm, transmitting the orders for the capture of Xiao Long and C2 Yuyan, along with the potential aura characteristics and energy fluctuation frequencies deduced from the remnants of the observing instruments. Target 1. The boy bearing the essence of the chaos beast. Suspected to be able to evoke the Earth's pulse, accompanied by an ancient wolf spirit, is extremely dangerous and must be subdued using the Earth's sealing lock as a priority. Objective 2. The girl marked by the sealing curse possesses a unique identity and must be captured alive. Should resistance be encountered, her limbs may be incapacitated, but her life must not be harmed. The frigid command exudes no trace of emotion. Furthermore, all known exits in the Jiachi area are to be sealed, and the celestial mirror shall be activated for comprehensive scanning, sharing coordinates in real time. The instant the order is given, members of 3 subordinate teams, located thousands of miles away, feel their special artifacts on their wrists illuminate simultaneously, the icy command and detailed information about the target flooding their minds. There is no doubt, no hesitation. The 3 teams, comprising a dozen elite members from the Tianji Pavilion, all at least at the mid-stage of Linghai realm, move like finely tuned killing machines, instantly altering their course, converging with astonishing speed towards the area where Xiao Long and his companions reside in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Simultaneously, atop the dome of the Tianji Pavilion headquarters, an immense ancient bronze mirror, intricately carved with countless mysterious patterns, slowly adjusts its angle, and a palpable energy fluctuation begins to gather within its depths, an invisible, colossal detection beam poised to sweep across the vast forests. A soul-chasing net, sanctioned by the highest authority, utilizing precious resources and executed by elite forces, has silently been cast. Deep within the mountains, Long and Situ Yuyen, who had just gained a fleeting moment of respite, remain unaware that the true crisis is only just beginning. Dark currents swirl within the pavilion, intent only on hunting that faint spark of hope. Meanwhile, the boy and girl continue to navigate through the perilous unknown. Chapter 17. The Shirji tribe and the ancient covenant. Having evaded the deathly shadow of the Tianji pavilion pursuers, Xiao Long and his companions, bearing the gravely injured Situ Yuyen, trekked deeper into the mountains under the guidance of the Long. The earth vein energy within Xiao Long has been nearly depleted, each step feeling as if he is treading on cotton, light and devoid of strength. His mother, Lu Shi, supports him, her face etched with worry, yet unwilling to halt their progress, for there may be more pursuers behind them. Just as Xiao Long feels he can no longer hold on, that Long, leading the way, emits a short and peculiar howl, no longer a warning but infused with a sense of homecoming. They laboriously ascend a steep slope, and suddenly, a vast natural hollow, seemingly cleaved by the axe of a giant, presents itself before them. The cliffs flanking the hollow are steep, adorned with grayish-white rocks, and numerous caves of varying sizes have been carved into the walls, their entrances fashioned from thick timber and animal hides. The base of the hollow is relatively flat, featuring some low yet exceptionally sturdy stone houses, their roofs thickly thatched with reeds and moss. Ancient totem poles, carved with rugged beast patterns, stand throughout the village and at its entrance. The air is suffused with the aromas of firewood, herbs, and tanned leather. Men and women clad in animal skins, their skin dark and robust, are busily engaged in tasks, some crafting stone or bone tools, others processing game, while a few children chase and frolic, their laughter resonating in the hollow, exuding a primal vitality, untouched by the outside world. Most strikingly, on the mountain walls near the village, terraced fields with clear signs of human cultivation are planted with hardy tubers and special herbs. The entire village conveys a sense of antiquity, resilience, seamlessly integrated with the treacherous mountain wilderness. This is the Shirji tribe. Upon sighting strangers, especially the massive, battle-scarred Long, the atmosphere within the village shifts instantly. A low, mournful horn sounds from the watchtower. In almost an instant, all able-bodied men and women abandon their tasks, their expressions sharp and vigilant. The men swiftly grasp their sharpened stone spears, hefty bone clubs, and a few remarkably powerful hardwood bows, while women and children retreat quickly and orderly into the stone houses and deeper into the caves. Their movements are swift and silent, displaying remarkable discipline and instinct for danger. A dozen of the strongest warriors quickly form a defensive line, their spear tips aimed at the uninvited guests. Leading them is an elder, his face adorned with ochre-hued mystical patterns, a necklace of enormous beast fangs around his neck, his gaze as piercing as that of a hawk, fixed intently on the Long and the individuals behind it. He senses the unusual, unsettling aura emanating from the Long, as well as the faint yet pure earth energy lingering around Xiao Long outsiders. Halt! The elder's voice booms with undeniable authority. State your intentions. The Shirji tribe does not welcome strangers accompanied by fierce beasts. The Long, sensing hostility, immediately bares its teeth and emits a threatening growl, positioning itself protectively in front of Xiao Long. With great effort, Xiao Long steadies his weak frame, gently placing Situ Yuyen on the ground, entrusting her to his mother's care for the moment. He steps forward, suppressing the tension within, striving to present an earnest gaze, rather than speak. He performs an ancient mountain gesture of peace and plea, learned from an old hunter, his right hand resting on his chest, palm facing upward, bowing slightly. This gesture momentarily catches the warriors of the Shirji tribe off guard. Their hostility diminishes slightly. It is an ancient sign, remembered only by a few secluded tribes. Respectful elder. Xiao Long's voice is hoarse with weakness, yet strives to maintain composure. We bear no malice. We hail from Greenrock Town beyond the mountains, our home destroyed, pursued relentlessly, and forced into these depths. My companion is gravely poisoned, her life hanging by a thread. We seek water and a brief haven. He gestures toward the increasingly pale Situ Yuyen, her complexion ashen and the eerie dark runes on her neck serving as testament to their plight. The elder of the Shirji tribe, seemingly the chief or shaman, scans Situ Yuyen with penetrating eyes before scrutinizing Xiao Long and Lu Shi. His gaze once again settles on the Long, brow furrowed. He perceives that the trio's disheveled state is not a facade, especially the girl, who bears an extraordinarily sinister poison. Qingyan Town? The elder muses, I am familiar with that small town. Why are you being pursued? And how is it that you command such a ferocious beast? His inquiries strike at the heart of the matter, clearly reluctant to trust outsiders easily. While Xiao Long ponders how to convey his story in a manner that inspires trust but reveals little, the ancient talisman he had kept silent within his embrace begins to emit a faint warmth as they pass the largest totem pole in the village. Simultaneously, the once dormant earth vein energy within him stirs, seemingly drawn to an ancient engraving on the totem. Xiao Long feels a surge of intuition. He abandons the futile attempt at verbal explanation and slowly raises his hand, pointing to a vague symbol carved upon the totem, a symbol distinct in style from the surrounding feral motifs, yet reminiscent of a fringe rune on his talisman. We may not be entirely outsiders. Xiao Long's voice carries a note of uncertainty, guided more by instinct than reason. We follow ancient guidance, evading disaster, not bringing it. The elder's eyes widen in shock as he sees the symbol Xiao Long points to, a look of profound astonishment washing over his features. This symbol is exceedingly ancient, known only to the tribe's leaders across generations, rumored to be connected to the tribe's origins and an ancient covenant. How could this outsider boy possibly recognize it? He strides forward, closing the distance to Xiao Long, his gaze electric, voice tinged with barely restrained tremors. Where did you learn of this symbol? Taken aback by the elder's intense reaction, Xiao Long quickly regains his composure. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully retrieves the cracked ancient talisman from his chest. As the talisman is exposed to the air, it emanates a soft glow, resonating with a faint yet tangible energy between itself and the totem, producing a gentle hum akin to the ringing of an ancient bell. This time, not only the elder but all the warriors of the Shurji tribe witnessed the phenomenon. They all sensed an ancient, vast aura, tinged with a hint of familiarity. A wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. The hostility and vigilance etched on the warriors' faces were swiftly replaced by shock, confusion, and a reverence that seemed to stem from the depths of their bloodlines. They gazed at the talisman, then at the totem pole, and finally their eyes fell upon Xiao Long, filled with incredulity. The elder trembled with excitement, fixating on the talisman as if it were a legendary artifact. His lips quivered as he murmured, "The covenant of guardians, the mark of the earth's grace. The legend is indeed true." He abruptly raised his head, his gaze towards Xiao Long transformed entirely, the previous wariness now replaced by a complex mix of awe and exhilaration. He gestured for all the warriors to lower their weapons. "Esteemed guest." The elder's tone turned exceedingly respectful, laced with a hint of trepidation. "Please forgive the previous rudeness of the Shurji tribe. I am the tribal leader, Shanyan. Please follow me. Your companion will receive the best treatment." This sudden shift left Xiao Long and Lu Shi momentarily astounded, yet it was undoubtedly magnificent news. Under the personal guidance of leader Shanyan, they were led to the largest and best-located stone house in the village. Immediately, knowledgeable tribal women arrived, utilizing the unique herbs of the Shurji tribe and cool spring water gathered from the caves to cleanse and dress Situ Yuyen's wounds. Although they could not immediately dispel the mysterious soul-binding seal, they managed to stabilize her worsening condition, temporarily pulling her from the brink of death. Xiao Long and Lu Shi were also offered food and fresh water. Cang Lang was permitted to remain outside the stone house, while the tribespeople still kept their distance. Their gazes were now filled not with fear, but with curiosity and reverence. After a brief respite, leader Shanyan approached Xiao Long with a solemn demeanor. "Young envoy." He used this peculiar honorific. "The sacred object you possess is related to the ancient covenant passed down through millennia in our tribe. According to ancestral teachings, the one who bears the mark of the sacred object has the right to enter the ancestral cave and seek the recognition of the heart of rock, to learn the ancient techniques of the rock art." His eyes bore into Xiao Long's. "This may aid you in recovering your strength more swiftly, even empowering you further to confront the foes you have mentioned. However, the ancestral cave is fraught with peril. It is filled with trials formed by ancient forces, and failure could result in injury or even becoming lost within. Are you willing to accept the trial?" Xiao Long's heart raced. Power. It was power he desired most fervently. To protect his loved ones, to evade pursuers, to uncover the truth, all required strength. This was undoubtedly a timely boon. Without hesitation, he nodded firmly, "I am willing." Accompanied by leader Shanyan and several tribal elders, Xiao Long arrived at a massive stone wall at the deepest part of the valley. The wall was cloaked in thick vines. Leader Shanyan recited ancient prayers, pressing his hand along several specific indentations on the stone wall with the other elders. With a thunderous rumble, a heavy stone door began to creak open, revealing a dark and deep passage extending downward. An ancient aura, mingling the scent of dust, rock, and an enigmatic energy, surged forth. Enter, young envoy. Follow the guidance of your heart. Feel the pulse of the earth, Leader Shan Yan intoned solemnly. Xiao Long took a deep breath, glanced back at his worried mother and the slumbering Sita Yuyan, then looked at the loyal Cang Lang before resolutely stepping into the darkness. The cave was not entirely devoid of light. Bioluminescent moss and peculiar minerals embedded in the stone walls emitted a dim glow. The passage twisted downward, the air growing heavier while the essence of the earth became increasingly palpable. After an indeterminate time, 3 forks in the path emerged before him. Each path exuded a distinct aura. One was blazing and tumultuous, another frigid and lifeless, and the last was weighty and tranquil. Xiao Long closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensations. A faint pulse of Earth's essence in his dantian quivered, directing him towards the cold and lifeless passage in the middle. Yet, the talisman in his hand emanated a faint warmth, subtly indicating the rightmost path, which was heavy and peaceful. Which should he trust? He pondered momentarily and ultimately chose to heed the talisman's guidance, stepping into the rightmost passage. At the end of the passage lay a vast stone cavern. In its center stood a rough-hewn human statue carved from a colossal rock, its features obscure, with hands cupped before its chest, palms upward, cradling a peculiar stone that pulsed with a soft, earthy glow, resembling a heartbeat. Was that the heart of rock? However, approaching the statue proved immensely challenging. The moment he entered the cavern, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if the weight of the entire earth bore down upon him, threatening to crush him. This was the trial. Xiao Long grunted, his back bending under the immense weight, his bones creaking under the unbearable burden. He gritted his teeth, fervently channeling the earth's essence within him, attempting to resist this force. Yet his strength was feeble, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Just as he felt himself on the brink of collapse, the talisman in his embrace erupted with brilliant light. A wave of cool, substantial energy surged within him, not merely amplifying his power, but adeptly guiding his essence to flow in harmony with the earth's rhythm. With a sudden easing of pressure, though still heavy, it was no longer insufferable. He felt as though he had transformed into a boulder, firmly rooted in the earth, impervious to the winds and rain. He struggled, step by arduous step, towards the statue, toward the pulsating heart of rock. Each step drained immense mental and physical energy, deepening his understanding of the earth's essence. At last, he stood before the statue, trembling as he reached out to touch the heart of rock. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the heart of rock, a colossal explosion reverberated, accompanied by the sound of falling debris and the terrified screams of the crowd, crashing into the cave from outside. The reverberations penetrated the thick stone walls, faintly echoing within the profound cavern. Following that was Cang Lang's furious roar and the sharp clashing of weapons. Xiao Long's hand froze midair. What was happening? Had the Tianji pavilion pursued them? Or had the tribe come under attack? The trial interrupted. The heavy pressure within the cave seemed to waver amidst the external chaos. Xiao Long's expression changed dramatically. He could no longer focus on the legacy before him, abruptly turning and sprinting back the way he came without hesitation. Mother, Yuyan, Cang Lang, the people of Shiji, what has transpired outside? His heart thundered, the insights and yearning for power gained in the trial drowned by intense concern for his loved one's safety. As he raced, the pressure in the cave felt somewhat diminished under his urgent mindset. Upon bursting through the stone door, the scene before him ignited his fury. A group of individuals clad in black, exuding a sinister aura, was fiercely battling the warriors of the Shiji tribe. Cang Lang, wounded yet valiantly resisting, stood in defiance. Lu Shi and Sita Yuyan were shielded by several tribesmen, their expressions filled with terror. Xiao Long recognized at a glance that these black-clad assailants were different from the pursuers of Tianji Pavilion. Their presence was malevolent and unfamiliar. Leader Shan Yan was also engaged in combat, and upon seeing Xiao Long emerge, shouted, "These are members of the Shadow Demon sect. For some unknown reason, they have attacked." Xiao Long let out a furious roar. The earth's essence he had just begun to harness during the trial surged forth within him, albeit faint, yet enough to embolden him for battle. He charged towards the nearest black-clad figure next to Lu Shi, unleashing a gust of wind imbued with the essence of the earth. The assailant, caught off guard by the youth's retaliation, staggered back. The battle intensified, with Cang Lang seizing the moment to topple an enemy. The escalating conflict caused the entire underground cavern to tremble perilously, ultimately succumbing to the weight of the struggle and collapsing. Countless boulders and dust cascaded from the cavern's apex, crashing down upon the combatants below. A pang of urgency gripped Xiao Long's heart as he exerted every ounce of strength to reach his mother, Liu Shi, and Situ Yuyan. Just as a massive rock was about to descend upon Liu Shi, Xiao Long thrust her aside, only to be grazed by the stone, blood streaming from his arm. Cang Lang was struck by a fragment, letting out a whimper and nearly toppling over. The warriors of Shiji were suffering devastating losses, and the mountain chief was also injured, yet they continued to resist valiantly. Meanwhile, those from the Shadow Demon sect appeared well prepared, skillfully evading the collapse with peculiar agility. Just as it seemed they would be buried alive, the talisman clutched in Xiao Long's embrace suddenly radiated a brilliant light, forming a transparent shield that enveloped him, Liu Shi, Situ Yuyan, and Cang Lang. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged from the talisman, propelling the surrounding boulders away. Nonetheless, they still plunged into an underground river. Chapter 18. A terrifying descent into the dark river cold. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his entire body, as if countless steel needles were piercing his pores. An immense, irresistible suction erupted from the depths of darkness, dragging debris, water, and Xiao Long's group downward with frenetic force. The deafening roar of the water obliterated all sound, leaving only the tumultuous growl of the current. Xiao Long felt as though the world was spinning, the intense water pressure compressing his chest and nearly extracting all the air from his lungs. He gritted his teeth, instinctively tightening his grip around his unconscious father, while the frigid river water surged into his nostrils, bringing a searing pain and a sensation of suffocation. The cries of his mother, Liu Shi, the muted groans of Situ Yuyan, and Cang Lang's fearful whimpers were all swallowed by the raging waters. Amidst the chaos, he felt his arm collide violently with something, a sharp pain coursing through him, as if a submerged rock or debris had grazed him. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. Despairing darkness, suffocating cold, an uncontrollable spinning felt as though they were dragging him into an abyss. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of being completely engulfed by the chill and asphyxiation, the ancient talisman pressed against his chest emanated a faint, yet unwavering warmth. This warmth flickered like a candle in the dark, momentarily dispelling some of the bone-deep cold and instilling a strange sense of calm that steadied his nearly panicked mind. Concurrently, the faint yellow earth vein energy within his dantian, which had almost been frozen by the oppressive force of the celestial mirror and the icy river, began to operate again, albeit sluggishly, like embers igniting anew from dying ashes, weakly resisting the external chill and pressure. This flicker of power was insufficient to extricate him from the whirlpool, yet it allowed him to cling to the last vestiges of clarity, desperately holding onto his final breath. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, or perhaps it felt eternal. The terrifying suction suddenly diminished somewhat. They seemed to have been swept into a relatively stable, yet still rapid underground river channel. With a resounding splash, the group collided with the cold, slippery riverbed, their groans drowned out by the sound of rushing water. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Long kicked against the riverbed, fiercely thrusting his head above the water. Coughing violently, he greedily inhaled the damp, frigid air, his lungs ablaze with pain. Before him lay an expanse of utter darkness, and he could only rely on the sound of the current and his sense of touch to discern his surroundings. "Mother! Miss Situ! Cang Lang!" he shouted anxiously, his voice echoing weakly through the vast underground river passage. A faint reply came from nearby. "Longzai, I'm over here," Liu Shi's voice, weak and tinged with tears, indicated she had grasped a protruding rock. Cang Lang's mournful whine also emerged from the water nearby, as it seemed to struggle to swim. Yet, Situ Yuyan remained silent. A heavy dread settled in Xiao Long's heart as he hastily groped through the water. Soon, he felt something cold and soft beneath his fingertips, followed by an almost motionless, icy body. It was Situ Yuyan. Already weakened, she had succumbed to this sudden upheaval and seemed to have lost consciousness. Slowly sinking beneath the water, Xiao Long gasped in shock, immediately paddling with one hand, desperately swimming toward her, pulling her up so her head broke the surface. Her skin was icy to the touch, and he could barely feel her breathing. "Miss Situ, wake up," he called urgently, struggling to maintain buoyancy with one hand while assessing her condition. The underground river was frigid and turbulent, surrounded by absolute darkness and uncertainty. His father remained unconscious on his back, while his mother and Cang Lang fought to survive. Situ Yuyan was in a life-and-death crisis, more real than ever. They must reach the shore immediately. Xiao Long forced himself to remain calm. He concentrated on channeling the faint earth vein energy, striving to enhance his vision and sense of his surroundings. Gradually, the absolute darkness receded slightly, allowing him to discern some extremely vague outlines. The slick, cold stone walls on either side and a high, unseen dome above, indicating they were in a wide underground river channel. He looked at Situ Yuyen, his heart racing with urgency. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he suddenly noticed the glazed pendant hidden beneath the soaked fabric at her chest, emitting an almost imperceptible pale blue glow. This radiance seemed to form a thin, invisible barrier, tenuously protecting her heart and the last flicker of her vitality, preventing her from being completely consumed by the icy waters and the curse. It was this pendant that had once again safeguarded her at a critical moment. A sense of relief washed over Xiao Long, yet he knew this was not a sustainable solution. He must find a foothold without delay. He continued to drag Situ Yuyen with one hand while striving to swim toward the direction from which he remembered hearing his mother's voice. Soon, he encountered Liu Shi, trembling as she clung to a rock. "Mother, hold on to me. Follow me," he shouted, urging her to grasp his arm. He also called for Cang Lang. The loyal wolf, though severely injured, swam tenaciously to his side, relying on the faint awareness from the earth vein energy and his judgment of the water current's direction. He endeavored to swim toward a section of the stone wall that felt like it might have an indentation or shallow area. The journey was exceedingly arduous. The force of the water was beyond imagination, and the cold incessantly sapped his body heat and strength. He not only bore the weight of himself and his father, but also dragged the nearly unconscious Situ Yuyen and his terrified mother, nearly sustained solely by sheer will. Cang Lang paddled alongside them, occasionally nudging Liu Shi or Situ Yuyen with its head, attempting to alleviate Xiao Long's burden. Finally, when he was on the verge of exhaustion, his feet touched a shallow area. Ahead lay a gravelly beach formed by the river's erosion, not particularly wide. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he pushed Situ Yuyen and his mother onto the shore, then stumbled up with his father on his back, collapsing onto the ground as soon as he reached the bank. Gasping for breath, his body shaking uncontrollably. After a brief respite, he struggled to rise. His immediate priority was to start a fire. The cold and dampness were now his greatest enemies. He fumbled to gather dried water plants and driftwood from the shore, and retrieved the fire starter wrapped in animal hide from his pack, which had fortunately remained mostly dry. His hands were numb from the cold, and after several attempts, he finally managed to ignite a small flicker of flame. The orange glow flickered to life, and though feeble, it quickly dispelled some of the darkness and chill, bringing an unparalleled sense of safety and hope. Liu Shi hurriedly moved closer to the fire, carefully wringing out the clothes of the unconscious Xiao Dashan. Xiao Long immediately checked on Situ Yuyen. She remained unresponsive, her face pale as death, her breathing barely perceptible. The curse mark on her neck, having been exacerbated by the prior trauma and icy water, appeared even darker. He once again attempted to channel the earth vein energy into her body, but the effect was minimal. The curse felt like a stubborn rock, firmly locking away her vitality. They needed to leave this river quickly, seeking a safer, drier place, perhaps in need of specific herbs. A deep furrow formed on Xiao Long's brow as he was consumed by worry. He raised his torch, carefully scanning the surrounding environment. This is a vast underground cavernous river, where they find themselves on a small protruding bank. The water flows like ink, its depth unknown, disappearing into the endless darkness. The air is thick with moisture, the scent of saltpeter, and an indescribably ancient dust. Suddenly, his gaze is drawn to the stone wall across the river. On the edge, illuminated by the firelight, it appears to bear some engravings. They seem to be very ancient murals. A surge of intuition compels Xiao Long to discern them more clearly. He instructs Cang Lang to guard the group, and, holding a torch, cautiously advances along the bank, seeking a closer vantage point or a place to cross the river. After taking several dozen steps, the river bends, where the flow is relatively gentle and shallow enough to wade through. Without hesitation, Xiao Long raises the torch and carefully crosses the frigid water, reaching the opposite shore. Under the firelight, the sight on the stone wall takes his breath away. It is a vast expanse of murals, exuding an ancient and bold style. Clearly carved with some gigantic claws or hardstone tools, the lines are deep and filled with primal strength. The content of the murals is astonishing. The first thing that catches the eye is a multitude of diverse ancestors, clad in animal hides and wielding stone spears and bone clubs, fervently kneeling in worship. Their object of reverence is not a deity, but a vague yet imposing silhouette of a colossal beast. The beast, mouth agape towards the heavens, seems to threaten to devour the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by numerous spiral patterns representing energy vortices. Merely the outline of this mural instills a profound psychological pressure in Xiao Long. This image bears a striking resemblance to the fragmented visions he experienced while unconscious, as well as the tribal legends of the monstrous offspring that summoned the beast tide. Yet, it is even more ancient and terrifying. The subsequent murals depict the complex relationship between the ancestors and this monstrous beast, showcasing both reverence and worship, sacrifice and fierce battles, with the ancestors suffering heavy casualties. Then, the style of the murals shifts. New figures emerge, radiant beings wielding luminous weapons, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with the beast. Mountains crumble and stars dim. Ultimately, the murals illustrate the beast's defeat, dismemberment, and sealing. Its body is divided into several parts, each suppressed in different locations, inscribed with various sealing symbols. Xiao Long's heart races. Among the sealing symbols, he recognizes a remarkably familiar pattern, the very symbol that points to the altar summit on his bone map. It is also the symbol resonating with his protective talisman on the totem column of the Shurji tribe. Could it be that the destination indicated by the bone map is not merely an altar, but a forbidden place sealing the remnants of an ancient malevolent beast? What role does the protective talisman entrusted to him by his father play in all this? Just as he is stirred, attempting to discern more details, a low, muffled roar emanates, heavy and oppressive, yet rife with boundless ferocity and hunger, seemingly rising from the depths of the earth, from the farthest end of this dark river. It pierces through the rumbling sound of the water, resonating clearly in everyone's minds. This roar bears an uncanny similarity to the will of the beast depicted in the mural, but it is weaker, yet more frenzied. Thud! On the far bank, Cang Lang emits a cry of sheer terror, once again cowering to the ground, trembling, unable to lift his head. The unconscious Situ Yuyan utters a pained groan, her body convulsing violently, the curse mark on her neck glowing ominously. Lu Shi pales in fear, clutching her son tightly. The torch in Xiao Long's hand trembles violently, the flickering flame illuminating his suddenly pale face. What manner of existence is it that produces such a roar at the end of this underground river? Has the ancient seal begun to weaken? The echoes of the ancient roar still reverberate through the dark channel, carrying a soul-chilling pressure that lingers. On the bank, the firelight grows faint and flickering, as if it could be extinguished by this unseen horror at any moment. Cang Lang crawls and whimpers, Lu Shi trembles in fright, Situ Yuyan struggles in agony, and Xiao Dashan remains unconscious. The atmosphere of despair spreads once more, as cold as the river water. Xiao Long forces himself to suppress his horror and quickly retreats to the opposite bank. Now is not the time for a deep exploration of the murals. They must leave this perilous river immediately. The source of that roar undoubtedly lies deep downstream. Should they venture upstream, or confront the unknown terror downstream? As he hesitates, the torchlight sweeps across a stone wall to the side. There, an unobtrusive crevice, partially concealed by stalactites, catches his attention. A flicker of hope ignites within him. But just as he prepares to beckon his mother and the others into the crevice, his gaze inadvertently shifts to the stone wall at the entrance of the fissure. There, an exceedingly simple yet startling symbol is etched, a wolf claw mark. The mark appears fresh, seemingly made recently, with claw marks deeply embedded in the stone, exuding a familiar, primal power. It is the mark of the Wolf King. Has it known of this path all along? Is it guiding them? Xiao Long's heart races. Should he trust the Wolf King's guidance and enter this unknown crevice? Or continue along the dark river, facing the terrifying roar downstream? There is hardly time for deliberation. Mother, this way, quickly, he decisively urges, helping Situ Yuyan to her feet, preparing to lead her into the fissure. However, just as his foot crosses the threshold of the fissure, a deep, resonant hum reverberates, distinct from the ancient beast's roar, as if emanating from the very depths of the earth beneath him. Then, within the darkness of the crevice, two ghostly green orbs, the size of lanterns, slowly illuminate. The light is frigid and lifeless, yet carries a sense of indifference, as if awakened from countless ages of slumber. An overwhelming, ancient pressure, equally formidable as that of the roaring entity downstream, begins to emanate from the depths of the fissure, suffocating in its weight. A larger, more suffocating silhouette emerges faintly in the darkness of the crevice. It blocks their path. Why does the Wolf King's guidance lead to the lair of another terrifying existence? With an unknown giant obstructing their way, and the ferocious beast's roar pursuing them, they seem to have awakened two entirely different ancient beings in this underground realm. The escape route they had just discovered has instantaneously transformed into another dead end. Xiao Long's body freezes, cold sweat soaking his back. Chapter 19. Xuanwu rock turtle deep within the crevice. The two ghostly green orbs, resembling the gaze of the abyss, gradually brighten, accompanied by the earth's deep hum. A vast, heavy, and terrifying pressure, as if it carries the weight of eons, crashes down upon each heart. The faint hope inspired by the wolf claw mark is shattered by this sudden, more immediate terror. From the depths of the underground river, the ancient roar, filled with boundless ferocity and hunger, resurfaces, as if drawn by the commotion, laden with a nauseating urgency and threat. With an unknown giant blocking their path and the ferocious beasts roar in hot pursuit, they appear to have stumbled into the hunting grounds of two ancient existences, becoming the pitiable prey. Lu Shi's voice trembles uncontrollably, gripping her son's arm tightly, nearly collapsing under the weight of fear. The Cang Lang pressed its body firmly against the ground, emitting a mournful cry. Confronted by such an entity, it had lost even the courage to bare its teeth. Xiao Long swallowed hard, his throat parched and painful. He forced himself to turn his nearly stiff neck and gaze into the depths of the crevice. Illuminated by the flickering light of the torch in his hand and the faint glow emanating from the two ghostly green lanterns, a vague yet overwhelmingly vast silhouette gradually came into focus. It was not the ferocious beast he had imagined, but rather resembled a small mountain, alive and cloaked in thick moss and ancient rock strata. Its shell was akin to colossal rock slabs formed through millennia of tectonic movement, covered in profound grooves resembling natural runes. Its limbs were as robust as the roots of thousand-year-old trees, deeply embedded in the rocky ground. Those two lanterns were, in fact, the eyes of its immense head. The gaze was ancient and murky, yet bore a sense of indifference and tranquility that transcended time. It seemed to have just awakened from an interminable slumber, slowly shifting its immense body, causing stones and dust to cascade down from it. Each minuscule movement triggered a slight tremor in the ground. Was this a colossal rock turtle, or perhaps an ancient remnant possessing the form of one? It blocked the exit of the crevice, its massive form nearly filling the passage, leaving no possibility of circumventing it. Xiao Long's heart sank to the depths of despair. From this ancient rock turtle, he felt not the wrath and murderous intent of the roaring master downstream, but a more profound and unyielding will to protect. It seemed to have guarded this place since time immemorial, obstructing all who sought passage. Why did the Wolf King's mark lead them here? Were they meant to confront this insurmountable guardian? Just as his mind reeled in shock and confusion, a faint voice, imbued with incredulity, emerged from beside him. It was Situ Yuyan. She had awakened once more from a deep stupor, stirred by the dual ancient pressure. Her face was as pale as paper, her brows knitted in immense pain, yet her clear eyes remained fixed on the colossal silhouette in the crevice, filled with astonishment and a peculiar light. Do you know it? Xiao Long asked urgently, grasping at a lifeline. The Wan Huang, Isho Lu vaguely records a creature resembling a giant turtle, bearing a rocky shell, dwelling in the depths. Gentle in nature, yet wrathful against those who trespass into its forbidden domain, Situ Yian said, her voice intermittent and strained, each word seemingly sapping her strength. It should be an ancient guardian of the earth's veins, not a creature of slaughter, but we have intruded upon its territory. Guardian of the earth's veins? Xiao Long felt a sudden stirring in his heart. The faint essence of the earth's veins within him seemed to resonate with an almost imperceptible awe and affinity towards this colossal being, akin to subjects before a sovereign. The roar from downstream erupted once more, now more agitated, infused with urgency and menace, as if compelling the rock turtle to eliminate these insignificant intruders. The giant head of the rock turtle turned slightly, its murky green eyes glancing toward the downstream direction, revealing a fleeting expression of human-like annoyance and disdain. Yet its immense body remained steadfast, firmly blocking the passage. Its focus was directed primarily on the small, unexpected visitors before it. The heavy pressure still lingered, yet it appeared devoid of immediate intent to attack. Situ Yian's insight offered Xiao Long a glimmer of hope. The guardian of the earth's veins might regard entities sharing its essence differently? Taking a gamble, Xiao Long inhaled deeply, gently lowering his father, signaling his mother and Cang Lang to remain absolutely still. He stepped forward. Despite his legs trembling with fear, he endeavored to straighten his spine. He made no gestures of aggression or defense, but slowly closed his eyes, immersing his entire being into his dantian, cautiously guiding the faint yet pure essence of the earth's veins, releasing it gently, no longer to combat the pressure, but to emanate a gentle, reverent, and approachable intent. Simultaneously, the ancient talisman he had clutched tightly seemed to sense the shared essence, radiating warmth that harmonized with his earth vein energy, exuding an even more ancient, and pure resonance. This process was exceedingly perilous, akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss. A miscalculation could provoke this ancient entity with unimaginable consequences. Time seemed to freeze. Each second stretched on like a century. The roars from downstream grew increasingly frantic, the sound of massive splashes indicating that the lurking presence was drawing near. Just as Xiao Long felt he could no longer endure, the immense body of the rock turtle trembled ever so slightly. The indifference in its murky green eyes faded, replaced by a hint of surprise and scrutiny. The terrifying pressure weighing upon them suddenly lessened slightly. Though still heavy, it no longer radiated exclusivity and hostility. Its colossal head slowly lowered, coming closer, nostrils flaring slightly as if to carefully perceive the essence of the earth emanating from Xiao Long and the ancient resonance of the talisman. A more distinct and powerful wave of Earth's essence radiated from the rock turtle, washing over Xiao Long like a gentle tide. In a moment of inspiration, he relinquished his inhibitions, guiding his flow of energy to resonate with it. In that instant, he felt the heartbeat of the earth, witnessing the intricate network of energy coursing through the depths below. A sense of desolation, ancientness, and guardianship, akin to a silent language, was conveyed to his heart through the resonance of the earth's veins. This rock turtle had slumbered here for countless ages, its mission to guard this place, preventing the leakage of the sealed ferocious beast's remnants downstream and protecting wandering beings from calamity. It recognized the purity of the earth's essence and the ancient covenant mark upon Xiao Long, yet it still would not permit passage. For what lay behind was an absolute forbidden zone, while what lay ahead might be the only path to survival, yet it was obstructed by its massive form. What to do? It remained stationed here, immovable, unwilling to yield. Xiao Long was filled with anxiety. The terrifying aura from downstream was rapidly approaching. He could even hear the sound of a massive, heavy object dragging across the riverbed. At that moment, Situ Yuyan struggled to speak again. Her voice faint yet clear. The Guardian's Covenant. It guards not through slaughter. Perhaps there is another way. Or it can briefly open a path. Her words illuminated Xiao Long's mind. He concentrated his intent once more, using the resonance of the earth's veins not to plead for passage, but to convey a profound sense of crisis. The terrifying presence downstream was drawing near. And if it broke free, the seal here might be compromised, challenging its duty as guardian. At the same time, he conveyed a plea, requesting guidance to a path of survival or the possibility of briefly opening a passage. A flicker of light shone in the murky eyes of the rock turtle, as if weighing the decision. The downstream presence, filled with greed and destruction, indeed evoked its deep aversion and posed an eternal threat to the sealed land. Finally, it made a decision. Its colossal head, resembling a mountain, slowly turned towards the stone wall to one side. It opened its enormous mouth, emitting no sound. Yet a concentrated beam of earthy yellow light coalesced within, radiating a pulse of energy that sent chills down the spine. It was not aimed at Xiao Long and the others, but rather at the adjacent, immensely hard stone wall. With a thunderous crash, a solid beam of earthy yellow light erupted from its mouth, silently striking the stone wall. There was no explosion, no shattering. The unyielding granite wall melted away silently, as if submerged in water, instantly dissolving and concaving inward, forming a perfectly smooth circular tunnel just wide enough for a person to pass through by bending down. The tunnel seemed endless, its depths obscured and the destination unknown. After completing the task, a hint of weariness flickered in the eyes of the basalt tortoise. Its once mighty aura now somewhat diminished. Clearly, this seemingly effortless strike had exacted a considerable toll on it. It cast a glance at Xiao Long, its massive head nodding slightly before it slowly closed its eyes once more, reverting to its ancient slumber, sealing the fissure once again. Yet, the newly forged tunnel lay vividly before them, a path to life. Xiao Long was overwhelmed with joy, not pausing to ponder further. He immediately hoisted his father onto his back and assisted Situ Yuyan, urging her, "Mother, quickly, let us enter." Lu Shi and Cang Lang also reacted swiftly, scrambling into the freshly opened tunnel that still radiated warmth and the scent of earth. Just as Xiao Long was the last to dive into the tunnel and glance back, a thunderous roar erupted. The dark waters of the downstream river exploded violently. A colossal, indescribable tentacle, composed of black sludge, shattered bones, and thick, dark energy, surged forth from the depths, driven by a frenzied will to devour everything in its path. It struck fiercely against the massive form of the basalt tortoise, which had just sealed the passage. The tremendous impact reverberated throughout the underground cavern. The basalt tortoise trembled violently, its rocky shell gleaming brilliantly as it withstood the blow. Emitting a deep, furious growl that clashed with the ravenous roars of the tentacle. Just the residual waves and a fleeting glimpse of that horrifying scene sent shivers down Xiao Long's spine, nearly paralyzing him with terror. He dared not look back, desperately crawling deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel was astonishingly smooth, as if the tortoise's power had instantaneously reshaped the structure of the rock. They could only proceed by bending low, their pace sluggish. Behind them, the cacophony of the tortoise clashing with the monstrous tentacle, along with the sounds of enraged roars and greedy howls, resounded continuously, causing the entire tunnel to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Each person exerted every ounce of strength, groping forward in the darkness with a singular thought, to distance themselves from that terrifying battlefield. It was unclear how long they crawled, but eventually, the roaring behind them began to wane, until it faded entirely. The tunnel ceased its shaking. They seemed to have found temporary safety. However, a new question arose. Where did this tunnel lead? The Wolf King's mark had guided them to the basalt tortoise, which had opened a path for them. But where would this path ultimately lead? To the altar peak marked on their map, or to another unknown land? At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was not the flicker of a torch, but the natural brilliance of sunlight. An exit. Hope infused them with renewed vigor, and they hastened towards the illumination. The light grew brighter, and the air became fresh, imbued with the fragrance of grass and earth. Xiao Long emerged first from the tunnel, squinting instinctively against the blinding sunlight. He realized he stood at the base of a concealed hillside, the exit obscured by dense vines and shrubs, exceedingly well hidden. Sunlight filtered through the trees, accompanied by the song of birds and the aroma of blossoms, as if their nightmarish ordeal had merely been a fleeting dream. He hurriedly pulled his father, Situ Yuyan, and his mother out of the exit in succession. Cang Lang also emerged, warily sniffing the unfamiliar air. Just as they reveled in the joy of seeing the light of day again, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. An arrow, its shaft engraved with distinctive markings, pierced the ground right before Xiao Long's feet, trembling violently and emitting a spine-chilling hum. A cold, haughty voice, laced with mockery, drifted from the nearby woods. Well, we've certainly found you. Who would have thought you little moles could actually crawl out of that place? Xiao Long froze, slowly raising his gaze. He beheld 5 figures emerging from the treetops above the hillside. They were not clad in the uniform gray attire of the previous Tiangong-gu Earth Division team, but wore finely crafted black leather armor that shimmered with a faint aura, adorned with a menacing wolf head emblem that seemed to tear through the stars. The leader, shouldering an exaggeratedly large blade, wore a scar across his face and regarded them with predatory eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. These individuals exuded a more intense and bloodthirsty aura than the Earth Division team. Well, this works out nicely. The scar-faced man licked his lips, his gaze greedily sweeping over the weakened Situ Yin and Xiao Long hand over the Chaos Source Seed and the Lioli Immortal Embryo. And perhaps we'll grant you a swift end. Xiao Long's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. Just as he escaped the dragon's lair, he found himself in the tiger's den. Who were these people? How did they know about the Chaos Source Seed and the Lioli Immortal Embryo? Their intentions were so clear. Suppressing his fear and rage, Xiao Long positioned himself protectively in front of his family and Situ Yuyan. He glared coldly at the scar-faced man and demanded, "Who are you? And how do you know this?" The scar-faced man scoffed, "You're already dead. What does it matter whether I tell you or not? Be wise and hand it over quickly. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today." Xiao Long mused quietly. It was evident that the Tianlang alliance had come prepared, and their current condition left them with no chance in a direct confrontation. Just as he contemplated a strategy, Cang Lang suddenly growled low, its fur bristling as it warily scanned the surroundings. The black-armored soldiers of Tiangong-gu had quietly encircled them. The scar-faced man waved his hand impatiently. "Enough chatter, attack." With his command, several figures in black lunged at them like ravenous wolves. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, drawing the short blade from his waist, ready to fight to the death. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a sudden whooshing sound echoed from a distance, and several arrows pierced through the bodies of the black-armored soldiers, causing the advancing assailants to collapse instantly, motionless. Everyone was taken aback as 5 burly men emerged from not far away, their allegiance uncertain. Chapter 20. Forge Camp and the Rising Dark Tide. Upon inquiry, it turned out these were disciples of the Bailian sect, drawn by the commotion nearby, following the steady and powerful footsteps of the 5 robust men. Xiao Long and his companions ventured deeper into the dense forest. The atmosphere remained subtly tense, a blend of relief from their narrow escape and caution towards the unknown. The leader, A giant crossbowman named Gang identified himself as the captain of a patrol team from the Bailian sect. He spoke little but walked with determination, displaying a remarkable familiarity with the terrain, deftly avoiding treacherous paths. His 4 team members silently flanked the group, forming a moving iron wall, their heavy steel shields and war hammers exuding a reassuring sense of strength. Xiao Long, burdened with his father, cautiously assisted Situ Yuyan, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The fleeting cold gaze he had encountered earlier pierced his heart, preventing him from relaxing even for a moment. Cang Lang limped beside him, maintaining a distance from Gang and the others, yet its hostility had diminished significantly, sensing that these individuals bore no ill intent. After approximately half an hour of progress, faint clanging sounds and the subtle scent of sulfur wafted toward them. Breaking through the last dense thicket, a stunning scene unfolded before their eyes. They stood in a secluded valley, one side leaning against a steep, crimson rock wall, which was dotted with several cave entrances, faint red light emanating from within. In the open space of the valley, a few simple stone structures built from thick logs and heavy metal plates stood sturdy and rugged. At the center was a massive fire pit, forged from some dark red metal. Although the flames were not vigorous at that moment, they still radiated an astonishing warmth. And the ground surrounding the fire pit was inscribed with intricate runes for heat gathering and protection. A dozen disciples of Bailian, all of similar tall stature and muscular build, were busily engaged in their tasks. Some hammered glowing metal ingots by the fire pit, sending sparks flying into the air. Others polished the already formed armor components, while yet others tinkered with various uniquely shaped crossbows and large tools. The atmosphere was thick with the mingling scents of burning metal, coal, and sweat, creating a scene of fervent industriousness. This was the temporary encampment of Bailian. Rather than a mere camp, it resembled a small, mobile forge workshop and military stronghold. Upon seeing Gang and his companions return, the disciples in the camp paused their work to nod in greeting, their curious gazes falling upon the disheveled group led by Xiao Long. Yet they displayed little apprehension, clearly placing great trust in Gang. Sherman, bring the best healing ointment and the Qiang Dan for restoring vitality. Also, prepare a clean, quiet room. Gang's booming voice echoed through the valley. A young disciple, bearing a scar from a flame on his face, yet possessing unusually bright eyes, immediately responded and hurried away to comply. Gang turned to Xiao Long and gestured toward a relatively quiet stone room nearby. Little brother, take your companions to rest and tend to their wounds. Fear not. The immovable rock formation here, though a simplified version, is more than sufficient to shield against the prying eyes of Tianjai. His candor and efficient arrangements eased Xiao Long's mind somewhat. He solemnly bowed to Gang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Gang, for saving our lives. I apologize for the disturbance. Before long, Xiao Dashan and Situ Yuyan were settled in separate quiet rooms, each adorned with clean animal hides. Sherman delivered the medicines, and Liu Shi was overwhelmed with gratitude, hastily tending to her husband's wounds. Situ Yuyan's condition was more troubling. The soul-binding curse could not be alleviated by ordinary remedies. After examining her, Sherming's expression turned grave, and he could only provide her with calming elixirs to temporarily suppress the curse's violent backlash. Xiao Long also tended to the wound on his shoulder. Fortunately, the poison was not deep, and after applying the Bailian's specialized healing ointment, a wave of coolness washed over him, significantly diminishing the pain. Cang Lang was likewise well cared for. Its wounds were cleaned and treated, and it received a large piece of deliciously roasted beast meat, which it devoured hungrily, displaying a noticeably friendly demeanor towards the disciples of Bailian. Having settled in temporarily, the tense nerves began to relax, and a profound sense of fatigue washed over them like a tide. As night fell, the massive fire pit in the center of the valley blazed brightly, illuminating the entire camp as if it were day and dispelling the chill of the mountains. Xiao Long sat beside the fire pit, basking in its warmth. Gang approached with a jug of strong liquor and 2 rough metal cups, offering one to him. Drink a bit to ward off the cold and ease your shock, Gang said as he sat opposite Xiao Long, his imposing figure resembling a statue of iron in the firelight. Xiao Long gratefully accepted the cup, taking a sip. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat like flames, bringing a rush of warmth. Captain Gang, there is something I do not comprehend, Xiao Long said, setting down his cup and meeting Gang's gaze with sincerity. Earlier on the road, you mentioned that we are potential allies of Bailian, and you spoke of the aura of an old friend? Gang let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. I knew you would ask that. He took a hearty swig of his drink and wiped his mouth. First, Bailianzong has never gotten along with those from Tianjai, who are so self-righteous, believing they can control everything. Those they go to such lengths to hunt down. Particularly those falsely accused of being calamities, are mostly not bad people and may even become their enemies. An enemy of my enemy is a potential friend, is it not? His reasoning was straightforward yet aligned with the impression Bailianzong typically projected. Secondly, Shigong's gaze deepened slightly as he pointed to the area over Xiao Long's heart. The disciples of Bailianzong have long dealt with gold, stone, and fire, making us particularly sensitive to the pulsations of the earth and certain unique minerals. There is a very ancient and pure aura of the earth emanating from you. While faint, its essence is remarkably high. Moreover, this aura bears some resemblance to that of an ancient earth guardian who once aided our ancestors, as recorded in our sect's secret tomes. Hence, I remarked upon the scent of an old friend. So it is. Xiao Long's heart stirred, simultaneously shaken. The Bailianzong could perceive the aura of the protective talisman, perhaps even having a connection to its original bearer. What secrets did this talisman left by his father conceal? As for the pack of scoundrels from Langshagging, Shigong's tone turned disdainful. A group of wretched hyenas, engaged in despicable acts of bloodline theft, tomb raiding, and underhanded dealings. If they have their eyes on you, it is merely because they covet your so-called chaos origin bloodline and that girl's unique constitution. Should you encounter them in the future, there is no need for words, simply strike them down. The weight of information was immense, and Xiao Long silently processed it. It seemed that Tianjai and Langshagging had increasingly formidable enemies. Captain Shigong, what of Tianjai's celestial mirror? Do not worry, Shigong waved his hand dismissively. The celestial mirror has an extensive surveillance range, but its precision diminishes accordingly. Though I cannot boast about the immovable rock formation, we excel in concealment and defense. Unless someone of the level of D Hao personally wields the core formation plate and arrives at the valley entrance to scan, they will not detect you. For now, you are safe. He paused, his tone turning slightly serious. However, this place is not meant for prolonged stay. Our purpose here is to explore a newly discovered black iron vein, and we will withdraw once the task is complete. What are your plans? Xiao Long fell silent for a moment, retrieving the crude bone map from his pocket and pointing to the wolf-headed totem and altar peak depicted on it. We need to go here. Shigong took the bone fragment and scrutinized it closely, furrowing his coarse brows. Venturing deeper in this direction becomes increasingly perilous. Not only are there powerful ancient remnants, but the environment is also extremely harsh. He pointed to the location of the altar peak. This place is quite strange. Our sect's ancient texts contain sporadic mentions of it, seemingly related to certain ancient seals. It is not a place of good fortune. Even Bailianzong regarded it as dangerous and strange. Xiao Long's heart sank. Just then, the young disciple named Shiming hurried over, whispering a few words into Shigong's ear and handing him an object. Shigong's expression shifted slightly, and he waved for Shiming to step back. He opened his palm to reveal a metal shard as thin as a cicada's wing, nearly transparent, with edges so smooth that they shimmered with an eerie light. This was discovered at the perimeter of the camp's alert formation, Shigong said, his voice lowered and tinged with gravity. It does not bear the style of Langshagging, nor that of Tianjai. This resembles the shadow shards used by the ghostly assassins of Yimingdian for reconnaissance. Yimingdian. Xiao Long instantly recalled Situ Yuyin mentioning that the soul-binding curse on her came from Yimingdian. Shigong's gaze sharpened as he scanned the darkness beyond the firelight. It seems that you are being targeted by more than one group. Furthermore, this group is even more adept at hiding and assassination than Langshagging. No sooner had he spoken than thud, thud, thud. The fire runestones embedded in the rocks and wooden stakes around the camp, which provided illumination and energy, suddenly extinguished one after another without warning. It was as if an invisible hand had abruptly severed the source of light. The entire camp was plunged into profound darkness. Only the flames of the central fire pit continued to burn, yet their glow was suppressed by an unseen force, illuminating only a minuscule area around them. As if the darkness bore tangible weight, continuously consuming the light. Enemy attack. Form up. Shigong's roar erupted like thunder, shattering the silence. The well-trained disciples of Bailianzong, though startled, remained composed as heavy footsteps and the clattering of metal shields echoed in the dark, swiftly converging around the central fire pit to form a solid defensive formation. Xiao Long's heart raced, rising to his throat. He too swiftly unsheathed his short blade, guarding the direction of the quiet room, while simultaneously channeling his earth vein energy to sense his surroundings. However, the assailants were exceedingly strange. Silence reigned, devoid of any sound, the absence of rushing air, footsteps. and even the faintest hint of murderous intent rendered the atmosphere nearly imperceptible. Only the suffocating, pervasive cold darkness lingered, a manifestation of the shadowy canopy of Yomingdian. Shigong's voice pierced the stillness, laced with fury. Beware their shadow assassination techniques. Illuminate the backup light sources. A disciple attempted to ignite a torch or activate a spare rune. But as soon as the flame flickered to life, it was as though darkness devoured it, extinguishing the light in an instant. A faint sound, like a blade slicing through leather, echoed. A disciple of Balianzong emitted a brief, chilling scream, followed by the thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. The attack commenced, silent and insidious, leaving no room for defense. Xiao Long felt an icy chill creeping from behind. Without hesitation, he relied on the enhanced perception granted by the Earth's energy and dove to the side. A deep, smooth cut appeared on the wooden pillar where he had just stood. Another sound of air being sliced through approached the quiet room. Mother, be careful. Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm, but he had no time to assist. In this critical moment, Situ Yuyan, who had been unconscious, was perhaps awakened by the external aura of danger. The glass pendant at her chest erupted with an unprecedented, radiant blue light that pierced through the cracks of the stone chamber. Purify. A weak yet remarkably clear command resonated from within the quiet room, akin to glaciers melting and jade chimes ringing. A pure, icy blue halo, imbued with divine purifying intent, rapidly expanded from Situ Yuyan at its center. Wherever the blue halo passed, the thick, light-consuming darkness hissed and retreated as if encountering its nemesis. Several shadowy figures concealed in the darkness were illuminated by this sudden, purifying light, letting out muffled sounds of surprise and anger, their movements momentarily hindered. Although the halo quickly dissipated and Situ Yuyan seemed to faint again from exhaustion, the brief moment of illumination and disruption proved sufficient. Now's our chance, Shigong roared, unleashing a fiery shockwave. Several disciples wielding heavy hammers struck the ground forcefully, creating a massive shockwave infused with scorching fire energy that erupted outward. The shadowy figures revealed by the light were caught off guard, stumbling back and losing their concealed state. The flames reignited, though still suppressed by the lingering darkness, allowing for limited visibility. Surrounding the camp were 7 or 8 figures clad in tight black attire, their faces obscured by featureless masks. They stood like weightless phantoms in the shadows, wielding peculiar blades that seemed to absorb light. These were the assassins of Yomingdian. The two sides clashed in an instant. The disciples of Balianzong shouted fiercely, raising shields to block and swinging their hammers with tremendous force, each strike accompanied by the sound of thunder. In contrast, the Yomingdian assassins moved like wraiths, launching lethal strikes from improbable angles, their attacks sharp and cunning, targeting the nodes of energy flow and gaps in defense. The clang of metal, roars, and muffled grunts melded into a cacophony. Xiao Long joined the fray, his strength perhaps lacking. Yet the sharp perception bestowed by the Earth's energy allowed him to foresee the most perilous attacks, narrowly evading the deadly shadow blades aimed at his vital points and occasionally disrupting the assassin's movements, alleviating the pressure on the Balianzong disciples. However, the Yomingdian assassins' movements were too elusive, their strength generally formidable, and their teamwork seamless, like venomous serpents in the shadows. Though the Balianzong disciples maintained a solid defense, they struggled to gain an advantage, resulting in 2 more sustaining injuries. Shigong wielded an exaggerated crossbow as a melee weapon, each swing unstoppable, forcing 2 assassin leaders to evade rather than confront him directly. Yet, he was evidently more skilled in ranged attacks, though fierce in close combat. He could not swiftly eliminate the enemy. The battle had reached a stalemate. At that moment, a mournful, ancient howl of a wolf, imbued with endless majesty and power, resonated from the depths of Shawan Dashan, echoing clearly in everyone's minds. This howl, reminiscent of the call of a great wolf, was magnified countless times, embodying the supreme will to command all beasts and reign over the wilderness. As the wolf's howl sounded, all movements of the Yomingdian assassins abruptly halted, as if struck by a profound shock emanating from the very core of their souls. Even the disciples of Balianzong and Shigong felt a tremor of their spirits, their actions momentarily delayed. Xiao Long was especially shaken. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the ancient wolf king, wise and silver gray. Was it calling out, or issuing a warning? Simultaneously, the fragment of a bone map in Xiao Long's possession began to warm slightly, with the depiction of the altar peak shimmering faintly with light. Was the wolf king's howl and the bone fragment's reaction providing guidance, or urging action? The battlefield fell into a moment of silence due to this sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Shigong struck back against one of the assassin leaders, shouting to Xiao Long, "Little brother, this place is not safe. The entities of Yomingdian are the most troublesome. Follow the direction of the wolf's howl. There may be a glimmer of hope. We will cover your retreat. Leave now." In the midst of this fierce battle, abandoning those who are fighting valiantly for them, Xiao Long was taken aback. Just then, one of the Yomingdian assassin leaders seemed to realize something, their cold gaze locking onto Xiao Long as they hissed in an oddly twisted tone. The source of chaos must be taken. The speed of the Yomingdian assassin leader surpassed visual perception, resembling a shadow that tore through space, crossing half the camp's distance in an instant. The chilling intent to kill locked onto Xiao Long's throat. "Little brother, run!" Shigong's roar echoed from afar, as he was entangled by another assassin and unable to assist. To remain would mean certain death and would also endanger Balianzong. To flee? Abandoning the benefactor who fought bloodily on their behalf. In a split second, resoluteness flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. He was not one to waver. He understood that any hesitation at this moment would be a fatal luxury. "Captain Shigong, I will repay this favor in the future." Xiao Long let out a hoarse roar, not retreating, but making a promise. He kicked a burning piece of wood toward the oncoming assassin leader, attempting to slightly impede their advance. Simultaneously, the earth's energy within him surged with unprecedented speed, not for attack, but entirely focused on his legs. "Mother, bring father. Songlong, protect Miss Situ. Follow me." His voice was urgent like raindrops, and he retreated swiftly, targeting the direction from which the wolf's howl emanated. Leo had long been frightened into a daze. Yet her maternal instincts surged with astonishing strength, enabling her to hoist the unconscious Xiao Dashan onto her back. Songlong emitted a low growl, grasping the barely standing Situ Yuyen by her collar and dragging her to follow Xiao Long. The assassin leader easily swatted away the burning wood, and upon seeing Xiao Long attempt to escape, their eyes glimmered with intensified malice. Moving like a ghost, they accelerated once more, wielding a blade that seemed to absorb souls, slicing through the air toward Xiao Long's back. The speed disparity was overwhelming. Xiao Long could feel the chilling aura closing in, just as the situation appeared dire. A thunderous roar erupted, "Not on my watch." It was the young disciple Shimeng, bearing the marks of flames upon his face. He disregarded his own safety and hurled his heavy steel shield like a discus, perfectly intercepting the trajectory of the shadow blade. The clash of metal erupted in a deafening cacophony. The shadowy blade scraped against the steel shield, producing a dazzling array of sparks, while the immense force sent the shield flying. Yet, it successfully deflected the assassin leader's lethal strike by a mere inch. It was this fractional difference that saved him. With a muffled gasp, the shadowy blade failed to pierce the heart, instead plunging deep into Xiao Long's right shoulder blade. An icy, domineering power, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, surged into his body. Xiao Long let out a pained groan, his vision darkening as he nearly collapsed. However, gritting his teeth, he harnessed the momentum to lunge forward even more desperately, shouting, "Brother Shimeng, thank you." Without glancing back, he bore the excruciating pain and, alongside his family and Cang Lang, stumbled into the pitch-black mountains beyond the camp like a wounded beast. The assassin leader sought to pursue further, but Shimeng had already lunged at him barehanded, gripping his waist tightly and roaring, "Your opponents are us. Seek death." The assassin leader's voice was frigid as he retaliated, thrusting a blade into Shimeng's abdomen. Shimeng trembled violently, yet refused to let go, blood frothing from his mouth as he shouted to the other disciples of Balianzong, who were still fiercely battling, "Protect and escort." More disciples of Balianzong, eyes reddened with fury, fought valiantly to break free from their adversaries, forming a human wall to staunch the pursuit of the Yomingdian assassins. The sounds of brutal combat quickly receded behind them, accompanied by the resolute roars of Balianzong disciples and the cold reprimands of the Yomingdian assassins. Xiao Long's heart bled, but he could not afford to look back. He could only bury this gratitude and rage deep within, transforming it into the strength to flee. As they plunged into the dense forest, the profound darkness and intricate terrain became their temporary refuge. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The wound on his shoulder throbbed with agonizing pain, the chilling energy left by the shadowy blade gnawing at his flesh and veins, even attempting to freeze the vitality in his dantian. Each breath tugged at the wound, inducing waves of dizziness. His mother, Lu Shi, carried his father on her back, panting and staggering, sustained solely by sheer will. Cang Lang, clutching Situ Yuyen, was also greatly hindered. The direst situation was with Situ Yuyen. She had just forcefully activated the power of the Liuli pendant, already drained, and now being jostled by Cang Lang in their flight. The soul-binding seal on her neck flickered ominously, the backlash erupting with full force. She felt icy all over, her orifices beginning to seep fine strands of blood. Her breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind, clearly on the brink of life and death. No, they must stop immediately to save her. Xiao Long's heart raced in desperation, yet he knew that halting could lead to certain death. The assassins of Yuming Dian could break free from Bai Lianzong's blockade and pursue at any moment. Just then, the mournful, ancient howl of a wolf echoed once more from deep within the mountains, this time clearer, imbued with a sense of guidance, as if correcting their direction. Simultaneously, the bone shard map in Xiao Long's arms continued to radiate warmth, subtly resonating with the wolf's howl. There was no other choice. They had to trust the Wolf King's guidance. Following the sound of the howl, Xiao Long let out a low growl, forcefully suppressing his injuries and the chill. Striving to discern the path as he trudged through the darkness, he channeled a faint thread of Earth's energy into Situ Yuyan, attempting to stabilize her failing vitality. But the effect was negligible, as the backlash of the seal and the chilling energy of the shadowy blade seemed to work in concert to destroy her. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he suddenly recalled the previous encounter in the underground river, where the Earth's energy resonated with Situ Yuyan's Lioli pendant. Perhaps he could attempt it once more? He immediately concentrated all his thoughts, no longer simply nourishing with the Earth's vitality, but rather attempting to guide the Earth's energy. Cautiously reaching out to the now heated Lioli pendant at Situ Yuyan's heart. Initially, the pendant's energy rejected him vehemently, as the two drastically different energies threatened to clash violently. Yet Xiao Long did not falter. He endeavored to recall the rhythm from their last resonance, amplifying the intent of nurturing, protecting, and fostering within the Earth's energy, as if the Earth embraced all. Gradually, the pure, icy radiance of the Lioli seemed to sense his goodwill and unique energy signature, the repulsion slowly diminishing. Finally, a faint resonance emerged. A cool, pure energy, imbued with a sacred purifying essence, was guided by the Earth's energy, not flowing to nourish Situ Yuyan, but rather to Xiao Long's own shoulder wound inflicted by the shadowy blade. As the chilling, malevolent energy encountered this Lioli purifying light, it swiftly dissolved as if snow meeting the sun. The agony and coldness at the wound significantly lessened. Although it could not heal the injury immediately, it successfully staved off its deterioration. More importantly, through this successful guidance and resonance, Xiao Long felt that a tenuous yet genuine energy bridge had been established between him and the unconscious Situ Yuyan. Through this bridge, he could perceive more clearly the rate at which her vitality waned, allowing him to supplement her life force with his own earth energy in the most delicate manner. While this could not eradicate the seal, it bought her precious time. Thus, they fled through the dark forest, relying on the guidance of the wolf's howl and the faint resonance of the bone map, struggling to venture deeper into the mountains. The sounds of pursuit seemed to have temporarily faded away, whether due to Bai Lianzong's successful obstruction or the Yuming Dian assassins regrouping, he could not tell. Yet the dangers surrounding them showed no signs of abating. The midnight forest was a haven for ferocious beasts. The scent of blood wafting from them attracted numerous prying eyes. In the darkness, green eyes flickered, and deep growls reverberated around them. Cang Lang occasionally emitted threatening growls, intimidating the predators that sought to approach. Although injured, the bloodline pressure of the Wolf King still proved effective against ordinary beasts. However, soon, something even more terrifying emerged. As they traversed a bizarre hollow littered with white bones, the surrounding mist thickened suddenly, within which the sickening sound of grinding bones could be faintly heard. Following that, skeletal remains and corpses, their eyes flickering with ghostly green flames and assembled from various beast and even human bones, began to crawl forth from the mist and mud, blocking their path. Undead creatures. This region was indeed sinister. Though the skeletal remains were not powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and they rushed forward, unfeeling of pain and unafraid of death. Get away. Xiao Long's eyes widened with rage as he swung his dagger, but the blade barely made an impact against the hard bones. Lucia screamed in terror. Cang Lang roared and lunged, tearing apart a few skeletal remains, yet more closed in, just as they found themselves encircled, unable to move an inch. The ancient wolf howl resonated again, this time much nearer. It seemed to echo from the ridge just ahead. With the howl, countless pairs of ghostly green eyes, filled with wild energy, suddenly lit up in the surrounding forest. Then, agile wolves of varying fur colors, like phantoms, leapt from the woods. They were well trained, moving in perfect harmony, like efficient machines of slaughter, accurately targeting the skeletal remains, their claws shredding and fangs gnawing, instantly scattering the densely packed army of the undead. It was a pack of wolves, the very kin under the command of the ancient Wolf King. They had arrived just in time. The wolf pack swiftly eliminated the undead. Yet they did not attack Xiao Long and his companions, instead encircling them protectively, their ghostly green gazes fixed upon them as if awaiting something. Xiao Long gasped for breath, overwhelmed with mixed emotions as he beheld this unexpected yet anticipated reinforcement. Cang Lang emitted a low growl towards the wolf pack, a sound that was both affectionate and tinged with a hint of reverence. At that moment, atop the ridge ahead, the moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating a magnificent silhouette. It was indeed the ancient Wolf King, silver gray like the mountains. It stood there quietly, its transparent amber eyes gazing down at the disheveled Xiao Long, the depth of its gaze suggesting a long wait. The Wolf King emitted a low, authoritative growl. From the pack, an exceptionally robust alpha wolf stepped forward, holding a peculiar herb that exuded a faint silver glow, shaped like a crescent moon, and gently placed it before Xiao Long. Subsequently, all the wolves, including the Wolf King, focused their attention on Xiao Long, as if urging him or partaking in some ancient ritual. Xiao Long was struck by a sudden realization as he looked at the moonlight herb, then at the faintly breathing Situ Yin and his own grievously injured self, and finally into the profound eyes of the Wolf King. He understood. This was both a test and a gift, requiring him to make a choice, perhaps at a cost. He took a deep breath, picked up the moonlight herb, and without a moment's hesitation, divided it in two. One half he chewed and carefully dripped the juice into Situ Yin's mouth, while the other half he applied to his own shoulder wound. The moment the herb entered and was applied, a refreshing yet potent surge of life force erupted. It swiftly healed his injuries, dispelling the lingering chill, and even dimmed the glow of the curse seal on Situ Yin's neck for a brief moment. However, the strength was overwhelming, nearly bursting his meridians. At that moment, the Wolf King howled to the heavens. All the demon wolves joined in the howl. Xiao Long felt the bone fragment map in his embrace become scalding hot. The restless power of the herb and the energy from the earth surged wildly within him, and involuntarily, he too let out a howl filled with pain, resolve, and a sense of summoning. His blood boiled, resonating with the wolf howls, the moonlight, and the ancient forest. A vague, complex wolf head sigil made of light slowly emerged on his forehead, then vanished in a flash. The howling gradually subsided. Xiao Long sensed the power within him settling. His injuries almost healed, and his energy unprecedentedly abundant. Situ Yin's breathing also stabilized significantly. While she remained unconscious, she was temporarily out of danger. The Wolf King regarded him, a flicker of satisfaction appearing in its eyes. With a low growl, the surrounding pack immediately sprang into action. Several strong demon wolves stepping forward to obediently crouch beside Lu Shi and Situ Yin, signaling for them to mount. Were they to escort them? Just as Xiao Long began to relax, the Wolf King suddenly turned its head, gazing deeper into the darker mountains, its transparent eyes revealing an unprecedented seriousness. It emitted a low growl, vastly different from previous calls for guidance and summoning. This growl was infused with warnings, apprehension, and even a hint of barely perceptible fear. It seemed that deep within the territory it guarded, something that even it feared immensely was awakening or undergoing a transformation. It glanced back at Xiao Long, its expression complex, then pointed with its head towards a direction that was indeed that of the altar peak on the bone fragment map, the same direction it had previously indicated. Yet at this moment, the guidance seemed shrouded in an ominous shadow. The pack grew restless, murmuring softly. Xiao Long's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged once more. The Wolf King's warning of a presence that even it feared? What lay hidden at the altar peak? Was it an opportunity or a greater peril? However, there was no turning back now. The pursuing enemies behind, the responsibilities on his shoulders, and the mysteries within his heart propelled him forward. He took a deep breath, solemnly nodding to the Wolf King. The Wolf King gazed deeply at him, then turned, leading the way into the foreboding depths of the mountains. The pack safeguarded Lu Shi and Situ Yin as they silently followed. Xiao Long cast one last glance towards the direction of the Bai Lian sect's camp, which had long fallen silent, uncertain of the battle's outcome. He clenched his fists and matched the pace of the pack, stepping into the unknown shadows that even the protective Wolf King regarded with trepidation. The whispers of the deep mountains seemed to grow clearer, yet more perilous. Chapter 22. The final hope. The wolves' escort was silent yet efficient. On the rugged mountain path, these born hunters moved with ease, securely bearing Lu Shi and the unconscious Situ Yin. deftly avoiding poisonous swamps and the territories of lurking ferocious beasts. Xiao Long followed closely behind. Though his injuries had healed significantly thanks to the moonlight herb and the energy from the earth, the gravity on his brow had not diminished in the slightest. The ancient Wolf King always led the way, its steps steady yet imbued with a palpable vigilance, its transparent eyes scanning the increasingly deep and silent forest, its ears attuned to any hint of abnormality in the wind. The apprehension it warned of hung over the hearts of all companions like an invisible cloud. At last, in the darkest hour before dawn, they reached a destination. It was not the final altar peak marked on the map, but rather a natural platform situated on a massive cliff. The entrance to the platform was exceedingly concealed, obscured by enormous vines and a cascading waterfall, with a deep, dry cave behind it. This location was strategically advantageous, easy to defend yet difficult to attack, and the sound of the waterfall, combined with the unique terrain, effectively interfered with perception and massed energy fluctuations, making it an excellent temporary refuge. We shall rest here for now. The Wolf King's aged yet authoritative voice resonated in Xiao Long's heart, transmitted through a bloodline resonance. The aura ahead grew increasingly unstable. Advancing recklessly could lead to dire consequences. She needs to stabilize immediately. Its enormous head turned towards Situ Yuyan, carefully lowered by the gray wolf, her breath as faint as a wisp. Xiao Long's heart tightened. Indeed, Situ Yuyan's condition had deteriorated to its utmost limit. The backlash of the sealing curse, the forced awakening of the Lioli immortal body, coupled with the journey's jolting, had nearly extinguished her life force. Her complexion was ghostly pale, lips tinged with a bluish hue, her breathing so weak it was barely perceptible, with only the Lioli pendant at her chest emanating a dim glow, as if it could extinguish at any moment. The Wolf King gazed at Situ Yuyan, its amber eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, compassion, nostalgia, and ultimately, resolution. Conventional methods have become futile. The Wolf King's voice was heavy. We must take a dangerous gamble. Employing the ancient blood contract ritual to draw upon the source power of the earth, merging it with her Lioli essence to forcibly counteract the curse. Igniting the last vestiges of life hidden deep within her bloodline, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. The blood contract ritual? Xiao Long's heart shuddered. Just the name suggested it was no ordinary matter. However, the Wolf King continued, this ritual requires the mingling of both your blood, a resonance of wills, fraught with peril. Should your resolve falter, or her spirit completely shatter, the ritual may fail, resulting in both of you suffering a backlash, losing your souls. And even if successful, the contract will intertwine your fates profoundly, blessings and calamities intertwined, with no possibility of easy separation. Do you accept? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Long's gaze was as steadfast as rock. I am willing. Please, Senior, proceed. Let it be said that blessings and calamities intertwine, even if it leads to peril. As long as I can save her, I shall have no regrets. The Wolf King ceased further discourse, letting out a low growl, signaling the pack to disperse and guard the perimeter of the platform diligently. It then stood upright, its front paws sweeping in an ancient and arcane pattern as it began to carve into the rock surface of the cave. Its claws shimmered with a yellowish glow. With each etched line, the surrounding energy from the earth subtly stirred, merging with the markings. Soon, an ancient formation composed of countless complex runes and concentric circles was completed, radiating a vast and mysterious aura. Enter the formation, align your hearts, and join hands. The Wolf King instructed. Xiao Long carefully cradled Situ Yuyan into the center of the formation, leaning her against himself, while he sat cross-legged, intertwining his fingers with her icy hands. The Wolf King approached the center of the formation, tilting its head to unleash a long howl imbued with ancient power. The howl reverberated, activating the formation, and the entire array was instantly enveloped in a gentle, earthy yellow glow surrounding the two individuals. With a calm and focused mind, one must guide the source of the earth's power into her heart meridian, devoid of any distractions or resistance. She may instinctively resist, and thus, one must communicate through will, resonating with her original essence of Lioli. The voice of the Wolf King resonated like a great bell, echoing deep within Xiao Long's soul. Immediately, Xiao Long closed his eyes and concentrated, channeling the now much more robust pale, yellow energy flowing from his dantian, carefully guiding it through their joined hands and gently into the nearly withered meridians of Situ Yuyan. Indeed, just as the Wolf King had said, Situ Yuyan's body instinctively produced violent repulsion. Her feeble Lioli power, akin to a startled hedgehog, fiercely protected her last heart meridian, resisting all external forces. even causing the soul-binding curse seal to erupt with a more potent shadowy glow in retaliation. Xiao Long felt as though struck by a heavy blow. His complexion paling as a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, refraining from a forceful breach. Instead, he magnified the intent of protection, cohabitation, and resilience to the utmost, akin to the most patient earth, gently and repeatedly washing over and soothing the icy resistance. The intention flowed through their joined hands, and the circulating energy, persistently transmitting. "Live, trust me, we will survive together." Time passed, and beads of sweat dotted Xiao Long's forehead. His mental energy rapidly depleting. The resistance within Situ Yuan remained fierce, the curse seal voraciously devouring the energy exchanged between them. Just as Xiao Long felt himself on the brink of exhaustion, and the formation's glow began to flicker, perhaps due to the unique affinity of the Earth's energy, or perhaps due to his unwavering intent to protect her even at the cost of his own detriment, he finally pierced through layers of ice and obstruction, reaching the faint, nearly extinguished spark of her spirit deep within. The long-resisting Lioli essence trembled violently. Subsequently, a weak yet immensely pure and noble intention, imbued with a hint of confusion and exploration, cautiously brushed against the Earth's energy Xiao Long had transmitted, much like a newborn creature. It was as if the ice river had cracked, heralding the return of spring. Boom! The Lioli pendant at Situ Yuan's heart suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliant blue light, enveloping her entirely. Simultaneously, the ancient talisman in Xiao Long's embrace burst forth with a strong earthy yellow radiance, complementing each other perfectly. In that moment, the power of the earth and the Lioli celestial light, guided by the blood contract ancient ritual and the initial opening of their hearts, achieved a true, unreserved fusion and resonance for the very first time. Buzzing. The entire formation vibrated violently, its brilliance surging. Pillars of earthy yellow and deep blue shot skyward, temporarily breaking through the waterfall's curtain, casting a magnificent and fantastical glow across the pre-dawn sky. The immense energy surged wildly within the two, cycling back and forth, each cycle ushering in earth-shattering transformations. Xiao Long felt his meridians being cleansed, expanded, and fortified by the pure and powerful Lioli celestial light. The Earth's energy within his dantian grew at an unprecedented speed, condensing and deepening in color, even acquiring a faint golden edge. His aura surged, breaking through a certain bottleneck of the Na Yuan realm, solidifying his position in the early stages of the Demai realm, and it continued to rise. Even more remarkably, the last remnants of the chilling energy left by the shadow blade on his shoulder were completely purified and dissipated by the Lioli celestial light. His perception sharpened, allowing him to vaguely glimpse the complex, entangled structure of the cursed seal and the flow of energy within Situ Yuan. The changes in Situ Yuan were even more astonishing. The vast Lioli celestial light surged like a tsunami, cleansing her every limb and sinew. The malevolent soul-binding cursed seal, under the impact of the two supreme powers' fusion, emitted a sound of unbearable strain, with its dark glow flickering rapidly and fine cracks appearing on its surface. Situ Yuan let out a pained yet liberating moan, her long eyelashes trembling violently. The pallor of her face quickly regained color, becoming more translucent, as if she were true Lioli jade, radiating a faint, sacred glow. A deeper power, long sealed by the curse seal, seemed to awaken and activate. However, the soul-binding curse seal originated from the hands of a powerful being of the underworld palace, and it was exceedingly peculiar. On the verge of collapse, it suddenly contracted all its strength, transforming into a fine, dark line, akin to a desperate venomous snake, viciously darting towards the nascent spark of life in Situ Yuan's spirit. It aimed to deliver a final, desperate strike. Be careful. Xiao Long sensed this malicious change through their energy connection, his heart seizing with terror, instinctively attempting to channel all the Earth's energy to block it. But someone was faster than him. No, it was a wolf. The ancient wolf king, maintaining the ritual at the formation's core, shot forth a glint of brilliance in its eyes. It opened its massive jaws, not to roar, but to expel a fist-sized, peculiar pearl emanating soft moonlight and pure starlight, its life essence. The life essence arrived first, instantly hovering before Situ Yuan's brow, and the gentle yet powerful force of the starry moonlight descended like the most resilient light shield, perfectly blocking the desperate dark line of the cursed seal. Hiss! Like cold water splashing into boiling oil, the dark line clashed violently with the moonlight's power, emitting a sharp sound of dissolution, ultimately annihilating both. The cursed seal's final strike was thwarted by the Wolf King at the cost of its life essence. The radiant light of the ritual gradually faded. The formation calmed. The cavern returned to tranquility, with only the sound of the waterfall echoing. Xiao Long slowly opened his eyes, immediately looking towards the girl in his embrace. At that moment, Situ Yin also began to tremble, slowly opening her eyes. What a pair of eyes they were! Originally as clear as autumn waters, they now seemed to have been cleansed by the purest lioli, becoming even more translucent and profound. Deep within, a faint, star-like blue divine light flickered, noble and cool, seeming to penetrate the heart, yet carrying a hint of recently awakened confusion. Their gazes met. This time, there were no cold hairpins, no profound wariness. Her gaze fell upon the hands still intertwined with his, upon the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, upon his weary, yet caring eyes filled with concern, surprise, and relief. She distinctly felt that the cursed seal, which had nearly brought her to destruction, was now loosened, with cracks spreading across it. Although it had not been entirely eradicated, its insatiable devouring power had significantly weakened. What astonished her further was that she sensed a pure and nurturing power of the earth still flowing gently within her, harmoniously coexisting with her liuli celestial energy, nurturing her battered body and spirit. Moreover, that faint yet unbreakable psychic connection established through the ritual allowed her to clearly perceive the untainted heart of the young man before her, filled with protective intent. A complex and ineffable expression flashed across her eyes: surprise, gratitude, confusion, and a barely perceptible hint of panic and shyness. She instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but found herself weak and powerless. Her voice, still hoarse, regained a hint of its former coolness, though this coolness carried an undeniable tremor. Seeing her awaken and in good condition, Xiao Long felt a heavy stone lift from his heart, his joy overflowing. "You're awake. That is wonderful. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that still hurts?" Faced with his genuine concern, the habitual words of detachment that had almost escaped Situ Yin's lips faltered, and she merely turned her head slightly, whispering, "I'm all right. Thank you for saving me." At that moment, the Wolf King beside them let out a suppressed grunt, and the once radiant beast soul orb dimly returned to its mouth. Its majestic form swayed slightly, clearly showing signs of fatigue, having expended great energy in the recent counteraction of the spell seal. "Elder." Xiao Long hurriedly released his grip on Situ Yin, rising with concern. The Wolf King shook its massive head, indicating that all was well, yet its gaze was gravely fixed on the direction outside the cave, towards the altar peak. Its deep voice resonating in their hearts once more. "The spell seal is merely paused, not concluded. Your fates are intertwined. Blessings and calamities have only just begun." Before its words could fade, the entire mountain wall suddenly trembled violently, without warning. It was as if some colossal creature was stirring in the depths below, or perhaps a cataclysm was unfolding at the distant altar peak. The intensity far exceeded any previous tremors. The waterfall's torrents were thrown into disarray, splashing everywhere. The Wolf King abruptly raised its head, eyes brimming with unprecedented shock and a confirmed dread. It has awakened so soon. Chapter 23. The prison monument. The mountain platform rocked violently, akin to a frail boat in a tempest, on the verge of collapse. Rocks plummeted from above, crashing into the abyss below, producing a disconcerting thud. The waterfall's flow twisted and splattered, resembling a rampaging silver dragon. "Be careful." Xiao Long instinctively leapt towards the newly awakened, still weak Situ Yin, shielding her with his body while gripping a protruding rock with his other hand to steady himself. Lu Shi, in a state of panic, clutched the unconscious Xiao Dashan. Curling up in a corner of the cave, the gray wolf emitted an anxious growl, vigilantly watching the cave entrance from which debris continued to fall. The violent tremors persisted for several breaths before gradually subsiding, leaving only the sound of scattered rocks and the heavy breathing of the group. Dust filled the air, and the cave lay in disarray. Xiao Long, still shaken, raised his head to look at the Wolf King. He saw the Wolf King standing firm, but its transparent amber eyes were filled with unprecedented gravity, even a trace of disbelief and alarm. It gazed towards the source of the tremors. Precisely where the altar peak was situated, its massive head slightly bowed as if sensing something, emitting an extremely low, warning growl. "Elder, what was that?" Xiao Long urgently inquired after releasing Situ Yin. He sensed that this tremor was no ordinary seismic event. Its source harbored a soul-chilling, violent, and ancient energy eruption. Situ Yin also struggled to sit up, her recently revived glazed eyes staring in the same direction, her brows furrowed, her voice weak yet resolute. It was an extraordinarily powerful energy shock that triggered the upheaval of the Earth's veins. This is no natural force. The Wolf King slowly turned its head, scanning the still trembling individuals, finally resting its gaze upon Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan. Its heavy voice echoing in their hearts. The seal has loosened. Much sooner than I anticipated. A seal? Xiao Long's heart jolted as he recalled the murals on the subterranean river and the warnings previously issued by the Wolf King. Was it the seal containing the ancient beast? Indeed, the Wolf King nodded, a flicker of reminiscence and trepidation crossing its eyes. Its name is Tao Tai. It is not merely a descendant, but a remnant of a primal malevolent thought repressed for millennia, insatiable and devouring all. It was once dismembered and sealed deep within this mountain by powerful beings. The recent turmoil is a clear sign that its primary seal is on the verge of collapse. Tao Tai's primal malevolence. The primary seal is about to shatter? This news struck Xiao Long like a bolt from the blue, sending shivers down his spine. An ancient beast, sealed for 10,000 years, is about to be unleashed? What calamity would that bring? We must stop it, Xiao Long exclaimed, his eyes flashing with determination. It was not only for his own safety, but also for the countless beings in this forest and beyond. Situ Yuyan nodded gravely, though weak. Her gaze reflected responsibility and resolve. Coming from a higher realm, she understood the catastrophic havoc that would ensue if such a creature were to escape. The Wolf King regarded the two, a glimmer of approval in its eyes, but soon transformed into deeper concern. To stop it? Easier said than done. The power of the seal has waned over millennia. This sudden acceleration of collapse may indicate external interference. External interference? Xiao Long immediately thought of Tianji Ge. Could it be they? To fulfill some so-called destiny, or for some insidious purpose, they would release such a world-ending creature? What should we do now? Xiao Long asked urgently. The Wolf King fell silent for a moment, seemingly striving to sense something, and after a long pause, it finally spoke. The tremors may have ceased, but the process of awakening is irreversible. The complete breaking of the seal is merely a matter of time. Our only course of action is to locate the core of the prison monument before it fully escapes. Perhaps we can delay its emergence, or even find an opportunity to repress it once more. The prison monument? Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan spoke in unison. It is the monument that once sealed Tao Tai, the core of the sealing system, according to the memories passed down through my bloodline. It should be located deep within the prison valley at the heart of the altar mountain. The Wolf King's gaze turned towards that direction, filled with profound apprehension. However, that area has likely become the epicenter of energy chaos, the danger far exceeding your imaginations. Various sinister entities nurtured by the escaping power of Tao Tai, as well as beings twisted and corrupted by its malevolence, are gathering there. It paused, fixing its immense eyes upon Xiao Long. Your earth vein aura may allow you to sense the inscription's location. Then it turned to Situ Yuyan. Your glazed pure force is the nemesis of all evil thoughts. Perhaps you can purify the corruption surrounding the monument. Drawing closer to the core. This is your destiny and the only hope. Destiny, the only hope. A heavy burden, without warning, descended upon the shoulders of these two youths who had just fought their way back from the brink of death. A brief silence enveloped the cave. The sound of the waterfall seemed to grow oppressive. Xiao Long took a deep breath, exchanging a glance with Situ Yuyan. In each other's eyes, he saw the same shock, the same weight, yet not a hint of retreat. I will go. Xiao Long's voice was calm yet resolute. I will go as well. Situ Yuyan spoke almost simultaneously, her voice weak but filled with unwavering determination. She gently freed herself from Xiao Long's support, attempting to stand on her own, though her body remained frail. The fire of resolve burned in her glazed eyes like icy flames. The Wolf King regarded the two, slowly nodding. Good. Time is of the essence. We shall set off immediately. I will have the wolf pack escort you to the edge of the prison valley. However, the situation within the valley is treacherous and the energy tumultuous. The wolf pack cannot venture further. The journey ahead must rely on the two of you. With a low growl, several of the strongest demon wolves from the guarding pack approached, crouching down. Hold on, the Wolf King seemed to recall something. Turning its gaze towards Situ Yuyan. Your celestial body has just awakened, and your power remains unstable. Though the spell seal is temporarily paused, your foundation is damaged and cannot be sustained for long. I possess a technique that may help stabilize your essence temporarily, awakening some of the true power of your glazed celestial body, but the process may be painful and can only last for a short time. Would you be willing to endure it? Situ Yuyan did not hesitate for a moment. Please, Elder, perform the technique. The Wolf King said no more, raising a forepaw, its claws gathering an extremely pure essence of moonlight and starlight, slowly pressing against Situ Yuyan's forehead. Situ Yuyin let out a muffled groan, her body shaking violently. A look of agony crossing her face, yet she bit down hard on her lip, enduring the pain. Dots of azure celestial light began to emanate from her body. Growing in brilliance and purity, her aura is steadily rising. Though still unstable, it now exuded an aura of inviolable majesty. An exceedingly mysterious ice-blue celestial pattern even faintly emerged on her forehead. After a moment, the Wolf King withdrew its paw. Situ Yuyin staggered a step, supported by Xiao Long, gasping for breath. Yet her gaze was now sharper and brighter, radiating a faint purifying glow. This is the Star-Moon Stabilization Technique. It will help you stabilize your power for 2 hours and initially awaken the glazed purifying flame, specifically designed to counter malevolence. As time passes, you shall succumb to profound weakness. Exercise caution, the Wolf King admonished. Subsequently, it turned its gaze towards Xiao Long. Fixating on the ancient talisman he possessed, your covenant artifact is the key. When approaching the Jinyu Bay, attune your heart. It may elicit a response from the inscriptions. The earth shall guide you. Finally, the Wolf King pondered for a moment before retrieving 2 items from the depths of its thick fur. One was a palm-sized diamond-shaped token, dark golden in hue, etched with the emblem of the Bailian sect's warhammer. The other, a small segment of seemingly ordinary dark purple withered vine, emanating peculiar spatial fluctuations. This token serves as a symbol of the Bailian sect. Should you encounter them, assistance may be sought. Gang has likely reported on the matters here. The Wolf King presented the token to Xiao Long. This is a fragment of the Yuming Gui tongue, which harbors the unique dark fluctuations of the Yuming Palace's techniques. Holding this, you may disrupt the perception of the malevolent beings stirred by the Yuming Palace's methods, perhaps even misdirect a few. It handed the withered vine to Xiao Long, laden with implication. Xiao Long solemnly accepted the 2 items, understanding their significance. The Wolf King endeavored to augment their odds and create opportunities. Thank you, esteemed elder. They both proclaimed in unison. Go forth. The Wolf King turned away, no longer gazing at them, its voice low and profound. All things rise and fall according to fate. Yet, destiny is determined by heaven, while actions lie within human hands. Under the burden of the strongest of the wolf pack, Xiao Long and Situ Yuyin departed from the waterfall platform, racing towards the tumultuous energy fluctuations of the Jinyu Valley. As they drew nearer to the Jinyu Valley, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. Trees twisted and withered, exhibiting an ominous purplish-black hue. The rocks were encrusted with a viscous, seemingly animated dark moss. The air was thick with sulfur, blood, and a nauseating greed emanating from the depths of the soul. Low anguished, and frenzied howls echoed from the depths of the fog. The wolf pack's pace visibly slowed, reflecting their unease, emitting warning growls. At last, before a colossal canyon entrance, as if cleaved by a giant axe, the wolves halted, refusing to advance further. Within the canyon, a dense, inextricable, swirling gray-black fog enveloped the area, amidst which crimson lightning flickered, exuding a stifling aura of despair. Here lay the entrance to the Jinyu Valley. Dismounting from the wolves, Xiao Long and Situ Yuyin inhaled the suffocating air, their expressions grave. Stay close to me, Xiao Long whispered, leading the way into the valley. He exerted his full effort to channel the earth's energy, striving to sense the chaotic energy flows ahead, seeking a relatively safe path. Situ Yuyin followed closely, her body emanating a gentle, luminous aura that dispersed the encroaching malevolent mists. The valley's terrain was exceedingly complex, strewn with jagged rocks, remnants of ancient chains that appeared forcibly torn apart, and shattered runic inscriptions. The ground trembled violently at intervals, spewing forth scorching toxic gas and crimson energy flows from fissures. Having traversed only a short distance, the fog surged, and several grotesque dog-like monsters, their eyes a furious red and bodies half-decayed, caught the scent of living beings and lunged forward in madness. Situ Yuyin's gaze sharpened, her fingers forming a sword-like gesture, and a pure, icy flame shot forth, striking the lead corpse dog with unerring precision. With a hiss, the creature disintegrated in the purifying flames, leaving not a trace of ash. Such formidable power. Xiao Long marveled inwardly. However, the commotion seemed to attract more entities. From the depths of the fog, more sounds of scuttling and frenzied rushing emerged, indicating that additional monsters were drawn to the scene. Xiao Long's heart stirred, and he swiftly retrieved the fragment of the Yuming Guiteng bestowed by the Wolf King, attempting to infuse a wisp of primordial energy into it. The fragment quivered slightly, emanating a chilling, sinister energy wave that swiftly spread outward. The effect was immediate. The approaching monsters abruptly hesitated, Confusion evident in their crimson eyes, they began to pace restlessly, howling as if they had lost their clear objective, ultimately turning on each other in a frenzy, neglecting Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan, who were mere steps away. It works. Xiao Long rejoiced inwardly. Indeed, this vine could confound the perceptions of these malevolent beings. Seizing the opportunity, they quickened their pace, weaving through the chaotic throng of monsters, delving deeper into the valley. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the insatiable greed derived from the essence of the Taotai surged, battering against their minds. Xiao Long was compelled to channel the earth's energy to shield his spirit platform, while Situ Yuyan continued to expend her luminous aura as a defense. Meanwhile, the bone map in Xiao Long's possession and the talisman grew increasingly hot, particularly the talisman, which began to vibrate slightly, as if filled with excitement or fear. Suddenly, the talisman's vibration peaked, abruptly pointing towards a vast opening resembling a demonic maw to the left front. An ancient, heavy aura, tinged with a sense of sorrow and suppression, wafted from the depths of that cavern. There, the Jinyu Bei is likely within, Xiao Long exclaimed with excitement. Both individuals felt invigorated and were about to rush towards the cavern's entrance when a rumble echoed throughout the Jinyu Valley. This tremor was more violent than any prior. From deep within the cavern, a terrifying roar filled with boundless ecstasy, greed, and ferocity erupted, as if an entity imprisoned for millennia had finally shattered its last shackles. Following this, a colossal, solidified crimson energy column shot skyward from the cavern, instantly dispersing the swirling gray mist above the valley, staining the entire sky a foreboding blood red. The terrifying pressure surged forth like a tsunami from the cavern, hurling debris and rocks throughout the valley. Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan were violently propelled away by the energy shockwave, crashing against the rock wall, blood spilling from their mouths. This is bad. It is about to emerge. Situ Yuyan gasped in horror at the towering crimson beam. Yet Xiao Long remained fixated on the source of the light, deep within the cavern. Through the tumultuous energy currents, he sensed, guided by the earth's energy and the talisman's intense resonance, faintly perceiving that within the depths of the cavern, there was not merely the frenzied Taotai malevolence and crimson energy. Shadows of individuals clad in Tianji pavilion attire circled around a colossal, battered stone tablet exuding a faint azure glow, seemingly fervently activating some nefarious formation to accelerate the eruption of the crimson energy column. Atop the great stone tablet, the Jinyu Bei, it appeared that something was embedded, a fragment resembling his own talisman, yet more ancient and fragmented. The talisman left by his father was incomplete, and the other half was embedded in the crumbling Jinyu Bei, used by the Tianji pavilion. What does this mean? Did his father, or perhaps his ancestors, have some unknown direct connection with the Jinyu Bei and the seal of the Taotai? Did the Tianji pavilion risk catastrophe to release the Taotai, with the true intention linked to this fractured talisman? Just as Xiao Long's mind reeled from this staggering revelation, deep within the cavern, a Tianji pavilion envoy, not Di Hao, but another elder with a chilling aura, appeared to complete the final preparations. He raised an eerie, pulsating black artifact resembling a heart, chanting fervently towards the Jinyu Bei, which was embedded with the talisman fragment, with the sacred object as a guide. We invite the Master of Destiny to descend from the source of all evil. As his chant resonated through the cavern, the fragment of the protective talisman erupted with a blinding yet ominous crimson glow, intertwining chaotically with the azure light emanating from the Jinyu Bei below. As the gluttonous energy surged in a wild clash, the energy within the entire cave became exceedingly unstable, as if on the verge of catastrophic explosion. The Jinyu Bei emitted a chilling crackling sound, burdened to its limits. Within the towering crimson beam, Chapter 24, The Fury of the Glutton, the Jinyu Valley transformed into a roaring inferno of energy. Amidst the overwhelming crimson light, the indistinct yet twisted shadow of the glutton grew more tangible, its greedy malice surging like a tangible tide, threatening to engulf every inch of space. Deep within the cavern, the Jinyu Bei groaned on the brink of collapse, its azure glow rapidly dimming. The fervent chants of the Tianji pavilion members intertwined with the glutton's exultant roars, composing a prelude to annihilation. Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan were pinned against the rock wall by a terrifying pressure, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, their bones creaking. With even breathing becoming an arduous task, despair loomed like a frigid abyss, threatening to consume them entirely. They must be stopped. Xiao Long's eyes burned crimson as he fixated on the fragment of the talisman embedded atop the steel, radiating a foreboding bloodlight. This relic, left by his father, was the key to unraveling the mystery of his heritage and must not be sullied and exploited by the Tianji Pavilion. It was a matter concerning all living beings. Situ Yuyen's complexion was as pale as snow, yet the azure flames of determination burned fiercely within her crystalline eyes, enduring the excruciating pain threatening to shatter her soul. She struggled to raise her hand, with pure azure lights swirling at her fingertips. They were employing dark arts to manipulate the sacred object. The reversal must be interrupted with an even stronger purifying force. However, as her gaze swept across the multitude of formidable Tianji Pavilion warriors and the glutton poised to emerge, the consequences were clear. Any action would render them targets, leading to certain death. There was no time for deliberation. I will create the opportunity, Xiao Long rasped, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. He fiercely hurled the Bai Lian sect token gifted by the Wolf King towards a distant cluster of jagged stones. The moment the token left his hand, he channeled the energy of the earth veins, enveloping it and simulating the surge of a Bai Lian sect disciple charging forth. Boom! The token struck the rock, producing a resounding crash, and indeed, it swiftly captured the attention of several Tianji Pavilion members. Bai Lian sect's rabble? How did they sneak in? A Tianji Pavilion envoy barked, and immediately, two members diverted their focus, casting wary glances toward that direction. The opportunity, though fleeting. Now is the time, Xiao Long roared. Situ Yuyen was already poised for action. She formed a complex and arcane celestial seal with her hands. The ice-blue celestial patterns on her forehead suddenly glowing, and the pure azure light surrounding her erupted with unprecedented intensity. Azure purifying flame, burn the evil, she cried, unleashing a flame, distilled to perfection, dazzling and pure, akin to a blue fire capable of cleansing all impurities in the world. It shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the turbulent energy currents, disregarding spatial distance, and precisely targeting the strange heart artifact in the hands of the elder presiding over the ritual. This strike contained the nascent power of her awakened celestial essence, a final gamble. Bold. The elder reacted swiftly, sensing the lethal threat, his fury and alarm merging as he instinctively shifted the artifact in an attempt to evade. Yet, the azure purifying flame, a bane to all evils, moved with unimaginable speed. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a crisp sound reminiscent of shattering ice. The black heart artifact, pulsating with malevolent energy, was instantly pierced and engulfed by the azure flames. In the next moment, the artifact melted away silently, as if an ice block tossed into the blazing sun, not leaving even a wisp of smoke. With the core artifact of the ritual destroyed, the fervent chanting abruptly ceased. The malevolent formation connecting the talisman fragment to the glutton's energy instantly became highly unstable, its light flickering wildly, energy surging chaotically. The blood-red glow of the talisman fragment embedded atop the Jinyu Bei flickered violently, as if losing its support, its mournful wailing growing increasingly desperate. Meanwhile, the other half of the talisman in Xiao Long's possession sensed the intense fluctuations of its counterpart, erupting with unprecedented heat and radiance, a powerful urge to merge surging forth, nearly propelling itself into the air. Puff! The elder presiding over the ritual, struck by the backlash from the destroyed artifact, coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his vitality rapidly waning. He looked on in horror towards the source of the attack, celestial power. That remnant. Kill them. The other members of the Tianji Pavilion also reacted, a mix of shock and rage flooding them, as they summoned their energies. Various attacks converging on the now revealed figures of Xiao Long and Situ Yuyen. However, in that brief moment of chaos, without the precise guidance of the ritual artifact, the talisman fragment could no longer effectively transform and channel energy. The wildly violent crimson energy of the glutton instantly spiraled out of control, surging forth like a torrential flood, rebounding fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. More intense explosions erupted around the Jinyu Bei. Several Tianji Pavilion envoys, caught unawares, were directly engulfed by the uncontrollable crimson energy, turning to ashes without even a scream. No. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion let out a desperate howl, trying to stabilize the situation, but it was futile. The shadow of the glutton within the towering light emitted an enraged roar. It sensed the interruption and chaos of its energy, the process of its impending manifestation disrupted. Though on the brink of breaking free, it became imperfect, infuriating this ancient beast. Terrifying sound waves, mingled with palpable malice, surged forth like a tsunami, indiscriminately spreading outward. The first to bear the brunt were the members of the Tianji Pavilion and Xiao Long. Be careful. Xiao Long summoned the energy of the earth veins to its utmost. forming a heavy, earthy yellow shield before him, while pulling the weakened Situ Yin behind him. Bang, bang, bang. The energy impacts slammed against the shield, and Xiao Long felt as though he had been struck hard. The shield instantly cracked, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, yet he held firm, not retreating an inch. Situ Yin, despite her weakness, pressed her hands against Xiao Long's back, transferring the remaining celestial power to him as they braced together. The scene on the Tianji Pavilion side was even more harrowing, as several members were again sent flying, severely injured, their formation in disarray. Amid this tumultuous energy storm, the talisman fragment embedded atop the Jinyu Bei was jolted loose due to the energy backlash and the glutton's fury, launching upward. Opportunity. Xiao Long's eyes lit up. Though in peril, this was undoubtedly the best moment to seize the talisman fragment. Help me, he shouted to Situ Yin, then disregarding everything. He channeled all the energy of the earth veins, even burning a drop of his essence blood, transforming into a streak of light. Fiercely charging into the eye of the chaotic explosion, his target was the ascending talisman fragment. Seeking death. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion's eyes bulged with rage as he disregarded his injuries, unleashing a vicious palm wind towards Xiao Long's back. Situ Yin gritted her teeth. Flicking her fingers, the last remnant of the azure purifying flame shot forth, precisely intercepting that palm wind. Boom. The energies collided, both annihilating each other. Situ Yin's complexion paled further, teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Xiao Long had completely disregarded everything behind him. His focus was solely on the rising talisman fragment. The raging energy tore at his body, inflicting excruciating pain, yet he persevered. Guided by the resonance with the talisman and the faint interference of the Wolf King's spectral vine remnants against the chaotic energy, forcing his way through. His hand finally made contact with the icy, yet violently trembling talisman fragment. At the moment his fingertips brushed against it, a hum reverberated through the air. The other half of the talisman in his possession surged forth, magnetically drawn to its counterpart. The two fragments of the ancient sacred object, separated for eons, fused together like magnets, erupting in a dazzling, pure, and heavy earthy yellow radiance that instantaneously dispersed the surrounding crimson energy and malevolent mist. A complete ancient rune pattern flickered at the junction of two amulets, exuding a magnificent aura that seemed to suppress the ages and protect the mountains and rivers. The entire amulet fell into Xiao Long's hands, no longer a mere lifeless object, but rather infused with a semblance of life and warmth. Resonating perfectly with the earth's energy flowing within him, a vast and pure power surged back, instantly healing some of his wounds and propelling his cultivation into the mid-stage of the earth vein realm. The sacred artifact was complete. The elder from the Tianji Pavilion, witnessing this scene, was consumed by an overwhelming greed and madness, shouting for it to be seized. With the complete sacred artifact, the plan could still be realized. The remaining experts of the Tianji Pavilion, disregarding their injuries, rushed forward frantically. Even more terrifying was that the shadow of the Taotai within the beam of light seemed to sense the complete sacred artifact's aura, which it both loathed and was drawn to for its immense energy, letting out a roar filled with excitement and greed. A colossal claw, formed from crimson energy, suddenly reached out from the beam, aiming for Xiao Long and the complete amulet in his grasp. With formidable foes ahead and a menacing claw behind, Xiao Long found himself trapped in a deadly predicament. At that moment, the previously crumbling Jinyu steel seemed to be revitalized by the presence of the complete sacred artifact, erupting with a final, intense, yet mournful azure light. The azure light did not attack anyone, but transformed into a gentle barrier, barely standing between Xiao Long and the Taoye's gigantic claw. Boom! The claw struck fiercely against the azure barrier, which twisted violently, quickly becoming riddled with cracks. Clearly unable to hold for long, yet it bought Xiao Long a crucial moment. Simultaneously, the Jinyu steel let out one last mournful cry, the ancient runes on its surface lighting up one after another before swiftly dimming and shattering. Go! Situ Yin summoned her last ounce of strength, sweeping aside two Tianji Pavilion messengers with a burst of pure flame, urgently calling out to Xiao Long. Xiao Long snapped back to his senses. Glancing at the imminent collapse of the azure barrier and the frenzied crowd from the Tianji Pavilion, then at the complete amulet in his hand, which buzzed incessantly as if urging him to act. Inspired by a sudden insight, he aimed the complete amulet at the crumbling Jinyu steel, pouring his earth vein energy into it without reservation. The complete amulet erupted with an unprecedented radiance, a concentrated ochre beam shooting forth, infusing the Jinyu steel's body. The already cracked and on the verge of shattering Jinyu steel miraculously stabilized momentarily under the influence of this shared power. Although it could not be restored, the collapse was forcibly halted for a brief moment. At that precise moment, the Taoyia's claw smashed through the azure barrier. Yet the chaotic energy from the barrier's destruction combined with a flicker of suppressed power from the temporarily stabilized Jinyu steel managed to slightly repel the massive claw. It was in this fleeting moment. Roar! The Taotai within the beam let out an enraged roar, sensing that its escape had been significantly delayed. Run! Xiao Long seized the weakened C2 Yuyan. Using the moment when the claw was momentarily pushed back and the Tianji Pavilion members were thrown into disarray by the chaotic energy to dash towards a narrow crack on the opposite side of the cave. This was the only potential escape route he had sensed moments earlier. Stop them. Don't let them escape. The elder from the Tianji Pavilion bellowed, spitting blood. Several Tianji Pavilion messengers steadied themselves and rushed after them, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Xiao Long enveloped himself in the power of the complete amulet, forming a solid protective barrier to withstand the assaults from behind, shielding C2 Yuyan as they plunged into the crack. Thud, thud, thud. The barrier swayed violently, cracks spreading across it, and Xiao Long coughed up blood, yet his steps did not falter. The crack was narrow and winding, temporarily blocking the pursuing enemies and the terrifying Taotai claw. However, as they burst forth from the crack, they were met with a daunting sight that chilled their hearts. Beyond the crack was not a path to safety, but a sheer cliff. Below lay a bottomless abyss, churning with toxic lava. The only route was to the opposite cliff. 100 meters away, connected by several large, decayed ancient chains, the pursuers were already at the mouth of the crack. No path forward, and foes behind. An absolute deadlock. Just at this critical juncture, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, impossibly swift and with erratic trajectories, shot forth from the misty abyss below like venomous serpents, striking with no warning. Yet these arrows did not target Xiao Long and C2 Yuyan. Instead, they precisely aimed at the vital points of the pursuing Tianji Pavilion messengers who had just emerged from the crack. The arrows were coated with a sinister emerald venom, glimmering with special runes that shattered defenses. Thud, thud, screams erupted. The two foremost Tianji Pavilion messengers, caught off guard, were instantly pierced through the throat and heart, their bodies turning black as they collapsed. The remaining pursuers were taken aback, hastily retreating to defend themselves, their attack ceasing. Xiao Long and C2 Yuyan were both stunned. Was there someone helping them? In this abyss of despair? Who could it be? Before they could ponder further, a clear, cold, yet teasing female voice floated up from the mist below. TSK, the lapdogs of Tianji Pavilion really are despised everywhere they go. The road down there is treacherous. Would you two care for a ride? Chapter 25, Illusory Sound and Mist Before the Cliff, Below the Abyss. That sudden aid accompanied by a teasing voice shone like a glimmer of hope in the depths of despair. Xiao Long and C2 Yuyan gazed downward in uncertainty, witnessing the roiling toxic mist stirring as a uniquely shaped wooden flying vessel, resembling a giant kingfisher, slowly ascended. The vessel had a streamlined design, its surface coated with a matte finish that absorbed light, and intricate musical runes carved along its edges, with a slender figure standing at its bow. This was a young woman in a pale green outfit, draped in a sheer garment embroidered with flowing cloud patterns, appearing to be in her early 20s. With a lovely face and a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with cleverness, akin to a cunning fox in the woods. She toyed with a small yet lethal crossbow that shimmered with a dangerous chill. The earlier arrows had evidently originated from her hands. Huaning Pavilion, Su Lianair. She introduced herself with a smile, her gaze swiftly scanning Xiao Long and C2 Yuyan. Lingering for a moment on C2 Yuyan's unique glass-like aura and the dim curse mark on her neck, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in her eyes. You two seem to have quite the knack for attracting trouble, managing to rile up both the old dogs of Tianji Pavilion and that behemoth below. Impressive, impressive. Would you like to come aboard to evade the storm? Huaning Pavilion, the sect known for its intelligence and musical illusions, with an ambiguous stance. Xiao Long remained cautious, but recognized that there were no better options at present. The furious roars and energy fluctuations from the pursuing Tianji Pavilion members echoed from the crack behind them. Thank you for your assistance, my lady. Xiao Long decisively cupped his fists in gratitude. I am honored. He gathered the weakened C2 Yuyan and leaped onto the flying vessel. The vessel dipped slightly before stabilizing. Buckle up, Su Lianair chuckled, pressing a rune on the ship's railing. The Kingfisher vessel emitted a barely audible hum as its runes illuminated, gliding silently into the dense toxic mist, swiftly distancing itself from the cliff. almost the instant they departed. A barrage of violent attacks erupted from the crack, striking where they had just stood, only to kick up a cloud of rubble in vain. Under Su Lian'er's guidance, the vessel navigated the perilous misty abyss with the grace of a fish, deftly avoiding hidden energy currents and lurking toxins. She appeared to be extremely familiar with this area. Why is Huanin Pavilion here? And why help us? Xiao Long could not restrain himself from asking, scrutinizing Su Lian'er. He did not believe in free lunches, especially from a faction renowned for its dealings in intelligence. Su Lian'er deftly maneuvered the flying vessel while nonchalantly responding. The sudden commotion in Shi Shan is rather intriguing, with the Tianji's Sun Tianjing and the Yuming Dian's Gui Ying making appearances. Even the ancient beast, Tao Tai, seems compelled to emerge. If our Huanin Gu does not come to investigate, it would be quite remiss of us. Pausing briefly, she cast a glance at Xiao Long, her smile deepening. As for assisting you, firstly, I have long held a discontent towards Tianji Gu. Secondly, you are quite fascinating and worthy of investment. And thirdly, she elongated her tone, her gaze shifting to Situ Yuyan with a hint of curiosity. The aura surrounding this sister is rather unique, seemingly connected to a lost ancient instrument that our leader has been seeking. It would be wise to forge a favorable connection, would it not? Upon hearing this, Situ Yuyan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She remained silent, instead focusing on regulating her breathing, her wariness unwavering. Her origins and the matter of the Lu Li Xian Ti were of great significance and must not be easily disclosed. Xiao Long, too, privately mused about Su Lian'er's words, which were a blend of truth and intrigue, making her difficult to decipher. Nonetheless, it was evident that she had indeed helped them escape peril. After navigating through the mist for the duration of a joss stick, the surrounding turbulent energy and toxic miasma gradually dissipated, revealing a relatively tranquil mountain wall shrouded in peculiar, distorted light. Su Lian'er guided the vessel closer to the mountain wall, forming a series of hand seals and producing a series of ethereal, enchanting tones. As the melody resonated, the seemingly solid mountain wall rippled like water, slowly parting to reveal a concealed entrance just large enough for the vessel to pass through. A gentle light emanated from within the cave. Welcome to the temporary Ting Yuxian of Huanin Gu, Su Lian'er announced as she steered the vessel into the opening. Inside lay a spacious cavern, artfully excavated and polished, its walls smooth and adorned with soft glowing fluorite. The interior was elegantly arranged, featuring stone tables and benches, an ancient guqin, and several beds draped with soft cushions. A few pale blue sound runes rotated slowly at the entrance, clearly forming a powerful illusion array and soundproof barrier that shielded them from external prying and perception. This place is quite secure. Even the Tianji's Sun Tianjing cannot penetrate here, Su Lian'er declared as she disembarked from the vessel. You may rest and recuperate for the time being. Oh, and here is this. She tossed back the Bai Lianzong token that Xiao Long had previously thrown away. Xiao Long accepted the token, feeling a sense of relief, and expressed his gratitude once more. Miss Su, your kindness is deeply appreciated. Expressing thanks excessively is rather tedious. Su Lian'er waved her hand dismissively, a playful smile gracing her lips as she leaned in closer and lowered her voice. How about we discuss something more substantial? For instance, what is the true nature of that Jinyu Bei? What exactly do those madmen of Tianji Gu intend to accomplish? And what about this sister's background? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity and astuteness. Xiao Long sighed in resignation. This matter is rather lengthy and of great importance. Just as he was deliberating his words and considering how to respond, the sound runes at the entrance suddenly vibrated slightly, emitting a warning hum. Su Lian'er's expression shifted, and she quickly approached the entrance to assess the situation, her brows furrowing. Trouble. It seems the mad dogs of Tianji Gu are determined to find you, launching a large-scale search in this area, and have disturbed a few troublesome beasts nearby. Although this place is concealed, it is unlikely to remain so for long. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze fell upon the Bai Lianzong token in Xiao Long's hand. Have you had contact with the Bai Lianzong? Did that brute, Shigang, give you this token? Xiao Long nodded. Captain Shigang previously offered his assistance. He refrained from mentioning that the token was given by the Wolf King. Then that simplifies matters. Su Lian'er's eyes brightened. The Bai Lianzong has a temporary outpost not far from here. With the speed of my vessel, we could reach it in half a day. Their immovable rock formation is of professional grade, far sturdier than my temporary illusion array. Furthermore, they specialize in body refinement and weapon crafting. Perhaps they possess a means to alleviate this sister's curse backlash. I can escort you there. To the Bai Lianzong's camp? That indeed seems like an excellent choice. Shigang is known for his generosity and stands against Tianji Gu. Thus he is trustworthy. We would be in your debt, Miss Su. Xiao Long inclined his head respectfully. Let us not rush into thanks. Su Lianer chuckled slyly. I can lead the way. But I shall not work for free. Once we arrive at the Bailian Zone, you must assist me with a small favor. What favor? Quite simple, Su Lianer smiled. I have heard that the Bailian Zone has obtained some fine Yushun Tai during their mining expedition, and I have a keen interest in that material. If you could facilitate an introduction for me to discuss a trade, I would be most grateful. Is that too much to ask? This request did not seem unreasonable. Xiao Long exchanged a glance with Situ Yuyin, nodding in agreement. If we truly reach the Bailian Zone's camp, we will do our utmost to facilitate this matter. Agreed. Su Lianer clapped her hands in satisfaction. There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately while those mad dogs have not yet reached this area. Chapter 26. The poisonous fangs in the shadows. Su Lianer once again took control of the Chui Niao flying vessel, quietly ferrying the two individuals out of the concealed cave. Skimming along the shadows of the mountain ridge towards the Bailian Zone camp. As they approached the vicinity of the Bailian Zone, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Shadows of Tianji-gu cultivators occasionally passed overhead, accompanied by the distant sounds of energy clashes and the roars of wild beasts. Clearly, the net was tightening. Su Lianer exhibited exceptional driving skills, skillfully predicting dangers ahead and cleverly utilizing the terrain and mist to evade threats, navigating through much of the journey without incident. However, just as they were nearing a valley marked as the Bailian Zone's alert zone, an unexpected upheaval occurred. In the valley ahead, a fierce battle was erupting. The defenders were disciples of Bailian Zone, barricaded behind a makeshift fortification. Though they were few in number, only a dozen or so, each was soaked in blood. Forming a solid shield formation, wielding hammers and crossbows to staunchly resist the relentless tide of attackers. The assailants included dozens of Tianji-gu cultivators, as well as a multitude of forest beasts, their eyes glowing red and driven mad by the malevolent influence of Tao Tai, alongside several elusive, ghostly assassins from Yuming Dian attempting to breach the shield formation. The defensive line formed by the Bailian Zone disciples resembled a rocky outcrop amidst tumultuous waves. Although sturdy, it was perilously close to collapsing, with casualties mounting and their line compressing ever tighter. Behind the fortification, many wounded disciples appeared to be receiving treatment. It's Shermeng and the others. Xiao Long recognized the bloodied young disciple, bearing scars from flames, who had selflessly thrown himself to save him. Shermeng. Though gravely injured in the abdomen, he continued to fight valiantly. Alas, we are a moment too late and have been encircled, Su Lianer remarked. Hovering the vessel behind a concealed rock wall, observing the dire situation of Bailian Zone. Charging in recklessly would likely endanger them as well. Gazing at the brutal scene below, witnessing those who had sacrificed themselves for their escape, now trapped in a desperate struggle, Xiao Long's eyes turned crimson. We cannot abandon them, he declared resolutely, channeling the energy of the earth veins within him, ready to leap from the vessel. Wait, are you mad? Su Lianer urgently grasped his arm. There are so many enemies below. We would be walking to our doom. There are times to act and times to refrain. Xiao Long's gaze was as steadfast as iron. Captain Shigang and Brother Shermeng have shown me kindness. How could I stand by and watch them perish? He insisted, attempting to break free. Hold on. Situ Yuyin interjected suddenly, her complexion still pale, yet her eyes radiating clarity and calmness. Confronting them head-on is indeed unwise. Miss Su, does your vessel possess any means for long-range interference or to create widespread chaos? Su Lianer raised an eyebrow, considering both her and the battlefield below. A glint of calculation and excitement flashing in her eyes. Widespread chaos? I do have 3 Huan-E mist bombs hidden on my vessel. When detonated, they create an extensive, perceptual distorting mist. However, these items are quite expensive. I will repay you double in the future. Xiao Long immediately interjected. Deal. And add 3 pieces of Yushun Tai? Su Lianer smiled mischievously, resembling a fox that had just stolen a chicken, while her hands deftly manipulated the controls, rapidly pressing several mechanisms. The belly of the Xinyao flying vessel opened 3 apertures, revealing 3 intricately engraved metal spheres adorned with complex musical runes. Cover your ears, Su Lianer cautioned, then abruptly activated the launch mechanism. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 phantasmal sound mist bombs shot into the most densely packed area of the battlefield in a triangular formation. Boom, boom, boom. Instead of violent explosions, 3 dense clouds of mist, shimmering with bizarre colors, swiftly enveloped nearly half of the battlefield. Within the mist, piercing and sharp sound waves wreaked havoc on the senses, conjuring terrifying and grotesque illusions. Instantly, The ranks of the Tianji Pavilion cultivators and the frenzied beasts descended into chaos. Many individuals screamed in agony, clutching their heads, striking randomly, and even turning against one another. The movement of the Yuming Hall assassins was also severely disrupted. "Now's our chance," Xiao Long bellowed, exchanging a glance with Situ Yuyan before both leapt from the flying vessel. "Sangyan Jibai." Upon landing, Xiao Long pressed a complete talisman against the ground, channeling the energy of the earth with all his might. A robust yellow-brown rock wall erupted, blocking the weakest side of the Balian sect's defense, momentarily halting the enemy's advance. Liu Lijingguang, Situ Yuyan, fighting through her weakness, unleashed a pure blue light from her hands, which spread like ripples. Wherever it passed, the beasts tainted by gluttonous malevolence howled in anguish, their movements noticeably slowed, while the eerie mist seemed unaffected by the purifying light. Their sudden arrival and precise coordination instantly turned the tide of the battle in their favor. "Xiao brothers, is that you?" Meng, amidst the fierce struggle, was both surprised and delighted to see Xiao Long. "Hang in there, Meng," Xiao Long shouted, continuously reinforcing the defense with the power of the earth while occasionally conjuring stone spears for ranged attacks. With the arrival of reinforcements, particularly Situ Yuyan's purifying power countering the malevolent beasts, the pressure on the Balian sect disciples significantly diminished, and their morale surged as they roared back into the fray. "Damn it, it's those two little brats. And that vile woman from the Huanin Pavilion." A leader from the Tianji Pavilion roared within the mist, fully intent on eliminating them. The focus of their attacks immediately shifted to Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar, akin to a volcanic eruption, echoed from behind the valley. Following that, a massive arrow, engulfed in raging flames and resembling a shooting star, tore through the air with a devastating aura, striking down a Yuming Hall assassin who was lunging at Situ Yuyan. Boom! The assassin didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes in the explosion's fiery embrace. Everyone gazed in astonishment as they saw Gang, bloodied but embodying the wrath of a war god, charging towards them while wielding the enormous Lianshan crossbow. Behind him trailed over 20 equally fierce and intact elite disciples of the Balian sect. It turned out Gang had not perished in battle. He had merely been leading a mission and returned at full speed upon receiving the distress signal. "Form up. Crush these scoundrels," Gang roared, raising the Lianshan crossbow once more and locking onto his next target. The Balian sect disciples, witnessing the return of their pillar of strength, erupted with thunderous war cries as they aggressively advanced with their shield formation. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The reinforcements led by Gang were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The morale of the Balian sect disciples soared as they charged forward with shields and hammers, arrows whistling, combining with Xiao Long's earth defense and Situ Yuyan's purifying light to swiftly force the disordered Tianji Pavilion cultivators and frenzied beasts into a rout, inflicting severe casualties. The remaining enemies, sensing the tides turning against them, let out a reluctant whistle before retreating into the forest in disarray. The battle temporarily concluded, leaving the valley in ruins, thick with the scent of blood. "Xiao brothers, Miss Situ, it's truly a relief to see you unharmed." Gang strode forward, though wounded, radiating a bold aura as he slapped Xiao Long's shoulder and glanced at Situ Yuyan, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Thank you both for your timely assistance. Captain Gang, you are too kind. Had it not been for your sect's selfless rescue earlier, we would have met with disaster," Xiao Long replied gravely. Situ Yuyan also nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Su Lianer maneuvered the flying vessel to gently descend, cheerfully jumping down. "Sure de Cueto, it's been a while. Still as fiery as ever, I see. If it weren't for my mist bombs today, your stronghold would be in peril." Upon seeing Su Lianer, Gang's thick brows furrowed. "So it's you vixen? Humph, consider me indebted to you." The matter of the Yongshan iron is negotiable. It appeared they were previously acquainted, and their relationship had a hint of complexity. The group swiftly cleared the battlefield and tended to the wounded. Although Meng's injuries were severe, the potent medicinal pills of the Balian sect ensured his life was not in danger. Xiao Long recounted the events since their separation, particularly the upheaval of the Jinyu Monument, the conspiracies of the Tianji Pavilion, and the impending threat of the Taotai breaking free. Upon hearing this, Gang's expression turned grave. "It is as I feared. That old scoundrel Di Hao has truly lost his mind. How dare he covet the Taoya's power? This matter must be reported to the sect's headquarters immediately." He looked toward Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan, speaking in a solemn tone. "If you do not mind, I invite you to stay at our Balian sect camp. We must deliberate carefully and ensure the conspiracies of the Tianji Pavilion do not succeed. With the Balian sect as a formidable ally, Xiao Long felt a measure of relief and was about to agree when Situ Yuyin, who had been quietly recuperating, suddenly furrowed her brows. Clutching her chest and letting out a pained groan, the Liuli Jingguang she had just stabilized surged violently once more, and the celestial pattern on her forehead flickered erratically. Yuyin! Xiao Long exclaimed in alarm. Situ Yuyin's complexion turned pale as she laboriously raised a finger, pointing toward the dense forest in the northeast. Her voice tinged with pain and trepidation. There's something is lurking, cold and familiar, absorbing the dissipated malevolence, even attempting to provoke the curse within me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. After enduring a fierce battle, there were still enemies lying in wait nearby. Gang immediately bellowed, "Alert! Shield formation defense." All Balian sect disciples instantly entered a state of combat, their shields clanging together. Su Lianer also wore a stern expression, raising her crossbow and vigilantly gazing in that direction. Xiao Long shielded Situ Yuyin behind him, channeling the earth's energy to expand his senses. Deep within the forest, an eerie silence prevailed. Yet a more chilling presence than that of the Tianji Pavilion, more sinister than that of the Yuming Hall, slithered through the air like a venomous serpent, creating an ominous atmosphere that permeated the surroundings. Ultimately, nothing transpired, and the Tianji Pavilion, realizing they could not seize this place, retreated. Chapter 27. The Calm Before the Storm. After gathering various pieces of information, the atmosphere grew as tense as ice spikes piercing through a tranquil chamber. The Tianji Pavilion's distortion of truth, the villain's preemptive accusations, and Dihao's grandiose yet treacherous declaration of righteousness enveloped the Balian sect, Xiao Long, and Situ Yuyin in an invisible net, pushing them toward the opposing side of the world. What nonsense! Gang slammed his fist onto the stone table, causing it to fracture instantly. Veins bulged from his forehead, fury threatening to erupt. That old dog Dihao. How dare he humiliate my Balian sect? I'll lead a charge and settle the score with him. Captain Gang, stay calm. Xiao Long quickly restrained him. Acting impulsively will play right into Dihao's hands. He would relish our loss of composure, solidifying that baseless accusation. Situ Yuyin's face was pale, yet her gaze remained remarkably composed as she spoke slowly. Her voice faint yet imbued with clarity that pierced through worldly matters. Dihao's actions serve three purposes. First, to confuse the narrative and extricate himself from culpability. Second, to wield the name of righteousness to compel various factions to take sides, isolating the Balian sect. And third, and most crucially, to personally seize the Taoye's power and sacred relic, paving the way for his ambitions. His intentions are profound and not born of mere impulse. Su Lianer, having leaned against the door at some point, toyed with a musical rune, her usual playful demeanor replaced with a hint of seriousness. This girl speaks the truth. Dihao is employing an overt strategy. In this tumultuous moment, the proclamation has been issued, and public opinion has surged, with countless eyes fixated on the Xuandishan. If the Balian sect opts for a rigid confrontation, it will only solidify its guilt and become adversaries to the world. Yet, should they choose to compromise and surrender, it is not merely a question of willingness. The venerable reputation of the Balian sect, forged over millennia, would be tarnished in an instant, disheartening all disciples. It is a dilemma fraught with peril. The quiet chamber fell into a heavy silence. Gang panted heavily, clearly grasping the gravity of the situation. Yet his heart burned with indignation. At that moment, a disciple from the Balian sect hurried in, presenting a jade slip pulsating with urgent red light. Captain, urgent news from the headquarters. Gang snatched the jade slip, his consciousness diving into it. After a moment, his countenance darkened further, revealing traces of struggle and anguish. The headquarters has ultimately decreed, his voice dry and deliberate, commanding us to hold our ground at the mine fort, forbidding any direct conflict with the Tianji Pavilion. As for Brother Xiao and Miss Situ, he paused, struggling to articulate the next words. The headquarters requests that both of you temporarily leave the Balian sect camp to avoid giving our adversaries any leverage. The moment those words fell, the chamber was so silent one could hear a pin drop. This was tantamount to a veiled expulsion. At such a perilous juncture, the headquarters chose the most conservative and hurtful course of action, sacrificing the chariot to preserve the commander. Xiao Long's heart sank heavily. Though he understood the pressure faced by the Balian sect's headquarters, an inexplicable chill spread within him. Situ Yuyin lowered her gaze, her expression obscured, but her delicate fingers tightened slightly. Su Lianer raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she regarded Gang. Suddenly, Gang lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with rage, and violently smashed the jade slip to the ground, shattering it. To hell with the headquarters decree. I refuse to comply. He roared, his voice shaking the walls. I only know that Brother Xiao and Miss Situ are my honored guests. They are the ones who helped us slay the minions of the Yuming Temple and saved Meng's life. The Balian sect does not abandon its benefactors, nor bow to mad dogs. Want me to drive them away? Only if that old dog Di Hao steps over my corpse. His chest heaved violently as he scanned all the disciples present. Brothers, what say you? Is this not the truth? Indeed, Captain, we shall never surrender them. Let us battle the scum of the Tianji Pavilion. The disciples of the Balian sect erupted with fury, their shouts echoing against the stone fort. These steadfast men, perhaps lacking in the intricacies of political maneuvering, were unwavering in their loyalty and principles. Xiao Long observed this scene. The icy sensation within him replaced by a surge of warmth, his eyes slightly moistening. Situ Yuan also lifted her head, gazing at these impassioned men. A flicker of emotion passing through her cool gaze. Captain Gang, brothers, Xiao Long's voice trembled with gratitude. Thank you. Yet, precisely because of this, we cannot drag your sect into peril. He inhaled deeply, determination etching his features. We must leave. Brother Xiao. Gang interjected urgently. Big brother allow me to finish. Xiao Long raised a hand to halt him, his thoughts crystallizing. Di Hao's target is us, particularly this sacred talisman. He touched the intact protective charm in his possession. Remaining at the camp will only render the Balian sect a target, playing directly into Di Hao's hands. I must depart, but not blindly. He turned to Su Yin'er. Miss Su, you previously mentioned that the Huanin Pavilion excels in intelligence and concealment? Su Yin'er's bright eyes sparkled, seemingly catching on to his intent, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed. What? Do you wish to employ me as a bodyguard? I seek your assistance once more. Xiao Long replied solemnly. With Di Hao's forces approaching, their might is formidable, and there must be traces to follow. Might I ask you to utilize the Huanin Pavilion's intelligence network to ascertain their marching routes, personnel configurations, and Di Hao's movements? This will come at a steep price. Su Yin'er quipped, tilting her head. And the risks are immense, as they are the main force of the Tianji Pavilion. Should the need arise in the future, I shall repay you in full. Xiao Long vowed earnestly. Su Yin'er scrutinized him, then glanced at Situ Yuan before suddenly bursting into laughter. All right, I was just teasing you. Considering the Tianji Pavilion's troubles and how amusing this bunch from the Balian sect is, I'll take this job. It's also a chance to show those old fossils in the pavilion whose intelligence is truly formidable. She promptly moved aside, retrieving several specially crafted communication jade talismans, beginning to issue her instructions in hushed tones. Thank you, Xiao Long expressed again. Moreover, we cannot leave together. The target is too significant. We must split our forces. He looked at Gang. Big brother the camp requires your steadfast presence. Even if Di Hao arrives, he will hesitate to launch a full assault on the Balian sect's camp in the short term, as it would irrevocably sever ties and incite a sectarian war. He is more likely to dispatch elite teams to hunt us down. Therefore, the camp is relatively safe. My mother and Miss Situ need to remain to recuperate and stabilize the situation. Situ Yan's curse seal requires time to resolve. Lu is merely an ordinary person, unable to endure upheaval, and Cang Lang has yet to recover from his grave injuries. Upon hearing this, Situ Yan immediately wished to object, but Xiao Long silenced her with a glance. Yan, you must stay, not only to heal, but your Liuli Jingguang is invaluable for defending against malevolent influences, assisting Big Brother in safeguarding the camp. He lowered his voice. I need your help to decipher the secrets of this complete sacred object. It may hold the key to countering Di Hao and Tao Dai. Situ Yuan locked eyes with him for a moment, recognizing the resolve and trust within his gaze. Ultimately nodding slowly, very well. Please take care of yourself. Xiao Long then addressed Gang. Big brother I entrust my mother, Yan, and Cang Lang to you. Gang nodded earnestly, thumping his chest. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow a single hair on my sister-in-law and Miss Situ to be harmed. Finally, Xiao Long's gaze sharpened. I shall depart, bearing the sacred talisman, revealing myself to attract the attention of Di Hao and the various factions. No, too dangerous. Gang and Situ Yuan protested in unison, while Cang Lang struggled to rise, but failed. This is the best course of action, Xiao Long insisted resolutely. I am the only one capable of fully activating the sacred object, and only I can draw the firepower of Di Hao to the greatest extent. I will move towards the depths of the mountains, in the opposite direction of the Jinyu Valley, drawing them away to buy you time. He looked at Su Lianer. Miss Su, I may require your flying vessel and illusions to create chaos and evade pursuit. Excitement flickered in Su Lianer's eyes. Stirring the waters? That is my specialty. Leave it to me. With the plan set, everyone immediately dispersed to act. Through the channels of the Huanin Pavilion, Su Lianer rapidly disseminated the first wave of intelligence. Di Hao personally led the main force of the Tianji Pavilion. Now encroaching upon the periphery of the Shawandishan, their pace sluggish, seemingly waiting for something or deliberately building momentum. However, several elite Tianzui teams had scattered like hunting hounds, beginning a net-like sweep, with the nearest team now less than 100 miles from the mine fort. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, she deftly maneuvered the flying vessel, occasionally allowing a hint of sacred artifact aura to emerge in certain locations, while at other times creating grand illusions of energy to mislead the pursuing forces, drawing in various factions into a web of confusion. The periphery of the Shawandishan region became rife with hidden currents due to the sudden appearance of the sacred artifact, leading to a tumultuous dance of misdirection among the factions, where conflicts and misunderstandings frequently arose. Meanwhile, the true Xiao Long, under the cover of Su Lianer, stealthily advanced towards a remote location marked on an ancient relic map, one that potentially held ties to the origin of the sacred artifact. Moving in the opposite direction of Jinyu Valley, it was evident that Di Hao was not a foe to be trifled with. As the Tianzui were continuously misled and the various forces descended into chaos, the main army of Tianjai suddenly altered their strategy. They no longer paid heed to the indistinguishable rumors, instead advancing steadily like a hammer towards a single destination, the location of the Bailian sect stronghold. Simultaneously, a cold and authoritative command reverberated through various factions. The Bailian sect harbored ill intentions and sheltered a calamity. The evidence was irrefutable. Within a day, they were to open their gates and surrender the culprits, or face the same fate as the accused. Di Hao intended to use the Bailian sect's camp as leverage to force Xiao Long and Situ Yin into a corner, or perhaps to use this as a pretext to eliminate the Bailian sect entirely. The pressure suddenly shifted back to the Bailian sect's stronghold. The deadline loomed near. And outside the Bailian sect's fortifications, dark clouds loomed ominously. The main forces of Tianjai finally arrived, a dense presence hovering above, exuding a suffocating aura of hostility. At the forefront sat Di Hao in a luxurious carriage, his expression cold, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice, surveying the Bailian sect's stone fortifications below as if they were mere ants. Dozens of powerful Tianjai elders and emissaries flanked either side. Behind them stood a regiment of elite disciples, their energies intertwined in unison. In the distance, numerous other sects, stirred by proclamations or drawn to observe, murmured anxiously. The atmosphere thick with tension. Sure gang, the time limit has arrived. Surrender the chaotic calamity and the remnant of Jiao Xiantian. Otherwise, do not blame me for flattening your pitiful fortress. Di Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated like rolling thunder, penetrating every ear with undeniable authority and murderous intent. Within the stronghold, all Bailian sect disciples gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes bloodshot, shields thudding heavily against the ground, echoing their resolve, none willing to retreat. Shi Gang stood atop the highest wall, wielding a crackling crossbow, his fury palpable as he bellowed, Di Hao, you old dog, if it is war you seek, then let us battle. The Bailian sect has only warriors who die standing, not cowards who kneel. You wish to flatten this place. We shall see if your teeth are strong enough. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a streak of light rushed from the horizon. It was Su Lianer and Xiao Long returning. The emerald bird vessel hovered between the two armies, Su Lianer's melodious voice breaking the heavy atmosphere. Oh dear, what a grand display. You truly frighten this little lady. Di Hao's icy gaze swept across the flying vessel before finally resting on Xiao Long, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Finally willing to show yourself? Excellent. It saves me the trouble. Standing at the prow of the vessel, Xiao Long maintained a calm demeanor, firmly clutching the complete sacred artifact talisman, and boldly declared, Di Hao, your target is me and the sacred artifact. It has nothing to do with the Bailian sect. Spare them, and I shall accompany you. Xiao brother. No. Shi Gang cried out in desperation from the wall. Upon hearing this, Di Hao let out a derisive laugh, as if he had heard a joke. You dare negotiate with me? Do you possess the qualifications? I desire not only the sacred artifact, but also your life. Those below who shelter you must pay a price as well. It was evident he sought total annihilation, leaving no room for future repercussions. Xiao Long's heart sank. At that moment, however, Su Lianer took a step forward, her smile radiant as she addressed Di Hao. Lord of Tianjai, why the fury? Violence only breeds hostility. Instead, shall we engage in a transaction? With a flick of her wrist, she revealed a dark orb pulsating with a faint soul energy, twisting ominously in her palm. The aura of that orb resonated with the soul imprint of the Vice Lord of the Yuming Temple they had previously vanquished. For instance, I could offer this in exchange for a safe passage for these simpletons below, and perhaps a few secrets regarding certain individuals from Jiuxiantian colluding with the Yuming Temple. I believe this would pique your interest, would it not? Her words reverberated like thunder, shocking the battlefield. Di Hao's expression finally flickered with intrigue. Though his demeanor remained icy, a mere fragment of a soul dares to negotiate with me? This fragment alone may not suffice, Su Lianer replied, her smile unwavering. Yet her voice lowered with an enticing mystery, akin to a siren's song, precisely reaching Di Hao's ears. But what if I were to offer secrets about a significant figure from Jiuxiantian, who has been clandestinely colluding with the Vice Lord of Yuming Temple, even permitting their schemes to unfold in both the lower realm and Jiuxiantian? I believe a man of your stature would find such machinations quite fascinating. As her words settled, the atmosphere around Di Hao suddenly stiffened. Although his expression remained unreadable, a sharp glint flashed briefly in his unfathomable gaze. There were individuals from Jiuxiantian colluding with Yuming Temple, and it could threaten his plans? A multitude of thoughts surged through him. The Yuming Temple was active in the lower realm, and undoubtedly had roots in Jiuxiantian. If someone truly sought to exploit the Yuming Temple to reap the benefits while entangled in his disputes with the Bailian sect and the chaotic source, at that moment, the fate of the stronghold, as well as the lives of Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan, were momentarily overshadowed by this more pressing potential threat. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Everyone turned their gaze towards Di Hao, awaiting his decision. Within the stronghold, Shi Gang's grip on the crossbow tightened, a sheen of sweat beading on his brow, while Xiao Long held his breath, and Situ Yuyan's cold gaze remained fixed on every subtle shift in Di Hao's expression. After a prolonged pause, Di Hao finally spoke, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. What do you desire? Su Lianer released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, knowing her gamble had paid off. Her smile broadened as she extended two delicate fingers. First, I request that your army withdraw 100 miles, granting my friends from the Bailian sect a day to deliberate. Secondly, her gaze swept over the poised disciples of the Bailian sect, as well as Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan behind the fortifications. Should they ultimately choose self-preservation, I ask that you spare these uninvolved disciples. After all, your true target is the main culprit. There is no need to add to the bloodshed and accrue further karma. Her words were impeccably crafted, providing Di Hao with an exit while subtly implying the Bailian sect might capitulate, and extricating the uninvolved disciples as a prelude for future plans. Di Hao remained silent for a moment, his gaze again sweeping over the stronghold, particularly lingering for a fleeting moment on Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan, as if etching their likenesses into his very soul. At last, he snorted coldly. Very well. I shall grant you, Queen Pavilion, this courtesy, and afford the Bailian sect one last opportunity. With a flick of his sleeve, his voice echoed across the expanse. One day hence, should you fail to surrender the culprits, not a single dog or chicken shall remain. As his words faded, the forces of Tianjai began to retreat like the receding tide. Yet the intangible pressure still loomed over the battlefield, akin to a sword poised above their heads. The emerald bird vessel gracefully turned around, returning to the stronghold. As Su Lianer alighted, Shi Gang could hardly contain his impatience, whispering urgently, Miss Su, will that old dog truly withdraw? Su Lianer's playful demeanor vanished. Her expression grave. For now, yes. Di Hao is inherently suspicious. The bait I've cast is sufficiently enticing, and he requires time to verify and weigh his options. Yet, with only a single day at hand, this is our sole opportunity. She gazed at Xiao Long and Situ Yuyan, urging, we must act according to plan, and swiftly. Xiao Long nodded emphatically, turning his gaze towards Situ Yuyan, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Yuyan, trust me. Follow Brother Shi. Situ Yuyan's lips parted slightly, as if to voice her thoughts, but ultimately, she merely cast a deep glance at him, her unspoken words distilled into two simple characters. Be careful. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Shi Gang immediately began organizing, selecting the most loyal and reliable disciples to form a protective team, preparing to evacuate through an abandoned mine tunnel known only to past captains stationed there. Meanwhile, Xiao Long and Su Lianer retreated to a secluded stone chamber. Su Lianer produced an array of peculiar materials, beginning to etch runes upon a pre-prepared spirit wood, simulating the aura of a sacred object. Xiao Long extracted a drop of his own life essence, infused with the breath of the chaotic beast, allowing it to fall upon the core of the spirit wood. Concurrently, Su Lianer revealed a palm-sized, lifelike wooden doll, performing intricate hand seals while chanting incantations, imbuing the doll with a series of illusory sound runes. The doll's visage began to warp and shift, gradually resembling Xiao Long, even mimicking his aura. Though unable to last long, it would suffice to deceive for a brief period. It is complete. Su Lianer wiped the fine beads of sweat from her brow, handing the counterfeit sacred object and the illusory doll to Xiao Long. Remember, when we break out, we must create a grand commotion, akin to a final desperate struggle. I shall use the illusory sound technique to create chaos, covering for you. No, covering for him. Xiao Long accepted the two items, feeling the familiar essence and illusory fluctuations resonating within. He exhaled a heavy breath. A day flew by amidst the tense preparations. As the morning light of the second day barely pierced the shrouded clouds, a seemingly inconspicuous stone door at the side of the mine fort suddenly burst open. Xiao Long, wielding a staff radiating with the brilliance of a sacred object, surged forth. His aura erupting as he ascended like a beast unleashed, charging toward a direction where enemy defenses were relatively weak, contrary to the evacuation route. Stop him. Emperor Hao's icy voice echoed instantly. Almost simultaneously, Su Lianer commanded the Tsai and Yao flying vessel to ascend, plucking the strings, as bizarre sound waves radiated outward, causing the battlefield to become a maelstrom of light and shadow, with chaotic elemental energies, even producing several phantoms of Xiao Long, leading some disciples of the Tianji Pavilion to miss their attacks. Trying to escape? Leave him. A Tianji Pavilion elder scoffed coldly, extending a massive hand as elemental energy morphed into a giant palm reaching for the most solid Xiao Long. Xiao Long fought back desperately, his staff erupting with dazzling light, momentarily blocking the giant palm, yet he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth, the sacred object slipping from his grasp. The sacred object. Several Tianji Pavilion envoys' eyes gleamed, rushing forward to seize it. The scene descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, deep within the mine fort, the true Xiao Long, under the final cover of Su Lianer's illusion, quietly stepped into the entrance of the darkened mine tunnel, which exuded a musty odor and the scent of minerals. He cast one last glance in the direction of Situ Yian's escape before resolutely turning away, vanishing into the shadows. Outside the mine, Emperor Hao coldly regarded the captured Xiao Long, whose aura rapidly withered away, along with the dimly glowing sacred object revealing its wooden core. There was no surprise on his face, only a glimmer of cold fury at being deceived. Indeed, a trick of the illusory sound pavilion, he murmured to himself. Yet his gaze shifted toward the distant mountains. However, I shall see how far you can scurry, little mouse. Dispatch the Tianju Wei, seal off all suspicious areas, and conduct a search. Deep within the secret passage, 2 rows of suddenly ignited ghostly green fire-like eyes, resembling the gaze of an abyss, instantaneously pinned Xiao Long and Su Lianer with a chilling, murderous intent. Those eyes, devoid of life, were filled with deathly silence, bloodlust, and an utter disdain for living beings. It is the soul-devouring specter of the Yomingdian. Su Lianer gasped, her voice tinged with fear. This creature is devoid of pain, fearless, and specializes in consuming the soul essence of living beings, making it exceedingly troublesome. Beware its gaze, it can directly attack the soul. Before the words could fully escape her lips, those pairs of ghostly fire-like eyes blazed intensely. A formless, yet piercingly sharp, soul shockwave surged forth, akin to a chilling drill, fiercely striking at their consciousness. Xiao Long felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, darkness engulfing his vision, his soul racked with pain, nearly causing him to faint. Su Lianer screamed in agony, curling up, as her already damaged soul endured further suffering. In this dire moment, the complete sacred object talisman in Xiao Long's possession activated autonomously. A warm, dense, yellowish light radiated outward, akin to the sturdiest shield, dissipating much of the vicious soul impact. Xiao Long bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to lucidity. He observed several indistinct shapes, formed from the chilling miasma of the Yoming, resembling bony, ghostly claws, silently lunging toward them with astonishing speed. There could be no retreat. Behind them lay the net of the Tianji Pavilion. They could only advance. Su Gunyang, cover your ears. Xiao Long bellowed, simultaneously channeling the Earth's vitality into the talisman, forcefully pressing it against the ground. Earth's soul suppression. A heavy, earth-toned light ring expanded from the talisman, swiftly filling the narrow passageway. The approaching ghostly shadows collided with an invisible wall, their movements abruptly halting. The surrounding deathly miasma roiling as they emitted silent howls, clearly distressed by this energy imbued with the vitality and suppressive force of the earth. Meanwhile, Sulianer, enduring the agonizing sting in her soul, seized this precious opportunity, inhaling sharply, her fingertips gliding across the ancient zither, producing a piercing yet penetrating single note. Breaking sound tuning fork, the sharp sound wave coalesced into a line, accurately targeting one pair of ghostly green eyes. With a pop, that pair of eyes burst like a bubble pricked by a needle, extinguishing instantly, corresponding to the ghostly shadow, also twisting violently before dissipating significantly. Effective. The spirits of both surged. The power of the sacred object primarily served to defend and suppress the soul, while the illusory sound technique focused on breaking the malevolent. In this narrow confrontation, an unexpected cooperative effect emerged. The left side is mine, Xiao Long roared, manipulating the earth's vitality into several sharp stone spikes, which erupted from the ground, piercing and tearing apart the ghostly shadows from the left. The right side is mine. Sulianer flicked her fingers, unleashing invisible sound blades like ripples of death, precisely slicing through the ghostly figures on the right. Although she could not obliterate them immediately, their movements were significantly hindered. The confined space of the passageway, in fact, curtailed the numerical advantage of the ghostly specters, as the two stood back to back, laboriously yet resolutely pressing forward. Purifying and dissipating the yoming miasma with each step, the wails of the specters gradually diminishing. Finally, the last ghostly shadow was completely obliterated amidst the intertwining radiance of the sacred object and the sound blades. Both were utterly exhausted, nearly on the brink of collapse. Particularly Sulianer, whose complexion had turned as pale as paper, her breath faint. We must hurry. The commotion may attract more, Sulianer urged weakly. Xiao Long nodded, supporting her as they continued deeper into the passageway. At this moment, there was no turning back. The passage sloped downward, delving into the heart of the mountain. The air thickening with yoming miasma, even beginning to carry a faint scent of blood. The rock walls on either side began to change, revealing signs of artificial excavation, inscribed with various twisted and eerie yoming runes. At last, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, accompanied by the sound of trickling water. Though that sound was thick and unsettling, cautiously, the two stepped out of the tunnel's exit, the sight before them sending chills down their spines. They found themselves in a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a colossal blood pool, swirling with a viscous dark crimson liquid. Within the blood pool floated countless pale beast bones and even human bones, emanating a nauseating stench and a potent aura of resentment. And at the very center of the blood pool, there bloomed an enormous, extraordinarily sinister black-purple lotus. The lotus possesses 9 petals, each adorned with a naturally formed, contorted visage of either a tormented human face or a beastly countenance, while the edges of the petals shimmer with a ghostly phosphorescence. At the center of the lotus lies not a seed pod, but rather a continuously swirling black vortex composed of pure soul energy and the chilling essence of death, voraciously consuming the resentment and fragments of souls from the blood pool. Even more shocking, surrounding the blood pool stand 9 obsidian pillars, each bound by heavy chains to a desiccated corpse, seemingly drained of all blood and soul force from the remnants of their garments. It is evident that several of these bodies belong to the previously missing disciples of Tianjigu and Bai Lianzong. This is a malevolent formation nourished by the blood and souls of living beings, and that demonic lotus is the core of the array. Jiujiu Yosi Huan Yaolian. Su Lianer's voice trembled with fear, revealing the sinister forbidden techniques of the Yoming Dian. How could they cultivate such abominations here? This entity can devour and transform the soul force of all things, serving as the core material for crafting those terrifying specters of the underworld. What are their intentions? Xiao Long also felt a surge of dread, his stomach churning. The methods of Yoming Dian are even more wicked and cruel than those of Tianjigu. His gaze was abruptly drawn to the demonic lotus above. He observed how the black vortex at its heart accelerated, as strands of refined death essence and soul energy were being incessantly channeled through concealed conduits in the cave's ceiling, directed towards a deeper, more distant location, the core of the Zhenyu Bei. Not only is Yoming Dian cultivating evil entities here, but they are also siphoning the soul force from the blood pool, providing remote support for their actions at the Zhenyu Bei. This place must be destroyed. Chapter 30. Assistance from Antiquity. Destroy that lotus. Without hesitation, Xiao Long's eyes glimmered with determination. He could not allow the schemes of Yomingdian to succeed. However, the Jiu Yosi Huan Yao Lian evidently possessed a formidable self-defense mechanism. As soon as they contemplated action, the blood pool began to churn violently, and the corpses atop the 9 pillars suddenly raised their heads, hollow eye sockets igniting with ghostly green flames, emitting a spine-chilling wail. Ethereal chains, like venomous serpents, shot forth from the blood pool, lunging towards the two. Concurrently, the black vortex at the lotus's heart accelerated, generating a powerful pull that sought to forcibly wrench their souls away. I will hold them off. You find a way to destroy that lotus. Xiao Long positioned himself protectively in front of Su Lianer, channeling the sacred talisman with all his might, as a dense, earthy-hued barrier of light rose once more, absorbing the relentless strikes of countless ethereal chains. The barrier shook violently, yet he stood his ground. Su Lianer recognized the urgency of their situation. She suppressed her injuries, seated herself cross-legged, and positioned her guqin upon her lap, her expression solemn. Grant me 10 breaths of time. Her fingers danced over the strings, producing not an aggressive melody, but a segment of ethereal, solemn tones, reminiscent of the essence of life and purification, a timeless hymn. Pure notes flowed from the strings, melding with her Liu Li Xianli, transforming into gentle blue light rain that cascaded upon the demonic lotus. This was the cleansing sacred sound transmitted from Huan Yinga, most effective against malevolent entities, purifying filth. As the blue light rain fell upon the lotus, it trembled violently as if doused in potent acid, the human faces on the petals emitting silent screams of excruciating agony, while the blackish-purple petals began to emit wisps of white smoke, disrupting the vortex's rotation. Effective, but not enough. This lotus is deeply rooted in the blood pool, its resentment too profound. With Su Lianer's current strength alone, she cannot achieve complete purification. Observing this, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He pressed the sacred talisman against his chest, drawing upon the vast power of the earth's essence, and then channeled it unreservedly into Su Lianer. Use my power. Su Lianer shuddered, feeling an overwhelming force, heavy yet not entirely in harmony with her own essence, surge into her body, nearly overwhelming her meridians. Yet she gritted her teeth and endeavored to guide this force to merge with her Liu Li Xianli and the sacred sound. The 3 powers struggled to intertwine, culminating in a wondrous transcendence. The originally soft blue light rain transformed into a dazzling spectacle, interspersed with earthy-hued luminescent particles and pure sound symbols, resembling a divine cleansing storm that suddenly enveloped the entire demonic lotus. The sound was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The lotus withered at an observable pace, charred and disintegrating. The black vortex at its core emitted a mournful wail, collapsing under the burden. Boom! The entire blood pool formation trembled violently, the 9 pillars shattering, the corpses turning to ash. The viscous blood within the pool began to evaporate and purify rapidly. Success. However, at the moment of the lotus's complete destruction, a furious roar erupted, seemingly originating from the depths of the 9 underworlds, reverberating from the far end of the cave, where the energy conduit was located. Almost immediately, an oppressive force, 10-fold, 100-fold more terrifying than before, descended upon them like a tangible mountain. The rock wall at the end of the cave exploded. A colossal skeletal visage, entirely composed of pure death essence, surged forth. Within its eye sockets burned 2 orbs of deep purple soul fire that could freeze one's very spirit, fixating upon Xiao Long and Su Lianer, the disruptors of its plans. The vice master of Yomingdian, Xuanming. This was no mere incarnation, but a projection nearing its true form. He had dared to expend great cost to project part of his power here. You insignificant insects dare to destroy my sacred lotus? I shall extract your souls to eternally imprison you in the 9 underworlds. The skeletal visage emitted a deafening roar, opening its massive maw, unleashing an unfathomable dark death ray, imbued with an aura of annihilation, hurtling toward the exhausted pair. This strike surpassed all previous attacks. It was utterly insurmountable. The shadow of death enveloped them in an instant. Xiao Long and Su Lianer had just expended their strength to destroy the lotus. Now, faced with this cataclysmic blow, they lacked even the strength to raise a finger. A flicker of despair crossing their eyes. Su Lianer even closed her eyes, murmuring, "This is a significant loss. We truly suffer a deficit." Just as the moment of crisis approached, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The hard, rune-etched walls of the cave beside them suddenly quivered violently, as if ripples were coursing through water. Shortly thereafter, the walls appeared to transform into a transparent liquid, and a colossal wolf claw, covered in silver-gray fur and glinting with icy sharpness, surged forth from within. This claw was so immense that it nearly occupied half the cave. It emerged at a perfectly opportune moment, precisely intercepting the devastating Dark Death Ray. Boom! The Dark Death Ray collided violently with the wolf claw, resulting in a thunderous explosion that could deafen the ears. An energy storm swept through the entire cave, scattering the remnants of the blood pool. The silver-gray claw trembled slightly, the fur at its tip singeing a small patch, yet it remained steadfast, unwavering against this obliterating strike. What? The skeletal visage of Xuanming emitted a furious, incredulous roar. An ancient guardian. How dare you interfere in the matters of Yomingdian? Behind the wolf claw, the rippling wall began to reveal the imposing, fiery visage of the ancient wolf king, its amber eyes coldly fixating on the projection of Xuanming. Its ancient yet powerful voice resonated throughout the cave. Depart from my territory. Before its words could fully dissipate, another massive claw burst forth from the wall. Both claws converging with the terrifying strength to shatter mountains, crashing down upon the skeletal visage. You dare! The projection of Xuanming, astonished and furious, frantically gathered death essence to defend. A greater explosion ensued. The entire cave began to collapse wildly, with rocks raining down. Xiao Long and Su Lianer were enveloped by a gentle force, abruptly drawn towards the rippling stone wall. In the fleeting moment before they vanished into the stone, Xiao Long caught a glimpse of the skeletal shadow of Xianming amidst the explosive flames. It appeared not entirely shattered, but rather transformed into a dark stream of light, howling as it retreated into the depths of the pipe. Simultaneously, the Wolf King emitted a suppressed groan, clearly exhausted from its recent interdimensional confrontation with the Xianming projection, suffering significant strain and possibly injury. The next moment, the world spun chaotically. Xiao Long and Su Lianer felt as though they had traversed a frigid curtain of water before crashing heavily onto a hard, icy floor. Contrary to their expectations of a violent impact and collapse, they found themselves in a vast, unfamiliar underground cavern, radiating a soft white light. The cavern's walls were as smooth as mirrors, adorned with countless ancient murals filled with a primal essence, depicting the era of colossal beasts, ancestors, and wolf packs in their glory. The air was thick with pure, ancient energy, 100-fold more potent than that of the outside world. Where were they? The Wolf King had torn through space to transport them to this enigmatic realm. What startled Xiao Long most was the sight at the cavern's center, which was not the anticipated den of the Wolf King, but a colossal crystal wolf head, roughly the size of a human, suspended in the air, its translucent body revealing swirling nebulae within. This wolf head emanated a lifelike presence, exuding a sense of ancient majesty that surpassed even that of the venerable Wolf King, as if it bore the terrifying essence of countless epics. Was this the true treasure the Wolf King safeguarded? At that moment, too soft, moonlight-like orbs of light illuminated the hollow eye sockets of the crystal wolf head, an ancient, profound consciousness, seemingly transcending time and space, slowly awakened and directly enveloped Xiao Long. The Earth's guardian has finally awaited your arrival. Chapter 31. The Ancestral Abode of Wolves. The icy, hard ground jolted Xiao Long back to reality from his brief disorientation. He opened his eyes wide, warily scanning his surroundings, his hand instinctively gripping the warm, sacred talisman in his possession. The scene before him rendered him breathless, causing him to momentarily forget where he was. Before him lay an underground cavern of indescribable vastness and grandeur. The dome soared high above, seemingly endless, as if it existed in its own realm. The gentle and pure white light did not emanate from any discernible source, but rather filled the entire space, a natural radiance from the concentrated essence of the earth. The surrounding rock walls, polished to a mirror-like sheen, were not of natural formation but bore countless enormous, ancient, yet vibrant murals. The murals depicted monumental scenes that stirred the soul, colossal beasts standing tall alongside the small, yet valiant ancestors in pursuit of game. Ancient sacrificial ceremonies with countless wolves bowing in reverence to the luminous moon, fierce battles under the starry sky, where wolf packs surged like silver torrents against the menacing forces from beyond. Each mural radiated an aura of ancient grandeur, narrating long-buried epics. Most striking was the enormous, translucent crystal wolf head, quietly suspended in the center of the cavern. It seemed to be the core of this realm, with a gentle moon-white light ebbing and flowing within, as if breathing, each flicker stirring the essence of the entire space. Its vast, ancient, and majestic aura far surpassed that of the former Wolf King, as if it were the progenitor of all wolves, the ancient guardian spirit of this land. The Earth's guardian has finally awaited your arrival. That ancient and profound consciousness resonated deeply within Xiao Long, emanating from the crystal wolf head. There was no malice within this thought, only a serene and contemplative calm that had endured endless waiting. Su Lianer, struggling to sit up, beheld the scene before her. Her mouth agape in disbelief. Is this truly the legendary ancestral abode of wolves? The origin and heritage of the wolf clan? It truly exists. At that moment, the space beside them rippled like water, and the ancient wolf king stepped forth. Its aura seemed diminished, with clear signs of charred damage on one of its front claws, evidently paying a hefty price for its recent confrontation with the Xianming projection. It bowed its head respectfully towards the crystal wolf head, emitting a low, mournful growl. As if reporting something, the light from the crystal wolf head flickered slightly, as if in response. After a brief pause, the wolf king turned to Xiao Long. Its aged voice tinged with fatigue, yet still commanding. Do not be alarmed. This is our sacred ground, the final sanctuary. Xianming has been temporarily repelled, but has not relinquished its pursuit. Chaos will soon engulf the outside world. It hesitated, its gaze complex as it regarded Xiao Long. The spirit of the ancestor wishes to speak with you alone. Upon hearing this, Su Lianer, showing great understanding, attempted to withdraw. But the crystal wolf head's thought returned. It matters not. The little one from Huan Yin Pavilion may also listen, for she may provide assistance in the future. Su Lianer, flabbergasted, nodded obediently. The crystal wolf head, referred to as the spirit of the ancestor by the wolf king, began to unveil the long-hidden secrets to Xiao Long and Su Lianer, with its ancient thought flowing like a gentle stream. In the distant primordial years, this realm was not as it appears today, with all things shrouded in ignorance and chaos, where innate spirits were birthed from the void. Their nature devoid of good or evil, the strong devoured the weak, a fundamental law upon the opening of the world. The consciousness revealed a scene of primitive wilderness, where colossal beasts roamed freely, and the weak were devoured by the strong. Subsequently, the ancestors arose, observing the stars and comprehending the essence, desiring to establish order amidst the chaos. Yet the chaotic spirits perceived this as a challenge, and conflict became inevitable, engulfing the realm in war. The murals seemed to come alive, depicting the ancestors battling various terrifying chaotic beasts, with the sky shattering and the earth rending. We and our kin were born and thrived here. We could have remained uninvolved, yet witnessing the collapse of order and the decay of all things. We chose to stand with the ancestors who upheld the ideals of protection and coexistence, forming an alliance. In the vision, a colossal silver wolf and a blurred figure of an ancestral leader, wielding a stone staff, pressed their claws and hand upon a stone tablet radiating a yellowish light. We aided the ancestors in subduing the most violent and greedy chaotic spirit, Tao Tai, dismembering it and sealing it within the nodes of the earth's spiritual veins, establishing an eternal seal centered around the prison tablet. The alliance tablet was split in two, one half passed down by the ancestors, the other half guarded by our clan. Which is the sacred object in your possession? Xiao Long's heart trembled violently, instinctively reaching for the talisman in his bosom. So, this was the tangible proof of the ancient alliance. His family might very well be descendants of those ancestors who made the pact with the wolf clan. Yet, as time flowed, the ancestors' legacy, either due to warfare or personal greed, had long since deviated from their original intentions, even coveting the sealed power of Tao Tai for nefarious purposes. The Tianji Pavilion is merely the latest and most dangerous faction. The vision flashed with the cold visage of Di Hao and the frantic cultivation of formations by the practitioners of the Tianji Pavilion. The Yuming Palace had long been entangled with chaotic malevolence and external evil spirits, aiming to thoroughly corrupt the spiritual veins and usher in darkness. The skeletal shadow of Xianming and the eerie Nine Nether Soul, devouring Lotus, flickered away. Now, the core of the prison tablet has been forcibly activated, and Tao Tai is on the verge of awakening. If it breaks free and devours the spiritual veins of this realm, not only will all things perish, but its power will also rend the barriers of this world, becoming a beacon for the invasion of external malevolence, plunging all realms into calamity. The weighty truth pressed down upon Xiao Long and Su Lianer like an ancient mountain, nearly suffocating them. What they faced was no longer a mere personal vendetta, but a colossal crisis concerning the survival of the entire world and countless realms. Ancestor, what must I do? Xiao Long suppressed the tumultuous waves within and inquired solemnly. He understood that the spirit of the ancestor did not bring him here merely to convey this information. Chapter 32. The Gift of the Ancestor. The chaotic wolf armor. You bear the other half of the Alliance sacred object, the Earth's guardian. And it is also the key to awaken me. The spirit of the ancestors' consciousness grew weighty, asserting that to avert calamity, the power of the Alliance must be reassembled and controlled, rather than destroyed, to master the power of Tao Tai. Master the power of Tao Tai? Both Xiao Long and Su Lianer were taken aback. How could they possibly control such a violent and terrifying chaotic force? Jinyu Bei, a manifestation of the Covenant, serves as the core of the seal and transforms chaotic energy into the key of order. However, it requires a complete Covenant artifact and sufficient guardian will to activate it. The spirit of the Holy Ancestor directs its intent towards the talisman in Xiao Long's grasp. Yet, you are currently too feeble. Though this statement may be blunt, it remains the truth. Even if Xiao Long breaks through to the Earth Vein realm, when confronted by beings such as Di Hao and Xian Ming, he remains as vulnerable as an infant. Time is of the essence, as both Di Hao and Xian Ming vie for control of the Jinyu Bei. I must assist you in your swift ascent. Before the words could fully resonate, the colossal crystal wolf had suddenly radiated an intense light. The pure essence of the ancestral realm surged towards it wildly. Open your heart and mind to accept the ancient battle intent of our kin and the blessings of the earth. Xiao Long, feeling a surge of fortune, unhesitatingly settled into a meditative posture, releasing all tension and placing the sacred talisman upon his chest. Buzz, a robust, tangible moon-white beam of light erupted from the crystal wolf head, enveloping Xiao Long entirely. This magnificent and gentle force surged into Xiao Long's being like a river breaking its dam. This energy was not merely elemental. It encompassed the ancient battle intent of the wolf tribe, the protective will of the earth, and the combat experiences and insights of countless generations of wolf warriors. Xiao Long's meridians, dantian, and even every cell wildly absorbed, transformed, and sublimated. His cultivation soared at an unprecedented rate, mid to late stages of the Earth Vein realm. And eventually, perfection was achieved with relentless momentum. Simultaneously, the sacred talisman resonated, emanating a strong earthy glow, merging with the moon-white radiance, gradually coalescing on his surface to outline an ancient yet fierce wolf-head shoulder armor, chest plate, and arm armor. Within this ethereal projection, there was even a faint, purified, and tamed chaotic aura swirling. This was a manifestation of the chaotic wolf armor, coalesced from the Covenant artifact and the power of the wolf tribe's ancestral spirits. Though merely a projection, it exuded a chilling defensive force and a primal, formidable aura. Beside them, Su Lianer gazed in astonishment, filled with envy. Even the ancient wolf king displayed a flicker of satisfaction and anticipation in his eyes. This process, seemingly prolonged, was accomplished in mere moments. As the light beam slowly dissipated, Xiao Long abruptly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance as if the sun, moon, and stars were swirling within. His aura became incredibly solid and weighty, firmly standing at the pinnacle of the Earth Vein realm, tantalizingly close to entering the celestial phenomenon realm. More importantly, he felt an unprecedented, profound connection with the earth beneath him, the sacred artifact in his grasp, and even the agitated Jinyu Bei in the distance. The ethereal projection of the chaotic wolf armor gradually faded, yet it remained readily summonable. Thank you for the holy ancestor's grace. Xiao Long, feeling the surging power within, bowed respectfully. This is the rightful return of the artifact and the beginning of responsibility. The voice of the holy ancestor's spirit seemed to weaken slightly. My remaining strength is minimal. It was barely enough to repel Xian Ming, and I am nearly exhausted. Whether you can activate the Jinyu Bei to transform chaos and quell the calamities rests entirely upon your own fortunes. The enormous crystal wolf head dimmed considerably. The Wolf King will lead you to the final destination. With a low growl, the ancient Wolf King signaled for Xiao Long and Su Lianer to follow. Just as the Wolf King prepared to tear through space once more to lead them directly to the core area of the Jinyu Bei, the entire ancestral realm trembled violently. This was not an internal disturbance, but rather an external shockwave from some terrifying force. Immediately thereafter, a cold, authoritative voice, tinged with urgency and undeniable command, seemed to penetrate layers of spatial barriers, resonating within the ancestral realm. It was Di Hao, guardian spirit. I am aware of your awakening. Listen, that old wretch Xian Ming is willing to go to any lengths, invoking abyssal demonic energy to taint the spiritual veins and forcibly catalyze the awakening of Tao Tai. In no more than an hour, the seal will completely collapse, and the beings of this realm will suffer immensely, with none to escape. My fated secret technique is the only viable path, using the sacred artifact as a conduit, and the power of Tao Tai to reshape the order of heaven and earth. Though the process will be intense, it can preserve this realm from destruction, even making it stronger. Immediately surrender the sacred artifact and those 2 younglings to assist me in completing the ritual. Otherwise, once Taotai fully awakens and the demonic energy floods in, all will be lost. This is your final opportunity. Di Hao's voice brimmed with urgency, as if Xian Ming's frenzied actions had exceeded his expectations, forcing him to hasten his pace and even attempt to persuade the ancestral spirit. Almost simultaneously, another cold, sinister, and seductive thought intruded forcefully. It was Xian Ming. Ha! Di Hao, your hypocrisy is overwhelming. Your order is but another form of enslavement. Join me. Embrace chaos and merge into darkness to attain true freedom. Holy Spirit, your power is about to wane. Why sacrifice yourself for an order destined to perish? Collaborate with me, and I can help you regain your vitality. The 2 titanic figures simultaneously imposed their wills upon the situation, threatening and enticing. Clearly, the moment of the final battle had been forced to commence prematurely. The light of the holy ancestor's spirit flickered violently, ultimately transforming into a mournful sigh, responding to neither side, but instead channeling its final energy into the Wolf King. The Wolf King's aura instantly restored, even exceeding its former vitality. It turned to Xiao Long, its gaze heavy with urgency. The time has come. There is no turning back. It suddenly rose to its hind legs, claws tearing violently at the void. With a rip, a massive, unstable tear in space, flickering with chaotic energy, was forcefully created. Beyond the rift came the wildly surging energy fluctuations of the Jinyu Bei's core, the frenzied and greedy roars of Taotai, and the explosive clashes of Tianji Pavilion and Yuming Hall. That place was truly a battlefield of doom. Xiao Long and Su Lianer stared at the terrifying rift, their faces pale, instinctively gripping Xiao Long's arm. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Long glanced at the humming talisman in his hand, yearning to return to its rightful place. Then at the rift that signified the final battlefield, determination flashing in his eyes. He did not step through immediately, but turned sharply to Su Lianer, speaking quickly and resolutely. Miss Su, please do me one last favor. Find a way to contact Bai Lian Sect and Huanin Pavilion immediately. Inform Shigang and your pavilion master that both Di Hao and Xian Ming aim to seize Taotai. They will inevitably turn against each other. This is our opportunity. Urge them to disregard us and immediately organize all available forces to evacuate all beings within 1,000 miles. The faster, the better. Then, act according to the situation. Having spoken, he did not wait for Su Lianer's reply, but infused the earth vein energy into the sacred artifact, summoning the chaotic wolf armor's projection to envelop his body, and resolutely stepped into the raging rift. The Wolf King followed closely behind, disappearing into the void. The rift twisted violently, rapidly closing. Only Su Lianer remained, standing alone in the vast ancestral realm, the echoes of Xiao Long's final instructions ringing in her ears. With the vanishing rift before her and the apocalyptic thundering from the outside world, she gazed at the closing rift, stamped her foot, and gritted her teeth. Scoundrel! Leaving the most troublesome task to me again. Yet, she dared not delay, immediately taking out all her communication jade talismans, her expression more serious than ever, and began frantically transmitting information. The moment of ultimate decision had arrived. What kind of scene would Xiao Long, who stepped alone into the final battlefield, encounter? Chapter 33, The Core of the Jinyu. The sensation of spatial transition still clung to his bones as Xiao Long steadied himself. The eardrum was assaulted by the violent energy roars, not from the outside world, but from the very space itself trembling, as if it were a ceramic jar gripped by a giant hand, on the verge of shattering. Instinctively, he raised his hand to press against his chest, and the projection of the chaotic wolf armor immediately surfaced from beneath his skin, earthy light patterns swirling like living vines, wrapping around his arm and shoulder. The fangs of the wolf head shoulder armor exhaled a faint stream of earth vein energy, blocking the searing heat rushing toward him. Beneath him lay a circular platform, the black rock inscribed with cracked runes, each fissure seeping a faint red mist, and stepping upon it revealed a searing tremor emanating from below. Xiao Long lowered his gaze towards the inner side of the platform, his heart suddenly constricting. What lay before him was not an abyss, but a furnace. Below, an unfathomable depth churned with viscous energy akin to molten copper, swirling in a crimson haze entwined with dark, fluffy substances. At times, it surged upward, transforming into the grotesque visage of a beast, and at other moments, it erupted, releasing waves of sulfurous air. This was the manifestation of the Earth's spiritual power forcibly drawn from the strata, which should have been a clear, earthy yellow but was now tainted by the insatiable chaotic malevolence, rendering it a vile hue. Each breath carried a stinging sensation that pierced Xiao Long's consciousness, reminding him of the torment he endured when malevolent thoughts invaded his mind at Ling. At the center of the platform, the Jinyu Bei was more harrowing than he had anticipated. The towering stone tablet, over 100 feet high, was a deep, dark green, its surface marred by a web of cracks. The deepest fissure ran from the base to the waist of the tablet, as if cleaved by a giant axe, with crimson mist seeping from within. The ancient runes etched upon the tablet had long lost their luster, with only a few flickering sporadically, their pale blue light faint as a candle in the wind. Each flicker caused the entire platform to tremble, stirring waves of energy from the furnace below. This was not mere vibration. It was the Jinyu Bei gasping for breath, a testament to its survival. The most glaring detail was the top of the tablet, which should have housed a sacred object, leaving the core indentation empty. The runes bordering the indentation had been charred black, and fragments of broken runes lay scattered on the ground, still radiating residual warmth. Xiao Long recognized these as fragments of the Tianji Ji's rune chains, remnants of a recent battle fought over sacred relics. The chaos on the platform was more tumultuous than he had envisioned, with 3 factions intertwining like venomous serpents, each biting the other while fixated on the Jinyu Bei as the coveted prize. The Tianji Ge had the most members, over 20 figures forming a silver array, with Dihao suspended at its center. Clad in the Tianji Ji's dark robes, adorned with silver star patterns now aglow, he continuously crafted intricate spells. Each time he raised his hands, 7 or 8 silver rune chains shot forth from the array, entwining around the middle and lower sections of the Jinyu Bei. The chains dug into the cracks of the tablet, silver currents spreading along its surface, darkening the blue glow with each inch they traversed. They were not merely attempting to seize the sacred object, they were forcibly refining the Jinyu Bei. Elder, the ominous death energy on the left is closing in. A young disciple at the edge of the array shouted, his sword unleashing a silver beam that was immediately consumed by the encroaching death energy. The 2 elders behind him quickly stepped in, casting 2 talismans that exploded in midair, forming a silver barrier that temporarily halted the encroachment of death energy. However, black corrosive marks rapidly spread across the barrier, resembling moldy bread. The members of the Yuming Hall were few, only 7 or 8. Yet each was enveloped in dense death energy that obscured their faces. They did not form an array, but rather scattered around the base of the Jinyu Bei, pressing their hands against the rock. Dense death energy surged from their palms, manifesting as countless pitch-black, ghostly hands. Some reached for the Tianji Ji's rune chains, while others burrowed into the cracks of the tablet. As these ghostly hands made contact with the chains, they reacted like strong acid on metal, emitting hissing black smoke, causing the runes to fade instantly. When they penetrated the cracks, the tablet trembled violently, with black specks emerging within the pale blue patterns. Xiao Long's consciousness swept across the area, failing to detect Xuanming's presence, yet he could sense the chilling will that enveloped the scene, lurking in the densest death energy. Akin to a coiled scorpion, a gap suddenly appeared on the left flank of the Tianji Ji's formation. Created as this will quietly condensed a long spear of death energy that accurately pierced through the barrier. Had it not been for an elder stepping in to block it, the array would have collapsed. The most troublesome factor was the third party. Countless beasts roared from the edge of the platform, their fur charred black, eyes blood red as if about to drip blood. Some bore their own blood and flesh on their claws, evidently consumed entirely by the gluttonous malevolence, leaving only the instinct to devour. Even more unsettling were the corpses among the beasts, dressed in the garb of the Tianji Ge and Bailian sect. Some had broken swords embedded in their chests, while others displayed decayed faces, yet all stretched their arms forward, emitting rasping sounds as they charged alongside the beasts against the formations of the Tianji Ge and Yuming Hall. One member of the Yuming Hall, caught off guard, was seized by a corpse puppet. As the death energy surged to retaliate, the corpse puppet's mouth suddenly erupted, spewing forth a mass of crimson malevolence that directly infiltrated the death energy. The Yuming Hall member let out a horrific scream as the death energy constricted violently, draining him completely before he collapsed, convulsing briefly, only to be devoured by the oncoming beasts. These pests, Dihao of the Tianji Ge cursed under his breath, his gaze growing colder. He clearly cared little for the lives of his subordinates. As his hands shifted in a new spell, a silver beam shot up from the array, releasing countless small runes that rained down upon the beasts and corpse puppets. Upon contact, the runes detonated, incinerating the malevolence and death energy into ashes. Yet, as one area was cleared, more surged forth from the platform's edge, like an unending tide. Xiao Long was about to communicate with the Wolf King when the silver-gray figure beside him suddenly moved. The Wolf King's ears perked up, its silver fur bristling. And it let out a low growl, its amber eyes fixated intently on Di Hao's direction. Following its gaze, Xiao Long saw Di Hao's eyes, which had been locked onto the Jinyu Bei, ignite with two flames of greed, akin to a starving wolf spotting a sumptuous meal. Little brat, you certainly know how to pick your battles. Di Hao's voice, laced with a chilling smile, echoed from several dozen paces away. Yet it felt as if it were whispered directly into Xiao Long's ear. Ignoring the chaos around him, he suddenly raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and pointed at Xiao Long. A gray wind of energy tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it shot towards him, leaving a thin scratch on the black rock in its wake. This was the Tianji Ji's Jimmy Ji, which Xiao Long had witnessed at Heifengling, where an elder had almost pierced through his defenses with it. Roar! The Wolf King's roar reverberated painfully in Xiao Long's ears as it lunged in front of him, its silver-gray body erupting in a brilliant moonlight, resembling a suit of silver armor. It raised its right paw and struck down towards the gray wind. The moment its paw collided with the energy, a resounding boom echoed, shattering the gray wind into countless minute currents. Though the Wolf King was forced to take 2 steps back, singed patches on its silver fur and trembling slightly, before Xiao Long could regain his footing. A chilling force suddenly surged from beneath his feet, an ominous death energy. From the cracks in the ground, several pitch-black, ghostly hands silently reached for Xiao Long's ankles, their claws glowing with a sinister green hue, evidently poisoned. Be careful. Just as Xiao Long intended to warn, the Wolf King had already turned, its massive tail sweeping through with a howling gust, shattering the ghostly hands one by one. However, this wave of death energy was fiercer than before. Where the ghostly hands disintegrated, more death energy surged forth, entwining around the Wolf King's tail like vines. The Wolf King whipped its tail in an attempt to shake them off, but it was in vain, as the death energy began to corrode its fur, leaving dark spots upon its silver coat. Xianming, you wish to partake as well? Di Hao scoffed, seemingly unfazed, his smile growing colder. Very well. Let us first eliminate this little brat before claiming the sacred object. Xiao Long's heart sank to the depths of despair. He had scanned the area and had not seen the half-fragment of the sacred object held by the Tianji Go. Either Di Hao concealed it on his person or it had already been utilized in the refinement of the Jinyu Bei. The state of the Jinyu Bei was worse than he had imagined. Crimson malevolence had begun to seep from the cracks of the tablet. If Di Hao and Xianming continued to torment it, the Jinyu Bei would shatter before the gluttonous beast could break its seal. The stalemate must be broken. Xiao Long's gaze swiftly swept across the arena, ultimately settling upon the frenzied beasts and corpse puppets relentlessly assaulting the Tianji Ji's formation. Although Di Hao's formation was formidable, the left flank had already shown signs of vulnerability due to a prior ambush from Xianming. The beasts were seizing the opportunity to strike at this weakness. If he could exploit this moment to exacerbate the flaws in the formation, perhaps it would distract Di Hao, granting him the chance to approach the Jinyu Bei. Wolf King, cover me while I deal with the minions. Xiao Long commanded the Wolf King beside him, pressing his hands against the ground. The energy from the earth surged within him like a torrential river, flowing through his arms and into the rocky terrain beneath his feet. Instantly, several earthy yellow runes ignited upon the black stones, resonating harmoniously with the patterns of the Chaos Wolf armor. The Wolf King understood his intent immediately and charged toward the oncoming beasts, its silver-gray form weaving through the throng of corpses and beasts. Its claws and tail struck relentlessly, and although it sustained numerous wounds, it managed to carve out a space in front of Xiao Long, taking a deep breath. Xiao Long unleashed a powerful eruption of the earth's energy within him. The ethereal silhouette of the Chaos Wolf armor solidified, the once blurred wolf head shoulder guards becoming distinct, with tiny runes visible upon the fangs. The earthy yellow runes spread down his limbs to his feet. With each step he took, he could feel the earth's resonance in response. The earth quaked. He stomped down fiercely, and the yellow runes radiated outward from him like ripples on water. The platform trembled violently, causing the beasts and corpse puppets rushing towards the Tianji Go formation to slip and fall en masse. Some beasts that had just regained their footing were trampled by their companions, while others plummeted into the fissures in the ground, consumed instantly by the malevolence within, leaving only muffled howls behind. Seizing the chaos, Xiao Long surged forward, his hands morphing into claws as he unleashed 2 colossal, earthy yellow wolf claw apparitions towards the foremost group of beasts, infused with a savage aura. Cracking stone claw. The wolf claw apparitions descended upon the horde of beasts, instantly accompanied by a cacophony of shattering bones. Dozens of beasts were torn to shreds, their crimson flesh and black fur mingling and splattering upon the black rocks. Swiftly absorbed by the dark malevolence seeping from the fissures, Xiao Long pressed on, his feet never faltering. The Chaos Wolf armor bestowed upon him not only protection, but also mastery over the Earth's power. He felt every pulse of the Earth beneath him, enabling him to deftly adjust his steps, evade the beast's attacks, and continuously unleash the cracking stone claw. His arrival was akin to dousing boiling oil with cold water. The previously organized assault on the left flank of the Tianji-gu was thrown into disarray, some beasts turning to confront Xiao Long, while others continued their advance, scattering their formation entirely. The disciples within the formation visibly exhaled, their pressure significantly alleviated as the left flank, once on the brink of collapse, found respite. Humph. It seems you have some use after all. Di Hao's voice resonated, clearly observing Xiao Long's maneuvers without intervening. Instead, he altered his hand seals, entwining more runic chains around the Zhenyu Bei. With Xiao Long clearing the beasts, he could focus on refining the Zhenyu Bei, leaving Xiao Long's fate to be addressed later. A cold smirk curled on Xiao Long's lips. He understood Di Hao's intentions, yet he had no alternative. While entangled with the beasts, he gradually inched closer to the Zhenyu Bei. With each step, the protective talisman in his embrace vibrated more fervently, its warm energy becoming increasingly palpable, even beginning to emit earthy yellow light, resonating with the pale blue runes on the Zhenyu Bei. Just as he approached within 10 zhang of the Zhenyu Bei, the talisman emitted a sudden, violent tremor, akin to a mournful wail. Xiao Long halted abruptly, his consciousness sharpening as he sensed a faint yet resilient will emanating from within the Zhenyu Bei, imbued with pain, urgency, and a hint of expectation. It was the spirit of the steel. The spirit of the Zhenyu Bei was still alive. Xiao Long's heart raced, and as he contemplated advancing further, a sudden surge of energy fluctuations erupted behind him. He turned to see a thickening miasma of death emanating from the Yuming Dian, where those enveloped in its aura simultaneously raised their hands, launching a barrage of Black Death spears towards the Tianji-gu formation. Clearly, Xian Ming had discerned Xiao Long's intent. Instead of attacking him, he seized the opportunity to intensify his assault on the Tianji-gu. The chaos Xiao Long had created provided him the perfect opening. The formation of the Tianji-gu ignited with a silver shield. Yet the power of the death spears far exceeded the previous assault, causing cracks to appear across the shield almost instantaneously. Di Hao's expression shifted as he was compelled to divert some of his focus to manipulate the runic chains to intercept the death spears, weakening the chains that had been entwined around the Zhenyu Bei. Now was the moment. Xiao Long's gaze sharpened as he abruptly altered his course, no longer advancing directly towards the Zhenyu Bei, but instead veering sharply towards the left flank of the Tianji-gu formation where a flaw had been revealed. The wall of light had thinned significantly due to the previous assault, and with Di Hao preoccupied with deflecting the attack from Yuming Dian, the formation's defenses had notably weakened. Di Hao, the sacred object you seek is right here, Xiao Long bellowed, intentionally loosening his grip on the sacred object cradled within his embrace. A burst of earthy yellow light erupted from him, resembling a miniature sun, glaringly bright against the dim platform. The essence of the sacred object was pure, warm, and imbued with the weight of the earth, instantly overshadowing the malevolence and death energy engulfing the battlefield. Di Hao's eyes flared crimson. He had been searching for the sacred object, unaware that Xiao Long had been carrying it all along. Now, feeling that aura, a greedy flame ignited within him, consuming his entire being. He could no longer afford to suppress the Zhenyu Bei. With a violent flourish of his hands, several silver runic chains detached from the Zhenyu Bei, slithering towards Xiao Long like venomous serpents, intent on seizing the sacred object. Xiao Long watched the approaching runic chains with a cold smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Wolf King. Strike. Chapter 34. The Triangular Chaos Roar. The Wolf King's roar reverberated through the space, nearly toppling it. It had been engaged in combat with the beasts, but upon hearing Xiao Long's command, it immediately pivoted, its silver-gray form bursting forth with a blinding lunar radiance. This was no ordinary light. It was the power of its ancestral spirit, its ultimate trump card. The silver fur, previously corroded by the miasma of Yuming, now gleamed as white as snow, each strand shimmering with fragmented silver light, while its amber eyes ignited with two flames of silver. Its speed surged exponentially, transforming into a flash of silver lightning that darted past the still howling beasts, heading straight towards the heart of the Yuming Dian, the source of the densest death energy. where Xianming's will was condensed and the origin of the ghostly hands that had ensnared it. Seeking death, Xianming's chilling voice echoed clearly for the first time. Clearly surprised that the Wolf King dared to charge forward. From the fissures in the ground, more death energy surged forth, materializing into dozens of enormous ghostly hands that stacked upon one another, blocking the Wolf King's path. The claws of these hands glimmered with a ghostly green light, and even before approaching, a putrid stench assaulted the senses. Yet the Wolf King showed no signs of slowing down. It raised its forepaw, the lunar radiance coalescing into a sharp silver blade, striking down at the foremost ghostly hand. At the moment of impact, a piercing hissing sound erupted as the death energy was forcefully evaporated by the power of the lunar light, dissipating into tendrils of black smoke. However, there were too many ghostly hands. As the first was shattered, the second already grasped tightly at the Wolf King's forepaw. The death energy coursed up the Wolf King's paw, instantly staining its once pure white fur black. The Wolf King trembled violently, clearly enduring immense agony. Yet it did not retreat, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat. Suddenly, one of its claws struck the ground, and the silvery moonlight spread across the surface, transforming into a silver chain that ensnared the ghostly hand gripping it. As the moonlight chain tightened, the ghostly hand was instantly crushed, black death energy splattering onto the ground with a hissing sound. Seizing the opportunity, the Wolf King leaped forward, curling its body mid-air, then explosively unfurling its silver-gray fur, sending countless shards of moonlight power shooting outward like needles. The encroaching ghostly hands were struck by the moonlight needles, shattering into death energy and forcing the surrounding disciples of the Yuming Temple to retreat a couple of steps, leaving numerous small gaps in the shroud of death energy. Crucially, where the Wolf King had just shattered the ghostly hand, the death energy was forcibly dispersed by the moonlight, revealing a gap half a zhang wide, beyond which lay the base of the Jinyu Bay. A perfect opportunity. Xiao Long's eyes instantly brightened. He had intentionally released the aura of the holy artifact to distract Di Hao, creating a breakthrough chance for the Wolf King. Although the death energy of the Yuming Temple was formidable, it was most fearful of the Wolf King's moonlight power, a weakness they had previously identified together at Hafeng Ridge. At that moment, Di Hao's rune chains surged forth, glistening with deadly runes and emitting a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Xiao Long could even feel the annihilating force on the chains. If ensnared, even with the Chaos Wolf armor, it would drain half his life. Yet he did not flinch. Just as the chains were about to wrap around his arm, Xiao Long abruptly channeled all the energy of the earth veins within him into the ground. The light patterns of the Chaos Wolf armor concentrated at his feet, merging the earthy yellow glow with the black rock beneath him. Earthwalk technique. This was a life-saving skill he had learned from the legacy of the earth veins, allowing him to briefly sink underground and traverse through rock. He had previously employed it at Hafeng Ridge, and now it was perfectly timed. His body instantly became buoyant, as if merging with the flowing water. Xiao Long's figure vanished from sight, transforming into a stream of earthy yellow air, sinking into the black rock. Di Hao's rune chain struck the ground with great force, creating a deep pit, silver electricity spreading across the surface but only stirring a few fragments of rock. Earthwalk technique? Quite impressive. Di Hao's expression chilled further as he altered his hand seals, intending to control the rune chains to burrow underground in pursuit. However, just as he was about to act, the death energy of the Yuming Temple surged forward once more. Xianming clearly did not wish to grant him the opportunity. As a dozen death energy spears simultaneously shot towards the gap in the formation, forcing Di Hao to retreat defensively. Meanwhile, Xiao Long below was not idle. The moment he sank into the rock, he used the sensitivity of the earth veins to lock onto the gap the Wolf King had torn open. The earth vein energy there, being close to the Jinyu Bay, was particularly vigorous, as if responding to the summons of the monument's spirit. He maneuvered his body along the flow of the earth veins, swiftly traversing, with the surrounding rocks feeling non-existent to him, enveloped only by the warm and secure earthy yellow energy. In just a couple of breaths, Xiao Long sensed a familiar aura ahead, the azure light of the Jinyu Bay. He hastily quickened his pace, emerging from the ground, enveloped in a swirl of earthy yellow energy, landing precisely at the gap the Wolf King had torn open. As soon as he landed, a chilling remnant of death energy swirled around him, attempting to recluse the gap. He immediately activated the earth vein energy, causing earthy yellow light patterns to radiate from his body, pushing back the death energy slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the base of the Jinyu Bay, pressing his hands firmly against the cold, rough surface of the monument. Upon contact, Xiao Long felt as if struck by a current, his entire body jolting. A vast and ancient power surged from the Jinyu Bei through his hands into his body, imbued with the weight of the earth, the resilience of the seal, and a profound sense of pain. Simultaneously, a faint yet clear thought, like a gentle stream, flowed into his consciousness along with that power. It hurt so much. The Taotai is about to emerge, the seal is breaking. The holy artifact must return. It is the spirit of the monument. Indeed, it is the spirit of the monument. Within Xiao Long's consciousness, a blurred image began to take shape. Long ago, the Jinyu Bei stood complete in its azure gold glory, its apex adorned with a complete holy artifact. Countless runes shimmering with radiant light, pinning a blood-soaked giant Taotai beneath the abyss. The spirit of the monument appeared as a phantom clad in a cyan-white robe, steadfast and serene beside the monument. Yet now, the azure gold had turned to a dark azure hue, the runes dimmed, the holy artifact lost. And the malevolent thoughts of the Taotai coiled around the monument like poisonous vines, rendering the spirit's phantom nearly transparent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. I know you are in pain, Xiao Long frantically shouted within, pouring every ounce of earth vein energy into the monument. I have brought the holy artifact, but the top is blocked. I cannot ascend. Can you assist me? The spirit's thought paused momentarily, seemingly gathering strength. After a few breaths, the thought returned, clearer than before. Laced with urgency, the top, the gap, demonic energy is flooding in, chaotic malevolence is gnawing at the seal. I will channel the earth veins to create a ladder quickly. I cannot hold on for long. No sooner had the words left its essence than Xiao Long felt the ground beneath him suddenly tremble violently. This was not the tremor from prior attacks, but a vibrant, upward surging force, the earth veins. The Jinyu Bei was guiding the power of the earth veins. He glanced down to see the black rocks surrounding the base of the Jinyu Bei suddenly crack open, a multitude of earthy yellow light patterns bursting forth from the crevices, coalescing into robust streams of earth vein energy. These streams swirled and condensed in the air, quickly transforming into cylindrical stone pillars. The pillars, composed entirely of earthy yellow energy, shimmered with light patterns akin to those on the Chaos Wolf armor, extending upwards from the base like a staircase leading to the apex of the monument. The pillars ascended rapidly, reaching several zhang high in mere moments, continuing their ascent towards the empty recess atop the monument. Hurry! The spirit's thought grew weaker, clearly indicating that channeling the earth vein energy had drained too much of its strength. Di Hao, Xianming intends to destroy the ladder. Xiao Long looked up at the top of the monument, where an unending stream of scarlet chaotic malevolence poured into the recess, resembling a bottomless pit. Each influx dimmed the azure light of the Jinyu Bei. He understood that time was of the essence. Just as he prepared to step onto the stone pillars, two furious voices erupted simultaneously. Dare to disrupt my affairs. Destroy that pillar. Di Hao, the Jinyu Bei is mine. No one shall take it. Xianming, Xiao Long turned to see Di Hao completely unhinged, having abandoned control of the Tianji Pavilion's formation. His hands danced wildly as dozens of silver light pillars erupted from within the formation, unleashing countless tiny runes that converged into a massive silver cannon aimed at the ascending stone pillar. That was the Tianji Pavilion's ultimate move, the Wanfu Cannon, which had nearly obliterated the entire valley at Haifeng Ridge. Meanwhile, Shuaming's will erupted completely. The previously scattered death energy of the Yuming Temple suddenly coalesced, transforming into a pitch-black river of death energy, rolling with countless grotesque ghostly heads, surging towards the stone pillar in an attempt to engulf it entirely. The disciples of the Tianji Pavilion and those of the Yuming Temple ceased their mutual attacks, redirecting their focus towards the stone pillar. They all understood that if Xiao Long reached the top of the monument and returned the holy artifact, their previous struggles would all be in vain. Stop them! Xiao Long shouted to the Wolf King beside him. The Wolf King had retreated to his side, its moonlight power greatly diminished, its snowy fur reverted to silver gray, now stained with remnants of black death energy and red blood. Upon hearing the roar of Xiao Long, it exhibited no hesitation whatsoever as it charged towards the incoming disciples of Tianji Gu and the members of Yuming Dian. Despite being on the verge of exhaustion, it positioned its body before the stone pillar, using its claws and tail to fend off those who approached. A loud bang resonated as a silver rune cannonball struck the ground beside the Wolf King, creating a deep crater. The shockwave flung the Wolf King into the air, causing it to crash heavily onto the ground, where it coughed up a mouthful of silver blood. Yet, it struggled to rise again, launching itself into the fray with a hoarse roar. It was defending Xiao Long, safeguarding the Jinyu Bei, This was its solemn duty. Xiao Long's eyes instantly turned crimson. He understood that the Wolf King could not endure much longer. He had to act quickly. Without further hesitation, he turned and stepped onto the lowest stone pillar. The pillar was stable, and he could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, as if it were elevating him upward. He sprinted swiftly along the pillar. Earthy yellow light patterns spreading from beneath his feet, reinforcing the stability of the pillar. Just moments ago, the rune cannonball from Hao had shattered several pillars. Although the power of the earth was rapidly mending them, it could not keep pace with the destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles from the Wan Fu Pao relentlessly hammered against the stone pillars. With each impact, torrents of earth power erupted forth, causing the pillars to grow thinner and teeter on the brink of collapse. Xiao Long's body was jolted by the shockwaves, threatening to send him tumbling from the pillar on multiple occasions, but the light patterns of the Chaos Wolf armor steadied him. To make matters worse, the Black Death energy from Yuming Dian had wrapped around the base of the pillar, beginning its ascent. Wherever it spread, the earthy yellow power was swiftly corroded, leaving behind dark streaks, as if stained by ink. Xiao Long gazed upward at the pinnacle of the monument. Only 30 zhang remained. If he could just move a bit faster, he would reach it. Just then, a dull thud echoed from behind. Xiao Long turned to see the Wolf King pierced through the shoulder by a spear of death energy, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Its amber eyes locked onto Xiao Long, conveying a blend of urgency and resignation. Wolf King. Xiao Long's heart felt as though it were gripped by a vice. Gasping for breath from the pain, with the Wolf King no longer obstructing them, the disciples of Tianji Gu and the members of Yuming Dian surged forward, launching a more ferocious assault against the stone pillars. One pillar was directly obliterated by the Wan Fu Pao, causing the pillar beneath Xiao Long to begin to tremble violently. The earthy yellow light patterns fading. Hao's laughter echoed through the air, laced with frenzied triumph. You little brat, give up. You cannot ascend. The holy artifact and the Zhen Yu Bei belong to me. Yet, Xiao Long's gaze hardened with unwavering determination. He observed the crumbling pillars beneath him, the ever-growing void at the monument's apex, and the Wolf King, barely clinging to life below. Taking a deep breath, he considered his final recourse, abruptly halting his ascent. He raised his hand and slowly retrieved the complete holy artifact talisman from his breast pocket. The earthy yellow talisman shimmered with a warm glow in his grasp, standing out brilliantly amid the chaos of battle. He could sense the yearning emanating from the talisman, a longing to return to its rightful place, to once again seal the Taotai. Hao, Xianming, do you not covet the holy artifact? Xiao Long's voice carried a chilling resolve, resonating across the platform. Let us see if you can catch it. With that, he forcefully pulled his arm back and, expending all his strength, hurled the holy artifact talisman towards the void at the pinnacle of the monument. Chapter 35. Spirit of the Monument. The holy artifact talisman transformed into a streak of earthy yellow light, soaring from Xiao Long's hand. It flew with astonishing speed, leaving a long luminous trail in the air, resembling a miniature sun as it raced towards the hollow at the top of the monument, its destined resting place, where it had slumbered for countless years. Not good. Hao's expression shifted instantly, losing the smugness he had previously maintained. He had not anticipated that Xiao Long would throw the holy artifact directly at this moment, as it flew through the air. He had no time to realign the rune chains. Stop it! Hao screamed frantically, altering his hand seals. The Wan Fu Pao, initially aimed at the stone pillars, swiftly redirected towards the streak of earthy yellow light, unleashing a silver cannonball. The projectile, emitting a piercing shriek, flew at a speed several times faster than before, barely grazing the edge of the holy artifact and obliterating a nearby stone pillar. Xianming was equally alarmed. His will coalesced into a massive, pitch-black claw, rising from the river of death energy, exuding a force that threatened to tear through space as it lunged for the holy artifact. The claw moved with remarkable speed, its fingertips brushing against the earthy yellow light surrounding the artifact, while the black death energy began to corrode that layer of light, slowing the artifact's momentum. The artifact hesitated mid-air, as if caught by the claw. Yet, the power within it evidently exceeded Xianming's expectations. The earthy yellow radiance surged suddenly, repelling the dark claw and propelling the artifact toward the hollow at the monument's apex, now less than 10 zhang away. Xiao Long's eyes lit up, his heart racing. Just a few more zhang, and the holy artifact would return to its place, stabilizing the seal of the Zhen Yu Bei. But at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A faint tremor emanated from Xiao Long's waist. It was the Bai Lianzong token hanging from his belt, the same one Shigang had given him at Heifeng Ridge. He had previously regarded it as an ordinary identity token, but now, without warning, it soared into the air, hovering behind him. The token was entirely black, featuring an engraved furnace pattern of Bailian zone. Previously unremarkable, it suddenly emanated a subtle dark golden glow, which spread along the furnace design and swiftly enveloped the entire token. Xiao Long felt no energy fluctuations as the token abruptly exploded, transforming into a fine, dark golden thread of light. This thread was exceedingly elusive, blending seamlessly with the chaotic energy currents around it. Differing in color from the silver runes of Tianji Gu and the black death energy of Yumingdian, it emitted no sound and exuded no aura. Resembling a shadow that did not exist, darting towards Xiao Long's back with unparalleled speed. At that moment, all of Xiao Long's focus was on the holy artifact. He watched as it broke free from Xianming's claw, drawing closer to the void, utterly oblivious to the lethal assault approaching from behind. Even the Chaos Wolf armor failed to issue a warning. The dark golden thread appeared to contain a peculiar property that allowed it to evade the armor's defensive senses perfectly, piercing through the earthy yellow light patterns. With a faint sound, akin to a needle puncturing paper, Xiao Long's body abruptly stiffened, the forward momentum dissipating in an instant. He felt no pain. Instead, an icy sensation coursed through his back, as if something had penetrated his body and swiftly pierced through his chest. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to find a dark golden metallic spike protruding from his chest, inscribed with intricate runes identical to those on the token. The spike, stained with searing blood, caused the earthy yellow power to sizzle upon contact, as if being corroded. The pain erupted moments later, igniting a fire within his chest that spread through his veins. Xiao Long's breath hitched, and he attempted to raise his hand to grasp the spike. But his arm felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move. The power of the earth within him unraveled like a severed kite, and the light patterns of the Chaos Wolf armor began to dim rapidly, the earthy glow fading bit by bit, revealing his pale visage. Why? Xiao Long's voice was hoarse, barely audible. He wanted to turn and see who had ambushed him from behind, but his neck felt frozen, allowing only the slightest movement of his eyes as they fixed upon the approaching holy artifact. His greatest fears had come to fruition, having lost its source of strength. The radiance of the sacred artifact dimmed once more. Seizing the opportunity, Di Hao and Xianming sprang into action. Di Hao's silver rune chains surged forth, ensnaring the light of the sacred object with unyielding tenacity, while the annihilation force within the chains began to ravenously consume the artifact. Xianming's pitch-black, ghostly claws lunged forward again, fiercely clutching the essence of the sacred object, as the dark energy spread along its intricate patterns, gradually tainting the earthy yellow glow with shadows of black. No, Xiao Long wished to howl, yet could only cough up a mouthful of blood. The sacred object struggled violently in the air, its earthy yellow light flickering erratically, as if pleading for aid. Ultimately, however, it could not withstand the combined assault of Di Hao and Xianming. With a sharp crack, the aura surrounding the sacred object was utterly shredded, as the silver chains and ghostly claws simultaneously exerted their might, forcefully hurling the artifact into the abyss below. Xiao Long watched helplessly as the earthy yellow streak plummeted from the sky, tracing a despairing arc into the roiling crimson energy below. There was no splash, only a fleeting glimmer of light that flickered in the abyss before vanishing completely. The sacred object, lost. The breach atop the steel remained gaping. With the sacred object no longer obstructing their path, the chaotic malevolence within the abyss surged forth, flooding into the Jinyu Bay's interior through the void. The once shimmering azure-white runes now appeared as if drenched in ink, rapidly transforming into a deep black. The cracks in the steel expanded at a visible pace, as black rock continuously flaked off, cascading into the abyss. In Xiao Long's consciousness, the last thought of the steel spirit resonated, a thought devoid of pain, yet filled with endless despair and lamentation, as the seal shattered and Taotai was set to emerge. Then, that thought faded into oblivion. The azure light of the Jinyu Bay was extinguished entirely. The entire platform was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. The Wanfu cannon ceased its assault. The river of death energy came to a halt, and even the cries of the monstrous beasts and corpses faded away, leaving Di Hao and Xianming's breath subdued. All gazes were fixed upon the now pitch-black Jinyu Bay, witnessing the chaotic malevolence surging into it, and the colossal shadow beginning to swell in the abyss below. Taotai's presence, more potent and terrifying than ever before. Xiao Long felt his body begin to topple backward. He sensed life swiftly slipping away, the wound on his chest growing colder. and the scene before him becoming increasingly blurred and disoriented. The last image he beheld was Hao's contorted face, not of greed, but of fear. The shadow of Xianming's were retreating rapidly, as if evading something. Then, he heard a roar that shook the heavens and earth. It was not the howl of a wolf king, nor the shriek of a beast. It was the roar of Taotai from the depths of the abyss. A sound imbued with the power to annihilate all. Xiao Long's body crashed heavily against a stone pillar, then fell along the crumbling structure into the abyss below. In his final moment of consciousness, his fingers twitched slightly, as if attempting to grasp something, yet only clutched a thread of cold, chaotic malevolence. The dark golden spire still embedded in his chest flickered with an eerie glow, as if mocking this futile act of guardianship. Unnoticed by anyone, a dark figure in the corner of the platform silently withdrew a dark golden thread, merging into the ghostly death energy and vanishing without a trace. Only the ominous Jinyu Bei continued to fracture, tolling the death knell for the impending destruction. The soul-stealing steel was awakening. Chapter 36. Shadows lurking. The awakening of the Jinyu Bei began with the first glimmer of azure light from the sacred artifact atop the steel. As the earthy yellow protective talisman and the cerulean shard converged in the groove, two beams of light intertwined like long-lost friends, coalescing into a pillar of azure gold that shot skyward. This pillar pierced through the chaotic energy currents above the platform, tearing a rift in the pitch-black space, allowing a faint heavenly light to filter through, an essence of the outer world, a breath of life long isolated by Taotai's malevolence. Immediately, the azure gold light cascaded down the steel. The once cracked and inky black Jinyu Bei trembled as if nourished by spring rains, its every inch vibrating with azure light. The black stains receded like a tide, revealing the underlying jade-like body. The ancient runes, long extinguished, now sparkled to life like ignited stars, illuminating from the steel's apex to its base, resonating with a hum that bore the weight of ancient majesty, heralding the return of the slumberer. This is impossible. Hao's voice quivered for the first time. He hovered in midair, his dark robe billowing in the azure light, the star patterns at his collar fading as the azure brilliance shone upon them. He watched in horror as the silver formation, painstakingly arranged by himself and powered by 18 elders from the Tianji Pavilion, consuming 3 superior-grade rune crystals, crumbled before the azure glow like fragile paper. The silver rune chains, once tightly bound to the midsection of the steel, sizzled upon contact with the azure light. The runes upon the chains melted away as if caught in a fierce blaze, the chains themselves fracturing inch by inch, their broken shards transforming into silver motes of light that vanished into thin air. The 3 elders at the formation's core were the first to be struck by the backlash of the severed chains, each spitting blood and being flung back like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily upon the rocky platform, struggling to rise. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Hao roared, his hands swiftly forming defensive incantations. He could distinctly sense an unfamiliar will embedded within the azure light, a sacred force, a pact of ancient times forged between man and earth, specifically designed to suppress chaotic malevolence, this power inherently countering his attempts to refine the Jinyu Bei. The azure light surged forth like a tide, soon enveloping the entire platform. The chaotic malevolence that had lingered at the edges of the platform shrieked in terror as if encountering a natural enemy, quickly consumed by the azure light, transforming into pure energy that nourished the Jinyu Bei. The beasts and corpse puppets previously controlled by the malevolence began to dissolve into wisps of black smoke, leaving not a trace behind as the azure light swept over them. The situation in the Yuming Hall was even more dire. Xianming's ghostly death energy, inherently sinister, was the antithesis of the Jinyu Bei's sacred azure light. Upon contact, a hissing sound of dissolution echoed as the dense death energy diminished at a visible rate, like snow melting beneath a blazing sun. The black, ghostly hands entwined around the steel shrieked in agony, their fingers shattering one by one until they were completely rendered to nothingness. Hidden deep within the death energy, Xianming also suffered. His cold and ominous will, once enveloping the arena, shrank rapidly under the pressure of the azure light, akin to a balloon punctured by a needle. Previously capable of freely conjuring death energy spears to attack the Tianji Pavilion, he now found it difficult to maintain his will in a tangible form. Forced to retreat into the shadows, emitting a sharp, piercing cry, one of rage and deep trepidation. In a mere 10 breaths, the once chaotic and perilous platform transformed into a scene of clarity. 3 entities remained. The Jinyu Bei, radiating with azure gold majesty, Hao, standing before the steel, his face pale and fixated on the sacred artifact, and Xiao Long, curled up beneath the steel, barely clinging to life. The azure light enveloped Xiao Long as well. The warm glow seeped into his limbs and bones like gentle spring rain. The wounds torn by the dark golden spire now tingled with a renewed sensation. The bleeding slowed significantly, and new flesh was gradually sprouting. The rampant chill within him, wrapped in the azure light, seemed to freeze like a venomous snake, halting its spread. Xiao Long struggled to open his eyes, his vision clearing gradually. He beheld the azure gold pillar atop the steel, the runes upon the steel reigniting, and the twisted face of Di Hao. Chung Chung, he murmured softly, a frail yet contented smile gracing his lips. At the very least, he had temporarily thwarted the release of the Taotai and safeguarded the Jinyu Bei. The sacrifice of the Wolf King had not been in vain, nor had the struggles of the Bei Ling. He attempted to channel the energy of the earth veins within him, seeking to utilize the azure light to completely suppress the chilling darkness. However, as soon as he concentrated, a sharp pain surged from his chest. The wound inflicted by the dark golden spike was far too deep. The moment the energy approached the injury, it was instantly frozen by the cold aura, rendering it incapable of circulating. He needed to find a place to heal, Xiao Long thought, as his gaze began to scan the platform. Di Hao was still present, and Xin Ming had not departed. The danger lingered, and he had to leave swiftly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while his attention was fixated on Di Hao and his injuries, a fleeting moment of relaxation allowed a dark figure to quietly coalesce in the shadows behind him. This was an extraordinarily sinister shadow, cloaked in an oversized black cape. The fabric was peculiar, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding light. Even under the azure glow of the Jinyu Bei, no patterns could be discerned on the cloak. Only an expanse of pure darkness. Its form was slender and upright, standing in the shadows as if it were one with them, emitting no signs of life. Not even a breath, akin to a soulless statue. More alarmingly, when the azure light swept over it, it passed right through the figure's body without leaving a trace. Nor did it cause any energy fluctuations, as if it did not exist in this space, merely a fleeting shadow. A hand, excessively pale, slowly emerged from the cloak sleeve. This hand was long and delicate, with distinct knuckles, yet its skin was as white as paper, devoid of any color, even revealing the bluish veins beneath. No adornments graced its fingers, which were neatly trimmed, exuding a chilling sheen. In the palm of this hand lay a 7-inch dagger, entirely black. As if forged from some deep-sea obsidian, its surface devoid of any patterns, save for a faint glimmer of ghostly blue light at the tip, emanating an unsettling coldness that suggested any contact could freeze one's very soul. The shadow moved with excruciating slowness, almost imperceptibly. It gripped the dagger, and its arm slowly rose. The blade aimed directly at the freshly healing wound on Xiao Long's back, precisely where the dark golden spike had left its mark. The area saturated with the cold aura and the weakest in defense. More critically, the residual power of the dark golden spike resonated faintly with the dagger's ghostly blue light. As if guiding its trajectory, the shadow's head lowered slightly, the cloak obscuring its face, revealing only 2 flickering points of crimson light that flashed through the darkness. Devoid of any emotion, only cold, killing intent, akin to ice that had never thawed. The dagger's tip was but 5 inches from Xiao Long's heart. 4 inches. 3 inches. Xiao Long remained entirely oblivious, still attempting to channel the energy of the earth veins, his vigilance fixed on Di Hao, utterly unaware that the shadow of death had silently enveloped him. Chapter 37. The fatal dagger. Xiao Long's breathing gradually steadied, nourished by the azure light. His consciousness became considerably clearer. Although his body remained weak, he could at least manage to sit up, leaning against the cold pedestal of the Jinyu Bei. His gaze was riveted on Di Hao not far away. This man posed the greatest threat to him. As long as Di Hao was present, he had no true safety. Di Hao stood on the precipice of fury and restraint, his eyes glimmering with greed as he beheld the azure golden light of the Jinyu Bei and the intact sacred object atop it. Yet he understood that the Jinyu Bei had awakened. Attempting to forcibly seize the sacred object would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Xiao Long. Di Hao's voice was icy and piercing, his gaze locked on his Xiao Long. Do you think this is the end? With the sacred object in your possession, you shall never escape this place. Xiao Long did not respond, slowly raising his hand to touch the protective talisman nestled in his bosom. Though the core had returned to its rightful place, the bond between him and the sacred object remained, and he could feel the warmth emanating from it, a reassuring sensation. Just as his fingers brushed the talisman, it vibrated slightly. This was not the previous resonance, but a hurried tremor, laden with a warning. It was as if it were alerting him that danger was approaching. Xiao Long furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt rising within him. He surveyed his surroundings. Besides himself and Di Hao, only Xianming lurked in the distance, with no other movements. Could it be that he was simply overly anxious? Just as he contemplated this, an exceedingly faint thought, like a signal traversing mountains and rivers, suddenly crashed into his consciousness. This thought was vague, imbued with profound unwillingness, anger, and a tinge of determination. It lacked a concrete form, yet it instantly reminded Xiao Long of a figure, the Wolf King. Wolf? The heart of Xiao Long leapt violently. He recalled vividly how the Wolf King had been pierced through the shoulder by Xianming's deathly spear in an effort to protect him, crashing heavily onto the platform. After which he had ceased to move. He had always believed the Wolf King was gone, yet this thought was undeniably his. It was the Wolf King's lingering will. The last vestige of his consciousness, coalesced through their soul contract in his final moments. Behind you, an ancient and urgent howl exploded within the depths of Xiao Long's mind. This howl bore no sound, yet it resonated louder than any thunderclap, instantly dispelling all of Xiao Long's fatigue and relaxation. Behind you, the hairs on Xiao Long's body stood on end. A chill originating from the depths of his soul surged rapidly along his spine. He had no time to think. The instinct to survive compelled him to react with utmost urgency. He lunged forward, his body curling like a bow, while simultaneously unleashing all remnants of the earth vein energy within him toward the rear. The earthy energy surged forth in a hasty shockwave from his back, propelled by the weighty force of the earth, charging toward the shadow behind him. Ultimately, it was a fraction too late. The ghostly blue dagger was momentarily obstructed by the Wolf King's lingering will, akin to the wind brushing against a rock, although it inflicted no harm. It slightly diverted the dagger's trajectory. Following that, Xiao Long's lunge and the earth vein shockwave caused the dagger to lose its precise opportunity to pierce his heart. Yet, it still struck true. The sharp tip of the blade plunged fiercely into the area beneath Xiao Long's right shoulder blade, sinking deep into the marrow. Ugh! A muffled groan of agony escaped Xiao Long as his body convulsed violently upon hitting the ground. An energy far colder and more domineering than the previous dark golden spike surged into him, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, pouring through the blade's edge into his body. If the coldness of the dark golden spike was akin to ice, then the energy of this dagger was a freeze that could directly encase the soul. Wherever it traveled, Xiao Long's meridians were instantly frozen. The previously flowing energy of the earth veins halting like a river that had been locked in ice. His muscles began to stiffen, rendering even his fingers immobile. Even his consciousness began to fade under the onslaught of this chilling energy, as if sinking into an abyss of darkness. What is this? Xiao Long's teeth chattered uncontrollably. He could feel his life slipping away at a visible pace. He struggled to turn his neck to catch a glimpse of the assailant behind him. Yet his view was obscured by his own body, revealing only the corner of a black cloak swiftly retreating. The shadow, having struck successfully, made no delay and immediately prepared to flee. Only then did Xiao Long abruptly realize that he had fallen into a trap. The previously encountered dark golden spike was not intended to kill him, but rather to breach his defenses and leave a mark within him. The true lethal weapon was the ethereal blue dagger. The residual power of that spike not only guided the dagger to the weakest point in his defenses, but also resonated with the dagger's energy at the moment of penetration, allowing the chilling force to spread more rapidly. Such a ruthless scheme, such exquisite cunning. Who could it possibly be? Xiao Long's heart brimmed with confusion and fury. He had offended many, yet none possessed such masterful stealth and such a vicious assassination technique, capable of lurking beneath the watchful eyes of Di Hao and Xianming. At that moment, Di Hao finally reacted. He had been fixated on Xiao Long, contemplating how to reclaim the sacred artifact, when he suddenly witnessed Xiao Long collapse to the ground with an ethereal blue dagger lodged in his back, and glimpsed a black figure swiftly retreating. Who? Di Hao was both astonished and enraged, his eyes bursting with intense murderous intent. He had failed to notice that beneath the very noses of himself and Xianming, a third person was concealed. Moreover, this individual had nearly slain Xiao Long, the key he was determined to obtain. With Xiao Long alive, he still had the opportunity to seize the sacred artifact from him and control the Zhenyu Bei, but if Xiao Long perished, the artifact might once again spiral out of control, rendering all his prior efforts futile. Thinking to escape? Leave it to me, Di Hao roared, swiftly forming a spell with his hands. The space before him distorted instantaneously, and a massive gray handprint materialized out of thin air, adorned with silver runes, radiating a potent force of spatial confinement, reaching for the black figure. This was the advanced spell of the Tianji Pavilion, the locking space seal. Renowned for its formidable attack power and its capacity to restrain space, designed specifically to counter various evasion techniques. Simultaneously, Xianming, hidden in the shadows, finally took action. Though he had remained concealed, he had been monitoring the situation. Upon seeing the black figure, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He too had been oblivious to its presence. However, he remained more composed than Di Hao. Recognizing that this figure's emergence might represent an opportunity, a chance to unravel the opponent's identity and perhaps seize Xiao Long for himself. A pitch-black Yinming chain silently shot forth from the shadows. The chain was entwined with thick death energy, its links etched with sinister ghostly visages. Moving swiftly toward the black figure's feet, Xianming did not wish to kill the shadow. He aimed to capture this mysterious individual alive, to uncover their origins and intentions. Faced with the pincer attack from Di Hao and Xianming, the black figure's movements abruptly faltered. The spatial confinement power of the locking space seal enveloped the surrounding area, rendering its evasion technique ineffective. The Yinming chain blocked its escape route, and any delay would result in the chain ensnaring its ankles. The shadow seemed equally taken aback, not anticipating its evasion would be so easily disrupted. It halted, slowly turning around. The cloak's shadow continued to obscure its face. Yet the 2 points of crimson light grew increasingly luminous. It regarded the approaching locking space seal and Yinming chain without displaying any sign of panic. Instead, slowly raising the hand that was not gripping the dagger, the one concealed within the cloak. Its fingers swiftly formed an exceedingly complex and peculiar spell. One that did not belong to the Tianji Pavilion, nor to the Yinming Palace, and was unlike any technique Xiao Long had ever encountered. Exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura, Xiao Long lay on the ground, his consciousness beginning to blur, yet he still discerned the shadow's movements. A sense of foreboding arose within him. This assassin seemed to possess a hidden card. Chapter 38. The emergence of a third party, the locking space seal, thundered through the air, crashing toward the black figure, while the Yinming chain coiled like a venomous serpent toward the shadow's ankles. Di Hao's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. He could not believe the shadow could escape under his locking space seal. Xianming, concealed in the shadows, exhaled a slight sigh of relief. As long as he ensnared this shadow, he had myriad methods to extract information. However, what transpired next exceeded everyone's expectations. At the moment the shadow completed the spell, the hand gripping the dagger trembled violently. The ethereal blue dagger embedded in Xiao Long's upper shoulder suddenly erupted with blinding ghostly light. This radiance was no longer the faint cold glow from before, but rather akin to burning ghostly flames, illuminating the surrounding area. More astonishingly, the space surrounding the dagger began to warp. The once flat rock platform now appeared crumpled like twisted paper, exhibiting irregular folds. The turbulent energy in the air became frenzied, forming tiny whirlpools. Even the azure light of the Zhonyu Bay exhibited slight refraction as it neared the dagger, as if the dagger itself were a singularity capable of distorting space. Is this the power of space? Di Hao's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of space is an immensely profound force. Even among the elders of the Tianji Pavilion, only a select few could grasp it at a rudimentary level, and they required an abundance of runes and magical artifacts. Yet this dagger could invoke the power of space so effortlessly, surpassing his comprehension. Xianming, hidden in the shadows, also emitted a surprised hiss. The speed of the Yinming chain involuntarily slowed as he sensed the dangerous spatial fluctuations, unwilling to be ensnared within. The black figure disregarded the astonishment of Di Hao and Xianming, its fingers continuing to weave the spell while uttering a deep, ghostly whisper. This whisper lacked specific syllables but resembled a command, transmitted into the dagger. Buzz! The ethereal blue dagger trembled once more, and the distorted spatial fluctuations surged into chaos. Centered around the dagger, a pitch-black vortex swiftly formed. This vortex, merely a few feet in diameter, emanated a disquieting pull. Within it lay pure darkness, obscuring all visibility. Only chaotic spatial currents swirling within. This was an unstable spatial passage, a trap capable of exiling individuals into unknown spatial turbulence. Not good. It seeks to exile Xiao Long. Di Hao's expression changed drastically as he finally comprehended the shadow's intent. This assassin realized they could not escape with Xiao Long, nor could they survive under the combined assault of Di Hao and Xianming, so they chose to perish together. No, they sought to make Xiao Long vanish entirely. Once Xiao Long was engulfed in the spatial turbulence, He would either be torn apart by the chaos or lost forever in endless space. Either outcome was unacceptable to Dihao. What he desired was a living Xiao Long, the key he could wield. Stop! Dihao roared, abruptly altering the direction of the locking space seal. The massive handprint that had aimed for the black figure now turned to grasp Xiao Long, attempting to pull him from the vortex's grasp. Xianming also reacted. Although he did not care for Xiao Long's fate, he too did not wish for him to be exiled. Xiao Long bore the sacred artifact's contract. By controlling him, he could seize the Zhenyu Bei. Furthermore, the Shadow's ability to invoke spatial power indicated formidable backing. He needed to uncover the nature of this force. The Yinming chain swiftly altered its course, coiling toward Xiao Long's body like a black serpent. In an instant, a bizarre situation unfolded on the platform. The black figure manipulated the spatial vortex, seeking to draw Xiao Long within. Dihao propelled the locking space seal, striving to pull Xiao Long toward himself. Xianming commanded the Yinming chain, attempting to drag Xiao Long into the shadows. The three forces resembled three invisible hands, competing for Xiao Long's body as the focal point of their contention. Xiao Long lay on the ground, feeling the immense pull from three directions, as if his very being were about to be torn apart. The gravitational pull of the spatial vortex surged from behind, dragging his body backward, and the dagger embedded in his scapula sank deeper due to the strain. A chilling energy erupted once more, shrouding his vision in darkness and nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The force of the Awakens seal pulled him forward, aggravating the wound on his chest, causing blood to surge anew. The force of the Yuming chains gripped his arm from the side, suffused with a deathly chill, attempting to drag him away. Xiao Long let out a piercing scream, his body contorted under the relentless tug of three forces. He could distinctly hear the creaking of his bones, as if they were on the verge of snapping. He yearned to resist, yet lacked the strength even to move a finger. The earth-vein energy within him lay frozen, and the power of the sacred artifact's contract could not be summoned due to his grievous injuries. He was rendered a mere puppet, subject to the whims of the three forces. Let me go? Xiao Long's voice was hoarse, barely audible, as his consciousness oscillated between pain and dizziness. At that moment, the previously silent Zhenyu Bei suddenly stirred. The azure golden light beam atop the monument dimmed abruptly, followed by a concentrated azure light shooting from the monument's body, coiling around Xiao Long like a silk ribbon. This azure light, infused with the protective will of the Zhenyu Bei, immediately engaged in combat against the three forces upon contact with Xiao Long's body. It first blocked the deathly chill of the Yuming chains, repelling them. Then it resisted the pull of the Awakens seal, preventing Xiao Long from being dragged forward. Finally, it engaged in a standoff with the vortex's gravitational pull, striving to pull Xiao Long back from the vortex's edge. Beiling, you dare to obstruct me. Dihao's fury erupted at this sight. He had not anticipated that the spirit of the Zhenyu Bei would actively protect Xiao Long. Without hesitation, he formed a new incantation with his hands, causing a surge of silver runes to pour forth from his being, infusing them into the Awakens seal. Instantly, the seal's brilliance intensified, its pull magnified several times, and the azure ribbon began to tremble slightly. From the shadows, Xianming increased the output of death energy, and the ghostly faces upon the Yuming chains emitted a mournful howl, once again ensnaring Xiao Long in a fierce struggle against the azure ribbon. Observing this, the shadow's crimson eyes glinted with a cold light. It accelerated its incantation, intensifying the vortex's gravitational force, causing the black vortex to swell even larger, drawing in nearby rocks that emitted a sizzling sound. The clash of the four forces subjected Xiao Long's body to unprecedented pressure. Crack! A sickening snap echoed as the bone in Xiao Long's right arm, unable to withstand the collective strain, shattered instantly. Excruciating agony engulfed him like a tidal wave, and his vision darkened, consciousness slipping into obscurity. In the final moment before losing awareness, he sensed that the azure ribbon entwined around him suddenly shifted direction, no longer resisting the vortex's pull, but gently pushing him toward the abyss of darkness. No! Dihao's furious roar became the last sound Xiao Long heard. Chapter 39. Spatial Vortex. Xiao Long's consciousness sank as if submerged in the frigid depths of the ocean. Darkness, coldness, and a sense of weightlessness intertwined, leaving him unable to discern whether he was alive or had passed into death. The agonizing pain from his shattered arm persisted, and the dagger still radiated a chilling energy, freezing his meridians and awareness. He wished to open his eyes, but found his eyelids as heavy as lead. He wanted to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only float in the darkness, feeling the chaotic energy fluctuations around him, the breath of spatial turbulence, wild, chaotic, imbued with the power to annihilate all. Am I caught in spatial turbulence? A flicker of despair surged within Xiao Long as his awareness sharpened slightly. He had once encountered descriptions of spatial turbulence in the ancient texts of Tianji Pavilion. It existed within the fissures between various spaces, filled with chaotic fragments of space and energy currents. Any creature that ventured within, unless endowed with potent spatial artifacts or possessing unique physiques, faced a singular fate, to be torn apart by the turbulence, their very souls obliterated. Why did the Beiling push him in? Xiao Long was perplexed. The azure light from the Jinyu Bei had been protecting him. Why would it ultimately thrust him into the spatial vortex? Did the Beiling also believe that rather than being captured by Di Hao or Xian Ming, it was better for him to seek a glimmer of hope within the turbulence? At that moment, a warm light suddenly emanated from his bosom. It was the sacred artifact's protective talisman. Although the talisman's core had returned to its rightful place, a small fragment of the sacred artifact remained in his possession, one he instinctively caught when the artifact shattered earlier. Now, this small shard burst forth with a yellowish light, resembling a tiny sun, enveloping Xiao Long's body within its glow. The warm radiance dispelled the surrounding chill and temporarily suppressed the dagger's frigid energy. Xiao Long's awareness became clearer. He sensed the sacred artifact fragment resonating weakly with the tumultuous energies around him, as if guiding him, while also resisting the turbulence's onslaught. Hope blossomed within Xiao Long. He attempted to communicate with the shard through his consciousness, seeking to harness its power to stabilize his body. Just as his awareness brushed against the fragment, a hazy image materialized in his mind's eye. It was the interior of the Jinyu Bei, where a translucent figure clad in azure and white robes sat weakly within the monument's core. It was the Beiling. The spirit appeared even more ethereal than before, evidently having expended a considerable amount of energy. It gazed in Xiao Long's direction, eyes filled with remorse and anticipation, then gently nodded at him before the vision vanished entirely. Beiling. A warmth flooded Xiao Long's heart, and he instantly comprehended the spirit's intent. The Beiling understood that Di Hao and Xian Ming would never relent. As long as Xiao Long remained on the platform, he would forever be in peril. Although the spatial turbulence was fraught with danger, it also concealed a chance for survival. The sacred artifact shared a covenant with Xiao Long. As long as he lived, it could guide him back, even potentially leading him to restore the Jinyu Bei and seal Taotai once and for all. The Beiling was taking a gamble, wagering that Xiao Long could survive through the power of the sacred artifact. I will not disappoint you, Xiao Long vowed silently, his fighting spirit rekindled. He began to concentrate all his awareness, harmonizing with the shard's radiance, striving to stabilize his body. While he could not control the direction of his movement, at the very least, he could avoid being directly struck by the turbulence. However, at that moment, a familiar, chilling presence emerged from behind. It was the Yuming chains. Xiao Long turned abruptly to see a pitch-black chain extending from the fissures of spatial turbulence, the ghostly faces upon its links glowing with a ghostly green light, rapidly coiling toward him. It was Xian Ming. He had pursued him into the turbulence. A sense of dread gripped Xiao Long. Xian Ming was already formidable, and now, amidst the spatial chaos, he had no means to resist. Should he become ensnared by the chains, the consequences would be dire. Hurry! Xiao Long urged the sacred artifact fragment within his mind, desperate to hasten his escape. Yet, the fragment's light was limited, barely managing to stabilize his body. Incapable of accelerating his speed, the Yuming chains drew closer, threatening to ensnare his ankle. In this critical moment, a silver light suddenly burst forth from another fissure in space. It was the Suakong seal. Di Hao had followed him in as well. The Suakong seal, imbued with rampant energy, struck fiercely at the Yuming chains. With a resounding crash, the Suakong seal collided with the Yuming chains, unleashing a burst of silver brilliance that clashed violently with the Black Death energy, generating a massive shockwave that further disrupted the surrounding spatial turbulence. Di Hao, you dare to obstruct me? Xian Ming's chilling voice echoed from the spatial fissures, laced with intense fury. Xiao Long belongs to me, Di Hao retorted. It is not your place to interfere. The voice of Di Hao was laced with murderous intent. He sought to seize individuals amidst the chaotic currents of space, but first, he would determine whether the sovereign's locking seal would permit such an act. Two figures emerged from the rifts in space, one trailing closely behind the other. Di Hao's dark robe was tattered and bloodstained, a testament to the violent turbulence he had endured while entering the spatial maelstrom. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fierce, fixated on Xiao Long, as he continuously crafted incantations to wield the locking seal against Xian Ming. In contrast, Xian Ming remained shrouded in a dense aura of death, appearing only as a vague silhouette. He manipulated the nether chains, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the locking seal, all the while seeking an opportunity to capture Xiao Long. The two engaged in a brutal struggle amidst the chaotic currents of space, silver light clashing against black, deathly energy. The resulting shockwaves fracturing the surrounding debris and creating more perilous traps. Xiao Long found himself caught in the middle, his situation increasingly dire. Although he had yet to be directly attacked, the energy shockwaves generated by their battle relentlessly battered the protective shield formed by the fragments of the sacred object. The shield's glow dimmed, threatening to shatter at any moment. Panic surged through Xiao Long. He needed to escape this place. He attempted to summon the remaining energy of the earth veins within him to bolster the protective shield, but the moment he concentrated, the dagger embedded in his shoulder erupted with a chilling energy, freezing his earth vein power. Hatred filled Xiao Long's heart towards this dagger. Not only was it eroding his life force, but it also obstructed his ability to harness power, looming over him like the sword of Damocles. Just as the protective shield seemed on the verge of collapse, the fragments of the sacred object suddenly emitted a brilliant light. This radiance surpassed any previous illumination, a yellowish hue illuminating the chaotic space around him. Under the brilliance, a small spatial passageway appeared before Xiao Long. This passage was stable and exuded a pure essence of earth veins, evidently a conduit to a space where the earth existed. It was an exit. Xiao Long's eyes sparkled with hope. Without hesitation, he propelled himself towards that spatial passageway, harnessing the power of the sacred object fragments. Seeing this, Di Hao and Xian Ming simultaneously ceased their battle and pursued Xiao Long. Xiao Long, you shall not escape. Leave the sacred object. Two attacks surged towards Xiao Long's retreating figure, the locking seal imbued with spatial confinement power, while the nether chains coiled towards him like a venomous serpent. Xiao Long sensed the lethal threat approaching from behind, yet there was no retreat left for him. He could only muster the last remnants of his consciousness, urging the glow of the sacred object fragments to hasten his flight towards the passageway. In the very instant his body was about to enter the passage, the locking seal and the nether chains struck his protective shield simultaneously. The shield shattered instantly, and Xiao Long was struck by the energy shockwave, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbling into the spatial passage. In his fleeting moment of consciousness, he seemed to see Di Hao and Xian Ming following him into the passage, and he caught a glimpse of the dark assassin's figure, deep within the turbulent space, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 40. The mysterious assassin at the end of the spatial passageway lay in unfamiliar forest. Xiao Long's body tumbled from the passage, crashing onto a thick carpet of fallen leaves, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the instant of impact, his awareness regained a flicker of clarity, but intense pain soon plunged him back into a state of dizziness. His right arm had been completely fractured, the broken bones piercing through his skin, exposing stark white. The icy dagger still lodged in his shoulder continued to spread its chilling energy throughout his organs, causing signs of freezing within. The wound on his chest reopened, blood staining his garments and soaking the leaves beneath him. Coughing violently, each spasm sent waves of pain coursing through his wounds. He attempted to rise, only to find his body utterly unresponsive, resembling a heap of lifeless flesh sprawled on the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was enveloped by a dense forest. The trees towered impressively, their trunks so robust that several individuals would be needed to encircle them. The leaves formed a massive canopy, obscuring the sky, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to filter through, casting mottled shadows upon the forest floor. The air was thick with the fragrance of vegetation and a faint essence of earth veins, which provided Xiao Long a modicum of relief. At least this was a stable space, devoid of the threats posed by chaotic currents. Yet, he remained vigilant. Di Hao and Xian Ming were still in pursuit, poised to appear at any moment. The whereabouts of the mysterious assassin were unknown, possibly lurking in the shadows. More critically, his injuries were worsening, the icy dagger continuing to consume his life force. If he did not expeditiously extract the dagger and suppress the frigid energy, he would not endure much longer. I must remove the dagger, Xiao Long thought, as he began to summon the energy of the earth veins within him. He concentrated all his will, ignoring the pain, and gradually guided the frozen energy of the earth veins. The glow of the sacred object fragments flickered weakly, their warm power dispelling the chill, providing him with slight support. After several minutes, a faint stream of earth vein energy finally broke through the icy confinement, flowing towards the dagger's handle at his shoulder. Now, a surge of joy filled Xiao Long's heart as he directed that stream of earth vein energy to strike the dagger's handle with force. The dagger shifted slightly outward upon impact. A wave of even colder energy erupted, causing Xiao Long's body to convulse violently, almost plunging him into unconsciousness. Yet he did not relent, continuing to wield the earth vein energy, striking the dagger's handle time and again. After a particularly forceful blow, the dagger was finally forced from his shoulder, clattering to the ground. The moment the dagger left his body, Xiao Long felt the icy energy within him lose its source and begin to dissipate swiftly. He immediately summoned more earth vein energy, combining it with the glow of the sacred object fragments to gradually dispel the remnants of the frigid energy. Though the wound still throbbed and the bones remained fractured, at least he had temporarily evaded the specter of death. Xiao Long gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the icy blue dagger lying on the ground. It still emanated a faint, ghostly light, nestled among the fallen leaves like an innocuous ornament. Yet Xiao Long was acutely aware of the insidious conspiracy concealed within this dagger. He extended his left hand, cautiously retrieving the dagger. It felt frigid to the touch, akin to grasping an ancient block of ice, its surface smooth as jade, devoid of any ornamentation, save for the dagger's tip, still glowing with a disquieting chill. What was the origin of this dagger? Doubt flooded Xiao Long's mind. As he scrutinized the dagger, he suddenly noticed a minuscule pattern etched at the base of the handle, a black crow design, its wings unfurled, and its eyes 2 points of crimson light, identical to the blood-red gaze beneath the assassin's cloak. Could the crow signify an entity or faction that revered it as a totem? A fleeting thought crossed Xiao Long's mind. He recalled having read in ancient texts about a mysterious faction in antiquity, which revered the crow as a totem, excelling in stealth and assassination, operating in secret, rarely revealing themselves to the world. The name of this faction had long been lost to the annals of history, leaving behind only fragmented legends. Was it possible that this enigmatic assassin hailed from such an ancient faction? If that were indeed the case, what was this faction's purpose? Was it to seize the sacred object? Or to unleash the monstrous beast, Tao Tai? Or was there an even deeper conspiracy at play? A torrent of questions surged through Xiao Long's mind, inducing a painful throbbing in his head. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from the depths of the forest, the unmistakable presence of Di Hao and Xian Ming. They were closing in. Xiao Long's expression abruptly turned grave. His injuries were severe, rendering him incapable of confronting Di Hao and Xian Ming. He must leave this place without delay. Struggling to rise, he leaned against a nearby tree trunk, limping deeper into the forest. The fragments of the sacred artifact glimmered in his embrace, seemingly guiding him towards areas rich in the essence of the earth's veins. Simultaneously, in another part of the forest, a shadowy figure perched atop a massive tree, observing the direction in which Xiao Long had departed. It was the mysterious assassin. He removed his hood, revealing a pale visage. This youthful countenance appeared to belong to someone in their 20s, with delicate features akin to a woman's, yet his gaze was chillingly devoid of warmth. His pupils an eerie crimson. In his grasp, he held a black feather, etched with the same raven motif as the dagger. He brought the feather to his lips and gently blew, transforming it into a streak of black light that vanished into the canopy above. The target had entered the Wanshou Lin, gravely injured, while Di Hao and Xian Ming pursued. He murmured to the air, his voice deep and hoarse. The first phase of the plan complete, awaiting the next directive. With that, he donned his hood once more, merging seamlessly with the shadows, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in the direction Xiao Long advanced, a chorus of beastly roars echoed from the depths of the forest, a formidable aura of monstrous creatures swiftly approaching this unfamiliar woodland, concealing dangers yet unknown. Xiao Long did not falter in his steps. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, but retreat was not an option. He must survive, find a method to mend the Zhenyu Bei, and uncover the conspiracy of that mysterious force, avenging the Wolf King and seeking justice for all those harmed by the malevolent desires of the Tao Dai. His figure gradually faded into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of bloodied footprints upon the fallen leaves, stretching into the distance. Chapter 41. Bone breaking for survival. Each step Xiao Long took felt as though he were treading upon the sharpest of blades. As his right foot touched the ground, a searing pain erupted from the site of his severed arm, causing him to shudder, cold sweat dripping from his jawline and splattering upon the thick layer of decaying leaves, creating a darkened stain. He glanced down at the bandage tightly binding the shattered humerus of his right arm, the torn flesh still clinging to the cloth, now being jostled and rubbed raw with every movement. Each jolt felt like countless needles piercing his very marrow. The deeper torment stemmed from the chilling energy within. Although he had forcibly expelled the ethereal blue dagger from his body, the freezing aura capable of freezing souls had burrowed into his meridians like a relentless parasite. His Dantian's energy vortex had nearly ceased its rotation, the remaining essence of the Earth's veins sluggishly crawling through his channels. Each inch forward met with the resistance of the cold, causing his internal organs to writhe in icy agony. Even the blood he coughed up was laced with minute shards of ice. Cough, cough, cough. Leaning against the rough, frigid trunk of an ancient tree, Xiao Long erupted into a fit of violent coughs. The coarse bark pressed against his sweat-drenched back, providing a momentary stabilizing force. He lifted his gaze towards the misty expanse behind him, faintly spotting several silver lights darting through the trees. Those were the runes glowing upon the emissaries of the Tianji, no more than 3 miles away. Although Di Hao and Xian Ming were not pursuing him directly, the soldiers they dispatched were elite agents of the Tianji, each of them at least of initial spirit sea realm cultivation. In his current state, he could not hope to combat them. Even being ensnared by one would spell certain death. Yet the danger ahead loomed even closer than his pursuers. A low, guttural roar reverberated from the thicket ahead, causing leaves to rain down from above. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if some colossal creature was barreling towards him. The air thickening with the stench of blood and decay, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. With beasts ahead and pursuers behind, he found himself in a true deadlock. However, Xiao Long's gaze did not waver in fear. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself against the tree trunk and slowly lowered himself to the ground. He knew this was not the time for stubbornness. He must recover at least a modicum of fighting strength, if only to run faster. He glanced down at his right arm. The bandage was soaked in blood, revealing the twisted contours of shattered bone that had been displaced upon falling through the chaotic currents of space. Not only was the humerus broken, but it had also misaligned, piercing through the muscle, causing each jolt to inflict secondary harm. He needed to realign the bone first. A glimmer of determination crossed Xiao Long's eyes. He extended his left hand and carefully untied the bandage. As soon as it loosened, a surge of warm blood erupted, staining his palm. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the upper arm of his severed limb with his left hand, fingers digging into the skin around the fracture. The icy pain surged through him like wildfire, causing his teeth to chatter, veins on his forehead bulging, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. He could acutely feel the broken bone shifting beneath his skin, each movement tearing at his nerves. Now, Xiao Long abruptly closed his eyes, silently reciting the bone-setting technique from the Earth Vein legacy, his left hand exerting sudden force. Crack! A sound that sent shivers down the spine echoed through the still forest, the misaligned bone being forcibly shoved back into place, the intense pain causing his vision to darken, nearly knocking him unconscious. He bit down hard on his lip, only regaining a semblance of clarity when the taste of blood flooded his mouth. Gasping for air, Xiao Long was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt clinging to him. He could not afford to delay. He swiftly tore off a part of his relatively intact garment, ripping it into several strips, then biting one end of the cloth with his teeth while pressing the severed arm tightly against the outside of his thigh, wrapping it tightly in circles and tying a knot. The bandage was drawn so tightly it nearly embedded itself into the flesh. But only in this way could he temporarily secure the bone and prevent further dislocation. After completing this arduous task, Xiao Long felt utterly drained. He leaned against the tree trunk, closed his eyes, and began to channel the essence of the Earth's veins within his Dantian. The fragment of the sacred artifact still nestled in his embrace radiated a faint earthy glow, like a small flame, warming his frigid Dantian. Xiao Long focused his consciousness on the fragment, guiding the weak light to slowly permeate the frozen vortex of energy, and, under the gentle illumination, it finally began to rotate sluggishly, a faint trickle of Earth's essence flowing through the meridians, washing away the blockages. At that moment, hurried footsteps and voices suddenly broke the silence of the forest behind him. I clearly saw him fleeing this way. Where has he gone? The Lord has commanded that Xiao Long must be captured, alive or dead. Search carefully. There are traces of blood. Follow the blood trail. The pursuers had arrived. Xiao Long's heart tightened. He opened his eyes and saw several silver figures swiftly moving through the nearby thicket, their swords gleaming with cold light as they advanced step by step along the blood trail he had left. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and ran towards the direction of the beastly roars. Though danger lay before him, it was at least a glimmer of hope compared to falling into the hands of the Tianji, where he would face the extraction of the sacred artifact contract by Di Hao and meet his end in the jaws of a beast, which would be a form of liberation. But just a few steps out, a tremendous force crashed through the thicket ahead, branches and leaves scattering as a colossal creature appeared before him. Xiao Long's steps came to an abrupt halt, his pupils constricting. Before him stood a beast resembling a giant tiger, standing a full 10 feet tall, over 30 feet long. Its body clad in jet black scales adorned with dark red patterns that flickered like flames. Instead of the usual royal symbol on its forehead, there was a slightly protruding dragon-shaped rune, shimmering with a ghostly purple glow, emanating an ancient and overwhelming pressure. Long Wenheihu Xiao Long felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had previously encountered a description of this peculiar beast in Yishou Lu. The Long Wenheihu, an ancient species imbued with the essence of dragon blood, is known for its ferocious temperament and immense strength. Its scales can withstand ordinary magical attacks, and the dragon pattern on its forehead can unleash dark flames. Even the weakest among them possesses the power equivalent to a mid-stage Linghai realm human cultivator. The black tiger before him, however, exhibited an impressive sheen on its scales and a brilliance in its dragon pattern that clearly surpassed the recorded descriptions, indicating an at least late-stage Linghai realm strength. The Long Wenheihu also noticed Xiao Long. Its amber vertical pupils narrowed slightly, emitting a low growl from its throat, clearly attracted by the scent of blood on Xiao Long. With a graceful yet heavy stride, it slowly approached Xiao Long, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, igniting the fiery patterns on its scales and radiating an intense heat. Xiao Long's left hand subtly reached for the obsidian blue dagger on the ground. This dagger was the sole source of his security, although it had nearly claimed his life once. Its sharpness and the spatial power it contained might save him in a critical moment. At that moment, he heard the hurried footsteps of a Tianji Gu envoy catching up behind him. Xiao Long, where do you think you're going? One envoy shouted, brandishing a long sword that sent a silver beam of sword light piercing toward Xiao Long's back. The attention of the Long Wenheihu was instantly drawn to this sword light. With a sudden turn, it let out an enraged roar. No prey had ever dared to strike within its territory. The roar reverberated through the forest, causing leaves to rain down, and the envoy's sword light veered slightly, missing its mark. The envoy's expression changed as he prepared to attack again, but the Long Wenheihu had already acted. Its massive form lunged like a bolt of black lightning toward the envoy, claws bearing the scent of blood striking down fiercely. The scales on its claws glimmered coldly, and even from a distance, the envoy felt a bone-chilling threat. You beast, seeking death! The envoy roared, hastily raising his sword to block. Clang! The clash of sword and claw sounded with a piercing metallic ring. The envoy was knocked back repeatedly by the sheer force of the black tiger, his arm going numb, and the shock fractured his palm, blood oozing down the sword hilt. Observing this, the other Tianji Gu envoys swiftly surrounded the black tiger, their long swords thrusting simultaneously, weaving a silver net of sword light in an attempt to ensnare it. Yet the Long Wenheihu showed no fear. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a plume of dark purple flames, which instantly twisted and warped the silver sword light upon contact. Simultaneously, it continued to swipe its claws, igniting the fiery patterns on its scales. Each clash sent the envoy's swords flying. Chaos erupted within the forest as Xiao Long seized this opportunity and turned to flee deeper into the thicket. He knew this turmoil could not last long. The Tianji Gu had 5 envoys, and although the Long Wenheihu was formidable, it was ultimately outnumbered. If the black tiger became entangled, they would soon be upon him again. He needed to distance himself quickly. Chapter 42. The battle with the black tiger. Xiao Long ran desperately through the underbrush, branches and thorns scratching his body. Yet he dared not slow his pace. The sounds of battle grew increasingly closer, interspersed with the roars of the Long Wenheihu and the cries of the Tianji Gu envoys. He could imagine the ancient beast using its sharp claws and dark flames to shred its pursuers, but he also knew that this advantage would not last long. The envoys of Tianji Gu excelled in teamwork and would surely devise a formation to ensnare the black tiger, at which point, he too would find himself doomed. He needed to find a place to hide, Xiao Long thought, scanning his surroundings. The trees in this forest towered high, their trunks so thick that several people would be needed to encircle them. The foliage was dense, nearly obscuring the sky, with only sporadic rays of sunlight filtering through, casting dappled shadows on the ground, which was thickly carpeted with decaying leaves. The soft ground slightly cushioned his steps, though it also made it easy to leave footprints. Suddenly, his foot slipped beneath him, and he stumbled forward, nearly falling. Alarmed, Xiao Long quickly braced himself with his left hand, narrowly avoiding a fall. Upon looking down, he discovered a concealed pit beneath him, its bottom covered with a thin layer of decaying leaves, nearly undetectable upon casual inspection. This was a natural hiding spot. Without hesitation, Xiao Long dove into the pit, covering himself with the decaying leaves, leaving only a narrow gap to observe the surroundings. He held his breath, suppressing his presence to the lowest possible level. Although his earth vein energy was faint, as long as he did not actively release it, he should remain undetected for a while. Not long after, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar. That beast is too powerful. Senior Brother Li has already been injured. We need to find Xiao Long and retreat quickly. The master said Xiao Long possesses a sacred object contract. We cannot let him escape. I saw him running this way. Search carefully. Here are the footprints. Follow them. Two figures appeared in Xiao Long's line of sight, clad in silver robes of Tianjigo, swords in hand. Following the trail of his footprints step by step toward the pit, Xiao Long's heart raced, gripping the obsidian blue dagger hidden in his robe. He braced himself for a last-ditch effort. If discovered, he would strike with the dagger, perhaps catching them off guard. The two envoys drew closer. Now less than 10 steps from the pit, one envoy crouched down, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground, then lifted his gaze toward Xiao Long's hiding spot. The footprints end here. He must be nearby, the envoy stated, lifting his sword slightly, cautiously scanning the surrounding underbrush. The other envoy nodded, producing a silver talisman from his robe, infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman glowed faintly, beginning to scan the area. This was the Tianjige's spirit detection talisman, capable of sensing the presence of living beings, making it difficult to evade even the most concealed hiding spots. The silver light soon swept over the pit where Xiao Long lay concealed. His heart sank. He could feel the talisman's glow penetrating the decaying leaves, drawing nearer to his body. Just a second more, and he would be discovered. At that moment, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from afar. Ah! Help! The two envoys were instantly drawn to the source of the scream, turning in a panic toward the sound. That's Senior Brother Wang's voice. He's in trouble. Hurry, let us go assist him. Without a second thought, they turned and dashed toward the direction of the scream, swiftly disappearing into the underbrush. Xiao Long released a long breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He understood that the Long Wenheihu had come to his aid. That scream was surely the result of the tiger dispatching one of the envoys. Yet he did not let down his guard. The remaining 4 envoys would undoubtedly return, and he needed to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Climbing out of the pit, Xiao Long brushed off the decaying leaves from his body and intended to continue deeper into the forest when he suddenly sensed a strong killing intent emanating from behind him. Xiao Long, do you think you can escape? A chilling voice called from behind. Xiao Long spun around, only to see an envoy clad in a black robe standing just a short distance away, wielding a black longsword that shimmered with dark purple light. This was an envoy from the Dark Division of Tianjigo, skilled in stealth and ambush. He had been following behind all along, avoiding involvement in the battle with the Long Wenheihu, merely waiting for Xiao Long to lower his guard. The appearance of the Dark Division envoy made Xiao Long's expression turn grave. The Dark Division envoys were stronger than ordinary envoys, adept at using poison and ambush tactics. And in his current state, he was no match for them. Without a word, the Dark Division envoy thrust the black sword fiercely toward Xiao Long's chest. The dark, purple glow emanating from the sword surged violently, exuding a noxious aura. This blade was coated with a specially crafted bone-melting poison from Tianjiga. Even the slightest scratch would cause one's bones to dissolve in an instant. Xiao Long, unable to evade, grasped the ethereal blue dagger with his left hand and struck fiercely at the black sword. The clash produced a crisp sound as the dagger and the sword met. The dagger's sharpness exceeded the dark envoy's expectations, leaving a small notch on the blade. The envoy's expression changed. He had not anticipated that Xiao Long's dagger would be so keen. Seizing the moment, Xiao Long retreated hastily, creating some distance. However, his left arm was still grazed by the sword's energy, leaving a tiny wound that ignited a wave of searing pain, with the poison rapidly spreading. Huh. With my bone-melting poison coursing through you, your time is limited, the dark envoy sneered, lunging forward again with even more cunning swordplay aimed directly at Xiao Long's vital points. A tingling numbness began to envelop Xiao Long's body, rendering his left arm nearly immobile. He understood that his endurance was waning. He needed to escape swiftly. At that moment, a sudden, urgent, beastly roar echoed from afar, and the silhouette of the dragon-patterned black tiger emerged from the thicket. Its scales were smeared with blood, the dragon pattern on its forehead flickering with a faint glow, indicating it too had sustained injuries. Yet its gaze remained fierce. Upon spotting the dark envoy, it let out a roar and lunged forward with tremendous force. The dark envoy's face paled. He had not anticipated that the black tiger would pursue him. He quickly turned to evade the tiger's attack, but it was too late. The tiger's claws struck fiercely against his back, and he let out a cry of agony. his body soaring like a broken kite before crashing heavily against an ancient tree, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly gravely wounded. The black tiger did not halt. It opened its maw and unleashed a plume of dark purple flames, engulfing the envoy's body instantly. The envoy's shriek of despair was swiftly silenced, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes. With the dark envoy vanquished, the dragon-patterned black tiger turned its gaze towards Xiao Long, its amber vertical pupils gleaming with a cold light. It approached Xiao Long step by step, evidently recalling that this human was also its prey. A wave of despair washed over Xiao Long once more. He lacked the strength to flee, the poison in his left arm worsening, causing his body to convulse. And he could barely maintain his grip on the dagger. Just as the black tiger was about to pounce, a brilliant green light suddenly shot down from the sky, landing precisely before the tiger. In an instant, countless emerald vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the tiger's limbs. The vines were remarkably resilient, despite the tiger's struggles. It could not break free. Xiao Long stood in astonishment, raising his gaze towards the source of the light. Perched atop a massive banyan tree not far away was a girl. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, clad in garments woven from soft animal skins and green vines, her bare ankles gleaming white, standing gracefully on a swaying aerial root, as light as a breeze. In her hands, she held an archaic wooden longbow, its body entwined with fresh vines. The radiant green light was clearly the arrow she had shot. Her eyes were clear and bright, like a spring in the forest, imbued with an innocence untouched by the world, yet hinting at a primal wildness that fused with the forest itself. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, adorned with a few fresh leaves and a small blue flower, exuding an enchanting vitality. She regarded Xiao Long with curiosity and compassion, devoid of hostility. "You, an injured outsider. Are you all right?" She spoke, her voice melodious like the babbling stream, and although she used an ancient tongue, Xiao Long could inexplicably comprehend her words. Xiao Long opened his mouth to respond, yet due to his weakness and the encroaching poison, he could only manage a hoarse whisper. He gazed at the girl, filled with bewilderment about her sudden appearance and her intent to save him. Chapter 43. The mysterious girl. The girl gracefully descended from the banyan tree. She landed soundlessly, her bare ankles touching the decaying leaves without disturbing a single one. Swiftly, she approached Xiao Long, crouching down, her clear gaze fixated on the wound on his left arm. Her brow slightly furrowed. "You have been poisoned by the corrupting bone poison. If this persists, your entire arm will become useless," she stated, retrieving a verdant herb from a vine pouch at her waist. The leaves glistened with dew, emanating a faint fragrance. She placed the herb in her palm, gently kneading it until green juice emerged, then carefully applied it to Xiao Long's wound. The moment the juice touched the wound, a refreshing sensation spread through, alleviating the previous searing pain and diminishing the numbness. "This is Qinggu Chao. It can temporarily suppress the poison in your system, but to completely detoxify, you will need the water from the fountain of life," she remarked as she rose, whistling towards the entangled dragon-patterned black tiger. Curiously, upon hearing her whistle, the previously frantic tiger gradually calmed. Its amber vertical pupils regarded the girl, the previous ferocity replaced by a hint of wariness, as though it feared this seemingly delicate maiden. The girl approached the black tiger, extending her hand to gently stroke its scales. The tiger trembled slightly, but did not resist. She produced a dark red fruit from her vine pouch and offered it to the tiger. After a moment's hesitation, the tiger opened its mouth, cautiously accepting the fruit and beginning to chew. "All right, you may leave now. Do not attack outsiders carelessly in the future," she said, patting the tiger on the head. With a wave of her hand, the vines binding the tiger's limbs retracted and vanished into the ground. The dragon-patterned black tiger cast one last glance at the girl and then at Xiao Long, letting out a low growl before slowly retreating into the thicket, soon disappearing from sight. Xiao Long was left in a state of disbelief. He had not expected that this ancient creature, which even the envoy from Tianjige struggled to contend with, would yield so readily to this girl. Who was she truly? "You are Xiao Long, are you not?" the girl suddenly asked, turning to him. Xiao Long was taken aback and nodded. "How do you know my name?" "The forest told me," she replied with a smile. "Pure and radiant. Every tree and blade of grass in this forest can convey messages. Those in silver garments were calling your name just moments ago." Xiao Long's astonishment deepened. To communicate with the forest was an extraordinary ability. He suddenly recalled the spirit he encountered at the Jinyu Steel. Could this girl, too, be some form of natural spirit akin to the steel spirit? Just then, a flurry of footsteps and voices erupted from the nearby thicket. "I just saw a green light. It must be over here," Xiao Long can't have run far. We must find him. And that woman who appeared suddenly. She seems capable of controlling plants. Be cautious. The remaining 3 envoys from Tianji were hot on their trail. The girl's expression shifted slightly. She grasped Xiao Long's left hand and urged him urgently, "Quick, follow me. Their weapons are harmful to the sleeping forest. We cannot allow them to approach." Before Xiao Long could fully comprehend, he was being pulled forward by the girl. Her palm was warm, carrying a subtle fragrance of grass and wood, and her speed was remarkable. Although she was leading him, her steps remained light and unaffected. Xiao Long stumbled along behind her, feeling that while her strength was not overwhelming, every step she took was deftly placed in the forest's gaps, avoiding all thorns and obstacles, clearly indicating her profound familiarity with this woodland. After approximately a quarter of an hour of running, a crystalline stream suddenly emerged ahead. The stream, roughly 3 zhong wide, flowed vigorously, its transparent waters revealing the smooth pebbles and darting fish beneath. On the opposite bank lay a misty woodland, shrouded in a faint green fog that exuded an aura of mystery. Beyond this stream lay the realm of the Xinyanji Lin. The young girl halted, gesturing toward the fog on the other side, and remarked that those clad in silver garments dared not enter the Xinyanji Lin, for within it resided the Watchers of the Night, who were averse to outside disturbances. Xiao Long followed the direction of the girl's finger and discerned towering shadows swaying amidst the mist, reminiscent of ancient trees or perhaps enormous creatures, emanating an air of antiquity and grandeur. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind, and 3 emissaries of Tianji Pavilion appeared by the stream. Upon spotting Xiao Long and the girl, they immediately halted, their swords drawn and pointed at them. "Xiao Long, do not flee. You have nowhere to escape." The leader of the emissaries barked, his left arm wrapped in bandages, a clear indication of a previous encounter with the Longwen Heihu. "And you, witch, how dare you assist Xiao Long? You seek death," another emissary declared, raising his sword to unleash a beam of silver light toward the girl. With a frigid gaze, the girl swiftly released Xiao Long's hand, retrieved a wooden longbow from her back, and deftly drew forth a verdant arrow from her vine pouch, knocking it to the bowstring. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Before the sword light could reach, the arrow was already loosed. Whoosh! The emerald arrow, shimmering with a faint glow, arced through the air, striking the silver light with precision. Astonishingly, the arrow did not shatter upon impact. Instead, it pierced through the sword light and continued onward, landing with a thud at the feet of the emissary. In that instant, countless resilient vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the emissary's legs with relentless tenacity. The vines tightened with each struggle, and the emissary writhed in agony, unable to escape their grasp. "What sorcery is this?" the other 2 emissaries exclaimed in shock, taken aback by the girl's arrow's bizarre capabilities. Ignoring them, the girl readied another arrow, aiming it at the lead emissary, and coldly commanded, "Leave this place, or this will be your fate." The lead emissary's expression darkened. He glanced at his ensnared companion and then at the ominous mist on the opposite bank, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He understood that the girl wielded an uncanny power, and the fog appeared perilous. Any forceful assault could result in dire consequences. "Let us retreat," he gritted through clenched teeth, addressing the other emissary. "Report to our master that Xiao Long has entered a strange forest, home to a woman who can control plants." With that, he and his companion turned to flee, disregarding their ensnared comrade. Watching the emissaries vanish, the girl exhaled in relief. She waved her hand, causing the vines to retract and vanish. The incapacitated emissary collapsed to the ground, pallid and panic-stricken, hastily scrambling away. "They have departed." The girl turned to Xiao Long, a smile gracing her lips. "Let us cross the river swiftly. We must reach the sacred ground before sunset, lest the watchers emerge to patrol." Xiao Long nodded, following the girl to the stream's edge. The water was frigid. As he stepped in, a chilling sensation coursed through him. His right leg, having cramped from their earlier sprint, made each step arduous. The girl noticed his struggle, grasped his hand once more, and infused him with a warm energy, alleviating his pain. Together, they supported one another, traversing the stream until at last they set foot on the opposite shore. As he stepped onto the land, Xiao Long felt enveloped by an eerie presence, an ancient and somnolent energy akin to a colossal beast slumbering for millennia. Though non-aggressive, it instilled a profound awe within him. He gazed into the surrounding mist, which bore a faint green hue, limiting visibility to less than 10 paces. Subtle sounds whispered through the fog, reminiscent of rustling leaves or the breaths of unseen creatures. "This is the Xinyanji Lin," the girl's voice deepened. pulling Xiao Long's hand to guide him deeper into the mist. Do not speak. Do not touch the trees here. Follow closely. Otherwise, you will be assimilated by the forest. Alarmed, Xiao Long adhered closely to the girl, wary and alert. He sensed that every tree and blade of grass in this forest seemed alive, silently observing him, the intruder. Chapter 44. The misty illusion. Upon entering the mist of the Shimenji Lin, Xiao Long felt as though he had crossed into another realm. The coolness of the surrounding fog was not biting but rather soothing, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. However, this tranquility was swiftly supplanted by a vague unease as visibility dwindled. The outlines of trees became indistinct, replaced by enormous shadowy figures that loomed ominously, as if monstrous entities were poised to strike. Strangely, the sounds of the forest had vanished. The previously audible chirps of birds and hums of insects were replaced by an overwhelming silence. Only the footsteps of Xiao Long and the girl echoed through the mist, unnaturally amplified, making it difficult for him to discern their source. Do not look at the shadows around you. Follow my steps. The girl's voice emerged from the fog, tinged with caution. These shadows are part of the misty illusion. They can induce hallucinations. Once ensnared by these illusions, one may become eternally lost here. A shiver ran down Xiao Long's spine. He immediately averted his gaze, focusing intently on the girl's figure, unwilling to glance at the surrounding shadows. He sensed an invisible force within the mist attempting to invade his consciousness, lulling him towards slumber and deception. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette materialized before him. It was the Wolf King. Standing within the mist, the Wolf King's silvery gray fur shimmered with a soft glow, his amber eyes fixed on Xiao Long, filled with urgency, as if urging him to hasten his pace. Wolf King? Xiao Long's heart leaped with joy. He instinctively moved forward but abruptly recalled the girl's warning. Shaking his head vigorously, he looked back at the apparition, only to find the Wolf King's form blurring and vanishing, replaced by a gnarled ancient tree, its branches swaying like human arms in the fog. It was an illusion. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Long's forehead. He had not anticipated the strength of this misty illusion, capable of easily infiltrating his consciousness. Concentrate your mind. Envision what you most wish to protect, and you shall resist the illusion. The girl's voice echoed once more. She glanced back at Xiao Long, noticing his pallor, aware that he had fallen under the illusion's influence. Utilize the power of Mother Earth within you to shield your consciousness. The illusion cannot reach you. Xiao Long nodded, focusing intently as he summoned the faint energy of the earth veins within him, simultaneously clutching the fragment of the sacred artifact. The earthy glow emanating from the artifact enveloped his consciousness like a sturdy barrier, repelling the illusory forces in the mist. Indeed, as the energy and light spread, the illusions around him dissipated instantaneously, revealing the true forms of the trees once more. Thank you, Xiao Long expressed to the girl, gratitude evident in his voice. Had it not been for her warning, he might have succumbed to the illusion, lost forever within this forest. The girl smiled gently, choosing not to respond, but quickened her pace. The two individuals traversed through the mist for approximately half an hour, when suddenly, the fog ahead began to thin, revealing a faint green luminescence. As they drew closer, the radiance intensified, and a vibrant essence of life enveloped them, invigorating Xiao Long's spirit. They were nearing the periphery of the sacred ground. A hint of a smile graced the maiden's face as she pointed towards the luminous glow, saying, "The ancestor tree resides at the heart of the sacred ground, and the spring of life lies at its roots. Drinking from this spring will heal your wounds and cleanse your toxins." Following her gesture, Xiao Long observed that the fog had entirely dissipated, unveiling an expansive clearing. At the center of this space stood a colossal ancient tree, towering several times higher than the surrounding foliage. Its trunk was so robust that it would require the embrace of many individuals, while its dense branches and leaves resembled a miniature forest, shimmering with a gentle green glow and exuding a potent vitality. Is this the ancestor tree? Xiao Long's heart brimmed with awe. He could sense that the vitality emanating from the ancestor tree surpassed that of any plant he had ever encountered, even purer than the azure light of the Jinyu Bay. He felt the earth vein energy within him pulsating slowly, resonating with the essence of the ancestor tree. The ancestor tree is the heart of this forest and the guardian of we, the Lin Zhuzhe, the maiden stated, approaching the tree with reverence and bowing deeply. Turning to Xiao Long, she continued, "We, the Lin Zhuzhe, have been safeguarding the ancestor tree for generations, relying on its power for our existence. The ancestor tree can perceive the essence of every being that enters the forest. It has already informed me that you carry the blessing of the Mother of Earth and are recognized by it." The blessing of the Mother of Earth? Xiao Long inquired. Puzzled. It refers to the earth vein power and the fragments of the sacred artifact that you possess, the maiden elucidated. The Mother of Earth is the deity that nurtures all beings, and the ancestor tree is her offspring. Thus it can sense the power within you. Our elders have said that the blessing of the Mother of Earth is granted only to those who protect nature and combat evil. Xiao Long experienced an epiphany, realizing the profound significance of his earth vein power and the sacred artifact fragments. By the way, what was the prophecy you mentioned earlier? He suddenly recalled and could not help but ask. The maiden's expression turned grave as she approached a branch of the ancestor tree, gently tracing its patterns. She spoke softly. The elders said that long, long ago, the ancestor tree left a prophecy. When the shadow of chaos envelopes the land and the sealing stone approaches shattering, an outsider blessed by the Mother of Earth will arrive. He will bring forth a variable that disrupts the balance, either saving this forest or leading to its destruction. The shadow of chaos? The sealing stone? Xiao Long's heart raced. He immediately thought of the chaotic malevolence of the Tao Tai. Was it not the very embodiment of the shadow of chaos? The Jinyu Bei, serving as the sealing stone for the Tao Tai, was it not the sealing stone itself? Could this prophecy be referring to him? The elders said you are that outsider. The maiden turned to him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The fragments of the sacred artifact you possess can counter the shadow of chaos, and your earth vein power can restore the sealing stone. Therefore, we must aid you in regaining your strength so that you may return and confront the shadow of chaos. Xiao Long felt overwhelmed. He had never anticipated that he would be entwined with the prophecy of this unfamiliar forest. Looking at the maiden and then at the ancestor tree before him, he suddenly perceived the weight of responsibility on his shoulders becoming even heavier. I will do my utmost, Xiao Long declared solemnly. He understood that he had to fight not only for himself, but also for the Jinyu Bei, for the Wolf King, and for this forest. To oppose the chaotic malevolence of the Tao Tai. The maiden beamed with a reassuring smile, pointing to a spring at the base of the ancestor tree. There lies the spring of life. Hurry and drink from it. After quenching your thirst, your wounds will heal swiftly. Xiao Long nodded, approaching the spring and crouching down. The spring was small, merely the size of a fist, with water shimmering faintly green, exuding a rich vitality. He cupped his hands to gather the water and drank deeply. As the water entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm essence that flowed down his throat, quickly spreading throughout his limbs. The previously frigid meridians were instantly enveloped in warmth, and the cold energy began to dissipate rapidly. The toxins in his left arm were gradually purged by the essence, and he felt a tingling sensation at the side of his severed arm, as if new bones and muscles were beginning to grow. Xiao Long closed his eyes, sensing the changes within him. He felt the cyclone in his dantian spinning rapidly, and the earth vein energy grew increasingly potent, with the strength he had lost gradually returning. Just then, the maiden's expression suddenly turned tense as she listened intently, then urgently warned Xiao Long. This is not good. The night watchers have been alerted. They are approaching. Xiao Long opened his eyes and asked, puzzled, the night watchers? Who are they? The night watchers are the guardians of the ancestor tree and the enforcers of the sleeping forest, the maiden replied, her voice tinged with urgency. They are formed from the ancient trees of the forest, possessing immense power, and they do not tolerate outsiders near the ancestor tree. If captured, one would be transformed into nutrients for the forest. We must leave swiftly and reach the elders' dwelling. Only the elders can stop them. With that, the maiden grasped Xiao Long's hand, hastily leading him to the other side of the ancestor tree. As Xiao Long glanced back, he saw several towering figures emerging from the mist. These figures stood 3 zhang tall, composed entirely of ancient wood, with arms formed from robust branches and feet deeply rooted in the ground, their eyes glinting like gemstones radiating an eerie green light as they trudged towards the ancestor tree. The night watchers. A sense of dread gripped Xiao Long. He sensed that each of these beings emanated an aura equivalent to the peak of the Linghai realm, even more formidable than the Longwen Heihu. He dared not delay and followed the maiden as they sprinted toward the elder's abode. Chapter 45. The Sunset Crisis. The footfalls of the night watchers resonated like the collapse of great timber, echoing ominously through the sleeping forest. Each step sent tremors through the ground, causing the branches of the ancestor tree to sway. Xiao Long, pulled by the maiden, ran desperately forward. He felt the night watchers drawing ever closer, their ancient and majestic presence casting a shadow over him, quickening his breath. Though the night watchers moved slowly, they could sense the presence of intruders. No matter where they fled, they would be tracked. The maiden's voice held a note of urgency as she glanced back, witnessing the figures of the night watchers becoming increasingly distinct in the mist. Their branch-like arms waved in the air, seemingly summoning the surrounding vines. And they possessed the ability to control the flora of the sleeping forest. Soon, the vines around them would be mobilized to obstruct their escape. As her words fell, Xiao Long felt the ground beneath him tremble violently. He looked down to see countless emerald vines surging from the earth, rapidly entwining around his feet. Be cautious, Xiao Long warned the maiden, channeling the earth-vein energy within him into his left foot, then forcefully stomping the ground. Boom! The earthy energy erupted from the ground, shattering the encroaching vines. However, the sheer volume of the vines was overwhelming. As one batch was destroyed, another emerged from the earth, as if they were endless. This cannot continue. Xiao Long's expression turned grave. He sensed his earth-vein energy rapidly depleting. Although the water from the spring of life had restored some of his strength, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the vines for much longer. The maiden also recognized the severity of the situation. She withdrew several verdant arrows from the vine pouch, swiftly knocking them onto her bow, and then aimed at the vines behind her. The moment the arrows struck the ground, a few spiky plants sprouted, temporarily obstructing the pursuit of the vines. Ahead lay the dwelling of the elder. The young girl pointed toward a cluster of wooden houses not far ahead, declaring that if they could reach there, the elder would harness the power of the ancestral tree to halt the night watchers. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Xiao Long beheld through the mist ahead a vague outline of wooden structures, surrounded by a profusion of vines adorned with vibrant blossoms, emitting a delicate fragrance. This was surely the village of the Linju. The two hastened their pace towards the wooden houses. However, the pursuit of the night watchers grew increasingly relentless. Their branch-like arms were already reaching towards Xiao Long's back, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, a familiar beastly roar echoed from the nearby mist. Xiao Long turned to see the Longwen Heihu emerging from the fog. Its scales shimmering with a dark crimson glow, the dragon pattern on its forehead illuminated as it unleashed a plume of eerie violet flames at the night watchers. Although the dark flames did not ignite their wooden forms, they considerably slowed their movements. The night watchers turned, letting out a low, menacing growl towards the Longwen Heihu, then split into two, lunging at the beast. It is the Heihu. It is aiding us. A surge of joy filled Xiao Long's heart. He had not anticipated that this ancient creature would come to his assistance once more. The girl, too, displayed her astonishment, gazing at the Longwen Heihu and murmuring, I never expected even the forest's sovereign would acknowledge you. It appears you truly are the variable foretold in the prophecy. Seizing the opportunity while the night watchers were preoccupied with the black tiger, the two accelerated towards the wooden house, finally arriving at its entrance. Surrounding the wooden structure stood several individuals clad in animal skins, likely the Linju. Among them, an elderly man with graying hair stood at the doorway, his expression grave as he observed the approaching night watchers. Elder, the girl called out, tugging Xiao Long as they rushed to the elder's side. We are being pursued by the night watchers. They do not accept outsiders. The elder nodded, his gaze settling upon Xiao Long with a scrutinizing look before he spoke slowly. I have sensed it. There is the blessing of Mother Earth upon him, as well as the aura of the chaotic shadow. The night watchers attack him because they perceive the threat of the chaotic shadow. Xiao Long was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the elder could detect the chaotic energy emanating from him. Elder, he is the outsider foretold in the prophecy. We must assist him, the girl urged. The elder nodded and turned to the Linju behind him, commanding, activate the ancestral tree barrier to fend off the night watchers. The villagers immediately sprang into action, approaching the vines encircling the wooden house, placing their hands upon them and infusing them with a surge of green energy. The vines instantly swelled, intertwining rapidly to form a verdant barrier, safeguarding the wooden dwelling. At that moment, the night watchers had broken free from the Longwen Heihu's entanglement and had reached the wooden house. They gazed upon the green barrier, unleashing furious roars before striking it with their branch-like arms. Bang! The barrier jolted violently, its green glow dimming significantly, yet it still held against the night watchers' assault. Their strength was formidable. The barrier could not withstand for long. The elder's expression grew grave as he looked at Xiao Long and said, Outsider, you must establish a connection with the ancestral tree swiftly. Only then will the tree acknowledge you, and the night watchers cease their attack. How can I establish this connection? Xiao Long inquired urgently. Utilize your earth vein power and the essence of the sacred relic fragments to infuse the roots of the ancestral tree, the elder instructed, pointing toward the direction of the ancestral tree. The main root lies beneath the wooden house. You must enter the hidden chamber, locate the main root, and inject your power into it. However, be cautious. When you inject your power, your mind must be devoid of any distractions, or you will be repelled by the tree's power. Xiao Long nodded, intending to follow the elder into the wooden house, when he suddenly felt a surge of intense danger. The sunlight in the sky was rapidly vanishing, replaced by a dark crimson dusk. The sun has set. The girl's voice trembled with fear. After sunset, the strength of the night watchers will triple. The barrier will no longer hold against them. Xiao Long looked up at the sky, witnessing the sun dip below the horizon, leaving only the last remnants of twilight. In the distance, the night watchers' eerie green glow surged, their presence now more terrifying as they launched another assault on the barrier. Bang! This time, the barrier's glow faded dramatically, fissures appearing upon its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. Quickly, follow me. The elder urgently grasped Xiao Long and led him into the hidden chamber of the wooden house. The chamber was small, measuring only about 10 feet on each side, with a circular recess in the center revealing a robust tree root. This was the main root of the ancestral tree. The main root, a deep brown, was adorned with green patterns, emanating a vibrant life force. Quickly, infuse your power into the main root, the elder urged. Without hesitation, Xiao Long approached the recess, crouched down, placed both hands upon the main root, and summoned the earth vein energy and the essence of the sacred relic fragments from within himself, slowly injecting them into the root. As soon as his power entered the main root, Xiao Long felt a tremendous pulling force emanating from it, drawing the earth vein energy and sacred relic essence from his body at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, a vast torrent of information surged into his consciousness. It was the memory of the ancestral tree. He witnessed the tree's birth, the emergence of the Lin Ju Jia, the first arrival of the chaotic shadow upon the earth, and the birth of the sealing stone. Finally, he glimpsed a hazy image, a boy imbued with earth vein power, wielding the sacred relic, standing before the Jinyu monument, confronting a colossal Tao Dai. Is this a vision of the future? A jolt of realization struck Xiao Long. At that moment, a violent tremor resonated from outside the chamber, followed by the anguished cries of the Lin Ju Jia. The barrier had been breached. The night watchers had invaded. Chapter 46. The Pursuit in the Mist. The girl's palms were damp with cool sweat, yet she clutched Xiao Long's wrist tightly. Her grip so fierce it felt as though it might embed itself in his flesh. Her bare ankles tread softly over the carpet of decaying leaves, making not a sound. Only the occasional rustle of her skirt brushing against the vines broke the silence, a testament to the Lin Ju Jia's ancestral skill of silent passage through the forest, now tinged with urgency due to the looming threat behind them. Each step Xiao Long took felt as if he were dismantling his own body. His right arm was tightly bound to his side. The fractured humerus, though roughly realigned, continued to rub painfully against muscle with every jolt, sending waves of spasms coursing through him, cold sweat trickling down his spine and soaking the tattered fabric on his back. The most agonizing part was the residual chill within him. The coldness that had spread from the eerie blue dagger now seemed to penetrate his very marrow. Each breath exhaling mist, and any exertion felt like ice shards piercing his organs. Hurry, there are guiding vines in the mist ahead, follow them. The girl's voice was low yet brimming with urgency. As she turned, Xiao Long caught a glimpse of her clear eyes reflecting the mist behind them. The once pale green fog now shimmered with a bronze hue, as if some immense entity stirred within. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps became unmistakable. This was not the sound of human feet, but rather something akin to colossal trees dragging along stone, each thud making the ground tremble slightly, causing the pebbles hidden beneath the decaying leaves to quiver. Xiao Long turned abruptly, seeing the outlines of several trees materializing in the fog. They towered over 10 meters high, their trunks so thick that 5 men would be required to encircle one, their bark a dark green, laden with calluses, resembling giants clad in bronze armor from a distance. The most terrifying aspect lies in their branches. The once supple twigs have now transformed into long spears forged from pure steel, reaching skyward, while the descending aerial roots resemble robust serpents, slithering across the ground, crushing decaying leaves into powder and violently tearing apart vines. This is the awakened form of the Nightwatch ancient trees. They have uprooted themselves from the earth. For the first time, fear crept into the girl's voice. Typically, they remained at the periphery of the slumbering forest, but now they have pursued us, undoubtedly roused by the chilling aura emanating from you. Xiao Long's heart sank. He immediately comprehended that these ancient trees were not mere plants. They were sentinels imbued with consciousness by some unseen force. And the wound inflicted by the azure dagger upon him now shone like a beacon, revealing his identity as an outsider. Just then, the mist to his left was suddenly cleaved apart, by a tremendous force. An aerial root, as thick as a bowl, surged forth like a great python, accompanied by a howling wind, aiming directly for Xiao Long's back. The root's tip, still smeared with moist earth and moss, emitted a metallic sheen, clearly possessing a hardness surpassing that of steel. Be careful. The girl's reaction was astonishingly swift. She forcefully pushed Xiao Long to the right, while she herself crouched low, narrowly evading another aerial root that sprang forth from the mist. Xiao Long stumbled and fell to the ground, a sharp pain in his right arm causing his vision to darken as he nearly lost consciousness. As he attempted to brace himself and rise, he witnessed the mist aerial root crash violently into the spot where he had just stood, instantly creating a half-foot deep trench in the ground, scattering debris and decaying leaves that splattered across his face. Don't just stand there. Their roots will follow the vibrations, the girl urged, pulling him up while retrieving a handful of verdant powder from a pouch at her waist, which she scattered upon the ground behind them. In an instant, the powder rapidly sprouted into a patch of tiny clover, its leaves wilting towards the direction of the mist, a warning herb of the forest dwellers, capable of sensing encroaching danger. Indeed, within mere moments, the earth beneath the wilted clover began to swell, and an aerial root erupted from the soil, but having lost its target, it writhed frantically in place, sending stones flying in every direction. Follow me. The girl grasped Xiao Long's hand and sprinted towards the denser mist. Her footsteps, no longer silent upon the leaves, deliberately tread upon certain protruding roots, each step producing a subtle humming sound, activating the ley lines within the slumbering forest, attempting to disrupt the pursuit of the Nightwatch ancient trees using the forest's own power. Xiao Long followed closely, not daring to slacken his pace. He discerned the footsteps behind them drawing ever nearer. The bronze-hued mist had already crept to his heels, and the air was saturated with a damp earthiness, tinged with a faint aroma of resin, an adhesive secretion from the Nightwatch ancient trees, which, upon contact, would ensnare him as if bound by glue. Up ahead, do you see that patch of glowing vines? The girl suddenly pointed forward. Xiao Long followed her gaze and glimpsed a tangle of vines shrouded in mist, adorned with tiny white blossoms that emitted a faint green luminescence, resembling a string of guiding lanterns. Just as they were about to approach the vines, a low, resonant hum reverberated through the mist. This was not the sound of footsteps, but rather a resonant tolling akin to a bell being struck. Instantly, Xiao Long observed several Nightwatch ancient trees halt in their tracks, their trunks slowly revealing eyes, depressions filled with amber crystals that refracted the light of the mist, resembling emotionless pupils, fixating intently upon Xiao Long. This is bad. They are preparing to unleash the root prison. The girl's complexion turned pale. The moment she spoke, the ground beneath Xiao Long trembled violently. He sensed something swiftly moving beneath the soil, and then countless slender roots erupted from the earth, akin to a swarm of needles, coiling around his ankles. Though these roots were diminutive, they were extraordinarily resilient. Once ensnared, they would rapidly grow, forming an inescapable prison. Without hesitation, Xiao Long summoned the remaining ley line energy within him, channeling it into his left foot, then forcefully stomped the ground. The ley line tremored. A yellowish light radiated from the center of his foot, spreading outward. The earth quaked violently, snapping the newly emerged slender roots, reducing them to mere wood shavings scattered across the ground. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. The Nightwatch ancient trees emitted another resonant hum, and more roots emerged from deeper underground, this time thicker and sturdier, even capable of displacing the cobblestones on the surface. This won't do. Your ley line energy won't last long, the girl exclaimed anxiously, observing the approaching Nightwatch ancient trees. Gritting her teeth as if making a momentous decision, she instructed, "You hide behind those guiding vines. I will attempt to communicate with them." As Xiao Long opened his mouth to protest, the girl had already pushed him behind the guiding vines. He watched as she turned to face the Nightwatch ancient trees, her figure appearing particularly fragile amidst the bronze-hued mist, a sense of worry swelling within him. He gripped the azure dagger concealed within his garments, ready to spring forth at a moment's notice. No matter what, he could not allow this girl, who had saved him, to fall into peril. Chapter 47. The Serenade of Nature. The girl stood between the Nightwatch ancient trees and the guiding vines, her form enveloped by the bronze mist, appearing exceedingly diminutive. She took a deep breath, slowly extending her arms, closing her eyes, and began to chant. It was not a human language, but rather a whisper akin to the murmurs of nature. Initially, it was a faint melody, reminiscent of the rustling of leaves in the wind, gradually evolving into a prolonged tone, like water cascading over rocks, or birds chirping in the morning light. As she chanted, a soft emerald glow began to emanate from her, pulsing rhythmically like breath, resonating marvelously with the surrounding mist, which gradually took on a tinge of green. Xiao Long, hidden behind the guiding vines, held his breath, captivated. He could sense that the girl's chant was imbued with a pure force of nature, devoid of any aggression, filled solely with goodwill and supplication. This force evoked memories of the essence of the spring of life, warm and embracing, effortlessly dispelling his defenses. The actions of the Night Watch ancient trees indeed slowed. Their spear-like branches ceased to point forward, gently drooping instead, while the writhing aerial roots halted their movements, merely swaying in place as if attuned to the girl's chant. The once cold light in the amber tree eyes softened, losing some of its prior hostility. They are listening. A surge of joy filled Xiao Long's heart. The girl's chant continued, her voice growing louder yet maintaining a natural rhythm. Her body began to rotate slowly, the emerald glow expanding with her movements, enveloping the ground around them. On the ground, the broken slender roots began to sprout anew. The wilted clover regained its vitality, and even a few white flowers emerged from the soil, gently swaying in rhythm with the chant. Several palm-sized forest spirits fluttered out from the mist, their bodies entirely green with translucent wings that scattered glimmering motes as they flitted about. The forest spirits danced around the girl, emitting crisp chirps as if providing accompaniment to her chant. However, when the girl's chant mentioned outsiders and the spring of life, the response from the Night Watch ancient trees shifted abruptly. The tallest of the ancient trees emitted a rapid, urgent hum, as if questioning. Its trunk tilted slightly, and once more, the amber eyes locked onto the direction where Xiao Long hid, the branches rising again, pointing towards him behind the guiding vines. Evidently, while they could sense the girl's goodwill, they could not accept the presence of Xiao Long as an outsider, especially with the still healing wound upon him, which exuded a faint, chilling aura, utterly at odds with the natural force of the slumbering forest. The other guardian ancient trees also began to emit a low hum, their sounds infused with vigilance and rejection. Their aerial roots started to writhe once more, and the roots on the ground resurfaced, this time targeting not just Xiao Long's ankles, but the entire area of the guiding vine, as if intent on sealing it off completely. They still would not accept the girl's song, which had ceased, revealing her pallid complexion, clearly drained from the exertion of her earlier chanting. She turned to Xiao Long, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. His wound still radiated a chilling aura, the essence of the shadow of chaos, to which the guardian ancient trees were particularly sensitive. They feared he would taint the fountain of life. A weight settled in Xiao Long's heart. He understood the girl's words were true, the wound left by the azure dagger, although superficially healed, still harbored deep-seated coldness, a remnant of some mysterious force, originating from the same source as the chaotic malevolence of the Tao Dai, thus naturally repelling the ancient trees guarding the forest. At that moment, the shard of the sacred object in his arms began to tremble slightly. A yellowish light emanated from the fragment, penetrating through his clothing and illuminating Xiao Long's chest. This glow was no longer the feeble flicker of a firefly, but rather warm and substantial, akin to sunlight gracing the earth, imbued with the essence of all-encompassing vitality. Remarkably, this light resonated with the emerald glow surrounding the girl, intertwining to form a yellow-green beam that stretched towards the guardian ancient trees. A thought suddenly sparked in Xiao Long's mind. He bore the pain in his right arm and slowly emerged from behind the guiding vine, stepping beside the girl. He did not approach the guardian ancient trees directly, but paused, extending his left hand to rest against the trunk of a smaller guardian ancient tree nearby. He did not channel the earth vein energy to attack. Instead, he focused his consciousness in his palm, conveying his intention that he was not there to destroy the forest, but to seek vitality. The chill emanating from him was not of his own choosing, but a result of an enemy's ambush. He needed the power of the fountain of life to return and confront the shadow of chaos, to protect more lives. Simultaneously, he gradually infused the remaining earth vein energy within him into his palm, sending it along the trunk to the smaller guardian ancient tree. This earth vein energy bore no aggression. Rather, it was laden with the weight of the earth and life, as if communicating with the roots of the ancient tree. Initially, the smaller ancient tree showed no reaction, its trunk remaining cold and unyielding. However, as the earth vein energy continued to flow and the shard of the sacred object illuminated it, the trunk of the ancient tree began to emanate a hint of warmth. The amber eyes of the tree gradually lost their cold luminescence, replaced by a curious expression. "It is sensing your essence," the girl exclaimed with delight. "Continue to convey your intent without any distractions." Xiao Long nodded, persisting in transmitting his thoughts and earth vein energy to the ancient tree. He could feel the roots of the ancient tree connecting with his earth vein energy underground, and he could hear the ancient tree responding with an ancient and pure consciousness, filled with reverence for life and rejection of chaos, yet also recognizing the essence of the earth. The tallest ancient tree at the forefront took note of this scene. It ceased its humming, the amber eyes fixated on the spot of Xiao Long's palm and the shard of the sacred object on his chest, its branches swaying slightly as if in contemplation. Just then, a faint rustling sound emerged from the distance. Both Xiao Long and the girl turned to look, witnessing a golden speck fall from the depths of the slumbering forest, where the mist was thickest. The speck drifted slowly, landing upon the branches of the tallest guardian ancient tree. The moment the speck touched the branches, the trunk of the ancient tree glimmered with a faint golden light, and a flash of understanding flickered in its amber eyes. "It is the ancestor tree," the girl exclaimed excitedly. "The ancestor tree has sensed the commotion here. It is conveying instructions to the guardian ancient trees." Indeed, after contacting the golden speck, the tallest ancient tree gradually lowered its raised branches. It emitted a deep and prolonged hum, this time devoid of hostility, infused only with a sense of acknowledgement. The other guardian ancient trees followed suit, lowering their branches, the twisting aerial roots and ground roots gradually retracting underground, and the bronze mist transforming back into a gentle green. The crisis had finally been averted. "They have consented to let us pass." The girl sighed with relief, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She grasped Xiao Long's hand, urging him towards the depths of the slumbering forest. "Hurry, the ancestor tree is guiding us. The fountain of life is just ahead." Xiao Long cast a glance back at the guardian ancient trees, which had re-established their roots in the ground, returning to their ordinary ancient tree forms, their amber eyes still faintly shimmering as if bidding them farewell. Gratitude filled his heart. Had it not been for the girl's singing, the resonance of the sacred object, and the ancestor tree's approval, he might have become nourishment for the ancient trees. The two ran through the gentle green mist, and soon, the haze ahead became thin. A rich vitality surged towards them, invigorating Xiao Long's spirit. He knew the fountain of life lay just ahead. Chapter 48. The prophecy of the ancestor tree. As he passed through the final layer of mist, Xiao Long felt as if he had stepped into another realm. Before him lay not the dim forest, but a valley encircled by ringed mountain walls. The walls were adorned with verdant vines, blossoming with flowers of various hues. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the petals to flutter down like snowflakes, filling the air with a captivating fragrance. The valley floor was blanketed with soft green grass, dewdrops glistening upon the blades as sunlight streamed through the crevices of the mountains, refracting into a kaleidoscope of colors upon the dew. In the center of the valley, there was a spring. The spring was about 10 feet in diameter, its water crystal clear, revealing the colorful pebbles at its bottom. Water gushed forth from the center of the spring, carrying specks of green light that lingered briefly on the surface before transforming into a delicate mist that ascended, exuding a magnificent and pure life force. Merely standing beside the spring, Xiao Long felt his cells rejoicing, the pain in his severed arm and fatigue rapidly dissipating. "This is the fountain of life." The girl's voice trembled with reverence as she pointed to a colossal tree beside the spring. "That is the ancestor tree, the soul of the slumbering forest." Xiao Long followed her gaze, instantly rendered speechless by the sight of the giant tree, towering over 100 feet. Its trunk was so thick that it would take several people to encircle it. The bark was a deep brown, etched with ancient patterns, each line resembling a winding river, chronicling the passage of time. The canopy cast a shadow over the entire valley, its leaves forming a massive green umbrella. Most wondrously, golden beams of light flowed among the branches, reminiscent of a starry river, radiating a warm and vast aura that inspired awe. This is the ancestor tree, an ancient tree that has lived for countless millennia, the life-giving tree that nurtures the entire slumbering forest. Hurry and enter. The water of the fountain of life can heal all your wounds, including that chilling curse, the girl urged, her eyes filled with anticipation. But remember, do not be greedy. The energy of the spring water is too pure, absorbing too much at once may overwhelm your veins. Xiao Long nodded, approaching the spring, shedding his tattered garments until only his shorts remained. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the water. As the water barely covered his ankles, he felt a cool aura spreading from the soles of his feet. Yet this chill was not piercing. Rather, it bore a gentle warmth, like a mother's hand tenderly caressing him. He continued towards the center of the spring, and as the water reached his knees, a tremendous surge of life energy suddenly erupted from the spring, flooding into his body through his skin. Xiao Long could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. He could distinctly feel the vibrant life energy coursing through his limbs like countless tiny streams. The area where his right arm had been fractured, which had continued to ache, now sent a tingling sensation through him, and he could see the callus rapidly forming, the broken bone reconnecting, while the muscles and skin healed at a visibly accelerated pace. The wound on his shoulder, left by a shadowy blue dagger, emanated a faint black mist, which dissipated swiftly under the embrace of life energy, akin to melting snow, leaving behind only a faint red mark as the granulation tissue writhed eagerly. The meridians within him were also undergoing transformation. The channels previously frozen by coldness were now unblocked, revitalized by the dual cleansing of life energy and the essence of the earth, becoming even broader and more resilient than before. The cyclone in his dantian spun rapidly, replenishing the previously depleted essence of the earth, hinting at a potential breakthrough into a higher realm. Xiao Long closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in the process of absorbing the life energy. Following the maiden's advice, he refrained from greedily hoarding the energy, instead storing the excess within the cyclone of his dantian, reserving only a portion to mend his bodily injuries. He could sense a profound transformation occurring within him. Not only were his wounds healing, but his senses were also sharpening. He could hear the breathing of the sentinel ancient trees beyond the valley, smell the subtle fragrance of petals falling, and even perceive the rhythm of light flowing between the branches of the ancestral tree. After a while, Xiao Long slowly opened his eyes. He stepped out of the spring and moved his body. His right arm had completely healed. Although he could not yet engage in strenuous activity, normal movements posed no issue. The wound on his shoulder had vanished entirely, leaving only a faint mark. The cold aura within him had been eradicated, and the essence of the earth in his dantian surged with vitality, surpassing his state prior to injury. Wonderful. Your injuries are completely healed, the maiden exclaimed joyously, jumping up like a child. Xiao Long approached her, bowing solemnly to both her and the ancestral tree, expressing his gratitude for their life-saving grace. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay the kindness of the sleeping forest. The maiden waved her hand with a smile, saying, No need to thank me. It was the ancestral tree that chose you. It said you carry the essence of the Earth Mother and are the one prophesied to combat the shadow of chaos. As soon as she finished speaking, the ancestral tree gently swayed. The golden light flowing through its leaves quickened, and a gentle, yet vast consciousness swept over Xiao Long like a spring breeze. This consciousness conveyed images and information without words, and countless scenes flashed through his mind. He witnessed the ancient era when the shadow of chaos first descended upon the earth. The malevolence of the Taotai engulfing the world, displacing countless beings. He saw the birth of the ancestral tree, sheltering a portion of life with its life energy, establishing the sleeping forest as a haven from external turmoil. He witnessed the emergence of the Jinyu Monument, observing the human cultivators forging a pact with the Earth Mother, using sacred objects to seal away the Taotai. He also discerned that although the Jinyu Monument was temporarily stable, the malevolence of the Taotai had not dissipated. Instead, under the covert guidance of Di Hao and Xian Ming, it had grown more insidious, akin to a malignant tumor buried underground. Ultimately, he glimpsed a shadow, adorned with a crow totem on its chest, lurking in the continent's shadows, secretly plotting, with goals not only targeting the Jinyu Monument, but also the sleeping forest. The consciousness concluded with a warning from the ancestral tree. The threat of the shadow of chaos was drawing closer. The sleeping forest's dormant state was about to be shattered. And Xiao Long, as the variable in the prophecy, must swiftly grow stronger. Otherwise, not only would the outside world be consumed by chaos, but the sleeping forest would also face annihilation. Simultaneously, a pure essence of life and a segment of knowledge regarding the forces of nature were imprinted deep within his heart like seeds. This essence would protect his mind in times of danger, while the knowledge encompassed the ancestral tree's understanding of nature and Earth's power, including how to communicate with plants, arrange natural formations, and harness the Earth's strength in combat. As the consciousness receded like a receding tide, the branches and leaves of the ancestral tree returned to tranquility, with only the golden light still flowing gently, as if whispering ancient secrets. Xiao Long stood in place, silent for a long while. The images and warnings transmitted by the ancestral tree weighed heavily on his heart. He had believed that stabilizing the Jinyu Monument would afford him some respite. Yet he was unprepared for the greater crisis that lay ahead. The threats posed by Di Hao, Xian Ming, the enigmatic crow forces, and the malevolence of the Taotai entwined around him like a web. Did the ancestral tree convey this to you? The maiden noticed his grave expression and gently inquired. Is the outside world more perilous than we imagined? Xiao Long nodded, his gaze firming. Indeed, it is quite dangerous. However, I must return. The Jinyu monument still requires my presence, and those threatened by the shadow of chaos need me as well. Just then, a sudden and urgent buzzing echoed from outside the valley, the voice of the sentinel ancient tree, imbued with unprecedented vigilance and unease. The maiden's expression shifted instantly. This is bad. The sentinel ancient tree is sounding the alarm. Outsiders have invaded the sleeping forest. Xiao Long sharply turned his gaze towards the valley entrance, where he saw the light green mist rapidly becoming murky, with vague silhouettes moving within it, accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing. Clearly, the intruders were not ordinary individuals, but cultivators armed with weapons. Were they from Dihao, or the mysterious crow forces? Xiao Long tightened his grip on the shadowy blue dagger concealed within his cloak, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Having just recovered, he had not yet had the chance to repay the kindness of the sleeping forest, and yet someone dared to wreak havoc here. No matter who they were, he would not allow them to succeed. Chapter 49. Invaders. The thin mist at the valley entrance suddenly stirred up a tempest. The originally gentle light green haze being forcefully torn apart by a chilling aura, revealing a pitch-black fissure. The sound of metal scraping against rock echoed from within the chasm, accompanied by heavy breathing and suppressed commands, shattering the tranquility of this secluded paradise. The maiden tightened her grip on the vine pouch at her waist, her knuckles whitening as her clear eyes lost their innocence for the first time, replaced by a deep panic. She listened intently for a moment, her voice trembling. It's the crows. They carry the aura of decay. The sentinel ancient tree's barrier has been breached. Xiao Long's heart sank to the depths. Having just emerged from the spring of life, the essence of the earth within him was still merging with the life source bestowed by the ancestral tree. Yet his nerves immediately tensed. Instinctively, he slipped into the shadow of the giant tree beside the spring, gripping the shadowy blue dagger in his left hand, while attempting to summon the natural perception imprinted by the ancestral tree within his mind. This special ability allowed him to convey information through plants, making it ideal for scouting the enemy's movements. In that moment of closing his eyes, Xiao Long felt as if he had transformed into a blade of grass within the valley. He sensed 3 cold auras breaching the mist barrier, each step laden with malice that crushed the flora beneath them. Among them, one presence was particularly refined, akin to a coiled scorpion, while the other 2, though more chaotic, still exuded a formidable ferocity. They were clad in uniform dark garments, with lifelike crow totems embroidered on their chests, the edges of which were entwined with black mist, perfectly matching the minions of the shadow of chaos depicted in the images conveyed by the ancestral tree. 3 Tiangang realm cultivators? No. Xiao Long furrowed his brow slightly. He could clearly discern that the leading figure was nearing the late stage of Tiangang, while the other 2 were at the early stage. Such a lineup could easily sweep through ordinary cultivator factions. They were not only here to hunt him down, but were also targeting the ancestral tree and the spring of life. Prepare for battle, Xiao Long whispered to the maiden, signaling her to move closer to the ancestral tree where the natural power was most concentrated, capable of providing her protection. The maiden nodded. Though nervous, she did not flinch. She clasped her hands before her chest, forming intricate symbols, while chanting ancient natural incantations. As her voice resonated, the vines within the valley began to stir ever so slightly, and the grass at her feet stood tall, akin to soldiers poised for action. At that moment, 3 silhouettes emerged from the mist and stepped into the valley. Leading the pack was a tall, gaunt man with a sinister countenance, his prominent cheekbones and hawk-like eyes betraying an unmasked greed as they swept across the fountain of life. He licked his lips, his rasping voice shattering the stillness. I cannot believe there is a source of life hidden within this decrepit forest. If the master were to learn of this, we would be handsomely rewarded. Boss, there are 2 people over there, bellowed the burly man on the right. Clutching a mountain-cleaving axe adorned with dark patterns and still dripping with the sap of the ancient guardian tree, he had evidently been the main force in breaching the barrier. On the left, a wraith-like figure toyed with 3 pitch-black shurikens, each coated in a green venom that blackened the grass upon contact. The sinister man's gaze immediately fixed on Xiao Long and the girl, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. A mere useless wretch just recovered. And a little girl who only knows how to play with vines? The guardian tree is hardly impressive. He waved his hand dismissively, coldly commanding, kill them. Seize the core of the fountain of life, and extract the spirit core of the ancient tree. Move swiftly, do not delay the master's grand undertaking. As soon as the order was given, the burly man roared, charging at Xiao Long like a rampaging bull. The mountain-cleaving axe cut through the air with a whistling sound. aimed directly at Xiao Long's head. The dark energy emanating from the axe blade, when it scraped against the air, released a nauseating stench. This decaying aura could corrode a cultivator's spiritual power. Should he be struck, not only would he be injured, but his cultivation would also regress temporarily. Xiao Long dared not meet the attack head-on. Although his injuries had healed and his strength had even increased, his right arm's bones were not fully restored. Engaging with such a powerful blow would likely result in further injury. He summoned the earth's vital energy beneath his feet, gliding sideways like a willow catkin, narrowly evading the axe's edge. Simultaneously, his left hand brandished a ghostly blue dagger, striking towards the burly man's wrist, targeting the flaw in his defense. If he could force him to let go, the assault could be mitigated. Humph! Trying to sneak attack? The burly man, seasoned in battle, swiftly turned his wrist, using the axe handle to block the dagger with precision. The clash rang out like a bell, and Xiao Long felt a tremendous force transmit through the dagger, causing his arm to tingle slightly. Yet he had anticipated this, using the recoil to retreat while simultaneously channeling the natural power bestowed by the ancestral tree. Earth, bind. The ground beneath the burly man suddenly became treacherous, 3 resilient vines erupting from the soil, coiling around his ankles. These vines, nourished by the fountain of life, were not only incredibly strong but also capable of absorbing a cultivator's spiritual power, making them a formidable weapon against such brute force opponents. What in the world? The burly man stumbled, his assault abruptly halted. Enraged, he swung his axe to sever the vines, only to find more emerging from the ground, ensnaring his legs like endless tendrils. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Long's eyes sharpened, his form moving like a shadow, the ghostly blue dagger lunging once more, this time aimed directly at the burly man's throat. The dagger shimmered with a faint spatial power, its speed nearly leaving an afterimage, seemingly destined for success. "You wretched fool!" A cold voice suddenly rang out from the side. The sinister man had somehow moved, flicking his fingers to unleash a thread-thin wisp of black energy that struck the side of the ghostly blue dagger with uncanny precision. Xiao Long felt a bone-chilling force spread through the dagger, his entire left arm going numb, his attack forcefully interrupted. He staggered back a few steps, his heart racing with tumultuous waves. The sinister man's strength was far beyond what he had anticipated. The earlier black energy not only nullified his attack, but nearly invaded his meridians. Had it not been for the protective nature of the life source bestowed by the ancestral tree, he would have likely been wounded. Interesting, the sinister man narrowed his eyes, appraising Xiao Long. To emerge from the fountain of life with such strength, it seems the effects of this water are beyond my expectations. He licked his lips, his greed intensifying. Once I eliminate you, I shall indulge in the essence of this life source. On the other side, the girl was locked in combat with the wraith-like man. His movements were exceedingly elusive, flitting between the vines like a specter, launching his pitch-black shurikens, each aimed at the girl's vital points. The venom on the shurikens was highly corrosive. Upon striking the ground, it left dark pockmarks, overwhelming even the grass nourished by the fountain of life. The girl moved gracefully like a butterfly, her toes lightly touching the fallen petals to gain altitude, skillfully evading the shurikens. Her hands danced rapidly, her incantations growing more fervent as the vines in the valley responded to her command, weaving and growing like soldiers responding to orders, forming green nets that continuously ensnared the wraith-like man. "Is that all you can do, little girl? Just dodge?" The wraith-like man cackled, suddenly accelerating, transforming into 3 afterimages that converged on the girl from different directions. This was his signature technique, shadow clone, where only one was the true body, but the afterimages could also attack, effectively confusing his opponent. The girl paled slightly, though she could manipulate natural forces. Her practical experience was far inferior to his. Faced with the sudden onslaught of 3 afterimages, she faltered for a moment. As one shuriken was about to pierce her shoulder, she hurriedly summoned vines to form a barrier in front of her. Thud! The shuriken penetrated the vines, grazing the girl's shoulder and leaving a small wound. The moment it appeared, it festered with black venom, a sense of paralysis quickly spreading. "Haha, you've been struck by my corrupted bone poison. You won't last long." The wraith-like man chuckled with growing satisfaction, his figure speeding up to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Xiao Long moved unexpectedly, ignoring the numbness in his left arm. He forcibly summoned the Earth's vital energy, propelling himself towards the wraith-like man like an arrow released from its bow, the ghostly blue dagger curving toward the man's back. He knew that if the girl fell, he would be caught between 2 foes, and he had to support her quickly. "Get away." The wraith-like man sensed the threat from behind and had no choice but to abandon his attack on the girl, turning to defend. His shurikens rained down like a storm, forming a black arrow barrage that enveloped Xiao Long. Xiao Long's eyes gleamed with cold light. He did not flinch. He infused the life source gifted by the ancestral tree into the earth's vital energy. His left hand coalescing a rich earthen glow mixed with a hint of pale green natural power, slamming it down onto the ground. Crack the earth. A thunderous sound erupted as the ground shook violently, several stout stone spikes erupting from the earth, not only blocking the shurikens, but also piercing towards the wraith-like man. This strike, merging the power of the earth and nature, far exceeded his previous attacks, and the stone spikes were entwined with binding vines. Should they strike true, the consequences would be dire. The wraith-like man's expression shifted in alarm. He had not anticipated Xiao Long's formidable strength. He hastily retreated, but inadvertently stepped on the spirit-binding vines laid by the girl earlier. The vines instantly coiled around his ankles. Although he struggled to break free, it delayed his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Long accelerated once more. The ghostly blue dagger aimed straight for the wraith-like man's chest. The dagger's spatial power shimmered subtly, making it impossible for the opponent to predict its trajectory. Seeking death, the sinister man, no longer a mere spectator, finally intervened. He flickered, appearing before the wraith-like man in an instant, his gnarled hand infused with dense black energy, reaching for the ghostly blue dagger. His speed was astonishing. Xiao Long hardly had time to react, helplessly watching as the man's hand neared the dagger. A grand and ancient resonance suddenly echoed from the heart of the valley. The branches and leaves of the Zumu stirred autonomously in the absence of wind, as golden ribbons of light flowed swiftly like the Milky Way, enveloping the entire valley in an overwhelming natural will. The vines on the cliffside surged with frenzied growth, resembling massive green pythons. Spilling forth towards the sinister man and the ethereal figure, the ground trembled violently as robust tree roots burst forth from the earth, akin to dragons rising, wielding the power to obliterate all in their path, striking at the invaders. It was Zumo. It had finally unleashed its true power. The sinister man's expression shifted dramatically, as he sensed a terrifying force far beyond his own locking onto him. His hand, poised to grasp his dagger, was compelled to retract, and he instead conjured a black shield before him. The vines and roots crashed against the shield like a relentless tide, producing thunderous booms, the shield quivering violently, on the brink of shattering. How could this be? The power of this ancient tree was astonishingly formidable. The sinister man felt both astonished and enraged. He had initially believed it to be merely an ordinary millennium-old tree, yet it turned out to be a spirit root capable of harnessing the natural forces of the entire valley. The fate of the ethereal figure was even more tragic. Before he could react, he was instantaneously engulfed by countless vines and roots, emitting a brief, harrowing cry before succumbing to silence. When the vines receded, only a desiccated corpse remained, drained of its life essence, with eyes wide open, filled with dread. The burly man, sensing the peril, attempted to flee but was ensnared by several stout roots that wrapped around his legs. He frantically swung his axe, striving to sever the roots, only to discover they tightened their grip. Simultaneously, a pure life force emanated from the roots, rapidly siphoning off his spiritual energy and vitality. His struggles grew increasingly futile, and he too became a lifeless husk, collapsing to the ground. In the span of mere breaths, only the sinister man remained among the three invaders. His black shield was now marred with cracks. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries from Zumu's assault. He surveyed the boundless vines and roots encircling him, a flicker of fear glinting in his eyes, soon transforming into malice. How detestable! You were fortunate this time. The sinister man bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence onto the shield. The shield instantly blazed with renewed radiance, temporarily forcing back the surrounding vines. Seizing the moment, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disregarding the fates of his subordinates, and charged towards the mist barrier from whence he had come. Attempting to escape, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. Just as he intended to pursue, he was halted by the girl. Do not chase after him. The girl shook her head, her complexion pale. He possesses a ground-escaping talisman, and the barrier of the guardian ancient tree has already been breached. Pursuing him may not yield success. More importantly, Zumu's power has been considerably drained and requires rest. Xiao Long halted his advance, gazing at Zumo. He observed that the branches and leaves had ceased their violent thrashing, and the golden ribbons of light had dimmed significantly, indicating that the recent outburst had exacted a tremendous toll on it. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent within, recognizing that the priority now was to protect Zumo, rather than hunt down the enemy. After bursting through the mist barrier, the sinister man did not depart immediately. He paused in the distant woods, glancing back towards the valley. Resentment flickering in his eyes. Xiao Long, and that accursed ancient tree. Just wait. Wherever the crow goes, all things wither. Next time, I shall return with even greater numbers to utterly annihilate this place. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the shadowy woods. Chapter 51. A new journey within the valley. The vines and roots gradually receded, leaving behind 2 desiccated corpses and a scene of devastation at the entrance. The chilly air began to dissipate, but the oppressive sensation of invasion lingered. The girl approached Xiao Long, her gaze filled with concern as she observed the lingering traces of paralysis on his arm. Are you all right? That black mist was quite strange. Let me help you treat it with Cang Lang grass. Xiao Long shook his head, flexing his left arm, and smiled. I'm fine. Zumu's life essence is protecting me. And that black mist has been dispelled. But your arm's poison injury, it's merely a minor wound. The girl smiled, pulling a vibrant green herb from her vine pouch, applying its juice to the wound on her arm. As the herb touched the injury, the black poison faded at a visible pace, the numbness dissipating as well. This is Cang Lang grass. It can neutralize most toxins and is quite common in the sleeping forest. Observing her adeptness, a warm current surged within Xiao Long. During this time, had it not been for the girl and Zumu's assistance, he might have perished long ago under the pursuit of Tianji Pavilion or the ambush of the Crow forces. He approached Zumu, deeply bowing, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for saving me, Zumu." The branches and leaves of Zumu gently swayed, as the golden ribbons of light flowed languidly. A gentle yet fatigued consciousness permeating Xiao Long's mind. Child, the threat has not dissipated. The crow is merely the vanguard. The chaos shadow is drawing near the sleeping forest. It can no longer remain dormant. The message was fragmented, clearly indicating that the recent outburst had drained a significant amount of Zumu's primordial power. Xiao Long felt a weight in his heart, understanding that Zumu's words signified a more significant crisis ahead. Since the Crow forces had located the sleeping forest, they would undoubtedly return, and next time, they might come with even greater strength. I understand. Xiao Long nodded solemnly. I will strive to grow stronger quickly and return to safeguard the sleeping forest. The branches and leaves of Zumu swayed once more, seemingly responding to his vow. Subsequently, a pure life essence overflowed from Zumu's trunk, slowly merging into Xiao Long's body. He felt this essence not only repairing the residual injuries within him, but also fortifying his meridians and dantian, enriching the earth's energy coursing through him. Concurrently, knowledge of natural formations flowed into his mind. This was Zumu's final gift, providing him with an additional means of self-protection when confronting foes. It is time to depart. Xiao Long turned to the girl, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He knew that the sleeping forest was no longer a place for prolonged stay. The Crow forces had pinpointed its location. Remaining here would only bring more danger to the sleeping forest. Moreover, there were more pressing matters awaiting him outside. The crisis of the Jinyu Steel remained unresolved, and Di Hao and Xian Ming were still scheming in the shadows. He must return swiftly to halt the spread of the chaos shadow. The girl's eyes shimmered with a trace of sadness, but she quickly regained her resolve. She nodded and softly said, I know you must leave. The outside world needs you, and the sleeping forest requires a guardian. I will work with the guardian ancient tree to restore the barrier and purify the tainted land, waiting for your return. As she spoke, she retrieved a small package wrapped in verdant leaves from her bosom, handing it to Xiao Long. Inside are Life Spring Dew and Healing Grass. Life Spring Dew can rapidly restore your spiritual energy and injuries, while Healing Grass can stabilize your realm during breakthroughs. You will encounter many dangers outside. These items may prove useful. Xiao Long accepted the package, distinctly sensing the pure life force contained within. He held the package tightly, warmth flooding his heart. Thank you. Once I resolve the crisis outside, I will certainly return to visit you and Zumo. The girl smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. All right. I will wait for you. Remember, no matter what dangers you face, do not give up. You are the variable foretold in prophecy, the hope against the chaos shadow. Xiao Long nodded firmly, refraining from further words. He once more cupped his fists in respect to Zumu and the girl, then resolutely turned, retracing his steps towards the valley's exit. Sunlight filtered through the interstices of the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. In that moment, his silhouette appeared exceptionally upright and determined. As he traversed through the gradually calming mist, Xiao Long returned to the shadowy woods. The figure of the guardian ancient tree flickered in the distance, its trunk shimmering with a faint green glow, emitting a low hum, as if bidding him farewell. Xiao Long paused, glancing back towards the valley, inhaled deeply, and then turned to exit the woods. His steps were resolute, his gaze sharp. The earth's energy within him harmonized perfectly with the life essence bestowed by Zumo. The cyclone in his dantian more robust than before, and he sensed the potential for a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Earth's realm. With signs of approaching the Tiangang realm, the knowledge of natural formations in his mind was as vivid as an imprint. The ethereal blue dagger in his hand emanating a faint chill. A new journey had commenced. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with thorns. The relentless pursuit of the Crow faction, the sinister schemes of Di Hao and Xian Ming, and the ominous thread of the chaos shadow intertwined like a vast net, ensnaring him tightly. Chapter 52, Blood-colored bone plains. As Xiao Long stepped into the fringe of the forest guarded by the ancient Night Watcher tree, an eerie black ripple suddenly arose from the decaying leaves beneath his feet. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he instinctively attempted to channel the earth's energy to retreat, only to discover his feet were bound as if by invisible chains, rendering him immobile. This is bad. It's a trap. The thought had scarcely crossed his mind when a chilling laughter echoed from deep within the woods, the voice of the elusive, malevolent man who had fled. His words seemed to emanate from all directions, laced with mockery and malice. Xiao Long, did you truly believe I would flee in disarray? From the moment you stepped into the slumbering forest, you fell into my temporal anchor trap. Before he could respond, the black ripple beneath him suddenly expanded, transforming into a swirling vortex nearly 10 feet wide. A powerful suction emanated from the vortex, forcefully drawing in surrounding trees, rocks, and even the mist, creating a cacophony of tearing sounds. More terrifying was the chaotic energy that permeated the vortex, a tempest of time and space capable of shredding both flesh and soul into fragments. Xiao Long's expression shifted drastically as he finally comprehended the truth. The man's earlier retreat was a ruse. The trap was the reality. It was evident that his adversary had been prepared, having stealthily buried the temporal anchor in the ground when breaching the Night Watcher tree's barrier, waiting for him to leave the valley to ensnare him within the chaotic flow of time and space. The minions of the Chaos Shadow were indeed treacherous. With a furious roar, Xiao Long summoned the Earth's energy and the life essence bestowed by the ancestral tree, attempting to gather strength to break free from the vortex's pull. The ethereal blue dagger in his left hand slashed through the air, aiming to sever the energy source of the vortex. However, the temporal anchor was a specially crafted treasure of the Crow faction, designed to ensnare powerful cultivators. Its might far exceeding Xiao Long's expectations. The fracture in space created by the dagger was swiftly smoothed over by the chaotic currents within the vortex, and the strength he gathered was trivial against the overwhelming suction, pulling him inexorably closer to the vortex's center. Futile. The chaotic flow of time and space will tear you apart, causing you to vanish forever within the interstice of existence. The malevolent man's laughter grew ever more triumphant. Without you as a variable, the Chaos Shadow will soon consume the entire continent. The slumbering forest and that accursed ancient tree will ultimately become our nourishment. Xiao Long's body was now half submerged within the vortex. A violent tearing sensation coursed through him, his bones creaking, and his soul assaulted by the chaotic currents, causing waves of sharp pain. He sensed his flesh being forcefully torn apart. If he could not break free, he would be utterly consumed by the chaotic flow within 3 breaths. In this moment of life and death, 2 contrasting, yet harmonious rays of light suddenly erupted from his embrace. One was the dark golden radiance from the Chaos Wolf armor, since he had refined it. The armor had remained dormant near his dantian, but now sensing its master in peril, it stirred to life. Dark golden fragments of armor shot forth from his body, coalescing into a half-suit of armor that shielded his vital areas, emanating a formidable chaotic power that momentarily countered the chaotic flow of the vortex. The other ray emanated from the shard of the sacred object connected to the Zhen Yu Bei, the protective talisman spoken of by the maiden. This shard radiated a gentle earthy yellow light, imbued with the weight and embrace of the earth, not only resisting the chaotic flow but also stabilizing Xiao Long's disintegrating soul like a stabilizing anchor. Remarkably, the moment the dark golden chaotic energy met the earthy yellow force, they resonated in a wondrous harmony. The 2 powers entwined and fused, forming a turquoise light shield that enveloped Xiao Long entirely. The surface of the shield shimmered with flowing runes, staunchly resisting the tearing of the chaotic flow, even carving out a brief sanctuary in the vortex's center. Xiao Long was both astonished and elated. He had not anticipated that the Chaos Wolf armor, and the protective talisman would instinctively shield him in a moment of crisis and resonate to create a protective barrier. These two powers, one originating from chaos and the other from the earth, were inherently contradictory, yet in this moment of peril, they achieved a miraculous equilibrium. The malevolent man's laughter abruptly ceased, clearly sensing the anomaly. His voice brimmed with incredulity and fury. Impossible. How can you possess the aura of chaotic energy? And that talisman, it is a shard of the Zhen Yu Bei. You are connected to the sacred object of the Earth Mother. Ignoring his fury, Xiao Long understood that the shield could only temporarily withstand the chaotic flow. Without a swift means of escape, he would ultimately be engulfed. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he concentrated all his thoughts on the talisman. This shard, linked to the Zhen Yu Bei, contained the power of spatial transmission. Perhaps he could leverage its strength to forcibly extricate himself from the chaotic flow. As if sensing his intent, the earthy yellow light of the talisman intensified, and the turquoise shield abruptly shifted direction, no longer passively defending, but actively charging into the depths of the chaotic flow. This action, seemingly reckless, was in fact a strategic use of the chaotic currents to seek a transmission node within the spatial interstice. Fool, you are seeking your own demise. The malevolent man's voice was fraught with desperation as he attempted to regain control of the temporal anchor, only to find that the turquoise shield had already escaped his grasp, vanishing like an arrow released from its bow into the depths of the black vortex. Xiao Long felt his vision darken. An overwhelming sense of vertigo overtook him. He perceived himself traversing countless spatial interstices at an astonishing speed, surrounded by chaotic lights and the jarring sounds of energy colliding. The shield formed by the Chaos Wolf armor and the talisman trembled violently, on the brink of shattering, yet it steadfastly protected him like a beacon in the darkness. Time became indistinct. It could have been an instant or an eternity. When Xiao Long regained consciousness, his body suddenly lost support, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the radiance of the Chaos Wolf armor and talisman dimmed, retreating back into his body. Struggling to rise, he surveyed his surroundings, instantly struck dumb by the sight before him. There was no sky, no ground, only an endless expanse of blood red. The sky was a dark crimson, reminiscent of congealed blood, exuding a suffocating aura. The ground was littered with a thick layer of bones, both human and various demonic beasts, stacked like mountains, emanating a stench of decay. In the distance, the horizon was obscured, revealing vague silhouettes of gigantic structures constructed from bones, resembling monstrous beasts, sprawled across the blood-soaked realm. What startled Xiao Long even more was that as soon as he attempted to channel the Earth's energy within him, he felt an overwhelming force of suppression emanating from all directions. This suppression was not from an enemy, but from the very laws of this world. The cyclone in his dantian became sluggish, and the once robust Earth energy could barely be summoned at less than 30%. Even the life essence bestowed by the ancestral tree fell silent. Where's this place? Why do the laws of the world suppress my cultivation? Xiao Long's expression turned grave. He could sense that the laws of this world were utterly distinct from those of the continent he was familiar with. The energy here was steeped in brutality and deathly silence, devoid of any natural force, exuding an essence reminiscent of the chaos shadow, yet even more pure and terrifying. As his mind reeled, the protective talisman in his grasp emitted a faint earthy yellow light once more. Although dim, this light, like gentle spring rain, gradually seeped into his meridians. The previously sluggish earth energy began to flow again under the nurturing glow, and the oppressive force from the world's laws was partially neutralized, allowing him to breathe easier. Xiao Long's heart stirred as he immediately focused his thoughts, guiding the radiance of the talisman to circulate within his body. He discovered that the talisman's light not only neutralized the oppressive laws, but also gradually purified the violent aura in the surrounding air, allowing his body to slowly adapt to this unfamiliar world. It appeared that survival in this realm could only be reliant on the talisman's power. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Long suppressed the unease within. He understood that he had been ensnared by the trap of a sinister man, plunging into an unknown perilous world. To return, he must first acclimatize to the laws here and discover a means of escape. Picking up a relatively intact leg bone of a demon beast nearby, he wielded it as a weapon and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Amidst the blood-red expanse, a profound silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the whispering sound of wind brushing against the bones, akin to the murmurs of lost souls. Yet, Xiao Long could sense that beneath this stillness lay countless unknown dangers, perhaps monsters lurking within the piles of bones, or threats emerging from the very laws themselves. He refrained from taking impulsive actions, opting instead to sit in place, continuing to guide the talisman's glow to harmonize with his internal strength while attempting to perceive the energy flow of this world. He knew that only by swiftly adapting to the laws here and restoring his power could he survive in this blood-soaked bone field and have a chance to find the way back, continuing to combat the menace of the chaos shadow. Beneath the crimson sky, Xiao Long's figure appeared exceptionally diminutive amidst the towering heaps of bones. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, akin to wild grass swaying in the wind, tenaciously seeking vitality amidst despair. Chapter 53. The bone-eating wolf king. The wind beneath the blood-red sky carried the scent of decaying bones, brushing against Xiao Long's cheek with a sting akin to needles. Sitting cross-legged atop a pile of fractured demon beast ribs, he had been cultivating for nearly an hour, yet his internal condition remained grim. The suppression of the world's laws felt like invisible shackles, tightly binding his meridians. The once easily mobilized earth vein energy now sluggishly writhed near his dantian, resembling a stream ensnared in a quagmire. The life essence bestowed by the ancestral would lay dormant beside his sea of consciousness, akin to a fire seed frozen in place. No matter how hard Xiao Long tried, it remained unresponsive. The only source of solace was the talisman in his embrace, which continually emitted a faint, earthy glow. This light seeped into his skin through his clothing, not only neutralizing the violent aura in the surrounding air, but also gradually mending the hidden injuries he sustained while traversing the chaotic currents of time and space. The laws of this place proved more formidable than anticipated. Xiao Long opened his eyes, gathering a wisp of faint earth vein energy at his fingertips. However, the moment it left his body, it was torn apart by the surrounding crimson currents. He lifted his gaze towards the distant, blurred horizon, where several colossal structures made of bones loomed amidst the blood mist, resembling slumbering giants exuding an unsettling aura. At that moment, a faint cracking sound reached his ears, carried by the wind. It was not the natural sound of bones being brushed by the wind, but rather the deliberate footfalls of a creature moving upon the shattered bones. And there were more than one. Xiao Long's hearing, nurtured by the talisman, remained acute, allowing him to discern at least a dozen footsteps stealthily approaching from various directions, forming a tightening encirclement. Instantly, Xiao Long tensed his body, his left hand quietly gripping a relatively intact leg bone of a demon beast. This bone, nearly 2 feet long, was solid and sharp-edged, serving as his sole weapon in this dire moment. Holding his breath, he tried to expand his spiritual awareness as much as possible. Despite the suppression of the laws, he could still sense the outlines of the approaching creatures. They bore the physique of wolves, yet were leaner than the average wolf, their emaciated forms resembling little more than skin stretched over bones. Their ashen fur was matted with dark stains, reminiscent of dried blood. Most alarming were their eyes, with murky green pupils gleaming with hunger and madness, while a faint crimson mist coiled around their exposed fangs, within which strange patterns faintly emerged. The bone-eating wolves. A memory from the Wolf King's legacy flashed in Xiao Long's mind. These wolves were products of extreme desolation, subsisting on bones and decaying flesh, accumulating a vast amount of sinister energy within their bodies. Even cultivators of equivalent strength could easily succumb to their corrupting aura. The pack of over a dozen bone-eating wolves had already formed a complete encirclement, closing in on Xiao Long within a mere 10 paces. They did not immediately launch an attack, but instead circled around him, emitting low growls from their throats, their eerie green eyes fixated on him. In this desolate bone field, the vitality emanating from Xiao Long was akin to a flickering candle flame in the darkness, drawing their deadly attention. A direct confrontation would be futile. Xiao Long swiftly assessed the situation. He could currently mobilize less than 30% of the earth vein energy. Although the Chaos Wolf armor and the talisman could protect him, they could not actively attack. Once entangled by the wolf pack, even if he managed to slay a few, he would ultimately be worn down. His only chance lay in the innate ability to communicate with beasts inherited through his bloodline. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Long gradually lowered the beast bone in his hand, simultaneously retracting all hostility and intentionally amplifying the talisman's earthy glow slightly. This light, imbued with the essence of the earth's tranquility, sharply contrasted with the sinister aura of the bone-eating wolves, yet bore no aggression, resembling a gesture of goodwill instead. Concentrating his thoughts, he directed his intention towards the largest wolf in the pack, which bore a deep scar on its forehead, exposing bone beneath. The Wolf King conveyed a clear and steady wave of thought. I mean no intrusion, and seek no enmity with you. I am merely a lost soul adrift in this place, wishing to communicate with you. As soon as the thought was transmitted, the wolves' movements came to an abrupt halt. The bone-eating wolves that had been pacing around him ceased their steps, a glimmer of confusion flashing in their eerie green eyes, indicating their awareness of this unusual intent. The scarred Wolf King paused, raising its head, its murky eyes fixed intently on Xiao Long. The growl emanating from its throat gradually subsided, replaced by a low, scrutinizing rumble. After a moment, a hoarse, intermittent thought, akin to rusted gears turning, entered Xiao Long's mind. Outsider. Why has your soul not been tainted by the curse of the bone field? How can you directly converse with me? Xiao Long felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that the first step of communication had succeeded. He maintained a steady mental state and explained, I possess the innate ability to communicate with beasts, a power endowed by my bloodline. As for the curse of the bone field, I carry an artifact that wards off sinister energies, which is why I have not yet been corrupted. He deliberately paused, observing the Wolf King's reaction, before posing his most pressing inquiry. I have been ensnared by an enemy's trap and know nothing of this place. Pray tell, what is this blood-red realm? Why does its law suppress my powers? The Wolf King's body quivered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Xiao Long's questions. It circled around him slowly, its gaunt claws crunching against the bones beneath, as if in contemplation. After a brief moment, its thought resonated again, imbued with a profound weariness. This is the desolate borderland of the Jiushuan continent, known as the Ku Gu Huang Yuan. It is a forsaken land forgotten by the entirety of Jiushuan. Jiushuan. Xiao Long's heart leapt, an indescribable shock flooding over him. He had encountered the term Jiushuan multiple times in the inheritance of the Jinyu steel. It was the legendary continent where the civilization of cultivators thrived at its zenith. The birthplace of the Jinyu steel, and the very place he had longed to reach, for only within Jiushuan could he discover the means to thoroughly seal the Tao Dai. He never imagined that he would enter Jiushuan in such a manner, especially in this forsaken land known as the Place of Exile. The Wolf King seemed to sense Xiao Long's astonishment, yet did not pause, continuing to relay in a raspy voice, for countless ages, the various factions of Jiushuan. Whether the Tiangong that governs the laws of heaven or the Yuming temple hidden in the netherworld or other sects, have exiled the most heinous criminals, the defeated power seekers, and even those rejected by their clans to this place. They believe that the lifelessness and curses of the Kugu Guiyuan will ensure that these individuals are condemned to eternal suffering, posing no threat to the order of Jiushuan. Xiao Long furrowed his brow tightly. He was not unfamiliar with names like Tianji Ge and Yuming Dian, especially the latter, as the power of Xianming seemed to have some secret connection with the deathly aura present here. Just as he was about to inquire further, the thoughts of the Wolf King surged once again, directing him toward the distant horizon. The source of despair in Kugu Guiyuan lies behind those skeletal structures. Where there exists an eternal wound, we call Yuming Liesi. Following the Wolf King's indication, Xiao Long gazed into the depths of the blood mist, where behind the skeletal edifices, he could faintly discern a black fissure, from which wafted a subtle black mist that intertwined with the surrounding blood-red atmosphere, creating an even more oppressive ambience. The Yuming Liesi connects to the origins of death, spewing forth a significant amount of Yuming death aura daily. A hint of fear resonated within the Wolf King's thoughts, warning that this death aura would contaminate all water sources, soil, and even the air. Anyone, be they beast or human, who consumed water tainted by this aura would find their sanity devoured by madness, ultimately transforming into mindless killing machines. The Xiao tribe barely managed to survive on this barren land through the ancestral bone vein talent, which allowed them to extract the faintest traces of vitality from the remains. Yet even so, their numbers dwindled day by day, inevitably leading them toward extinction. The revelation of Yuming death aura stirred turbulent waves within Xiao Long's heart. He clearly remembered that the power of Xianming was indeed the Yuming death aura, possessing strikingly similar characteristics of mental erosion and a deathly essence. Could it be that the power of Xianming originated from this Yuming Liesi? As this thought flashed through his mind, Xiao Long instinctively activated the protective talisman in his grasp, allowing a faint earthy glow to emanate from beneath his clothing. This light, though feeble, radiated pure vitality and purifying energy, standing out remarkably in the crimson surroundings. It was this glimmer that made the Wolf King's body tremble with sudden intensity. Its previously murky eyes widened in astonishment, vibrant green pupils flashing with overwhelming excitement and disbelief. As its body began to quiver, an urgent thought surged into Xiao Long's mind, laden with incredulity. What is this power? A warm, pure vitality and a purifying essence. You possess the strength to counteract the Yuming death aura. Chapter 54. The deal is struck. The earthy glow of the talisman continued to flicker softly, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring immense waves among the Wolf King and the Xiao Long tribe. The surrounding Xiao Long, once filled with hunger and madness, gradually transformed, replaced by an almost insatiable desire. They unconsciously inched closer to Xiao Long, but halted at the Wolf King's low growl, fixating their emerald eyes on the glimmer. Their throats emitting a plaintive whine, a primal yearning for life, a desperate cry from long struggles in the desolate bone wilderness. The Wolf King's reaction was even more fervent. It stepped forward, its emaciated body trembling with excitement, the scar upon its forehead appearing especially grotesque under the crimson light. It locked its gaze onto Xiao Long's attire, filled with urgency in its thoughts. Outsider, can this power truly purify the Yuming death aura? Can you save my kin with this force? Xiao Long could clearly sense the despair and hope within the Wolf King's thoughts. He did not respond immediately, but instead withdrew the glow of the talisman. Knowing that this power was his only bargaining chip and should not be relinquished lightly, he needed to uncover more information regarding the Yuming Liesi and Jiao Xiantian and must discover a way to leave Kugu Guiyuan. Wolf King, I can attempt to purify the death aura, but I have two conditions. Xiao Long's thoughts grew resolute. First, you must divulge more secrets about the Yuming Liesi, such as how it was formed. Have any forces from Jiao Xiantian come here? Second, you must assist me in finding a way to escape Kugu Guiyuan. I must return to the main continent of Jiao Xiantian as soon as possible, for there are matters I must attend to. The Wolf King's body stiffened, excitement gradually cooling in its eyes, replaced by a profound hesitation. It glanced back at its kin, who regarded it with expectant eyes. Some of the young wolf cubs daring to peek toward Xiao Long. The secrets of the Yuming Liesi were a taboo guarded by the Xiao Long for generations. The means to leave Kugu Guiyuan was a hope dreamed of by countless exiles, yet few had achieved it. The Wolf King understood that revealing this information to Xiao Long could bring unknown dangers to the tribe, but refusing would condemn them to extinction under the encroaching death aura. The blood-colored wind swept through once more, stirring the bones on the ground with a rustling sound, as if urging the Wolf King to make a decision. Xiao Long remained patient, silently waiting. He understood how difficult this decision was for the Wolf King and recognized that, in this land shrouded by death, vitality was the most precious of treasures. After approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Wolf King finally lifted its head slowly, a glimmer of resolution flashing within its murky eyes. Its thoughts once again entered Xiao Long's mind, heavy with gravitas. Outsider, I can reveal to you the secrets of the Yuming Liesi, and I can guide you to find a way out. But you must agree to one condition. The first batch of purified water must be prioritized for the cubs and the weak of the tribe. They can barely hold on any longer. I agree. Xiao Long immediately responded, his tone imbued with solemnity. As long as you keep your promise, I will not only purify the water but also strive to leave behind methods to resist the death aura, allowing your tribe to endure a while longer. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King finally relaxed its tense body. It emitted a long, low howl to its kin behind, as though conveying some command. The surrounding Xiao Long retreated, creating a path leading into the distance, their desires transformed into reverence. They understood that this outsider might be their tribe's hope. Outsider, I am Shuya, the king of this generation of the Xiao Long tribe. The Wolf King's thoughts carried a note of tranquility. Follow me. Our temporary dwelling lies within the bone cavern ahead, where we have stored the last remnants of clean water. Though it too is nearing contamination by the death aura, at least you can first witness the effects of purification. Xiao Long nodded, rising to follow Shuya. He instinctively touched the protective talisman in his grasp, filled with complex emotions. He had not anticipated that his first step into Jiao Xiantian would lead him to such a dire predicament, and he had struck a deal with a pack of Xiao Long. Yet, this also illuminated a glimmer of hope, since the Yuming Liesi is connected to the power of Xianming. If he could uncover the source of the fissure, perhaps he could discover a method to counter Xianming, or even unravel more secrets of the Jinyu Bei. Shuya led the way, moving at a measured pace, seemingly accommodating Xiao Long's speed. As they walked, Shuya mentally introduced the circumstances of Kugu Guiyuan to Xiao Long. Kugu Guiyuan is vast. It will take at least 3 days and nights to reach the Yuming Liesi. Along the way, many dangers await. Not only us Xiao Long, but also the bone demons and death vines, which are monsters tainted by the Yuming death aura, more ferocious and difficult to handle than we are. Bone demons and death vines. Xiao Long inquired with curiosity. Bone demons are the remains of exiles who have transformed into monsters after being corrupted by the Yuming death aura. They can manipulate surrounding bones to attack and are impervious to blades and guns. Death vines, on the other hand, are plants that grow amidst the bones. They bear toxins in their tendrils, and once ensnared, they drain the vitality from their victims. A hint of caution pervaded Shuiya's thoughts. But as long as you follow the wolf path, you can avoid most dangers. This is the safe route our tribe has discovered over generations. Xiao Long silently noted Shuiya's words while also beginning to contemplate methods for purifying the water. The power of the talisman, while capable of purifying the deathly aura, is limited in its range. To cleanse the water source of an entire clan, it is imperative to discover a method to amplify the talisman's potency. Suddenly, he recollected the natural formation imparted by Zhu Mu. If he could utilize the bones from the skeletal remains as the foundation for the formation, with the talisman's power serving as the core, he might be able to establish a small purification formation, thereby expanding the cleansing range. As this thought crystallized, Xiao Long could not help but quicken his pace. He understood that time was of the essence, not only for the survival of the Cang Lang clan, but also for his own escape from the Gu Huang Yuan. In order to reach the main continent of Jiuxiantian, after traversing for approximately half an hour, the blood mist began to thin, revealing a cave constructed from the bones of colossal beasts. The entrance of the cave loomed high, wide enough for two Cang Lang to pass side by side. And scattered around the entrance were desiccated animal hides, evidently used by the Cang Lang clan to shield themselves from the biting winds. Ahead lay the bone cave. Shuiya halted his steps and turned to Xiao Long, stating that within lay their stored water source, and he could first test the purification effect. However, he warned to avoid the deeper recesses of the cave where the clan's oldest elder, Bone Lao, resided in slumber and must not be disturbed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Long followed Shuiya into the bone cave. The interior proved to be more spacious than anticipated, with a soft layer of dried grass covering the floor and some clean skeletal remains piled in the corners, clearly the food of the Cang Lang clan. At the center of the cave was a small pool of water encircled by stones, the water within exhibiting a faint black hue, indicating a slight contamination by the aura of the underworld. This is our last clean water source, Shuiya's thoughts tinged with bitterness. If left for a few more days, this water would also succumb to the deathly aura, and the cubs of the clan would truly perish. Xiao Long approached the water's edge, crouching down to gently place his palm upon the surface. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his internal will, drawing forth a pure earthy yellow light from the talisman nestled in his bosom, slowly infusing it into the water through his palm. As the light made contact with the water's surface, minute ripples began to dance across the formerly black pool. The faint black stains retreated swiftly, as if met with a searing flame, and the murky water gradually transformed into clarity, even exuding a hint of life as vitality. Shuiya and the surrounding Cang Langs held their breath, their emerald eyes fixated on the pool, filled with anticipation and tension. When the last remnants of black taint vanished, and the water became entirely clear, Shuiya let out a low roar of excitement, with the Cang Lang clan joining in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating with the joy of survival against the odds. Xiao Long retracted his hand, a sigh of relief escaping him. He knew that the first step of this transaction had succeeded. Meanwhile, the secrets of the Yuming Lai Shi and Jiuxiantian were about to unveil their mysterious veil before him. Chapter 55. The grievous devouring zone. The winds of the Gu Huang Yuan seemed to howl stronger than before, following closely behind the Wolf King, Shuiya. Each step Xiao Long took upon the shattered bones echoed with a crisp crunch, reverberating through the desolate expanse like whispers of countless lost souls. Shuiya's stride was steady, its silver gray fur glimmering with a cold sheen under the crimson sky, its nose twitching as it discerned the concentration of deathly aura in the air. Each turn deftly avoiding the regions heavy with the aura. Ahead lay the grievous devouring zone. Be cautious, Shuiya's thoughts suddenly conveyed, laden with an unprecedented gravity. Following Shuiya's gaze, Xiao Long beheld the skeletal piles ahead, their once gray-white hues transformed into an eerie black, as if steeped in ink, shrouded with a thin veil of dark mist. More horrifyingly, within the crevices of these blackened bones, distorted phantoms writhed, lacking fixed forms, resembling clusters of gathered deathly aura while exuding an unsettling malice. Were these phantoms the souls entirely consumed by the deathly aura? A chill ran down Xiao Long's spine, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the talisman. The talisman seemed to sense the impending danger, its earthy yellow glow intensifying slightly, forming a faint protective shield around him, isolating the surrounding malevolence. Shuiya nodded, its thoughts tinged with a hint of fear. They are the grievous spirits, the souls of the deceased exiles and beasts, whose spirits remained entangled with the bones after being eroded by the deathly aura of the Yuming Lai Shi. They possess no reason, attacking all living creatures, and can manipulate the surrounding black bones. Even we, the Xiao Lang clan, dare not approach them lightly, as if sensing their presence. A grievous spirit suddenly erupted from the pile of blackened bones. Composed entirely of black fragments, a swirling mass of dark mist churned violently at its chest. Resembling a beating heart, it emitted no sound, merely extending its bony claws toward Xiao Long, causing the nearby black bones to tremble as if responding to its command. Run! Shuya barked, surging forward, simultaneously unleashing a low growl directed at the grievous spirit. This growl carried the bloodline pressure of the Xiao Lang clan. Though its influence on the grievous spirit was limited, it momentarily delayed its advance. Xiao Long followed closely behind, not daring to pause for an instant. He could feel the grievous spirit pursuing them, the black bones sliding across the ground, producing a rustling sound akin to chains of despair. It was not until they had fled for about half a mile that the surrounding bones reverted to their gray-white state, the suffocating malice gradually dissipating. They halted, panting heavily. Xiao Long glanced back, the black mist of the grievous devouring zone now a distant speck, and he could not help but feel a pang of fear. Had he been ensnared by the grievous spirit, even if he managed to mobilize the talisman's power, it would have drained considerable energy, potentially attracting more grievous spirits. In the future, while traversing the bone plane, I must remember the location of the grievous devouring zone. Shuya's thoughts conveyed a warning. There are many such perilous areas within this wasteland, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Xiao Long nodded, silently committing the location of the grievous devouring zone to memory. He understood that in this treacherous bone plane, Shuya's experience was his most invaluable asset. After advancing for another half hour, the scenery ahead abruptly shifted. The once dense piles of bones became sparse, replaced by several colossal beast remains. Their bones dwarfed any he had previously encountered. A single leg bone was as thick as Xiao Long's waist, and the skull resembled a small mountain. Its hollow eye sockets staring into the crimson sky, exuding an ancient desolation. These enormous remains intertwined, forming a natural barrier, thoroughly obscuring the area behind them. At the convergence of several bones, Xiao Long vaguely discerned an entrance concealed by rubble, modest in size, and allowing only a single person to crouch through. Scattered around were irregularly shaped stones, etched with indistinct patterns. Though mostly eroded by the deathly aura, it was discernible that these bore traces of some formation. This is the place. Shuya halted before the entrance, its emerald eyes fixed upon Xiao Long, its thoughts imbued with complex emotions. Many years ago, a human once set foot here. He bore an aura different from the deathly aura of the bone plane, and not the spiritual energy of Jiuxiantian, but a more pure and warm power. A stirring arose within Xiao Long. He immediately thought of his father, Xiao Zhan, who also possessed that unique warmth that distinguished him from ordinary cultivators, a power that upheld order. He had been gravely injured, unable to stand, yet he was formidable. Shuya's thoughts continued, tinged with reminiscence. He could easily slay the bone demons pursuing him and understood how to communicate with our beast kin. He resided in the cave for 3 months, during which he studied something and occasionally imparted small techniques for resisting the deathly aura. Yet ultimately, he could not withstand the erosion of the deathly aura and sat to eternal rest within the cave. Before his passing, he entrusted us with a solemn task. Should we encounter any foreigner bearing a non-bone aura and a kind heart, we were to guide them here. He mentioned that within the cave lay something that could assist fellow practitioners. Fellow practitioners? Xiao Long's breath quickened at this term, as it solidified his belief that this individual was likely connected to his father and the organization safeguarding the Zhenyu Bei. Grateful, Xiao Long bowed respectfully to Shuya, the Wolf King, and cautiously approached the cave entrance. He bent down to clear away the obstructing rubble, though the traces of the formation at the entrance were faint. A subtle energy fluctuation still lingered, suggesting that this was a concealed array. Despite the ravages of time having diminished its potency, it was evident that the one who laid the formation was no ordinary cultivator. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Long stepped into the cave. The entrance was initially narrow, barely accommodating a single person, with the walls adorned in scratches, as if deliberately polished by human hands. After walking a few dozen steps, the space suddenly opened up before him. He found himself in a natural cavern approximately 2 zhang in size, its floor meticulously clean, devoid of dust, indicating that someone had been maintaining it regularly since the departure of that individual. In one corner of the cave lay a pile of dried herbs. Xiao Long recognized them as Qinggu Chao, a plant known for its slight resistance to deathly energy. Although they had lost their efficacy here, they still reflected the care of their former owner. At the center of the cave rested a skeleton draped in tattered robes, seated in a meditative posture against the cavern wall. This skeleton was extraordinary. Unlike typical remains that crumble under the passage of time, this skeleton exhibited a faint jade-like luster, with its bone structure distinctly visible, revealing the resilience of its former owner. Xiao Long understood that such a transformation in bone quality occurs only at a high level of cultivation. Only those who reach the Tiangang realm or beyond could leave behind such remains after passing. Predecessor, Xiao Long bowed deeply before the skeleton, his voice imbued with reverence. I am Xiao Long, who inadvertently wandered into the Kubu Huangyuan, guided here by the Wolf King. If by fellow practitioners you refer to those who uphold order and resist the forces of darkness, I may count myself among them. Upon finishing, his gaze fell upon the ground before the skeleton, where lay a metal box approximately half a foot long. The box was composed of an unfamiliar material, not resembling any metal Xiao Long recognized, its surface inscribed with intricate patterns through which a faint energy flowed, seemingly absorbing the sparse natural energy of the cave to withstand the erosion of time. His heart raced involuntarily as he sensed that the box concealed the secrets left by the predecessor, potentially holding the long-sought clues he desired. Taking a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand to gently touch the surface of the metal box. At the moment his fingers made contact, the patterns on the box shimmered faintly, emitting a soft azure glow. There was no rejection, no aggression, but rather a response to his touch. Xiao Long felt a wave of relief wash over him as he cautiously opened the lid of the box. Inside, he did not find the anticipated magical weapons or thick tomes of cultivation techniques, but rather two items: a smooth azure jade slip and a palm-sized fragment of an ancient map made from an unknown beast's hide. The jade slip was entirely transparent, with flowing light visible within. The map was a deep brown, cool to the touch yet remarkably resilient, its edges worn, clearly having endured the test of time, but the main body remained distinct, depicting intricate celestial trajectories and vague outlines of continents, along with small dots marked by ancient runes. Xiao Long's attention first settled on the azure jade slip. He picked it up, allowing his consciousness to gradually immerse into it, and an overwhelming flood of information surged into his mind like a burst dam. Chapter 56. The Spring of Withered Bones. The journey from the Guardian's Cave to the source of the Shattered Bone Wolf clan was far longer than Xiao Long had anticipated. The crimson sky gradually darkened, resembling satin stained with ink, hanging low over the heap of bones. The wind carried fine bone fragments that stung his face, and the air thickened with the oppressive presence of deathly energy, no longer a mere whisper of erosion, but a tangible mist enveloping his limbs, making every breath laborious. He had to amplify the glow of his protective talisman slightly. The earthy yellow aura clung to his skin, barely fending off the permeation of deathly energy. Shuya walked ahead, his pace noticeably slowed, his silvery gray fur stained with black remnants of deathly energy, even the scar on his forehead appearing somewhat dulled. He intermittently paused, glancing back at the clan behind him, emitting low whimpers as he counted their numbers and confirmed that no companions had fallen behind. Xiao Long swept his gaze over the Shattered Bone Wolf pack, trailing behind Shuya, and his heart sank. Most of the wolves following were frail, aged, or injured. A few adult wolves had twisted forelegs, clearly ravaged by the deathly energy, while a mother wolf's abdomen was sunken, cradling three newborn pups whose eyes had yet to open, their sparse fur and weak breathing suggesting they were on the brink of death. The most heartbreaking sight was that of an elderly wolf, one of its hind legs reduced to mere bone, yet still gripping a broken bone. Struggling to keep pace with the group, its murky eyes filled only with a numb persistence. Were these the remaining members of the clan? Xiao Long's thoughts, tinged with compassion, reached Shuya's mind. Shuya's body stiffened momentarily before he finally responded with a hoarse thought. It was not always like this. 10 years ago, the clan still boasted over 100 wolves, capable of claiming a territory in the eastern part of the Kubu Huanyuan. However, since the deathly energy from the Yuming rift intensified, the pups rarely survived beyond a month. Adult wolves either succumbed to madness induced by the deathly energy or were killed by bone demons or vengeful spirits while hunting. Now, only 7 warriors remain who can still fight. Xiao Long fell silent, feeling the profound sorrow embedded in Shuya's thoughts. This was not merely the death of individuals, but the slow extinction of an entire clan, the despair of witnessing comrades fall day after day while remaining powerless to intervene. The water source is called Kubu Quan, is it not? Xiao Long recalled the name previously mentioned by Shuya, gently inquiring. Indeed, Shuya nodded, his thoughts tinged with complexity. It was once the hope of the clan. Many years ago, The spring's water was clear enough to barely resist the deathly energy. However, 3 years ago, the Yuming Rift erupted, flooding the spring with a deluge of deathly energy, and since then, the water has turned a dark crimson. Drinking it not only fails to quench thirst, but accelerates the accumulation of deathly energy within the body. Yet we have no choice. This is the only water source in the Kubu Huanyuan. As they spoke, the terrain ahead suddenly dipped, forming a basin approximately several dozen zhang wide. In the center of the basin lay a circular spring, its surrounding ground barren, devoid of even an inch of grass. Covered only by a layer of brittle black bones that cracked underfoot, a result of long-term corrosion by the deathly energy in the spring water. At last, they had arrived at Kubu Quan. Xiao Long approached the edge of the basin, peering down into the spring. The water was dark crimson, resembling diluted blood, with a thin layer of black mist floating atop its surface. The mist, upon contact with the air, emitted a nauseating stench that could induce dizziness with just a single breath. A few frail pups crouched by the spring, cautiously extending their tiny tongues to lick the water. With each lick, their bodies convulsed uncontrollably, emitting pitiful whimpers, yet they continued to lick, driven by overwhelming thirst, even knowing the water was toxic. For they had no other choice. Stop! Xiao Long instinctively called out to halt them. The pups were startled, retreating behind their mother, who watched Xiao Long warily, her throat producing a low growl, yet her weakness rendered her unsteady on her feet. Shueyo approached the mother wolf, gently nudging her neck with his head and softly growling a few words. The vigilance of the mother wolf gradually waned, yet she continued to guard her young, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. She was uncertain whether this human before her could save them, but she was unwilling to lose her last offspring. Xiao Long took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness within. He approached the spring, crouched down, and extended his finger, gently touching the water's surface. The moment his fingertip made contact, a chilling sensation coursed through him, not merely ordinary coldness, but a penetrating, corrosive chill, as if countless fine needles were pricking his skin. He could distinctly sense that the concentration of the ethereal death energy within the spring was at least 10 times higher than that in the surrounding air. And this death energy had fused with the water molecules, forming a stable poisonous liquid. Purifying it would prove far more challenging than he had anticipated. What is it? The voice of Shueya conveyed anxiety, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Long's finger, dreading the possibility of hearing the word impossible. Xiao Long did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and turned his thoughts inward. He felt the protective talisman activating rapidly, the earthy yellow light gathering near his dantian. Attempting to disperse the death energy that had tainted his fingertip, he endeavored to channel a trace of the earth vein energy, in conjunction with the talisman's radiance, and slowly infused it into the spring, testing the resistance offered by the death energy. As soon as the light entered the spring, the dark red water began to churn violently. A black mist surged forth, forming a small whirlpool, attempting to engulf the radiance. Xiao Long could clearly feel a powerful repulsion emanating from the spring, the death energy resisting the purifying force. At the moment of collision, his arm tingled slightly, and his fingertip was stung by a burning pain. This won't do. Direct purification is too difficult. Xiao Long opened his eyes, his brow furrowed tightly. The death energy in the spring had already merged with the water, and its concentration was too high. His strength was insufficient. Forcing a purification would only deplete the talisman's essence, and could even lead to a backlash from the death energy. Shueya's gaze dimmed instantly, her ears drooping. Though she had mentally prepared herself, she could not help but feel despair. If even this last hope, the outsider, spoke such words, did that mean their clan truly had no escape? The surrounding bone-corroding wolves also sensed something amiss, gathering around with despondent green eyes. Some wolves began to howl softly, mourning the impending extinction. As Xiao Long observed this scene, a surge of unwavering determination surged within him. He recalled the last words of his mentor Jiang Cheng, the bone shards left by his father, and the mission of safeguarding the Alliance. The Alliance was not only to combat the void, but also to protect the lives struggling in desperation. If he could not save the bone-corroding wolves before him, how could he shoulder a greater responsibility? Wait, Xiao Long suddenly declared. Though I cannot purify the entire spring at once, perhaps I can adopt a different approach. Shueya abruptly lifted her head, hope rekindling in her eyes. What method? Though the death energy is ferocious, it is essentially a form of energy. Knowledge imparted by the ancestral would flash through Xiao Long's mind. Since I cannot forcibly eradicate it, perhaps I can guide it. Like a flood, when it cannot be stopped, it can be diverted through channels. I can attempt to use the talisman's power to establish a purification array at the center of the spring. separating the death energy from the water. While I may not eliminate it entirely, at least I can render the water drinkable. Is that truly feasible? Shui's thoughts brimmed with incredulity and excitement. I do not know, but it is worth a try. Xiao Long nodded, his gaze resolute. However, I need time to prepare, and I require your protection. During the formation of the array, there must be no disturbances, especially no other monsters approaching the spring. Shui immediately issued a low growl to her clan, and 7 adult wolves swiftly encircled, creating a protective ring around the spring and Xiao Long. Though weakened, they stood tall, their eyes sharp as they fixed their gaze on the piles of bones outside the basin, ready for battle. Xiao Long took a deep breath. Positioning himself in the center of the spring, he retrieved the protective talisman from his chest, placing it in the palm of his hand, then closed his eyes. Summoning all the earth-veined energy within him, in tandem with the talisman's radiance, slowly coalescing the initial form of the purification array. Beneath the blood-red sky, the earthy yellow light gradually rose above the spring, contrasting sharply with the dark red water. The surrounding bone-corroding wolves held their breath, watching in silence, their eyes filled with anticipation. This was their clan's final hope, the only glimmer of light in this desolate wasteland. Chapter 57. The light of purification. The protective talisman levitated in Xiao Long's palm, the earthy yellow light cascading like flowing water, forming a translucent light shield above the spring. Beads of sweat began to bead on Xiao Long's forehead. He could feel the earth-veined energy within him depleting rapidly. The energy vortex in his dantian slowing down as if drained. The laws of this world already suppressed his strength severely, and now forcing the formation of the purification array placed an enormous burden on him. Must work quickly, Xiao Long silently urged himself. Following the natural array knowledge imparted by the ancestral wood, he divided the talisman's light into 7 streams, directing each into the 7 cardinal points surrounding the spring. This constituted the foundation of the 7-star purification array. Though simple, it could utilize the power of the stars to enhance the purification effect. As the light touched the ground, the black bones surrounding the spring trembled slightly. The brittle bone fragments, like activated runes, stood upright, forming a circular array around the spring. 7 streams of earthy yellow light interconnected, creating a complete array pattern, which emitted a faint aura of purification as it flowed. Halfway there, Xiao Long rejoiced inwardly. He immediately focused all his thoughts, guiding the core light of the talisman deeper into the center of the spring. However, just as the light was about to touch the water's surface, a surge of intense black mist erupted from the dark red spring. The black mist lashed out like an enraged serpent, lunging toward the light shield, attempting to shatter the array. Xiao Long could distinctly sense that the ethereal death energy contained within this black mist was even more ferocious than before, evidently provoked by the array, retaliating with full force. This is bad. Xiao Long's expression changed in an instant. He had not anticipated the death energy from the depths of the spring to be so potent that it could nearly overwhelm the defenses of the 7-star purification array. The light shield began to fluctuate violently, the earthy yellow glow dimming, and fissures appeared in the bones of the array, threatening to shatter at any moment. The surrounding bone-corroding wolves also sensed the danger. They let out furious howls toward the spring, but dared not approach. They understood that their strength would not only be futile, but could also be corrupted by the death energy, adding to Xiao Long's troubles. Shui's eyes remained fixed on the spring, her thoughts tinged with urgency. Xiao Long, hold on. We can still wait. You must not come to harm. Xiao Long did not respond. His entire focus was on the array. He knew there could be no retreat. Should the array collapse, not only would he be consumed by the death energy, but the bone-corroding wolves would lose all hope. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly summoned a trace of the dormant ancestral wood's life essence from his consciousness, infusing it into the protective talisman. Buzz! The talisman erupted with a blinding radiance. Within the earthy yellow light, a hint of pale green vitality mingled, akin to an oasis in the desert, swiftly suppressing the rebounding black mist. The purification array stabilized once more, the 7 streams of light brightening, even stronger than before. Now is the moment. Xiao Long seized the opportunity, guiding the core light as it plunged into the center of the spring. The instant the light connected with the spring water, ripples spread across the dark red surface. The black death energy began to dissipate rapidly, like snow melting in the face of a fierce flame, and the previously murky spring water transformed visibly into clarity. In the center of the spring, a slender column of water rose slowly, devoid of any black mist, emanating a subtle, refreshing essence. This was the purified water. We succeeded. A weary smile graced Xiao Long's face. He could no longer withstand the pressure. his body weakened and nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Xiao rushed over just in time to support him with its body. The surrounding Xiao Lang, upon witnessing the transformation of the spring water, erupted into excited howls. They gathered around the spring, yet hesitated to drink, merely sniffing the air gently. Their eyes filled with incredulous joy as they had not encountered such pure water for an eternity. Leaning against Xiao Long gasped for breath and extended his finger towards the water column at the center of the spring. A small sphere of water coalesced at his command. Slowly floating before Xiao, Wolf King, give it a try. This water is devoid of any deathly aura, although it still carries a hint of this world's violent energy. It will not harm your body. Xiao's eyes trembled slightly as it cautiously approached the water sphere, extending its tongue to gently taste it. The moment the sphere entered its mouth, Xiao's body jolted. Its eyes widened in shock, a profound astonishment flickering within its murky pupils. This sensation was unprecedented. The cool water cascaded down its throat, quenching its thirst while imparting a gentle energy that gradually dispelled the accumulated deathly aura within, making its once heavy body feel significantly lighter. This is real. Xiao's thoughts brimmed with disbelief and elation as it bowed deeply to Xiao Long, its massive head nearly touching the ground. Respected one, you have saved the entire Xiao Lang tribe. From this day forth, you shall be our benefactor and the sole respected one of our clan. With just a word from you, even if it means walking through fire and water, the Xiao Lang will never retreat. Respected one, the surrounding Xiao Lang also lowered their heads, offering respectful howls to Xiao Long. Their voices were no longer tinged with weariness or despair, but rather filled with reverence and loyalty. Xiao Long not only bestowed upon them the hope of survival, but also illuminated the possibility of their clan's continuation, a grace worthy of repayment with their very lives. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Long felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He realized that not only had he successfully purified the water source, but he had also genuinely established the first reliable alliance in this unfamiliar land of Jiuxiantian. With the assistance of the Xiao Lang tribe, his subsequent plans would proceed much more smoothly. Wolf King, rise, Xiao Long gently nudged Xiao's head. I have merely done what I ought to do. The priority now is to allow the elderly and young of the tribe to drink first, especially the pups. Their bodies are far too weak. Xiao immediately stood up and let out a low growl to the tribe. The mother wolves, accompanied by their pups, cautiously approached the spring. Finally, the pups were able to drink clean water, their previously weak breaths becoming steadier, their eyes slowly opening to curiously survey the world around them. Xiao Long watched this scene with a smile of contentment. Leaning against Xiao, he gradually closed his eyes, needing to recover his strength quickly, for more important matters lay ahead. Xiao Long suddenly spoke, his thoughts carrying a hint of seriousness. Once I have regained my strength, I would like you to take me to the vicinity of Yuming Laisher. I need to discern the origin of the deathly aura there, and also find a way to leave the Kugo Huanyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao nodded. Rest assured, respected one, as soon as you are ready, I will lead you there. However, the vicinity of Yuming Laisher is perilous, teeming with powerful bone demons and grievous spirits. We must prepare adequately first. Very well. Xiao Long nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. He understood that Yuming Laisher concealed not only the secrets of Xianming power, but possibly also the clues to escape the Kugo Huanyuan. If he could unravel these mysteries, he would truly step onto the primary continent of Jiuxiantian and continue to fulfill his mission of guarding the alliance. Under the blood-red sky, the waters of Kugu Spring continued to flow gently, the crystalline waves reflecting the silhouettes of the Xiao Lang tribe and the weary, yet resolute countenance of Xiao Long. In this forsaken realm of death, the spark of hope had already been ignited. Chapter 58. Ancient Cultivator's Cave. Xiao Long followed closely behind the Wolf King Xiao, his feet pressing upon the piled bones. With each step, he could distinctly hear the crunch of the bone shards breaking underfoot, the sound echoing through the desolate expanse, as if guiding them forward while simultaneously warning of unknown dangers. Xiao's pace was even more cautious than before, its silver-gray fur taut, nose occasionally pressed against the ground, seemingly discerning the hidden scents in the air. The deep scar on its forehead glimmered faintly under the sanguine light, resembling a dormant mark that grew more pronounced with their advance. Ahead lay the bone barrier ridge. Once they crossed it, they would see the entrance to the cave. Xiao's thoughts suddenly reached Xiao Long, tinged with a subtle tension. There are many lingering souls of grievous spirits on the ridge. Though they lack physical forms, they can disrupt the mind. You must stay close to me and not be influenced by their presence. Xiao Long nodded, gripping the talisman in his possession tighter. The earthy yellow glow flickered beneath his garment, forming an invisible barrier that kept the chilling aura at bay. He raised his gaze and saw the pile of bones ahead suddenly rise, forming a continuous ridge constructed from the interlaced rib bones of countless colossal beasts. Each rib was about a foot in thickness, its surface adorned with dark brown patterns, evidence of the erosion wrought by time and deathly energy. From a distance, it resembled a dormant skeletal dragon, exuding an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The two proceeded cautiously into the bone barrier ridge. As soon as they entered, Xiao Long felt a wave of chilling energy envelop him. This aura differed from the corrosive essence of Yuming. It bore a strong mental impact, as if countless fragmented voices whispered in his ears, recounting the agony and resentment of death. Do not listen, do not think. Shuya's low growl reached him just in time. It quickened its pace, the scar on its forehead glowing brighter, a faint silver-gray shield enveloping them, momentarily dispelling the murmurs. These were the lingering obsessions of grievous spirits. Once ensnared by them, one would fall into an illusion, never to awaken. Xiao Long suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Diligently following closely behind Shuya, he could see faint black shadows flitting across the surrounding ribs, lacking fixed forms, yet swiftly darting through the gaps, issuing silent howls, clearly drawn to the vitality emanating from them. After a brief period, they finally emerged from the bone barrier ridge, and the scene before them opened up magnificently. In the center of a relatively flat expanse stood a wall made entirely from colossal beast bones. This bone wall towered about 10 feet high and was 6 feet wide, its surface smooth as jade, adorned with numerous faded runes. The color of the runes blended seamlessly with the bone wall, making them nearly indistinguishable upon close inspection. Most intriguingly, at the center of the wall, there was a groove perfectly matching the shape of the scar on Shuya's forehead, the runes surrounding the groove appearing clearer than elsewhere. Is this the entrance to the cave? Xiao Long felt a shiver within. He could sense a subtle spatial fluctuation emanating from the bone wall, indicating that a concealment array had been laid by someone. Shuya approached the bone wall and halted. It slowly lowered its head, aligning its scar with the central groove of the wall, then emitted a deep and prolonged howl. As the howl resonated, the glow of its scar intensified, and a stream of silver-gray energy spilled forth from the scar, gradually infusing the groove. Buzz. The moment the energy was injected, the runes on the bone wall suddenly illuminated. A faint golden light swiftly coursed along the pathways of the runes, forming a complex array pattern. As the pattern activated, the bone wall began to ripple like water, gradually transforming from its solid form into transparency, revealing a narrow opening that could accommodate only one person. Inside the opening was pitch darkness, yet not a trace of deathly aura could be sensed. Rather, a faint ink-like fragrance and the scent of parchment wafted through, standing in stark contrast to the decaying atmosphere outside. The watchman must have entered into eternal rest here. In the thoughts of Shuya, there resided a profound reverence. He emerged during the gravest peril faced by our clan, not only rescuing us, but also imparting methods to withstand the encroaching deathly aura. He proclaimed himself the guardian of the covenant, vowing to protect this land from the ravages of the void. In his final moments, he sealed the cave with his own power, entrusting our clan with its guardianship, awaiting the arrival of one who bore the spark of the stars. He stated that only this individual could inherit his legacy. Xiao Long's heart raced. Guardian of the covenant. Spark of the stars. These two phrases resonated perfectly with the clues left by his father. Instinctively, he touched the bone fragment in his possession, which seemed to sense something, radiating a gentle warmth. Thank you, Wolf King. Xiao Long solemnly bowed to Shuya, declaring, I will not betray the trust of my forebears, nor will I disappoint your guardianship. Shuya shook his head slightly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Enter. Our clan has awaited this day for far too long. I shall protect you here, ensuring no monsters draw near. Xiao Long took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, and stepped into the cave entrance. Upon entry, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The cave was not shrouded in darkness, but illuminated by a soft azure glow emanating from several luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Despite the passage of time, they continued to emit a gentle radiance. The cave was modestly sized, approximately 2 zhang square, yet remarkably clean. The ground was covered with a layer of dry hay, clearly maintained regularly. To the left stood a stone bed, draped with a faded azure robe, free of dust. To the right was a stone table, upon which lay an azure jade slip and a cylindrical object crafted from an unknown metal. Beyond these, there was nothing else. At the deepest part of the cave rested a skeleton clad in an azure robe, maintaining a seated posture, leaning against the cave wall. The skeleton gleamed like jade. The bone structure clearly defined, revealing the resilience and stature of its former owner, evidently a practitioner of a high realm, at least above the Tiangang level. Xiao Long approached the skeleton, bowing deeply, his voice filled with respect. I, Xiao Long, have inadvertently entered your sacred space, guided by the Wolf King to inherit your legacy. Should I disturb your repose, I hope you will forgive me. At the moment of his bow, he sensed a subtle tremor from the skeleton, a faint will emanating from it, carrying a hint of solace and expectation, before it fell silent again, as if fulfilling some mission. Xiao Long straightened, his gaze resting on the azure jade slip upon the stone table. He understood that within this slip lay the secrets left by the elder, as well as the clues he had long sought. Carefully, he picked up the jade slip, and as his fingertips made contact, a warm aura began to spread from it. The patterns on the slip glimmered slightly, as if welcoming his presence. Taking a deep breath, he gradually immersed his consciousness into the jade slip. A segment of memory, sealed for thousands of years, was about to unfold before him. Chapter 59. The Fall of the Stars. As his consciousness sank into the jade slip, a clear voice resonated in Xiao Long's mind, as if traversing the river of time. The voice was steady and resolute, imbued with a trace of weary experience, yet still emanating an indomitable will. I, Jiang Yuan, am the son of Jiang Cheng, the guardian of the covenant from the lower realm. I began my training in the guardian's heart technique under my father from a young age, entering the covenant at 16, tasked with guarding the rift between the lower realm and the Nine Xian heaven. At 28, due to disturbances in the Nine Xian heaven's nether void rift, I ascended to the Nine Xian heaven on the covenant's orders to investigate the secrets of the rift and seek the methods left by the ancient ancestors to quell the void. The mention of Guardian Jiang Cheng sent a shock through Xiao Long's heart. He recalled the Guardian's cave he had encountered in the Bone Wasteland, where the elder also bore the surname Jiang, indicating a profound connection to this Jiang Yuan. With numerous practitioners and intricate power dynamics in the Nine Xian heaven, Jiang Yuan concealed his identity and traversed between sects like the Tianji Pavilion and the Nether Palace, spending 5 years uncovering the truth of the Nether Void Rift. It was not a native phenomenon of the Nine Xian heaven, but rather a source of corrosion born from the void's encroachment, sharing its essence with the deathly aura controlled by the ancient Xianming, yet more refined and terrifying. Within the rift, not only did a continuous stream of deathly aura surge forth, but also minions of the void that feasted on this aura, nourished by the souls of living beings. Should they breach the rift, both the Nine Xian heaven and the lower realm would plunge into irreversible calamity. Jiang Yuan's tone grew weighty, tinged with anger and regret. I intended to relay this message back to the lower realm, but alas, a traitor emerged within the covenant, disclosing my identity to the Dark Crow faction in the Nether Palace. I was pursued, gravely wounded, and forced to retreat into the Bone Wasteland, a place of exile within the Nine Xian heaven, surrounded by deathly aura, yet a temporary refuge from my pursuers. In the wasteland, he encountered the Shurgo Wolf clan, who were under siege by vengeful spirits, their tribe on the brink of extinction. He intervened to save them and learned from them of an ancient relic hidden deep within the wasteland, which might contain clues to combat the void. Though he wished to investigate, he found the deathly aura had already seeped into his marrow, his cultivation waning, making even survival a struggle. Reluctantly, he established a cave here, suppressing the deathly aura while organizing his lifelong research and findings. He concealed the star map he discovered from the ancestors within the metallic cylinder. This map outlined the migration and defense routes against the void, marking several key points, the most significant being the location of the Fall of the Stars, the battlefield of the final confrontation against the void, crucial for sealing it. However, the core of the star map required the legacy bone fragment of the Guardian for activation. Unable to locate the fragment, he sealed it, awaiting the arrival of a future Guardian. Knowing his time was limited, he entrusted the Shurgo Wolf clan with the guardianship of the cave, waiting for the one who bore the spark of the stars. Should a successor obtain this star map and the bone fragment, it was hoped they would inherit the Guardian's will, journeying to the Fall of the Stars to halt the void's encroachment and safeguard the order of the three realms. The voice ceased abruptly, leaving behind a sigh laden with endless regret, as if an elder, in the twilight of life, remained preoccupied with unfinished missions. Xiao Long's hand, gripping the jade slip, trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to calm the turmoil within. The life of Jiang Yuan was one dedicated to guardianship, and his loyalty and resilience profoundly moved Xiao Long. The so-called Fall of the Stars was evidently the ultimate goal he sought, as it not only concealed methods to combat the void, but perhaps also the truth behind his father Xiao Zhan's disappearance. He carefully stored the jade slip, shifting his gaze to the metallic cylinder on the stone table. The cylinder, approximately half a foot long, was dark golden in hue, its surface etched with intricate star patterns. Faint starlight flowing between the lines, clearly crafted from a metal infused with stellar energy. Xiao Long picked up the cylinder and attempted to infuse it with a trace of earthly energy. As the energy flowed in, the cylinder emitted a soft hum. Slowly opening its body, and a scroll composed of pure starlight gently floated out, suspended before him. The moment the scroll unfurled, the cave seemed to transform into a miniature starry sky. Countless points of light twinkled like stars, sketching a vague yet grand outline of a stellar domain, with delicate lines connecting them, forming ancient pathways. This was indeed the star map left by Elder Jiang Yuan. Xiao Long's gaze swiftly scanned the star map, noting a conspicuous gap at its center, roughly the size of a palm, with broken star trails at the edges, clearly missing the most crucial core segment, rendering it impossible to activate the complete guidance. Is this the part that requires the bone fragment to be completed? A thought sparked within Xiao Long, and he instinctively retrieved the mysterious bone fragment left by his father from his robe. The moment the fragment left his clothing, it became scorching hot. Before Xiao Long could react, the fragment transformed into a golden streak of light, darting toward the suspended star map, precisely landing in the gap. Boom. At the moment of their contact, the cave resonated with the magnificent sounds of the vast starry sea. Radiant starlight erupted from the junction of the bone fragment and the star chart, instantly illuminating the entire cave. The previously fractured star paths, nourished by the starlight, swiftly extended, connected, and completed the missing segments, revealing a more intricate and profound network of star trails. Countless stars moved along ancient trajectories, appearing and vanishing, as if the true night sky was swirling before one's eyes. Ultimately, all the paths of starlight seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging towards a coordinate at the very edge of the star chart. The star domain at that coordinate presented a tragic yet mysterious sight. The remnants of countless stars coalesced into a vortex in the starry sky, at the center of which a faint black fissure appeared, reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by war, or perhaps a grave for innumerable heroes. An ancient script emerged slowly beside the coordinate. Drawing upon the knowledge inherited from the Guardians' Alliance, Xiao Long instantly deciphered the meaning of the text, the core of the void ceiling at the place of the fallen stars. The starlight gradually retracted, and the complete star map slowly rolled back into Xiao Long's hands. The bone fragment had perfectly integrated into the map, becoming an indispensable core, while the star patterns on the surface of the star chart became clearer, as if they were poised to guide one's direction at any moment. Holding the star chart, Xiao Long felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. This was not merely a map to guide the way, it was a covenant that transcended millennia. From Jiang Cheng to Jiang Yuan, from his father Xiao Zhan to himself, the mission of the Guardians had never ceased. The place of the fallen stars was both the terminus of this mission and the key to unraveling all mysteries. He approached Jiang Yuan's remains and solemnly bowed, his voice resolute. Rest in peace, senior. Your unfulfilled aspirations shall be carried forth by me, Xiao Long. I will certainly journey to the place of the fallen stars, halt the encroachment of the void, and safeguard all that you and every guardian have protected with your lives. At the moment of his bow, Jiang Yuan's remains quivered slightly, and a faint azure glow emanated from the bones, encircling Xiao Long before gradually dissipating, as if it were the will of the senior confirming the successor before finally finding peace. Xiao Long straightened up, carefully stowing the star chart away, then turned to walk out of the cave. His steps were resolute, and his gaze was filled with an unprecedented brilliance. The confusion and bewilderment had been dispelled, replaced by a clear goal and steadfast conviction. Upon exiting the cave, Shuya immediately approached him, eyes gleaming with anticipation. So, how did it go? I have taken on the senior's will. Xiao Long nodded and raised the star chart in his hand, which was the ancestral star map and the key to our journey to the core region of Jiuxiantian to thwart the void. Shuya, thank you for your unwavering protection. A look of contentment crossed Shuya's eyes as he let out a low growl of loyalty. Respected one, as long as you require. The Gulang clan is willing to follow you until the last breath of life. Xiao Long gazed at Shuya and then at the distant crimson sky, his heart brimming with strength. The journey through the bone wasteland was nearing its end, while the expedition to the place of the fallen stars was only just beginning. He understood that the road ahead would be fraught with thorns, yet he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him lay the legacy of the Guardians, the guidance of his father, the protection of the Gulang clan, and countless beings who fought to uphold order. Clutching the star chart tightly, He turned towards the habitat of the Gulang clan. Next, he would lead his people away from the Bone Wasteland, venturing deep into Jiuxiantian, heading towards the place of the fallen stars. In the stone chamber of the Balian sect's mountain stronghold in the lower realm, the light flickered dimly. Situ Yuyin sat at the edge of the stone bed, her fingertips unconsciously caressing a cold jade pendant tucked within her sleeve. This was the protective charm Xiao Long had left for her before his departure, yet at this moment, it could convey no warmth akin to her heart, which had sunk to the depths of despair. It had been a full 7 days since Xiao Long had diverted the pursuit of Di Hao and the Crow forces, becoming ensnared in the chaotic currents of time and space. During these 7 days, she had remained vigilantly by the stone chamber, sensing Xiao Long's safety through the almost imperceptible bond of their blood pact. Initially, that connection was faint but persisted like a candle flickering in the wind, allowing her to endure amidst the reassurances from Gang and others while formulating subsequent plans. However, just half an hour prior, that connection had suddenly trembled violently. At that moment, she was discussing with Gang how to contact the remnants of the Guardians in the lower realm when a tearing pain surged through her chest. As if something was being forcibly severed, she clutched her heart, her complexion paling to that of parchment, her consciousness frantically rushing towards the blood-packed connection that had once been weak but stable, which now had become as tenuous as a thread, nearly vanishing altogether if she did not concentrate intently. Xiao Long. Situ Yuyin gasped, her fingertips digging deep into her palm, leaving 5 crimson marks. When Gang and the others rushed into the stone chamber, they found her collapsed on the ground, her eyes filled with despair. "Miss Situ, what has happened? Is it Brother Xiao?" Gang hurriedly approached, his tone fraught with concern. He understood that the blood pact was the last link between Xiao Long and Situ Yuyin. Should it break, it would signify the worst outcome. Situ Yuyin shook her head, her voice trembling. "The connection is about to sever. He must be in grave danger. I can feel his presence rapidly fading." "Miss Situ, please calm down." An elder of the Balian sect interjected urgently. "Young Xiao is blessed. He has previously turned peril into safety. Perhaps this time, he can turn misfortune into fortune as well. We have already sent people to contact the remnants of the Guardians and believe we will soon find a way to cross the dimensional barrier. I cannot wait." Situ Yuyin suddenly lifted her head, her despair replaced by a reckless determination. "Every moment I delay, he faces more danger. You may not be able to find the coordinates to traverse the dimensions, but I have." As she spoke, she walked to a hidden compartment in the corner of the stone chamber, pressing her fingertip against the stone wall to reveal a series of intricate markings. This was the key her mother had imparted to her on her deathbed, containing the last life-saving relic of the Liuli Immortal Palace. The compartment slowly opened, revealing a palm-sized box, neither gold nor jade, its surface intricately carved with the unique cloud patterns of the Liuli Immortal Palace, embedded with fine star sand that glimmered softly in the dim light. A flicker of curiosity passed through Gang and the others. Situ Yuyin cradled the box, her fingertips trembling slightly. "This is the last relic my mother left for me. Inside lies the dimensional transmission talisman painstakingly crafted by my father over a lifetime of cultivation. It can tear through the dimensional barrier once, transporting us to a predetermined coordinate in Jiuxiantian. My mother stated that it must not be used unless it is a matter of life and death." Taking a deep breath, she placed the box on the stone table and, using her fingertips' blood as a guide, gently traced the cloud patterns on the box's surface. As her blood seeped in, the box emitted a faint click and slowly opened. Inside lay not a dazzling treasure, but a silver talisman resting quietly. Though the talisman appeared unremarkable, the intricate patterns etched upon the talisman flowed as if alive, sometimes transforming into starry trajectories, other times into spatial fissures, with faint echoes of spatial humming barely audible. This was the treasure of the Liuli Immortal Palace, a one-time use talisman capable of crossing dimensional barriers. "Miss Situ, you intend to personally go to Jiuxiantian?" Gang's expression shifted, knowing that Jiuxiantian was undoubtedly teeming with the eyes of the dark crows and traders from the Liuli Immortal Palace. "Once you go, it will be like a sheep entering the tiger's den. Moreover, the dimensional transmission itself carries risks, and you have yet to recover from your injuries." "I know." Situ Yuyin interrupted him, her gaze resolute. "But I have no choice. Xiao Long is in Jiuxiantian, and I must find him. As for the risks, they pale in comparison to his life and death." She picked up the silver talisman, feeling its icy touch. It seemed to sense her determination as the patterns on its surface began to whirl faster, emanating a soft silver glow. She turned to look at Gang and the others, her tone filled with trust. "I leave everything here in your hands. Please help me defend the stronghold of Bailing Zone and contact the former members of the Xiaoming. Once I secure my position in Jiuxiantian, I will find a way to reach out to you." Shi Gang wanted to dissuade her, but upon seeing the resolute determination in Situ Yuyan's eyes, he could only sigh in resignation. "Take care. We will hold this place until you and Brother Xiao return." Situ Yuyan nodded, no longer hesitating. She gradually infused her spiritual energy into the silver talisman, murmuring the teleportation incantation of Liuli Xian Gong. "With my blood, I guide the rift. Using the talisman as a vessel, I traverse to Jiuxian." Buzz. The talisman erupted with blinding silver light, illuminating the entire stone chamber. A formidable spatial force surged forth from the talisman, tearing open a space passage half a zhang wide. The passage was shrouded in darkness, revealing chaotic energy tides swirling within, emanating a disquieting sense of pressure. As Situ Yuyan approached the passage, she felt a violent pulling force, her bones creaking painfully. The meridians previously injured by the dark crow curse throbbed with a stabbing pain. She let out a muffled groan, yet did not retreat. With a leap, her figure was instantly enveloped in silver light, vanishing into the spatial passage. After her entry, the passage began to close slowly, and the silver light within the stone chamber gradually faded, leaving only Shi Gang and the others standing in place, gazing at the empty dark compartment, their hearts filled with concern. Meanwhile, within the spatial passage, Situ Yuyan was enduring unimaginable agony. The spatial turbulence sliced through her body like countless blades, tearing her garments, and tiny wounds appeared on her skin, blood flowing from them, but evaporating the moment it came into contact with the chaotic energy. Gritting her teeth, she concentrated her remaining spiritual energy to shield her heart, meridian, and soul. She knew that as long as she reached the predetermined coordinates of Jiuxiantian, she would still have a chance to find Xiao Long. Uncertain how much time had passed, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead in the passage. Situ Yuyan's heart leaped with joy, and with her last ounce of strength, she rushed toward the light. With a thud, Situ Yuyan's body crashed heavily onto the cold ground, the violent impact causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood, staining the dust before her. Struggling to rise, she found her entire body felt as if it had been disassembled, lacking the strength even to lift her hand, and could only lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Surrounding her was utter darkness, save for a faint light above. After a moment, she gathered her remaining spiritual energy and condensed it at her fingertips, igniting a small flame. The moment the fire flickered to life, she finally discerned her surroundings. This was an abandoned teleportation array. The runes of the array had long since faded, and the ground was thick with dust, clearly indicating that no one had come here for a long time. Surrounding the teleportation array were dilapidated pillars, adorned with cloud patterns of Liuli Xiangong. Though cracked, their former elegance was still discernible. A thin but familiar spiritual energy permeated the air. This was the spiritual energy of Jiuxiantian. Finally arriving, Situ Yuyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue hit her, nearly causing her to faint again. She understood that this was the secret stronghold in the Falling Star Valley, the predetermined coordinates set by her mother. This place had once served as a relay station for Liuli Xiangong to transmit messages, but had been abandoned for nearly a century due to internal turmoil within the palace. Few, aside from successive palace masters and core family members, knew of its existence. After resting for about the duration of an incense stick, she finally regained some strength. Struggling to her feet, she dusted herself off and began to meticulously inspect the stronghold. In a corner of the teleportation array lay several dust-covered wooden boxes. She opened one, discovering several sets of clean Liuli Xiangong garments, along with some healing elixirs, emergency supplies left behind by her mother. She donned a black Liuli Xiangong outfit, its unique material capable of concealing her presence to a certain extent, ideal for stealth. Then, she consumed a healing elixir, which dissolved instantly. A gentle surge of spiritual energy flowing down her throat into her body, alleviating her injuries and fatigue. Now, she needed to go to Liuli Gudong. Situ Yuyan silently reminded herself. Liuli Gudong was a forbidden area of Liuli Xiangong, located in the family's rear mountains. It not only housed the family's treasured legacies, but also had loyal former members stationed there. She needed to locate these old members first and ascertain the family's current situation to have any chance of finding Xiao Long. Not daring to delay, she departed through a side door of the teleportation array and entered the dense forest of Falling Star Valley, situated on the outskirts of Liuli Xiangong. The valley was silent at this late hour, only occasionally punctuated by the roars of demonic beasts disrupting the tranquility of the night. Situ Yuyan moved lightly. akin to a specter weaving through the woods. She activated the innate abilities of her Liu-Li-Xian body, blending her aura seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The Liu-Li-Xian body excelled not only in defense and healing, but also possessed formidable stealth capabilities. As long as she refrained from actively releasing her spiritual energy, ordinary cultivators would be utterly oblivious to her presence. However, just as she exited Falling Star Valley, trouble arose. Ahead on the mountain path appeared a patrol of cultivators, clad in silver garments of Liu-Li-Xian Gong, with a black crow totem embroidered on their chests. They belonged to the faction of the Grand Elder. Traitors colluding with the Dark Crow forces. Halt! Who goes there? The patrol leader spotted her and barked, raising his long sword menacingly in her direction. Situ Yuyen's heart leaped into her throat. She was still injured and could not possibly contend with this patrol. She quickly scanned her surroundings and noticed a dense thicket to her right, behind which lay a steep cliff adorned with numerous vines, her only escape route. I am a servant from the rear mountain, sent to deliver supplies. Situ Yuyen lowered her voice, feigning a timid demeanor to buy time. The leader clearly did not believe her, snorting coldly, "A servant? Delivering supplies at this hour? Show me your token." Just as the leader approached, Situ Yuyen suddenly sprang into action. She dashed toward the thicket, gathering the remaining spiritual energy within her to propel herself forward with blinding speed. "Stop her!" the leader shouted, realizing too late, swinging his sword at Situ Yuyen's retreating figure. The sword light sliced through the air with a sharpness that grazed her clothing, severing several branches. Not daring to look back, Situ Yuyen leaped into the thicket, grasping the vines of the cliff and swiftly sliding down. The patrol members reached the cliff's edge but hesitated to jump down due to the steepness of the vines, only able to curse at her retreating form in frustration. Situ Yuyen slid to the bottom of the cliff, her arms scratched by the vines, yet she had finally evaded the patrol. Not daring to linger, she continued running towards the rear mountains of Liu-Li-Xian Gong. In the ensuing journey, she exercised even greater caution. She avoided all main paths, opting for secluded mountain trails and dense woods. Whenever she encountered patrols, she relied on the stealth abilities of her Liu-Li-Xian body, hiding in the shadows until they passed before proceeding. After 3 hours of stealthy navigation, she finally arrived at the rear mountains of Liu-Li-Xian Gong. The atmosphere here was even more tense than on the front mountain, with patrolling cultivators in silver garments visible everywhere, indicating that the Grand Elder had fortified the defenses here. Situ Yuyen circled around to the western side of the rear mountains, where a dense bamboo grove stood. Deep within the grove lay the entrance to Liuli Gudong. Following her mother's teachings, she approached an ancient bamboo at the center of the grove, using her palm as a blade to lightly tap 3 times on its trunk. This was the secret signal to open Liuli Gudong. Click! The ground behind the ancient bamboo suddenly trembled, and a stone door slowly opened, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. From behind the stone door came 2 vigilant voices. Who goes there? Situ Yuyen's heart leaped with joy. She knew it was the old members stationed at the Gudong. Lowering her voice, she said, "Liuli Ingyue, the palace returns to its heart." This was the secret code between the successive palace masters and core old members of Liuli-Xian Gong, known only to those loyal to her father. The sound behind the stone door fell silent for a moment before it slowly creaked open, revealing 2 elderly men dressed in the ancient robes of the Liuli-Xian palace. Though their hair was gray, their spirits were vigorous, and their eyes gleamed with the sharpness of eagles. Upon seeing Situ Yuyen, astonishment and excitement flickered in their gazes. "Miss, is it truly you?" exclaimed the elder on the left, his voice trembling as he stepped forward to scrutinize her. "You have finally returned." Situ Yuyen's eyes became moist as she regarded the 2 elders, recognizing them as the most trusted elders of her father, Elder Chun and Elder Li, who were also the ones her mother had specifically instructed her to trust before her passing. "Elder Chun, Elder Li," she said, bowing respectfully to them, her voice choked with emotion, "I have returned." Elder Chun helped her rise, letting out a sigh. "It is good that you are back. These years have been difficult for you." He glanced cautiously at the bamboo forest outside, lowering his voice. "Come inside. This is not a place for conversation." Situ Yuyen followed the 2 elders into the ancient cave of Liuli, the stone door closing slowly behind her, sealing away the dangers of the outside world. Inside the cave, a hidden paradise awaited, illuminated by the luminous pearls embedded in the stone walls along the passageway. After walking a few dozen steps, they entered a vast cavern, at the center of which floated a colossal crystal mirror, its circumference adorned with intricate murals of constellations. "Miss, are you aware of the situation within the palace?" Elderly spoke first, his tone grave. "Since your disappearance, The Grand Elder has confined the palace master under the pretense of ineptitude in teaching her daughter and collusion with external enemies. It has been nearly 3 years now, and our attempts to visit have been thwarted by the Grand Elder's men. Situ Yuyan's expression turned frigid. What else has the Grand Elder done? He has conspired with the external forces of the Dark Crows, exchanging the resources of the Liuli Xian Palace for their support, Elder Chen replied, his voice laced with anger. Most of the power within the palace is now under the control of the Grand Elder's faction, forcing loyalists like us to retreat to the ancient cave, barely surviving. Situ Yuyan clenched her fists, a flicker of murderous intent crossing her eyes. She understood that the Grand Elder was not only a traitor to the family, but also the architect behind her father's confinement and her own forced exile. Yet, this was not the time for revenge. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Elder Chun, elderly, I have returned to seek someone. Situ Yuyan's tone shifted to urgency. His name is Xiao Long. He has been caught in a temporal turbulence and may be somewhere in the Jiuxiantian. I need to utilize the Suguang Liuli realm to locate him. The faces of both elders changed at her words, revealing hesitation. In the center of the cavern, the Suguang Liuli realm shimmered with a faint silver light under the illumination of the luminous pearls. This crystal mirror, over 3 zhang in diameter, had a surface as smooth as ice, with intricate starry runes carved along its edge, through which a faint spiritual aura flowed. It served as the Liuli Xian Palace's treasured heirloom, capable of tracing the essence of living beings and revealing the tracks of cause and effect. But its immense energy consumption meant it should not be used lightly unless in dire circumstances. Miss. Activating the Suguang Liuli realm requires a significant amount of celestial energy, as well as the blood and soul power of the practitioner, Elderly said. Worry etched on his face. You have just undergone a cross-dimensional transfer and have yet to heal. Forcing its activation may harm your very foundation. I understand, Situ Yuyan replied. Approaching the crystal mirror, she lightly touched its surface, the icy sensation sharpening her resolve. But Xiao Long's situation is even more perilous. We share a blood bond, and it is fraying. If I do not find him soon, he may. She did not finish her sentence, yet the determination in her eyes conveyed everything. Elder Chun and Elder Li exchanged glances, recognizing the helplessness and agreement in each other's expressions. They knew Situ Yuyan's character. Once she made up her mind, it would not easily waver. Very well, Elder Chun sighed, producing a jade box from his robe. Upon opening it, 3 pearly white stones lay inside. These are Xing Sui stones, which we had secretly stored. They can provide some energy for the Suguang Liuli realm, thus reducing your consumption. We will stand guard and help you bear the burden. Situ Yuyan accepted the jade box, warmth flooding her heart. Thank you, elders. The 3 of them ceased their conversation and immediately set to work. Elder Chun and Elder Li sat cross-legged on either side of the crystal mirror, placing the Xing Sui stones in the grooves of the mirror's base, then closed their eyes, beginning to infuse pure spiritual energy into the mirror. The moment the Xing Sui stones came into contact with the energy, they erupted with brilliant starlight, flowing along the runes of the mirror's base and ultimately merging into the crystal mirror. Situ Yuyan stood before the crystal mirror, taking a deep breath. She pricked her fingertip, allowing crimson blood to drip onto the mirror's surface. She formed intricate hand seals and silently recited the Suguang incantation of the Liuli Xian Palace. With my blood, I summon the brilliance of the stars. Tracing the light, I reveal the threads of fate. As the incantation resonated, she concentrated all her spirit onto the faint connection she shared with Xiao Long, akin to a firefly in the darkness, distant yet undeniably present. She used this connection as a guide, channeling the power of the Suguang Liuli realm toward the direction of Jiuxiantian. Suddenly, the crystal mirror erupted with dazzling light, its surface rippling like water. Within the radiance, countless fragmented images flashed rapidly, chaotic temporal currents, dark spatial crevices, and howling energy storms, each scene brimming with peril, causing Elder Chun and Elder Li to clench their fists in anxiety. Situ Yuyan's complexion paled visibly, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth as the power of the Suguang Liuli realm swiftly drained her blood and soul power. Her vision began to blur, and her body trembled slightly, yet she remained fixated on the mirror, unwilling to relent for a moment. Faster, closer, she silently urged. At last, the images within the mirror coalesced into clarity. A vast and desolate landscape unfolded before the 3, the sky a suffocating shade of dark red, resembling congealed blood, with thick death energy suffusing the air. The ground was piled high with mountains of bones, the white fragments clattering in the wind, reminiscent of whispering souls. In the distance, a dark fissure on the horizon was faintly visible, from which black mist surged, merging with the dark red sky. At the center of this despairing boneyard, beside the skeleton of a colossal beast, a familiar figure leaned against the bone wall. It was Xiao Long. His clothing was tattered, his body battered, and his right arm tightly bound to his waist with strips of cloth, clearly having sustained severe injuries. His breath was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, yet he stubbornly clung to consciousness. The talisman he held emitted a soft, earthy glow, acting as the most loyal guardian, warding off the surrounding death energy and protecting his last vestiges of life. He was alive. He truly was alive. In that instant, the taut strings of Situ Yian's heart finally relaxed, and tears of joy mingled with blood as they streamed from her eyes. She wished to discern Xiao Long's surroundings, to pinpoint his exact location, when suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness struck her. Her blood and soul power had been entirely expended, leaving her unable to sustain the demands of the Suguang, Liuli realm. With a cough, Situ Yian spat out a mouthful of blood, her body collapsing weakly. Elder Chun and Elder Li, witnessing this, hurriedly ceased their infusion of energy and rushed to support her. The light of the crystal mirror gradually dimmed, and the scenes within began to dissipate, leaving only a faint starlight swirling on its surface. Miss. Elder Chen produced a healing pill, placing it in Situ Yian's mouth. Rest for now. Do not push yourself any further. Situ Yian leaned against Elder Chen's embrace, recovering her strength momentarily. When she opened her eyes, though still weary, they sparkled brighter than ever before. I am fine. Knowing he is alive is enough. She struggled to sit up, her gaze steady upon the two elders. Elder Chun. Elderly, we have two matters to attend to now. First, we must utilize all our covert channels to investigate the location of the blood-red bone plains. Judging from the visuals, it should be a certain exile site within Jiuxiantian. I require precise coordinates and the route to reach it. Elder Chen nodded. We have several hidden intelligence points outside the palace. I will immediately dispatch someone to make contact. I believe we will receive news shortly. Second, Situ Yian's gaze turned icy as she ordered, investigate the situation within the family. I need to know how many in the palace remain loyal to my father. How many serve the Grand Elder, and which individuals can be swayed to our side. We must gather strength swiftly, for the removal of traitors is not solely to rescue my father, but also to ensure our smooth passage to the bone plains to find Xiao Long. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Elder Li's eyes. Rest assured, young Mississippi, although we have been forced to retreat to the ancient caves, we have secretly contacted many former allies. At your command, we can act at any moment. Situ Yian took a deep breath, rising to her feet and walking towards the crystal mirror, once again gazing at the now tranquil surface. She understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, the influence of the Grand Elder, the threat of the Dark Raven, the unknown perils of Jiuxiantian, and the ominous bone plains all awaited her. Yet, she felt no fear. Xiao Long was struggling for survival in the bone plains, and she would carve a bloody path for him within this perilous realm of the Liuli Xian Palace. She needed to consolidate power, overthrow the Grand Elder's rule, rescue her father, and then traverse mountains and rivers to find the blood-red bone plains. Reuniting with Xiao Long, notify everyone to prepare. Situ Yian commanded with an undeniable authority. Within 3 days, we shall first eliminate the Grand Elder's spy stationed in the back mountain, then devise our next course of action. Elders Chun and Li exchanged a solemn glance and nodded in unison. Yes, young miss. Outside the cave, the night remained profound. The lights of the Liuli Xian Palace flickered in the distance, resembling lurking serpents. Within the cave, a deadly scheme against the traitors was already brewing. Situ Yian gazed at her reflection in the crystal mirror, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. A new battle had commenced, and she would not be defeated. Chapter 63. Comprehending the Bone Plains in Jiuxiantian. The dawn over the desolate bone plains had never appeared warm. The blood-red celestial light pierced through the dense mist, casting an eerie glow upon the sprawling heaps of bones. Xiao Long sat cross-legged atop the highest point of a colossal wyvern's skull, his eyes closed and a faint earthy yellow aura surrounding him. This marked the 7th day of his stay with the Wolf Clan. During these days, apart from assisting Shueya in solidifying the purified Kubu spring, he spent the remainder of his time in seclusion, striving to adapt to the oppressive laws of Jiuxiantian and restore his cultivation. At this moment, his Dantian's energy vortex was slowly rotating, threads of pure earth vein energy flowing through his meridians. With each point of contact, he sensed the unique, violent spiritual energy of Jiuxiantian being harmonized by the power of his protective talisman, merging into the earth vein energy. This fusion was exceptionally arduous, as the spiritual energy of Jiuxiantian resembled untamed wild horses, threatening to backlash against his meridians at the slightest misstep. Fortunately, the earthy yellow glow of the talisman acted like a gentle rain, soothing the energy just in time. As the last trace of violent spiritual energy was harmonized, Xiao Long's Dantian energy vortex quivered violently, unleashing a more potent aura from within him. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of azure gold flashing within his pupils before vanishing. He had finally regained 30% of his strength in the mid-stage of the Nayuan realm. Though this is far from my peak strength in the lower realms, it suffices to confront most dangers in this loss-oppressing, death-filled bone plains, Xiao Long murmured, clenching his fists. He stood up and approached the edge of the wyvern's skull, gazing down at the wolf clan below. The cubs frolicked by the Kubu spring while the adult wolves patrolled the vicinity of their habitat, their previously numb eyes now reflecting a hint of vitality. This was the change he had brought, a bond he had forged in this unfamiliar land. It is time to leave. A resolution settled in Xiao Long's heart. The location indicated by the ancestral star map pointed to a distant place, and with his current strength, he was not even qualified to approach it. He needed to find a gathering point for humanity first, acquire basic information about Jiuxiantian, gather resources, and enhance his power before contemplating the next steps. He turned and leaped from the wyvern's skull, making his way towards the lair of the Wolf King, Shuya. Shuya lay at the entrance of the cave, grooming his silvery gray fur. Upon seeing Xiao Long approach, he lifted his head, a hint of understanding flashing in his emerald eyes. He had long sensed Xiao Long's intentions. "Are you leaving?" Shuya's thoughts resonated, carrying a complex emotion. Xiao Long nodded. The star map, left by the elder, points to a far-off location. I must first understand this world and strengthen my powers to fulfill his legacy. The purification of the Kubu spring is only temporary. To completely resolve the threat of the netherworld rift, greater strength is required. Shuya fell silent for a moment, then rose and approached Xiao Long, nudging him with his nose, presenting a palm-sized beast tooth. The tooth was silvery gray, its surface smooth as jade, undoubtedly polished by Shuya's long-held affection, still bearing his lingering essence. "This is the token of our clan," Shuya conveyed solemnly. 100 miles beyond the edge of the plains lies a gathering point for humanity known as Heiyin Town. It is a place of mixed fortunes, where you will find the information and resources you seek, but it is also fraught with danger, as many exiles and fugitives congregate there. Adhering to the law of the jungle, he paused before continuing. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in Heiyin Town or its vicinity, channel your spiritual energy into the beast tooth and blow upon it. Within 100 miles, the descendants of the bone erosion wolves will sense my essence and do their utmost to assist you. This is our clan's promise to you, a safeguard of hope. Xiao Long accepted the beast tooth, feeling its coolness, yet sensing the trust and camaraderie contained within. He solemnly tucked it into his bosom and deeply bowed to Shuya. "Thank you, Wolf King. I pledge that when I possess the power, I shall return to the Bone Plains and thoroughly purify the netherworld rift, providing you with a safe haven." Shuya shook his head, a glimmer of gratification in his eyes. "No need for promises. The hope you bring is already sufficient. Go forth, outsider Xiao Long. May you find the answers you seek upon the soil of Jiuxiantian." Xiao Long did not linger with further words. Turning to stride towards the exit of the lair, his steps were resolute, and his silhouette appeared particularly upright under the blood-red celestial light. The bone erosion wolves paused their activities, silently watching him depart until he vanished at the edge of the bone heaps. They understood that this outsider, who brought hope, was about to embark on a new journey, and perhaps their destinies would change as a result. After leaving the wolf clan's dwelling, Xiao Long did not immediately head to Heiyin Town, but instead took a detour towards the center of the Bone Plains, the site of the Netherworld Rift, also referred to by Elder Jiang as the source of the Netherworld erosion. He wished to observe the rift up close to comprehend the source of the death energy and to ascertain whether there were any traces of the Netherworld Palace or the Dark Raven's forces nearby. As he approached the rift, the death energy in the air grew increasingly dense, causing even the glow of his protective talisman to dim slightly. Xiao Long noticed that the bones on the ground became more densely packed, many of which exhibited signs of being corroded by black energy. And he occasionally spotted the corpses of bone demons, evidently slain in territorial disputes. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Long finally beheld the true visage of the Netherworld Rift. It was a black fissure roughly 100 feet wide, from which incessant streams of black mist erupted, rapidly merging into the surrounding bones and causing mutations. No living creature dared to approach the fissure, which was enveloped by an impenetrable barrier of thick death energy, isolating all life. This is the source of the Netherworld erosion. A chill ran down Xiao Long's spine. He could sense that the aura emanating from the rift bore a striking resemblance to the Xianming power he had previously encountered. Yet it was even more refined and terrifying. He could faintly hear eerie howls emanating from the depths of the chasm, as if countless monsters lay in wait within. He dared not venture too close. Instead, he observed from a distance for a moment before turning away. He understood that with his current strength, he was incapable of uncovering the secrets of the chasm and might even invite peril upon himself. The name of Hyan's Xiao Long echoed in his mind as he quickened his pace. He needed to reach there swiftly to acquire information about Jiuxiantian and devise his next plan. The journey through the Kugu Huanyuan had concluded. Yet the true challenges awaiting him in Jiuxiantian were just beginning. Chapter 64. Undercurrents of the Immortal Palace at this moment. Within the jurisdiction of the Liulixian Palace, the Luoyun Mountain Manor was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. In the manor's secret chamber, Situ Yuyin sat cross-legged at the center of a spirit-gathering array, surrounded by rich, liuli-colored spiritual energy. The array consisted of 36 top-grade spirit stones, with the energy surging into her body like a tide, nourishing her damaged meridians. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale, her breathing had steadied significantly, and the fatigue in her brow was replaced by a chilling authority. This marked the 5th day since she had arrived in Jiuxiantian. Within these 5 days, with the assistance of elders Chun and Li, she not only eliminated the lingering dark crow curse within her, but also, with the help of the Liulixian Palace's secret treasure, the Liulixian Du, rapidly restored her cultivation. She even broke through her previous bottleneck, reaching the late stage of the Na Yuan realm, stronger than when she was in the lower realm. As the last trace of spiritual energy was absorbed, Situ Yuyin slowly opened her eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in her liuli-colored pupils. She rose, flexed her wrists, and felt the surging spiritual power within her. Filled with confidence that she was now capable of contending with some of the Grand Elder's subordinates. "Miss, you are awake." Elder Chen's voice came from outside the door as he entered, holding a jade slip with a serious expression. "This is the list of family factions we have compiled recently for your review." Situ Yuyin took the jade slip, immersing her consciousness within. The slip recorded the current distribution of power within the Liulixian Palace. The Grand Elder's faction controlled most of the palace's authority, including the law enforcement hall, the outer sect, and the majority of the mines. Only 3 outer sect stewards and 7 inner sect disciples remained loyal to her father, along with a few scattered servants in various herb gardens and strongholds, whose strength was feeble. Additionally, 5 elders held ambiguous attitudes, neither siding with the Grand Elder nor maintaining ties with the old faction, clearly observing the situation. "The situation is worse than I imagined." Situ Yuyin furrowed her brow tightly. "The 3 outer sect stewards and 7 inner sect disciples are far too weak to contend with the Grand Elder. We need more strength, especially a formation master with the authority to control the palace's protective array, or neutral elders from the Pill Hall and Tool Hall. Without their support, we cannot approach the illusory Moon Palace, let alone rescue my father." "Miss, we have already been discreetly contacting those neutral elders." Elderly entered, adding, "Elder Wang from the Pill Hall has received favors from the Palace Lord and has always been dissatisfied with the Grand Elder's actions. Elder Lu from the Tool Hall, having been stripped of part of his authority for refusing to forge weapons for the Grand Elder, harbors long-standing grievances. Our people have conveyed our intentions for cooperation to them through secret channels, but they have yet to respond, evidently wary of the Grand Elder's influence." "That is to be expected." Situ Yuyin nodded, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. The Grand Elder had held power for many years, and his influence was deeply entrenched, making it difficult for them to express their positions easily. Give them some time, and also apply some pressure. Send someone to gather evidence of the Grand Elder's collusion with the Dark Crows, especially any incriminating details regarding their exchange of palace resources for the support of the Dark Crows. Once the evidence is irrefutable, they will have no choice but to cooperate. "Understood." Both Elder Chun and Elder Li responded in unison. Situ Yuyin walked to the window, gazing into the distance towards the main hall of the Liulixian Palace. The outline of the main hall, shrouded in mist, no longer bore the solemnity and sanctity of yesteryears, but instead exuded an oppressive malevolence. That was the place where her father was held captive, and the power center of the Grand Elder's faction. "By the way, have you found any news regarding the Kuga Huanyuan?" Situ Yuyin suddenly inquired, her tone laced with an imperceptible urgency. This was her foremost concern and the primary reason for her return to Jiuxiantian. Elder Chen's expression shifted slightly, his tone grave. "We have uncovered some information, but the situation is not favorable. The Kugu Huanyuan lies at the extreme western edge of Jiuxiantian, a notorious place of exile. shrouded in the deathly aura of the netherworld, with an extremely harsh environment. Only some exiled criminals and mutated creatures can survive there. The space within the wasteland is highly unstable, frequently manifesting small fissures, and it aligns perfectly with your description of Xiao Long being caught in a temporal turbulence. Situ Yian's heart sank. The terms place of exile, deathly aura, and unstable space each suggested that Xiao Long was in a dire predicament. She could imagine the immense suffering and danger he must endure in such an environment. Is there any more specific information? Situ Yian's voice trembled slightly. For instance, what factions are around the wasteland? Are there fixed entrances and exits? And has there been any recent intelligence regarding unfamiliar individuals? There are no formal factions around the wasteland. Only scattered bandits and mercenaries who survive by hunting the mutated creatures within. Elder Chen shook his head. There is, however, one fixed entrance located at the eastern edge of the wasteland, connecting to Hyanzhen, a chaotic town that serves as the only passage into the wasteland. As for unfamiliar individuals, our people are still investigating, and there are no updates at the moment. Hyanzhen. Situ Yin silently noted this name, a flicker of resolution crossing her eyes. Continue the investigation. Spare no effort to locate Xiao Long. Moreover, prepare for my visit to Hyanzhen. Only by going there personally can I uncover the clues more swiftly. Miss, you mustn't. Both Elder Chun and Elder Li simultaneously objected. Hyanzhen is far too chaotic and close to the Kugo Huanyuan, where the deathly aura is thick and danger abounds. You are the hope of the old faction. You cannot take such risks. My mind is made up. Situ Yin interrupted them, her tone resolute. Xiao Long's fate in the Kugo Huanyuan is uncertain, and I cannot sit here waiting for news. You stay here to continue consolidating power and contacting the neutral elders. Once I find Xiao Long, we will regroup and face the Grand Elder together. Seeing her unwavering stance, Elder Chun and Elder Li realized they could not dissuade her, and could only sigh in resignation. We will prepare the best stealth equipment and healing elixirs for you, and send 2 of our most capable disciples to protect you. There's no need. Situ Yin shook her head. Having too many people will only increase the risk of exposure. I will utilize the stealth capabilities of the Liuli Xian body and go alone. You simply need to focus on your own matters. That is the greatest assistance you can provide me. She turned back to the center of the secret chamber, beginning to gather her belongings, several garments that concealed her presence, some healing elixirs, and a simple map of Jiuxiantian. She knew that the journey to Hyanzhen would be fraught with peril, but for Xiao Long, she had no other choice. Grand Elder, Dark Crows, Kugu Huanyuan. A glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Situ Yin's eyes. No matter the obstacles ahead, I will find Xiao Long, and then reclaim everything that is rightfully mine, seeking justice for my father and all those who have been betrayed. The door to the secret chamber slowly closed, leaving Elder Chun and Elder Li standing in place, their hearts filled with concern. They understood that Situ Yin's departure signified that the undercurrents within the Liuli Xian Palace were about to erupt into a storm. One that would not only determine the fate of their family, but also the future of Jiuxiantian. Meanwhile, far at the edge of the Kugo Huanyuan, Xiao Long was setting forth on the road to Hyanzhen, and at the power center of the Liuli Xian Palace. The Grand Elder was secretly meeting with the Dark Crow faction, plotting further schemes. 2 seemingly parallel storylines were quietly converging on the land of Jiuxiantian, heralding the brewing of a storm that would engulf the entire continent. Chapter 65. Exit of the wasteland. The blood-colored mist of the Kugu Huanyuan gradually dissipated behind Xiao Long. The moment he stepped beyond the edge of the desolate wasteland, it felt as though he had traversed an invisible barrier. The oppressive stillness of the air suddenly thinned, replaced by a pulsating atmosphere infused with the sense of sweat, metallic ore, and a faint hint of blood. The wind no longer carried the chill of bone fragments, but instead bore the distant clamor of a city, brushing against his face with a semblance of life. Xiao Long halted, casting a glance back at the blood-stained earth that had claimed countless lives, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. It was here that he had faced life and death crises, encountered the bone-eating wolf clan's guardianship, and discovered the key to the ancestral star map. Though perilous, the withered bone wasteland had become his first turning point toward the 9 Shin heaven. It was time to move on. He withdrew his gaze and looked to the horizon, where a city built against a backdrop of dark brown cliffs gradually came into focus. Its silhouette was rugged and unyielding, devoid of the ornate eaves typical of ordinary cities, characterized instead by towering walls crafted from massive black stones, their surfaces marred by the scars of battle and dried crimson stains, remnants of years of conflict. Atop the walls, vague figures of patrolling cultivators could be discerned, their auras tumultuous and feral, akin to beasts of the wasteland. Is this Greenrock Town? Xiao Long mused inwardly. Judging by its scale, it was far beyond mere town status. Black Rock City seemed a more fitting title. He quickened his pace toward the city. As he approached, the scene at the city gate became clearer. There were no imposing guards, only 4 cultivators clad in ragged leather armor, lazily leaning against the wall. They idly toyed with their weapons, yet their gazes were sharp as hawks, scrutinizing every passerby as though assessing potential prey. These individuals were all mid-stage Na-Yuan cultivators, exuding a heavy aura of malevolence, clearly seasoned rogues accustomed to teetering on the edge of life and death. Each bore a black insignia hanging from their waist, inscribed with the character for thunder, likely marking their affiliation with a certain power. As Xiao Long reached the city gate, before he could utter a word, one of the burly cultivators reached out a hand, speaking in a coarse voice. Entry fee, 3 blocks of death chi ore. Short 1 block. And you can roll back to your wasteland to feed the bone demon. Death chi ore? Xiao Long raised an eyebrow. He had indeed collected some during his time in the wasteland, sourced from the skeletal heaps near the Nethermire Rift, containing a faint essence of death, beneficial for those cultivating cold and shadowy arts. He had not anticipated it would serve as currency in Black Rock City. He retrieved 3 fist-sized blocks of death chi ore from his storage bag, their deep black surfaces glimmering with a faint ghostly light. The burly cultivator accepted the ore, weighing it briefly, his murky gaze sweeping over Xiao Long, lingering momentarily on his tattered garments and the ethereal blue dagger at his waist. Curiosity flickered in his eyes, but he asked no further questions, merely gesturing. You can enter. Remember, in Black Rock City, adhering to the rules is essential for survival. Xiao Long nodded silently and stepped through the city gate. The entrance was deep and shadowy, reminiscent of a great beast's gullet, its walls adorned with moss and dried bloodstains. The air thick with a damp, musty odor. As he crossed the threshold, a cacophonous wave of heat surged toward him, tightening his senses. The street before him was narrow and filthy, littered with rubble and refuse, with sewage trickling along the roadside, emitting a noxious stench. The flanks of the street were crammed with makeshift shanties and stalls, their vendors worn and wary, loudly hawking their wares, rusty weapons, death-tainted beast bones, and some drab herbs. The throng bustled about, most clad in tattered attire, carrying varying degrees of hostility. They hurried past one another, rarely exchanging words, and when collisions occurred, they merely glared fiercely, devoid of further conversation. Each person here seemed like a taut bowstring, poised to snap into conflict at any moment. Xiao Long discreetly melded into the crowd, akin to a raindrop merging with a murky river. He suppressed his aura to the mid-stage Na-Yuan level, striving to appear inconspicuous. Yet he still quietly clutched the ethereal blue dagger in his palm. In such a place, any lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. He needed to swiftly locate channels for information, such as a market or tavern, to discern the power dynamics within Black Rock City and the route to the site of the fallen stars. However, before he could identify a target, a commotion erupted ahead on the street. Make way! Get out of my way! 3 figures rudely shoved through the crowd, halting at a stall selling herbs. The leader, a man with a scarred face clad in a blue outfit adorned with lightning cloud patterns, bore a thunder insignia at his waist, indicating an affiliation with the same faction as the guards at the city gate, likely the Feng Lei pavilion referenced by the Wolf King Bloodfawn. The elderly vendor behind the stall, around 60, with graying hair and a hunched figure, trembled as he sorted through the herbs. Most of the herbs were basic healing plants, with only a few slightly more valuable Qinggu grass, evidently harvested from the wasteland's edge, intended for meager cultivation resources. Old man, the Feng Lei tax for this month is due, the scar-faced man declared, stepping on the edge of the stall and crushing several stalks of Qinggu grass beneath his foot. 10 blocks of death chi ore. Short 1 block. And I'll dismantle your pathetic stall. The old man's face drained of color, and he fell to his knees, pleading desperately, Boss Wong, please have mercy. The bone demons in the wasteland have been rampant this month. I can't sell my herbs for a decent price. And I can't possibly gather 10 blocks of death chi ore. If you want these herbs, take them all. I beg you, spare me and let me live. Spare you. The scar-faced man sneered, kicking over the stall, scattering the herbs to the ground where they were trampled underfoot. In Black Rock City, a way to survive is bought with death chi ore. No money, then don't waste space by living. He then seized the old man's collar, channeling his energy, and threw a punch toward the old man's chest. The fist glowed with a faint blue light, clearly an application of the Feng Lei Pavilion's technique, potent enough to shatter the ribs of a mid-stage Na-Yuan cultivator. With the old man's meager cultivation, this blow would undoubtedly be fatal. The surrounding crowd fell silent, all eyes riveted on the scene, yet none intervened. Some wore expressions of apathy, others reveled in the misfortune, while a few discreetly retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. In Black Rock City, the rules of Feng Lei Pavilion were absolute. Offending them was akin to courting death. Xiao Long hesitated. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. As a newcomer, his priority should be to endure, not to attract trouble. However, gazing into the old man's despairing eyes and hearing his pleas, he was reminded of the bone-eating wolf clan struggling for survival in the Bone Wasteland, as well as the elder Jiang Yuan's admonitions that guardianship not only meant resisting the void, but also safeguarding the frail lives. I cannot stand idly by, Xiao Long silently affirmed. His left hand, concealed within his sleeve, subtly stirred. A wisp of pale earth energy, akin to a strand of hair, quietly emerged, slipping through the cracks in the ground to silently merge beneath the old man, forming a thin protective barrier around his heart pulse. This energy was exceedingly weak, imperceptible even to a late-stage Na Yuan cultivator, let alone the ordinary people surrounding them. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The old man was sent flying by the punch, crashing against the wall behind him, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, appearing gravely injured and on the brink of death. The scar-faced man dusted off his hands, spitting, "You reap what you sow. What bad luck." He scanned the vicinity, his gaze feral, as if searching for his next target to extort. Just then, his eyes landed on Xiao Long amidst the crowd. Chapter 66. The Rules of Black Rock City. The scar-faced man's gaze locked onto Xiao Long like a viper's tongue. As he had taken note of Xiao Long not for his attire or cultivation level, Black Rock City saw many newcomers, and mid-stage Na Yuan cultivators were plentiful. What truly piqued his interest was the aura emanating from Xiao Long. In the chaotic and violent city of Heiyan, the atmosphere was charged with an undercurrent of impatience and ferocity among its denizens. Yet amidst the throng, Xiao Long stood like a still pond, his calm demeanor starkly incongruous with the surrounding tension. More importantly, he had sensed a faint but distinct energy fluctuation when he had interacted with the old man, the origin of which seemed to emanate from his own direction. This young man is suspicious, thought the scarred man. He waved his hand, and the two disciples of the Feng Lei Pavilion behind him promptly understood the signal, advancing swiftly to form a triangular formation that subtly encircled Xiao Long. Upon witnessing this, the crowd instinctively retreated, creating a clear space, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the impending spectacle. In Heiyan, it was commonplace for the Feng Lei Pavilion to bully outsiders, and no one felt sympathy for a potential victim being extorted. Xiao Long's heart tightened. He could distinctly perceive at least 3 more presences belonging to Feng Lei Pavilion disciples concealed within the crowd or behind makeshift shelters, clearly allies of the scarred man. Should a confrontation ensue, he might prevail against the 3 before him, but it would undoubtedly attract more members of the Feng Lei Pavilion, leading to trouble. Endure. Xiao Long silently chanted within himself. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet the scarred man's, maintaining a calm tone. "Might I ask what the matter is, esteemed brother?" "What matter?" The scarred man stepped closer, placing a heavy hand on Xiao Long's shoulder, exerting a palpable pressure. "You seem unfamiliar. A newcomer? Just arrived in the city." Xiao Long replied, offering no resistance to the shoulder patting. "Is it wise for a newcomer to meddle in affairs that do not concern him?" The scarred man's voice dropped an octave, his eyes glinting with menace. "Are you not aware of the rules in Heiyan?" Xiao Long's heart sank. The other man had indeed detected the earlier energy fluctuation. However, he feigned ignorance, responding with a simple, "I merely passed by and saw nothing." "Seen nothing?" The scarred man scoffed, gesturing towards the old man who lay gasping on the ground. "That old fool just took a punch from me and should have been dead by now. Yet here he is, still breathing. You tell me, if it wasn't your doing, then whose could it be?" Xiao Long refrained from arguing. He understood that reasoning with such individuals would only lead to further complications. He needed to address the immediate crisis with a more pragmatic approach. After a brief silence, he produced 5 beast bones, each as thick as an arm, from his storage pouch. The bones were a deep black, smooth as jade, with faint wisps of deathly energy swirling within their seams. These were trophies from a bone-patterned beast he had hunted in the wasteland, a creature nourished by the essence of death. Its bones were not only exceedingly durable, but also suitable for crafting cold-type magical artifacts, far exceeding the value of ordinary death energy mines. "Your vision is commendable, esteemed brother," Xiao Long said, extending the beast bones towards the scarred man with a steady tone. "As a newcomer, I am unfamiliar with the rules, and I merely lent a hand without ulterior motives. Consider these beast bones as my gift to the Feng Lei Pavilion, and I kindly ask for your leniency, granting me a chance to depart unscathed." The scarred man accepted the bones, feeling their chilling touch and sensing the pure death energy within. A flicker of greed igniting in his eyes. He had initially intended to extort a few death energy mines, but had not anticipated such generosity from the outsider, who now offered 5 valuable bones at once. He scrutinized Xiao Long anew, his gaze now laced with curiosity. A person capable of producing such treasures effortlessly was either a scion of a powerful faction or a wandering cultivator blessed with fortuitous encounters. Regardless, neither of these types were someone of his minor stature could afford to provoke. However, he mentally noted this potential target for future opportunities. Consider yourself fortunate, the scarred man remarked, storing the beast bones with a knowing nod, then playfully patting Xiao Long's cheek as he issued a warning. Remember, in Heiyan, the rules of the Feng Lei Pavilion are paramount. Do not look where you should not, and do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Should I catch you interfering again, mere beast bones will not suffice. With that, he exchanged glances with his 2 subordinates, and the trio swaggered away. The concealed Feng Lei Pavilion disciples also withdrawing. The surrounding crowd, finding the excitement dissipated, began to disperse, though a few glanced back at Xiao Long with expressions tinged with sympathy or schadenfreude. Xiao Long watched the retreating figures of the scarred man, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had taken note of the Feng Lei Pavilion. However, now was not the time for vengeance. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He hastily approached the old man, crouching beside him, feigning to assess his injuries. With his left hand, he discreetly pressed against the old man's chest, infusing a stream of earth vein energy to mend his damaged meridians. The old man slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Long, gratitude and fear flickering in his murky gaze. He coughed weakly. Thank you, young sir. I am Chen Bo, eternally grateful. That was Wang Xiao of the Feng Lei Pavilion, a ruthless patrol leader. You were wise to spend your wealth to avert disaster, but once he has marked you, caution is essential. I understand, Xiao Long nodded, helping the old man lean against the wall. Are you all right? Do you need assistance with healing? No. Chen Bo waved his hand. These minor injuries will heal with a few days of rest. But young sir, you took a great risk. Offending the Feng Lei Pavilion in Heiyan could lead to significant trouble. Xiao Long remained silent, retrieving 5 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and placing them in Chen Bo's hands. Take these spirit stones to purchase healing medicine and rest well. Do not venture into the wasteland again. Chen Bo stared at the spirit stones in shock. Low-grade spirit stones were a valuable currency in Heiyan, far more precious than death energy mines. He quickly declined. Young sir, this is too generous. I cannot accept. You have already helped me immensely. Take them, Xiao Long insisted, pressing the stones into his hands. Consider this a reward for the information I seek. Seeing his determination, Chen Bo relented, accepting the spirit stones with gratitude. What would you like to know, young sir? I will share anything I can. I wish to understand the factions in Heiyan beyond the Feng Lei Pavilion. Xiao Long inquired. Also, where might I procure a map of Jiuxiantian or gather information regarding the site of the falling stars? There are 3 major factions in Heiyan, Chen Bo whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. Apart from the Feng Lei Pavilion, there is the Heisher family and the Shuiren gang. The Shuiren gang consists of desperate rogues, controlling the black market and slaughterhouses in the southern part of the city, acting even more ruthlessly than the Feng Lei Pavilion. The Heisher family, however, operates differently. They manage the mines outside of the city and the commercial establishments within, playing by the rules and treating wandering cultivators and small merchants fairly, though they seldom involve themselves in the city's conflicts. He paused before adding, if you wish to buy or sell or gather information, the Heisher commercial house to the west of the city is a fair place with reasonable prices and reliable news. However, I have never heard of the site of the falling stars. It may be too distant or too clandestine. Xiao Long felt a surge of excitement. The Heisher commercial house was precisely what he needed. Are there any other channels for information? Perhaps something less public? He pressed. Chen Bo hesitated, lowering his voice further. In 3 days, at the hour of the rat, there will be a clandestine market at the abandoned mine in the south of the city. This dark market is secretly controlled by the Shuiren gang, featuring all manner of goods, including dubious artifacts, lost cultivation techniques, and even information about perilous secret realms. However, the dark market can be chaotic, filled with both the righteous and the nefarious, and it is not uncommon for murder and treasure theft to occur. If you decide to attend, exercise utmost caution. A dark market. Xiao Long's heart raced. Though fraught with danger, it might harbor the clues he desperately sought, such as information regarding the site of the falling stars or treasures to enhance his strength. Thank you, Chen Bo. Xiao Long rose. This information is invaluable to me. Take care, and I must be on my way. Chen Bo nodded earnestly. Young sir, do take care. When you visit the Heisher commercial house, mention that Shunbo referred you. It may afford you some convenience. Xiao Long acknowledged him with a nod and melded into the crowd. He did not head directly to the Heisher commercial house, but instead sought a secluded shed, renting a modest room. He needed to gather his thoughts and plan his next course of action. The room was modest, furnished only with a bed and a table. Yet it provided shelter from the elements. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Long retrieved the ancestral star chart, gazing at the trajectory that pointed towards the land of fallen stars. His heart brimming with determination. The Heishi merchants had first inquired about the map and basic information, while he sought clues in the dark market regarding the grievances with Feng Lei Gu, making a mental note to remember these for the time being. Xiao Long meticulously crafted his plan in his mind. He carefully stowed the star chart, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and began to replenish the Earth's pulse energy he had just expended. He had begun to grasp the rules of Hei Yin City, survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. To endure in this place, an uncover leads to the land of fallen stars. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength while learning to seize opportunities amid chaos. The clamor outside persisted as the night of Hei Yin City approached. Yet, for Xiao Long, the struggle in this city was merely at its inception. Chapter 67. The Peril of the Young Lei Jiao Rhino in the Witching Hour of Hei Yin City. The abandoned mining area in the southern part of the city loomed like a slumbering beast, consuming the last remnants of daylight. Xiao Long tightened his black cloak around him, pulling the hood low to obscure much of his face. Following the leads he had gathered over the past 3 days, he evaded the patrolling cultivators of Feng Lei Gu and traversed a desolate expanse strewn with rubble, finally arriving at the entrance of the dark market. Concealed within what appeared to be a long-collapsed mine, the entrance was obscured by vines and fallen timber, making it nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. On either side of the entrance stood 2 ominous cultivators, garbed in blood-red attire, their waists adorned with skull insignias, members of the Bloodblade gang. Their scrutinizing gazes swept over Xiao Long, laden with unabashed scrutiny and vigilance. The entry fee is 5 pieces of bone-patterned beast bones, or an equivalent amount of death energy or... The voice of the left-hand cultivator rasped like sandpaper against wood. If you have nothing, be gone. Without exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Long produced 5 pieces of pre-prepared bone-patterned beast bones from his storage pouch. The bones felt icy in his hands, and the death energy swirling around them ignited a glint of greed in the eyes of the 2 cultivators. After weighing the bones and confirming their authenticity, they stepped aside, revealing a passage that descended further into darkness. You may enter. Remember, in the dark market, strength is the rule. Do not provoke those you should not, nor touch what you should not, the right-hand cultivator added, his tone laced with menace. Xiao Long nodded and stepped into the passage. The corridor was narrow and damp, with flickering torches of inferior quality embedded in the rocky walls. The dim light cast twisted shadows upon the walls, and the air was thick with the scent of mineral dust and mildew, interspersed with a hint of blood, a clear indication that conflicts had erupted here more than once. After walking for about 100 paces, the passage opened into a vast underground cavern. This was a dark market, repurposed from an abandoned mine, expansive enough to rival half the size of Hei Yin City's square. Glowing fireflies hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire cavity. The ground was uneven with jagged rocks, and makeshift stalls were set directly upon them. Most vendors were cloaked or masked, engaging in hushed conversations with buyers, their transactions shrouded in secrecy, devoid of any noise, yet exuding an oppressive tension. Xiao Long's gaze quickly roamed across the various stalls, his heart racing with alarm. The wares here were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Some stalls displayed ancient artifacts stained with dried blood, etched with ominous runes, emanating a sinister aura. Others showcased transparent glass vials containing liquid of varying hues, labeled with perilous names such as bone corrosion water and soul confusion dew. And at yet another stall, peculiar small beasts were chained, their fierce eyes glistening with death energy, evidently captured from the bone wastelands. The most alarming sight was in the corner of the cavern, where several cultivators from the Bloodblade gang patrolled, their hands resting on their weapons, their icy gazes fixated on everyone present. The rules here were surreptitiously controlled by the Bloodblade gang. Should a conflict arise, they would intervene not to mediate, but to eliminate both parties and seize all possessions. Rong Yuan Chao, Xiao Long silently recited in his mind. He maneuvered through the stalls, meticulously examining each vendor's goods, yet he saw no sign of Rong Yuan Chao. This herb was crucial for harmonizing disparate energies, essential for adapting to the 9 Xian celestial laws and breaking through his current realm. Without it, his cultivation progress would stagnate. Just as disappointment began to settle in and he contemplated leaving the dark market in search of alternative methods, a sudden commotion erupted in the center of the cavern. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. A group of cultivators clad in black armor escorted a young man who strode briskly to the center of the open space. The young man, resplendently dressed in a brocade robe adorned with intricate patterns of Xian stone, bore a strikingly handsome visage, though tinged with urgency and defiance. At his waist hung a black insignia carved with the character Shi, denoting him as the young master of the Haishi family, Shi Hao. At Shi Hao's feet lay a half-human-height metallic cage, forged from a special black iron and inscribed with runes intended to suppress demonic beasts. Yet it failed to entirely contain the creature within. A young beast, roughly the size of a calf, was thrashing wildly against the confines of the cage. This creature was covered in azure scales, faint arcs of lightning flickering across its body, and a crystalline short horn protruding from its forehead. Indeed, it was the legendary Lei Jiao rhino cub. The Lei Jiao rhino was a renowned exotic beast in the Nine-Xian realm, capable of wielding thunderous powers in adulthood, making it a coveted mount or combat beast among various factions. Yet, at this moment, the Lei Jiao rhino cub was in a dire state. Its eyes blazed crimson, emitting anguished cries, while erratic arcs of electricity coursed through its body, intermittently striking the iron cage with a thunderous crack. Even more unsettling was the faint yet ominous death energy seeping through the gaps in its scales, reminiscent of the malevolent energies from the bone wastelands, yet more diluted, like a parasite entwined within its meridians. Esteemed guests, Shi Hao's voice echoed with suppressed fury and urgency throughout the cavern. This Lei Jiao rhino cub was nurtured with the Haishi family's painstaking efforts over 3 years. 3 days ago, it inadvertently ingested contaminated water and has been tainted by malevolent death energy, now rampaging out of control. Whoever can stabilize its condition and expel the death energy, Shi Hao, on behalf of the Haishi family, will offer substantial rewards. He paused, raising his right hand, his voice rising in intensity. The reward is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, you may select any 3 treasures from the Haishi family's treasury. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough to elevate a cultivator in the Na Yuan realm to break through their current level. The Haishi family's treasury housed numerous rare herbs, magical artifacts, and techniques. Selecting 3 items would yield immeasurable value. I shall give it a try. An elderly man clad in a gray robe stepped forward first. Renowned as a master alchemist in Heiyan City, he specialized in concocting calming elixirs. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch, pouring forth a fragrant pill in an attempt to feed it to the Lei Jiao rhino cub through the bars of the cage. However, the cub only grew more agitated, violently shaking its head and sending the pill flying, shattering the jade vial upon impact. The old man's complexion turned pale. He attempted to try again, but was stopped by Shi Hao's hand. No need, thank you, elder. Following this, several other cultivators stepped up to try their hand. Some attempted to forcibly suppress it with spiritual energy, only for their efforts to be rebuffed by the chaotic arcs of electricity, nearly injuring themselves. Others produced exorcism talismans. But the talismans were swiftly eroded by the malevolent death energy, turning to ash. Yet another, claiming to be a beast tamer, tried to communicate with the Lei Jiao rhino using secret methods, only to be repelled by the cub's thunderous counterattack, leaving him in a disheveled state. Time and again, attempts met with failure. The Lei Jiao rhino cub's condition deteriorated further, its scales dimming, while the malevolent death energy intensified. If this continued, it would surely perish. Shi Hao's expression darkened as he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The juvenile Lei Jiaoxi, crucial to the Haishi clan, faces the peril of demise. Its untimely death would not only signify a monumental loss, but also jeopardize the clan's alliances with other factions. The surrounding crowd began to murmur in concern. Alas, it has been tainted by the ominous death energy, and ordinary methods are utterly ineffective. Indeed, given the purity of this death energy, it likely originated from the depths of the withered bone wasteland, and it is remarkable that it has survived this long. The Haishi clan seems destined for disaster. This Lei Jiaoxi lineage is exceptional. What a pity. Xiao Long stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing with a calm demeanor. He could distinctly perceive the gray, withering death energy within the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi, which shared its origin with the malevolent death energy from the withered bone wasteland, albeit diluted and significantly weakened. His cultivation in the beast origin Dao, which fundamentally connects with the primal essence of all beasts to channel their inherent powers, combined with the purifying force contained within his protective talisman, might indeed heal this young creature. More importantly, among the rewards promised by Shi Hao, there was the condition of selecting any 3 treasures, allowing him to directly request Rong Yuan Xiao. This would expedite his search far more than aimlessly scouring the black market. Yet, the risks were equally formidable. Should he intervene, his identity as a beast master would inevitably be exposed, attracting the attention of various factions in Heiyan City, particularly the Feng Lei Pavilion, which had previously extorted him. He vividly recalled Wang Zhao's avaricious gaze. If he became their target, the ensuing troubles would likely be relentless. Should he act? Xiao Long quickly weighed the options in his mind. As time slipped away, the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi's struggles grew feeble, its cries diminishing in strength. Clearly on the brink of collapse, Shi Hao's expression had turned increasingly grim. There was no time to waste. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Long made his decision. Rong Yuan Xiao was of utmost importance to him, and forging a connection with the He clan could provide him with a reliable backing in Heiyan City. The benefits outweighing the drawbacks. He parted the crowd and approached Shi Hao, his voice composed. Perhaps, I may attempt to help. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Xiao Long. Expressions of doubt, disdain, and curiosity mingled as they regarded the young man, who, despite only being in the mid-stage of the Na Yuan realm and clad in a simple cloak, dared to assert he could heal the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi. A task beyond the capabilities of both alchemists and beastmasters. This was sheer folly. Shi Hao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xiao Long with skepticism. You? Who are you? Who is your master? A rogue, Long Xiao. Xiao Long used a pseudonym to conceal his true identity. He refrained from revealing his master's identity. Merely meeting Shi Hao's gaze with forthrightness. Is the young master's promise still valid? Shi Hao, searching Xiao Long's eyes for a hint of trepidation or insincerity, found only calmness and confidence. After a moment of silence, he finally declared, I, Shi Hao, am a man of my word. As long as you can stabilize its injuries and expel the death energy, the reward shall remain intact. Should you deceive me, you will not withstand the wrath of the He clan. Very well. Xiao Long dismissed Shi Hao's threat, turning to the metallic cage. The juvenile Lei Jiaoxi, sensing a human's approach, abruptly lifted its head, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Xiao Long, arcs of electricity gathering on its short horn, signaling an imminent attack. The crowd held its breath, eager to witness Xiao Long's folly. Shi Hao clenched his fists anxiously, torn between anticipation and concern. Yet, Xiao Long remained unperturbed. He slowly extended his left hand, palm facing the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi within the cage, refraining from releasing any spiritual energy. Instead, he activated the core secret art of the beast origin Dao, Wanshou Gongqing. A gentle, encompassing essence, reminiscent of the primordial earth, emanated from his palm, flowing like a serene stream, gradually infiltrating the gaps of the dark iron cage, enveloping the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated the protective talisman in his possession. A barely perceptible earthy yellow purifying force subtly mingling with this essence, akin to a spring rain, tenderly nourishing the youth's damaged origin. This essence was extraordinarily unique. It bore no hint of aggression. Rather, it radiated a primal power that all beasts found comforting, akin to a mother's embrace, soothing all restlessness and pain. The juvenile Lei Jiaoxi's movements abruptly halted. It ceased its frantic struggles, a flicker of bewilderment passing through its crimson eyes as the electric arcs on its horn gradually dissipated. It tilted its head, curiously observing Xiao Long, its nostrils flaring slightly, seemingly attuned to the gentle essence. Then, a more miraculous scene unfolded. The earthy yellow purifying force, akin to the most delicate surgical scalpel, began to traverse within the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi, meticulously peeling away and neutralizing the encumbering gray death energy shrouding its origin. With every strand of death energy removed, the clarity in the juvenile's gaze deepened, and the luster of the lightning on its scales began to return. Xiao Long closed his eyes, pouring all his focus into communicating with the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi. He could perceive the emotions it conveyed, pain, fear, yet laced with yearning. He responded with reassurance and encouragement through thought, guiding the creature's intrinsic power in conjunction with the purifying force to combat the death energy. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The entire underground cavern fell silent, all eyes fixed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The seemingly ordinary young man, merely extending his hand towards the cage without any dazzling light or overwhelming presence, managed to calm the frenzied juvenile Lei Jiaoxi in mere moments. In Shi Hao's eyes, a glimmer of hope began to ignite. He could distinctly observe the gray death energy within the juvenile scale seems dissipating at a visibly rapid rate. After a brief interval, Xiao Long gradually withdrew his hand. He opened his eyes, his complexion slightly pale. The recent communion with the beasts and purification had drained a significant amount of his mental energy and ley line essence, causing his Dantian cyclone to feel somewhat sluggish. However, gazing at the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi within the cage, a swell of accomplishment surged within him. The once tumultuous juvenile Lei Jiaoxi had transformed. Its eyes had reverted to their original azure hue, clear and lively, the lightning coursing through its scales flowing steadily, no longer chaotic. It lay quietly within the cage, gently rubbing its head against the iron bars, its gaze towards Xiao Long filled with reliance and warmth, even emitting a soft whimper, as if expressing gratitude. It worked. Someone in the crowd shouted first, and the entire underground cavern erupted in cheers. Those who had previously doubted Xiao Long now wore expressions of shock. Even those who prided themselves as alchemists or beast masters bowed their heads in shame, as they had failed to solve what had confounded them, only to be effortlessly resolved by an unknown rogue. Shihao stepped forward, his face alight with excitement and joy. He rushed to the cage, carefully observing the juvenile Lei Jiaoxi, confirming its stable condition before turning to Xiao Long, solemnly cupping his fists in gratitude. Brother Long, your immense kindness is beyond words. I, Shihao, shall never forget. He signaled to his guards, and one immediately stepped forward to present a heavy storage bag. Shihao accepted the bag and handed it to Xiao Long. Brother Long, this contains 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept it. Furthermore, I invite you to return with me to the He Shi clan's estate, where you may select any 3 treasures from our vault. Xiao Long did not decline. Accepting the storage bag, it felt substantial in his hand, the number of spirit stones ample enough to support his cultivation for the foreseeable future. He weighed the bag, then looked up at Shihao, his tone calm. I will accept the spirit stones. However, there is no need to visit the vault. I require only 1 item. Oh. Shihao paused, clearly taken aback that Xiao Long would reject the temptation of selecting 3 treasures. It was known that the He Shi clan's vault housed items capable of assisting Na Yuan realm cultivators in breaking through to the Lingxi realm, worth far more than 3,000 spirit stones. He inquired with curiosity, what is it that Brother Long desires? As long as the He Shi clan possesses it, I shall certainly fulfill your request. Rong Yuan Xiao. Xiao Long stated his need directly. Just 3 would suffice, and the quality need not be excessively high, merely above average. Rong Yuan Xiao? Shihao was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the situation with clarity. He had previously wondered why Xiao Long displayed such confidence in his ability to heal the Lei Jiaoxi. It now seemed evident that the latter was likely a beast master adept at harmonizing exotic energies, with the Rong Yuan Xiao serving as the crucial medicinal ingredient for this purpose. However, despite its rarity, the value of Rong Yuan Xiao paled in comparison to other treasures within the vault. Brother Long, are you certain that you only require the Rong Yuan Xiao? Shihao sought confirmation once more. In my vault, there are also Lei Wenshi and Qing Xian Yulu, among other treasures, all of which are immensely beneficial for cultivation and beast mastery. Shouldn't you reconsider? There's no need, Xiao Long replied, shaking his head with unwavering resolve. The Rong Yuan Xiao is precisely what I urgently require. The other treasures hold no immediate value for me. One should not be greedy, and I kindly ask the young master to accommodate my request. Shihao regarded Xiao Long with deep admiration, impressed by the young rogue's composure in the face of such abundant temptation. To remain calm and not seek to grasp at everything displayed a character far from ordinary. He chose not to speak further and instructed the guard behind him. Go, fetch the 3 finest Rong Yuan Xiao from the storeroom and secure them in a jade box. The guard complied swiftly, departing for the temporary outpost established by the He Shi family near the dark market, where essential supplies, including the Rong Yuan Xiao, were stored. In but a moment, the guard returned, cradling an exquisite jade box. Shihao accepted the box and handed it to Xiao Long, saying, Brother Long, here are 3 superior Rong Yuan Xiao, of even higher quality than you requested. I hope they serve you well. Xiao Long opened the box to reveal the 3 Rong Yuan Xiao, their verdant leaves shimmering with a gentle chaotic luster, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, truly of excellent quality. He nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, young master. There's no need for such formality, Brother Long. Shihao replied with a smile, producing a black stone token from his garment and offering it to Xiao Long. This is the guest token of the He Shi family, inscribed with my seal. Presenting this token at any of the He Shi family's properties in Heiyan City will grant you a 20% discount. If you encounter any troubles, you may also seek assistance from members of the Heisher family with this token. I sincerely hope you accept it as a token of my goodwill. Xiao Long accepted the token, feeling its coolness in his hand, the character for stone engraved upon it, along with a line of small runes on the reverse, Sure Hao's mark. He understood that the value of this token far surpassed that of the Rong Yuan Xiao. With it, he would be able to evade many unnecessary troubles in Heiyan City, particularly the harassment from Feng Lei Go. Thank you, young master, Xiao Long said, stowing the token away and giving Sure Hao a slight nod. Now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Are you not going to stay for a moment longer, Brother Long? Sure Hao wished to engage Xiao Long further in a discussion on beast mastery, but seeing the latter's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to acquiesce. If you ever need anything, feel free to visit me at the Heisher family residence. Without further ado, Xiao Long turned and navigated through the crowd, hastening towards the exit of the dark market. He was aware that lingering here was inadvisable. Revealing his identity as a beast master would surely attract the attention of various factions. The longer he stayed, the greater the risk. As he stepped out of the passage, he sensed several malevolent gazes directed at him. Without looking back, he quickened his pace, merging into the night of Heiyan City. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the news of the mysterious beast master Long Xiao spread through the underground world of Heiyan City like wildfire. Whether it was Feng Lei Go, Bang, or other factions, all were drawn to the sudden emergence of this formidable beast master. Their interest piqued. In the Feng Lei Gu stronghold located in Heiyan City, Wang Xiao sat in the hall, toying with the beast bone previously given to him by Xiao Long. A subordinate rushed into the hall, bowing as he spoke. Chief, news has arrived from the dark market regarding a rogue named Long Xiao, who used a unique method to heal the Lei Jiao Shi cub belonging to the Heisher family and has obtained their guest token. Oh, Wang Xiao raised his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What method? It is said to be the ability of a beastmaster, capable of directly communicating with the essence of beastkind and purifying death energy, the subordinate explained. That man's aura is only at the mid-stage of the Na Yuan realm, yet his strength is unfathomable. A beastmaster? Greed and coldness flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes. He abruptly stood up and approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the Heisher family residence, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Mid-stage of the Na Yuan realm? To heal the Lei Jiao Shi and acquire the Heisher family's guest token, this young man must be hiding numerous secrets. It seems we must pay a proper visit to this Master Long Xiao. He waved his hand at his subordinate. Go, find out where that young man resides. Remember, do not alert the Heisher family. We shall act tonight. Understood. The subordinate departed swiftly. Wang Zhao's gaze lingered on the beast bone in his hand, his greed intensifying. He could sense that the energy of death emanating from this bone bore a subtle resemblance to the aura of Xiao Long. This rogue Long Xiao likely hailed from the Kugel wilderness and was undoubtedly laden with treasures from the wasteland. He was aware that revealing his identity as a beast master would inevitably invite trouble. However, he bore no regrets. The Rong Yuan Xiao was already in his possession, and the support of the Heisher family had been secured. All that remained was to refine the Rong Yuan Xiao swiftly and break through to the late stage of the Na Yuan realm, thereby gaining a stronger capacity for self-preservation in Heiyan City. Chapter 69. Hidden peril. The night was thick and impenetrable, resembling an inky darkness that weighed heavily upon the rooftops and alleyways of western Heiyan City. The inn where Xiao Long had taken refuge stood desolately at the city's edge, far removed from the meager clamor within. In this moment, it lay as silent as a forgotten grave. Only the creaking of a tattered lantern at the alley's mouth, swaying in the night breeze, cast a dim and distorted light, resembling the final breaths of a dying beast. Having completed a cycle of his cultivation, the newly awakened energy within his dantian coiled gently, solidifying his position at the late stage of the Na Yuan realm. He rose silently, moving to the window, where he cracked it open slightly. His gaze, sharp as a bolt of lightning, swept over the empty alley. Since obtaining the title of guest of the Heisher family, the minions of Feng Lei Ge seemed to have become considerably more restrained. Yet, the tension within Xiao Long's heart had never eased. Wang Xiao was a man whose greed was etched into his very bones, and whose ruthlessness coursed through his veins. He would not be deterred by a mere token. Silence often heralded more venomous schemes. The Black Wind Valley must be investigated quickly, he resolved. The actions of Feng Lei Ge in collecting death energy and seeking the unknown were like a thorn lodged in his heart. Only by uncovering their intentions could he seize a critical advantage. Turning back to his table, he meticulously stowed away the guest token, the Rong Yuan Xiao, and the jade slip containing the Xian Shiju. Just as he was about to extinguish the lamp, he suddenly halted. Everything felt too still. Outside the window, the familiar sounds of patrolling footsteps and the coughs of wandering rogues that typically filled this hour had vanished entirely. Only the grating of the lantern's rope against the wooden post remained, a sound that grated on his nerves. An intangible chill crept up his spine. All of Xiao Long's muscles tensed instantaneously. His right hand had discreetly found its way to the hilt of his azure dagger, energy within him surging like a hidden current. A faint sound, nearly drowned out by the wind, echoed from the inn's rear courtyard, akin to someone inadvertently kicking over debris while stepping. Xiao Long's expression turned icy. He deftly moved, pressing his back against the cold wall, his breath becoming barely perceptible. After a moment, a muffled groan emanated from the adjacent room, short and abrupt. Before silence enveloped the surroundings once more, Xiao Long's heart sank. It seemed that other guests had become collateral damage. He cautiously approached the door, peering through the narrow crack. 5 shadowy figures, merging seamlessly with the night, stood silently in the corridor, clad entirely in black night attire with face coverings. Only their cold, lifeless eyes were visible. Short blades glimmered with a ghostly light as they silently approached his room. Their auras resonated with the mid-stage of the Na Yuan realm. Their steps as light as a cat's, movements executed with a precision born of rigorous training. More importantly, the violent atmosphere they exuded mirrored that of the cultivators from Fenglei Go. It was indeed Wang Zhao's doing. With a creak, the door was slowly pushed open just a crack, allowing a masked head to peer in, cold eyes scanning the room with alarming speed. Xiao Long held his breath, his presence withdrawn like a shadow in the corner, patiently awaiting the moment to strike. As the assassin squeezed into the room and turned his attention to the bed, Xiao Long moved. His form erupted like a cheetah that had lain in wait, the bluish dagger glinting with a chilling gleam, aimed straight for the assassin's throat. The killer reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively sidestepping and swinging his blade to block. The clash of weapons produced a blinding spark. Just as the assassin attempted to retreat, Xiao Long's knee struck his abdomen with the force of a hammer. The excruciating pain caused him to curl in anguish, and in that fleeting moment, the bluish dagger arced back, its icy blade slicing through the neck. Warm liquid gushed forth, and the assassin crumpled to the ground, silent. A trap. Outside, the other assassins reacted to the commotion and rushed in. 4 of them fanned out in a semicircle, their short blades thrusting forward with deadly precision, sealing off all avenues of escape. Xiao Long's expression remained unchanged as his footwork morphed into an intricate dance, his figure shifting like a wraith within the confined space. The dagger transformed into streaks of blue, parrying, blocking, thrusting, and slashing, as he engaged 4 opponents without yielding an inch. The cramped room became a cage, limiting the numerical advantage of his adversaries. With each strike of his dagger, he executed cunning and ruthless angles, and in mere moments, 2 assassins were already wounded, their blood soaking their night cloaks. The intelligence was flawed. This kid is not what he seems, one assassin whispered, his voice laced with suspicion. Their orders had been to eliminate a mid-stage Na Yuan realm rogue, but the individual before them, in terms of agility and strength, clearly surpassed the mid-stage threshold. Silence. Subdue him together. The lead assassin barked, his short blade suddenly emanating a pale blue light, the unique energy of the Fenglei Pavilion's technique. The tip of the blade pointed directly at Xiao Long's heart, while the other 2 coordinated seamlessly to flank him, aiming to immobilize his movements. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Long's eyes as a surge of dual-colored energy erupted within him, the earthy yellow and pale gray aura entwining around the dagger. He did not engage head-on. Instead, he twisted his waist to evade the incoming blade, sweeping his dagger horizontally to fend off the dual assault. And with a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared like a hawk through the gap formed by the encircling assassins, landing gracefully in the corridor. Thinking of fleeing? The lead assassin sneered, pursuing him without hesitation. Outside the inn lay the true ambush. As Xiao Long burst through the inn's main door, a biting night wind struck his face. At the mouth of the alley, 10 figures in black stood like vengeful spirits, led by Wang Zhao, clad in a green robe, wielding a long knife. A cruel smile played upon his lips, and the aura of a late-stage Na Yuan realm radiated from him, more substantial than that of Xiao Long. Long Xiao is surprised, is it? Wang Zhao's laughter echoed harshly in the silent alley. Did you think that by clinging to the Blackstone clan's coattails, I would be unable to deal with you? Today, I shall make you understand that in this Yin city, offending the Fenglei Pavilion leads only to death. Xiao Long scanned his surroundings. Both paths of retreat were cut off. His countenance remained calm, yet he tightened his grip on the dagger. Do you not fear the Blackstone clan seeking retribution for my death? Retribution? Wang Xiao scoffed. Once you become a nameless corpse in the desolate wasteland, placing the blame on the bone demon, what can the Blackstone clan do? For a dead guest elder, would we engage in an all-out war with the Feng Lei Pavilion? Absurd. His tone shifted, greed gleaming in his eyes. Hand over the treasures on you, along with the beast master inheritance, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, the methods within the dungeons of Hei Yin City will make you regret ever being born. Xiao Long ceased to speak. Energy began to surge within him, the earthy yellow and pale gray aura swirling around him like mist or armor. The spirit of battle ignited in silence. You are ungrateful. Wang Zhao's expression turned icy, and he raised his hand, commanding, kill. Those who seize his storage bag shall be rewarded with 500 low-grade spirit stones. Kill. Under the promise of heavy rewards. The assassin's eyes glinted with fervor, resembling hyenas catching the scent of blood, and they charged forward. 10 mid-stage Na Yuan realm assassins, alongside a watchful Wang Xiao, formed a formidable lineup capable of overwhelming an ordinary late-stage Na Yuan. Xiao Long inhaled a breath of the frigid air. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The dagger sliced through the night, emitting a sharp whistle as it targeted the throat of the nearest assassin. To break free, one must first cut off the wings. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing shattered the night's silence. Xiao Long moved like the wind, weaving through the flurry of blades. And with each flicker of his dagger, blood blossomed forth. In the blink of an eye, 3 assassins lay lifeless on the ground. However, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming, and as he parried a strike from the left, a blade grazed his right arm, leaving a crimson mark that soaked his sleeve. Wang Xiao stood with arms crossed at the alley's entrance, watching coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He awaited the moment Xiao Long would exhaust himself, ready to reap the rewards and seize everything. Xiao Long discerned his intentions, a cold smirk forming within. He feigned a momentary pause in his movements, his breathing becoming labored, luring more assassins to close in. As 5 surrounded him, their blades almost upon him, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Energy surged within him like a torrential flood, and the aura around his dagger swelled explosively. With a sudden spin, the bluish arc glimmered like a moon of death, slicing through the throats of 3 assassins in an instant. Only 2 remained. Xiao Long pressed on, his footsteps rapid, as the dagger struck like a venomous snake, and the remaining 2 collapsed in unison. In less than a quarter of an hour, 7 of the 10 assassins had been dispatched, leaving 3 visibly shaken, their hands trembling as they clutched their blades, no longer daring to advance. The composure on Wang Zhao's face finally vanished, replaced with shock and anger. A bunch of useless fools, he roared, swinging his long knife fiercely, aiming it at the 3 retreating subordinates. What use are you if you cannot even handle a rogue? Blood splattered, and the 3 fell to the ground in disbelief. Wang Xiao, holding the dripping long knife, approached step by step, a palpable killing intent enveloping the air. Xiao Long, it seems I must personally send you on your way. To die at my hands would be your fortune. Xiao Long wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, positioning the dagger before him, as energy roared within him once more. Chapter 70. The rescue of Shi Hao. With every step Wang Xiao took, it felt as if a heavy drumbeat echoed in Xiao Long's heart. The long knife scraped the ground, producing a jarring sound, as the oppressive aura of a late-stage Na Yuan realm poured forth without restraint, ensnaring Xiao Long's limbs like an invisible mire. Xiao Long, I admit I underestimated you. Wang Zhao's voice was low, laced with the mockery of a cat playing with its prey. But do you believe that mere luck in breaking through to the late stage can allow you to contend with me? My standing in Hei Yin City was forged through strength, not fortune. Before he could finish, his figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he lunged forward with a stench of blood, the blue glow of his long knife intensifying, resembling a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aiming straight for Xiao Long's heart. The wind from the blade howled, imbued with the sound of thunder, the signature killing move of the Feng Lei Pavilion. Xiao Long's pupils constricted as he sidestepped, twisting his waist, the dagger following closely, thrusting swiftly at Wang Zhao's wrist. Wang Xiao chuckled coldly, his wrist twisting in a peculiar manner, the back of his blade precisely clashing against the dagger. Clang! A tremendous force surged through, instantly numbing Xiao Long's entire arm. His blood surging as he staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady himself. Your speed is commendable, but alas, your combat skills are still lacking. Wang Xiao pressed the attack, the strike unfolding like a tempest, a torrential downpour. The azure blade light wove into a deadly net, each strike aimed at a vital point, forcing Xiao Long to retreat continuously, his dagger now only capable of defense. Though their realms were equal, Wang Zhao's seasoned experience and ruthless swordsmanship far surpassed Xiao Long's. Were it not for the newly acquired strength supporting him, he would likely have already perished. Swoosh! The blade flashed, and a spray of blood erupted from Xiao Long's left shoulder. The deep wound exposed bone, searing with pain, the blood quickly soaking through his clothing. He let out a muffled groan, his footing faltering as he nearly collapsed. Ha ha! Wang Xiao laughed maniacally, pointing his long knife at Xiao Long. This is the end for you. Hand over your belongings, and I will grant you a swift end. Xiao Long steadied himself with the dagger pressed against the ground, his body swaying from blood loss, yet his eyes shone with an eerie brightness, burning with an indomitable spirit. He took a deep breath, energy spiraling through him along the path of the Di-Mai-Ju, a dense and heavy aura beginning to converge at his surface. Stubborn fool. Wang Zhao's killing intent surged, gripping the knife tightly, raising it high above his head. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently into the blade, the blue glow swelling, coalescing into a massive blade shadow stretching nearly 10 feet long, a frenzied aura pressing down, causing the air around to crackle with tension. Feng Lei slash. He bellowed ferociously, the colossal blade descending with the might to cleave mountains as he ruthlessly struck down. He was determined to shatter both Xiao Long and this very alley. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Xiao Long's eyes as he channeled all his strength and will into the dagger. Earthy yellow and pale gray energies intertwined and ascended, coalescing at the blade's tip into an exquisitely brilliant, yet perilously dangerous point of light. He took a stance, ready to confront this lethal strike head-on. Wang Xiao, how dare you? At that critical moment, like thunder splitting the night sky, a voice filled with rage pierced the darkness. 10 shadowy figures clad in dark hues surged into the alley, and leading them was none other than Hao. His dark robe billowed in the night breeze, and the sound of his sword rang clear as he exuded a formidable aura, even more imposing than that of Wang Xiao in the late stages of the Na Yuan realm. Hao. Wang Zhao's expression changed dramatically, the descending blade's shadow froze midair. How could you? Hao paid him no mind, swiftly stepping in front of Xiao Long. Upon seeing the ghastly wound on his shoulder and his pale complexion, fury almost erupted from his eyes. Brother Long, how serious is your injury? I can still hold on. Thank you, young master. Xiao Long gasped. A heavy burden lifted from his heart. Hao's arrival was like a beacon of hope in a dire situation. Suddenly, Hao turned, his gaze as cold as eternal ice, locking onto Wang Xiao with words as sharp as daggers. Wang Xiao, is the Feng Lei Pavilion tired of living? How dare you attempt to harm a guest of the He family? Do you wish for the Feng Lei Pavilion to be expelled from Heiyan City by tomorrow? Wang Zhao's face twitched, alternating between shades of green and white. The influence of the He family was not something the Feng Lei Pavilion could confront head-on. Yet, he could not simply back down. Suppressing his trepidation, he grit his teeth and spoke. Young Master Hao, this is my personal grievance with him, unrelated to our two families. I implore you to show mercy. Personal grievance? Hao scoffed, his voice icy and biting. Long Xiao is a guest of my family. To harm him is to slap the He family in the face. Wang Xiao, if you injure him even a fraction, I shall dismantle one of your Feng Lei Pavilion strongholds. You may try your luck and see if I, Hao, dare not. Behind him, 10 cultivators from the He family stepped forward in unison, weapons drawn, their murderous intent forming a dense net that ensnared Wang Xiao. Feeling the almost palpable aura of killing intent and witnessing Hao's unwavering resolve, a chill coursed through Wang Xiao from his feet to the crown of his head. He understood that Hao was not merely issuing empty threats. Weighing the pros and cons, his greed was ultimately overshadowed by the fear of annihilation. Very well. Young Master Hao, I will grant you this favor. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and sheathed his blade, casting a venomous glance at Xiao Long. Xiao Long. The mountain does not turn, but the water flows. We shall meet again. With that, he waved his hand, retreating in disarray with his remaining subordinates into the depths of the alley. It was only after the suffocating atmosphere had completely dissipated that Hao relaxed his expression, turning to support Xiao Long, his voice laced with remorse. Brother Long, I arrived too late and allowed you to suffer such grievous injuries. The young master is being too modest. Were it not for your timely arrival, I would have lost my life. Xiao Long shook his head, grateful for the debt of gratitude he now owed. Hao smiled broadly, assisting him. Come, let us return to my residence. There are excellent healing medicines that will ensure your swift recovery. Xiao Long nodded, no longer declining. The two walked side by side, protected by the surrounding cultivators, traversing the fading night towards the He estate. Chapter 71. The provocation of the Feng Lei Pavilion, the morning light in Haiyan City carried a hint of chill, filtering through the windows of the He Trading Company and casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the dust-laden shelves. Xiao Long's fingertips brushed over a piece of water-patterned stone shimmering with faint blue ripples. Its cool touch was soothing to the mind and spirit. His internal injuries had mostly healed, and today he had come to the trading company not only to procure some cultivation supplies, but more importantly, to pry information about the exact location of Haifeng Valley from the manager, Li Bo. The Feng Lei Pavilion's stronghold, there was like a thorn embedded in his heart. Inside the trading company, figures moved about, mostly weary-looking wandering cultivators or buyers from small families. Behind the counter, the old manager Li Bo was engrossed in the ledger. Upon seeing Xiao Long pause, he immediately donned a welcoming smile. "Mr. Long, the calming powder you requested is ready. As for the map to Haifeng Valley," he lowered his voice, "I have prepared a detailed version for you in the back room." "Thank you, Li Bo." Just as Xiao Long was about to clasp his hands in gratitude, a sudden clamor of raucous footsteps outside interrupted the tranquility, accompanied by harsh shouts that splashed cold water into the boiling pot of calm. "Get out of the way. The Feng Lei Pavilion is capturing someone. Those who block the way shall die." Before the voice had faded, a dozen cultivators clad in green attire, arrogant expressions plastered on their faces, surged in. Leading them was a burly man, a vicious scar twisting across his face as he sneered. Wang Xiao, the very one who had attempted to ambush them the previous night. The cultivators in the hall retreated like a tide, creating a wide space filled with expressions of fear and suppressed anger. The staff of the He Trading Company froze in place, their gazes anxiously darting towards Li Bo. Wang Zhao's malevolent gaze swept across the crowd like a venomous snake before landing squarely on Xiao Long, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he slammed a scroll of images onto the counter, sending dust flying. "Manager Li, the Feng Lei Pavilion's decree, apprehending a wanted criminal. Tell me, has this person ever appeared in your trading company?" Li Bo picked up the image, his brow furrowing as he examined the figure depicted. Thick brows and round eyes, resembling none present in the hall. This excuse was pitifully flimsy. He suppressed his anger, striving for a calm tone. "Leader Wang, the trading company has not seen this person today. I kindly ask you not to disturb our guests." "Disturb?" Wang Xiao scoffed, abruptly kicking over a nearby cargo box, causing ores to scatter across the floor with a clattering sound that sent shivers through everyone's hearts. "Oldly, are you questioning the Feng Lei Pavilion? That thief possesses a rare treasure and is adept at concealment. He might very well be mixed in with your guests. Today we shall search." With a wave of his hand, his lackeys surged forth like wolves, violently overturning boxes and even reaching for the storage bags of nearby cultivators. Cries of alarm, shouts, and the sounds of fallen items echoed throughout the hall. One hesitant wanderer was immediately subdued by two Feng Lei Pavilion cultivators, receiving a relentless barrage of blows that sent chilling screams through the air. Xiao Long stood still, his face calm, though the coldness in his gaze deepened. He knew well that this so-called apprehension of a criminal was clearly aimed at him. After suffering a loss the previous night, Wang Xiao was making a show, testing his limits, while also seeking to humiliate the He Trading Company. "Leader Wang, the He Trading Company has its own rules." Li Bo stepped forward, blocking a cultivator poised to attack. His voice trembled with suppressed fear. "Rules?" Wang Xiao sneered, advancing and roughly pushing Li Bo back, almost causing him to stumble. "In Haiyan City, the words of the Feng Lei Pavilion are the rules. Do not speak of your little trading company. Even the He family's estate is not exempt from my suspicions." His gaze shifted back to Xiao Long, filled with provocation. "Oh, this brother looks unfamiliar. Which faction do you hail from? Are you afraid that I might search you? Could it be that you are in league with that thief?" All eyes suddenly focused on Xiao Long, some with sympathy, others with curiosity, and some with a hint of schadenfreude. Anger surged within Xiao Long's chest. Yet he forcibly suppressed the urge to act, playing right into their hands. He could not implicate the trading company, nor could he provide the Feng Lei Pavilion with an excuse to escalate matters. Stepping forward slowly, he retrieved the dark black guest token from his robe, channeling a hint of spiritual energy to make it emit a soft glow, calmly presenting it before Wang Xiao. "This is a Feng Lei Pavilion matter. As a guest, I am not at liberty to interfere. However, this is the property of the He family, and I, Wang, am here to procure supplies. Your indiscriminate accusations and destruction of property are an affront to the dignity of the He family." The words He guest resonated with a cold firmness in the morning light. Wang Zhao's gaze fell upon the token, and his expression slightly changed. He was arrogant but not foolish. He understood the consequences of offending a family guest, and the upper echelons of the Feng Pavilion might not protect him. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he found himself in a precarious position, having to maintain his tough demeanor. A guest? What of it? The matter of a wanted criminal is serious. Even a guest must cooperate with the search. Otherwise, how would I know you are not harboring a criminal? Harboring? Xiao Long chuckled coldly, his voice resonant and clear, echoing throughout the hall. Leader Wang accuses me of harboring. Where is your evidence? Without evidence, it would merely be slander against the Haishi family's guest. If this matter reaches the ears of young Master Shihao, can you bear the consequences? His voice faltered for a moment as his gaze swept over the chaotic ground and the wailing scattered cultivators. Suddenly, he raised his tone. Moreover, you dare to rampage within the merchant guild, injuring guests. Does this align with the rules set by Feng Pavilion? If today's events were to spread, I fear the entire Haiyan city would have to reevaluate what manner of faction Feng Pavilion truly represents. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this, expressed their indignation more intensely, and whispers began to circulate. Wang Zhao's complexion turned pale, caught off guard by Xiao Long's sharp rhetoric, which not only pressured him but also incited the emotions of those around, driving him into a corner. Just then, outside the merchant guild, a thunderous sound of footsteps approached. Synchronized and powerful, over a dozen cultivators clad in dark, heavy armor, exuding a fierce aura, strode in with haste. The leader was a towering figure, the captain of the Haishi family's guard, Zhao Hu. The oppressive aura of a Lingxi realm cultivator spread unabashedly, causing the air within the hall to become tense. Wang Xiao? Zhao Hu's voice boomed like thunder, his gaze swiftly scanning the chaotic scene before ultimately locking onto Wang Xiao. Do you dare to disturb the Haishi Merchant Guild and insult my family? The young master has decreed that any disruption to family properties will be treated as provocation. Take your people and leave immediately. The overwhelming pressure bore down like a mountain, and the cultivators Wang Xiao had brought revealed expressions of fear, retreating in haste. Wang Xiao felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. The oppressive aura made it difficult for him to breathe. He understood that if he did not leave now, he might truly face dire consequences today. He shot a fierce glare at Xiao Long and squeezed out through gritted teeth. Xiao Long, you are ruthless. We shall see. Leaving behind his harsh words, Wang Xiao did not linger, retreating with his subordinates, their former bravado replaced by utter disgrace. Chapter 72. The Nine Xian Secret Map. Once Wang Xiao and his companions departed, the stagnant air within the merchant guild began to flow once more. Zhao Hu directed his men to assist the injured and clear the debris, then approached Xiao Long. Cupping his fists in respect and with a hint of apology in his tone, Mr. Long, I apologize for the disturbance. The young master anticipated that Feng Pavilion harbored ill intentions and ordered me to patrol the vicinity, but it seems I was still a step too late. Captain Zhao has arrived just in time. Xiao Long returned the gesture, storing away the command token. If it were not for you, today a situation would have likely escalated further. Li Bo also stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Zhao, for your timely intervention, and thank you, Mr. Long, for your righteous words. Xiao Long nodded slightly. His actions were not solely out of righteousness, but also a desire to avoid being passively drawn into turmoil. He turned to Zhao Hu. Captain Zhao, is the young master currently at the residence? I have matters to discuss. The young master is waiting for you in the study. Zhao Hu stepped aside to lead the way, as the young master had already instructed that after the merchant guild's affairs concluded, Mr. Long should be invited to the residence for a discussion. Xiao Long understood that Shihao had anticipated this. He exchanged a few words with Li Bo before following Zhao Hu to the Haishi residence. On the way, Zhao Hu spoke of the situation in Haiyan City. Mr. Long, among the three major factions in the city, Feng Pavilion is the most overbearing. It is rumored they have connections with the nefarious Anya. The Bloodblade gang occupies the southern part of the city, controlling the black market with brutal methods, but typically do not initiate trouble. Our Haishi family, although dominant in strength, focuses on the mines and prefers not to engage excessively in the city's conflicts, which has emboldened Feng Pavilion further. Xiao Long silently noted this and inquired, what recent activities have there been at Feng Pavilion's stronghold in Haifeng Valley? Haifeng Valley? Zhao Hu furrowed his brows. That place is near the Withered Bones wasteland, suffused with deathly energy and rarely visited by people. Our informants reported that 3 months ago, Feng Pavilion established a base there, sending many skilled scouts as if searching for some special mine. However, there are unverified rumors suggesting they may have discovered an ancient relic in the valley and are secretly excavating it. An ancient relic? Xiao Long's heart skipped a beat. Could it be related to the nodes marked on the ancestral star map? He remained composed, committing this information to memory. His resolve to investigate Haifeng Valley strengthened. During their conversation, they arrived at the Haishi residence. The imposing gates stood tall, guarded by proficient cultivators of the Lingxi realm. The courtyard, adorned with pavilions and towers, starkly contrasted with the desolation outside the city. Zhao Hu led Xiao Long to the study, and after announcing him, a clear voice from within called out, "Brother Long, please come in." Xiao Long stepped inside to find Hao seated behind a desk, holding an ancient tome. Upon seeing his arrival, he rose with a smile. "Brother Long, Xiao Hu has already briefed me on the matter at the Merchant Guild. Wang Xiao has grown increasingly reckless. It seems we have been too lenient in the past. Young master, the provocation from Fenglei Pavilion is likely not coincidental," Xiao Long said solemnly. Their actions in Haifeng Valley, if indeed related to ancient relics, would substantially enhance their power if successful, making them even more formidable. Hao nodded, moving to a nearby bookshelf to retrieve an antiquated wooden box, which he handed to Xiao Long. "Brother Long, I invited you here precisely for this matter. Inside the box are 2 items that may aid you on your journey." Xiao Long opened the wooden box to find a yellowed ancient book and a map drawn on some sort of animal hide. The cover of the ancient book bore the title Jiushuan Tianfeng Gazetteer, Western Region, while the animal hide map meticulously outlined Haiyan City and its surrounding mountains and terrain, marking numerous faction strongholds and perilous locations, with Haifeng Valley circled in red ink, alongside annotations of Fenglei Pavilion's bases and ancient relics. This gazetteer is a family secret, chronicling the various factions and geographical hazards of the Western region, with particular detail on the Withered Bones Wasteland and Haifeng Valley, which may assist you in understanding the local dynamics. Hao explained. This map is the fruit of years of effort from our family's spies, indicating the defensive layout of Fenglei Pavilion and Haifeng Valley, areas thick with deathly energy, and even the lairs of mutated beasts, hoping it will help you avoid danger and seize fortune. Xiao Long picked up the gazetteer and flipped to the first page, where the 5 major factions of the Western region were vividly described. The Haishi family, who controls the mines, Fenglei Pavilion, in collusion with Anya, the Bloodblade Gang. Entrenched in the black market, the Alchemist Alliance, hidden within Liyun Peak, and the enigmatic branches of the Yuming Hall. The records concerning the Withered Bones Wasteland further mention the existence of a Yuming rift deep within, the source of deathly energy in the west, surrounded by numerous ancient relics, suspected to have been used by our ancestors to seal the Void S nodes. The Void S nodes. Xiao Long's heart trembled. Indeed, Fenglei Pavilion's target lies there. He continued to peruse the records regarding the relics in Haifeng Valley, which were said to be where the ancestors stored Jinshu stones, capable of suppressing the Yuming death energy, crucial for restoring and maintaining the Void S nodes. It seems that what Fenglei Pavilion seeks is precisely the Jinshu stone. Xiao Long closed the ancient book, his expression grave. If they succeed, not only would their stronghold become impregnable, but they may also study the Yuming rift, unleashing even more deathly energy, an unimaginable consequence. My concern lies precisely here. Hao's expression also turned serious, yet the deathly energy in Haifeng Valley is pervasive, and Fenglei Pavilion's defenses are formidable. The family is currently unable to send a large force deep into the valley. Brother Long, you have traversed the Withered Bones Wasteland and are unafraid of the deathly energy's erosion. You may seek an opportunity to infiltrate and uncover their true intentions. Xiao Long nodded. I share this intention, but I need to prepare by procuring items to resist the deathly energy and devise a comprehensive plan based on this map. Excellent. Hao smiled, stating that the family's resources are at your disposal. Should you require assistance, family guards can also be dispatched. Additionally, I have increased the security at the residence and merchant guild. Wang Xiao will likely not dare to provoke us openly in the near term, so you may proceed with your preparations at ease. Thank you, young master. Xiao Long cupped his hands. This support is indeed timely assistance. Between allies, there is no need for thanks. Hao patted Xiao Long's shoulder, his expression returning to seriousness. Brother Long, the situation in the west is fraught with undercurrents. Fenglei Pavilion's collusion with Anya and the frequent disturbances at the Yuming Rift may herald significant changes. I sense that the relics in Haifeng Valley could become the key to shattering the balance, and we must seize the initiative. Xiao Long took a deep breath, gripping the ancient book and map tightly. Infiltrating Haifeng Valley is not solely to thwart Fenglei Pavilion, but also to seek the nodes marked on the star map and trace the whereabouts of the fallen stars. A shadowy struggle concerning the fate of the western region of Jiushuan Tian has quietly begun. As he left the study, the evening sun cast a warm golden hue over the courtyard, yet it could not dispel the heaviness etched on Xiao Long's brow. Carrying the wooden box, He hastened towards his quarters, needing to urgently study the gazetteer, memorize the map, and make thorough preparations for infiltrating the perilous Haifeng Valley. Chapter 73. Shadows in the depths of the mine. As the morning mist lingered, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Heishe residence. Xiao Long practiced a newly comprehended footwork in the courtyard, his steps resonating subtly with the earth's energy, his figure elusive and ethereal. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Mr. Long, Mr. Long. The voice of Shi Hao, laced with an unusual panic, pierced the air as he rushed into the courtyard, flanked by two disheveled guards. This usually composed young master appeared pale, with odd strands of black mist clinging to the hem of his garments. There has been an incident at the Qingjing mine. Shi Hao's voice was dry. Half an hour ago, a sudden eruption of black mist occurred deep within the mine, rendering all the miners unconscious. The cultivators sent to investigate have also, he swallowed hard, been affected. The mine is now completely sealed off. No one can approach. Xiao Long's pupils constricted. The Qingjing mine was the lifeblood of the Heishe clan. Any mishap could severely wound the entire family. What heightened his alarm was that the description of the black mist bore an uncanny resemblance to the death energy he had witnessed in the Gugu Huanyang. Take me there. Xiao Long decisively seized his long sword. The depths of the mine should not harbor such dense death energy. There must be something amiss. The carriage sped along the streets, and as they neared the northern part of the city, the peculiarity in the air became increasingly palpable. The once fresh morning breeze turned murky, faintly tinged with a decaying odor. The flora along the roadside drooped listlessly, their leaves tinged with an unnatural yellow. This morning, the miners had descended into the mine as usual, and initially, everything appeared normal. Shi Hao explained rapidly from the carriage, recounting how strange humming sounds were heard from deep within, followed by the eruption of black mist. The first few miners to escape claimed that the black mist seemed alive, actively seeking to invade their bodies. Xiao Long silently circulated his internal cultivation method. The protective talisman in his possession radiated warmth, affirming his suspicion that this was no natural release of death energy. The clan's alchemists had exhausted all detoxifying elixirs, even employing the Qingxing talisman to no avail. Shi Hao's voice trembled with suppressed anger. The black mist clings to the cultivators and cannot be dispelled. It only erodes their meridians. No one dares approach the mine's entrance now. When the carriage halted outside the mine, the scene before Xiao Long furrowed his brow. Dozens of miners lay scattered on the ground, pallid and with lips tinged in unnatural bluish black. Several alchemists were attempting to render aid, sweat beading on their foreheads. Yet their efforts yielded little effect. Even more unsettling was the invisible barrier at the mine's entrance, where the black mist roiled and surged, occasionally extending tendril-like wisps that quickly retracted. The guarding cultivators had retreated 10 paces, their faces etched with fear. This black mist seems to be guarding something, Xiao Long murmured. Shi Hao paused. Guarding? Without answering, Xiao Long advanced deliberately. The closer he approached the mine, the more fervent the warmth of the talisman became. Stopping 3 paces from the entrance, he pressed his fingers together at his forehead. A thread of pure spiritual energy flowed through the talisman into the mine, and the sight before him drew a sharp intake of breath. The black death energy coursed rhythmically through the tunnel, akin to the veins of a living being, ultimately converging at a certain depth. In that coarse space, several symbols flickered faintly in the darkness. It's a formation. Xiao Long opened his eyes, his tone grave. Someone has set up a sinister array deep within the mine, and this death energy is being catalyzed by the formation. Shi Hao's expression turned ashen. Can we determine who is behind this? It's too early to say. Xiao Long shook his head, but to manipulate such pure death energy is no ordinary feat. I must enter the mine for further investigation. That is too dangerous. The captain of the guards interjected, unable to contain himself. Even experts of the Lingxi realm cannot withstand this black mist. Xiao Long smiled faintly and retrieved the protective talisman from his robes. A gentle, earthy glow enveloped him, forming a protective aura. Strangely, the once restless black mist recoiled upon contact with the aura. I possess a means to resist the death energy, Xiao Long stated, turning to Shi Hao, but I need you to guard the entrance and ensure no one interrupts. Such formations often have prohibitions. A larger crowd would only complicate matters. Shi Hao gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. All right, I will guard the entrance. Mr. Long, please exercise utmost caution. Without further ado, Xiao Long turned and stepped into the mine. The talisman's light carved a safe space in the darkness, causing the black mist to withdraw in his wake. However, this came at a cost. He could sense the energy within the talisman depleting rapidly. A chilling wind swept through the depths of the tunnel, sending shivers down Xiao Long's spine. He gripped his long sword tightly, each step taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, the black mist surged, coalescing into several indistinct figures that lunged at him with claw-like appendages. Humph! Xiao Long scoffed, lightly tapping the tip of his sword. The earthy light rippled outward. Upon contact, the shadowy figures emitted a piercing wail, dispersing back into mist. The further he ventured, the greater the resistance became. The talisman's glow flickered erratically, beads of sweat forming on Xiao Long's forehead. Just as he felt his strength waning, the path ahead opened up. Before him lay a vast cavern, the ceiling adorned with shimmering Qing ore, illuminating the horrific sight at its center. 3 black monoliths arranged in a triangular formation, etched with bizarre symbols, perpetually siphoning black death energy from the ground. At the center of these monoliths, a fist-sized black crystal was slowly taking shape, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. Xiao Long's pupils constricted suddenly. He recognized this formation, the Zhu Yin Daosha formation, a unique malevolent array of the Yu Ming Dian. Even more alarming was the black crystal nearing completion. Its purity of death energy far surpassed what he had witnessed in the Gugu Huanyan. At that moment, the protective talisman in his grasp trembled violently, emitting a sharp cracking sound as a fissure appeared on its surface. Almost simultaneously, the symbols on the 3 black monoliths flared to life, and the death energy within the caverns surged violently, transforming into countless black arrows that shot toward him from all directions.